Super Devouring System Chapter 2577 to Chapter 2659. Butterfly Love Pavilion you are? Yixian looked at the person outside the door and asked curiously. Are you young Master Yixian? Yes, I am. Young Master Yixian, my master invites you to the Butterfly Love Pavilion for a gathering. This is a letter from my master. My master said that it is up to you whether you want to go or not. However, my master will be waiting for you at the Butterfly Love Pavilion tomorrow. After saying that, the person walked out without hesitation. Butterfly Love Pavilion? What is this place? And who is this person who sent me a letter? Yixian was puzzled in his heart. It could be said that Yixian didn't understand what was going on with this sudden post. Yixian turned around and saw the old steward looking at the letter in his hand in shock. Does he know about the Butterfly Love Pavilion? Do you know about the Butterfly Love Pavilion? Yixian asked the old steward. Thud, Yixian did not expect the old steward to kneel on the ground and not dare to say a word. Yixian was very surprised. However, since the old steward did not want to say anything, he could not be bothered to ask further. As long as there was such a place, Yixian did not believe that he would not be able to find out. Yixian walked out of the door and prepared to deliver the restriction that was going to be auctioned this month to the auction house. Soon, Yixian arrived at the auction house. As he took out the restriction, Yixian asked casually, Do you know about the Butterfly Love Pavilion, Pavilion Master? Thud, the same reaction. The Pavilion Master of the appraisal pavilion at the auction house immediately knelt on the ground. He was so frightened that he did not dare to say a word. This time, Yixian was shocked. What was so special about the Butterfly Love Pavilion? Why did these people have such a reaction? Yixian furrowed his brows, but his heart was filled with anger. He refused to believe that no one could tell him where the Butterfly Love Pavilion was. Yixian walked to the auction house's appraisal hall and took out a seal. He then asked, This seal will belong to whoever can answer one of my questions. As soon as he said this, not only were the people who were also preparing to auction their items, but even the appraisers were extremely tempted. What does young master want to ask? As long as I know, I will definitely tell you everything. Because Yixian had never concealed his identity, many people knew that he was the one who had auctioned off these restrictions. Therefore, he would not have the slightest doubt about the things he took out. Alright, my question is very simple. It's just a place name. If anyone can tell me where the Butterfly Love Pavilion is, then this restriction will belong to them. Thump, thump, with the exception of Yixian, everyone fell to their knees in an instant. Furthermore, no one dared to make a single sound. What was going on? This time, Yixian's heart could not calm down. What was going on? Why were these people reacting so strongly? What kind of place was the Butterfly Love Pavilion? Why were these people so shocked just by hearing the name? However, just as Yixian was about to speak again, a figure appeared in the auction house. He had appeared without a sound. Yixian looked over and saw that it was the kid who had delivered the invitation. I'm very sorry, young Master Yixian. It's my dereliction of duty. I forgot to tell you where the Butterfly Love Pavilion is. Why don't I take you there? That person's tone was still indifferent, but Yixian could clearly see his fear. Clearly, his dereliction of duty was enough to cost him his life. Even if it was only because he had not told Yixian how to get to the Butterfly Love Pavilion immediately. Yixian was already very curious about the Butterfly Love Pavilion. After all, if a mere name could frighten these people to such an extent, one could only imagine that the Butterfly Love Pavilion was not a simple place. One had to know that these people did not have much of a reaction when they heard the name of the city lord. This meant that the person who lived in the Butterfly Love Pavilion was even more frightening than the city lord. Alright, you lead the way. Yixian nodded and followed behind that person as they walked forward. Not too long later, Yixian walked into a chain of teleportation portals. Yixian could feel that he had been teleported several times. A chain of teleportation portals was a special kind of teleportation portals. These portals followed a certain pattern and were made up of dozens of portals. If any of the portals made a mistake, they would not be able to reach their final destination. This Butterfly Love Pavilion was really well hidden. However, when Yixian really arrived at the destination, he was very surprised. This was because this so-called Butterfly Love Pavilion did not look special at all. There was a pavilion built in the middle of a lake. There was nothing special about this pavilion except for the colorful butterflies fluttering around it. This was the Butterfly Love Pavilion, the Butterfly Love Pavilion that was feared by countless people. Xian wanted to see what was so special about this Butterfly Love Pavilion. A small boat rowed over. The young girl on the boat respectfully waited for Xian to get on the boat before continuing to row forward. It could be said that Xian would be able to cross such a small distance in one step. However, since the owner of this place had made such arrangements, Xian could not refuse. Soon, the small boat arrived at the pavilion in the middle of the lake. From the outside, this island did not look big, and neither did the pavilion. However, when Xian stepped on it, he realized that this was actually an overlapping space. The interior was actually quite large. Pairs of young girls in white robes were walking around, taking care of the flowers and colorful butterflies. This made this place seem very peaceful and easygoing. No one came to guide Xian. It was as if no one would care about Xian once he arrived here. However, Xian still quickly walked forward. A long flight of stairs made entirely of a rare type of jade and a large hall made of countless special resources. This was the main hall of the Butterfly Love Pavilion. A faint floral fragrance filled this place. It was filled with a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. When Xian walked into the hall, he discovered that there was a woman sitting in the middle of the hall. An extremely beautiful woman. "Senior brother, you are here." Senior brother? Xian was very surprised. He did not seem to have a junior sister. Why did the owner of the Butterfly Love Pavilion call him senior brother? "Who are you?" Xian looked up and asked the girl directly. "I am called Dalian." "Senior brother, please take a seat. May I ask which sovereign's disciple you are?" Dalian had a faint smile on her face. However, the aura she unconsciously exuded was enough to shock Xian. This guy's strength was absolutely incomparably daunting. However, Xian did not understand the meaning behind this title of senior brother, so he did not answer. Unexpectedly, when Dalian saw that Xian didn't reply, she wasn't the slightest bit angry. Instead, she nonchalantly said, "Since senior brother isn't willing to say, then junior sister won't ask too much. However, I wonder why senior brother came to participate in the trial and went to this world." "Secondary realm? What's that?" Xian asked in confusion. Dalian paused, then said, "When senior brother came to participate in the trial, did your master not tell you that the origin secret realm is divided into a primary realm and a secondary realm? Our trial is naturally a primary realm. Senior brother, you are in a secondary realm." "Primary realm? Secondary realm?" In an instant, Xian understood Dalian's identity. This woman was actually also a disciple of the Guardian Trials. However, she was a true trial disciple, unlike Xian, who was only half a trial disciple. No wonder people were so afraid when they heard Dalian Xian's name. This girl was the true master of the origin secret realm. First encounter with the Guardians. Because Xian had stayed in the secondary realm before, he knew better than anyone how powerful the Guardians were. There were only 12 of them, but the entire origin secret realm was a training ground for them to train their disciples. Just this point alone was enough to prove how powerful they were. Of course, this also showed how powerful the Guardians' enemies, the Keepers of Order, and the mysterious ruler of Chaos, were. Seeing that Xian wasn't speaking, Dalian thought that Xian was thinking about something else, so she continued, "Since senior brother is also a participant, then there's no need for you to stay in the secondary realm. It's fine to go for a walk in the secondary realm once in a while, but staying there for too long is a waste of time. After all, our training time is limited. If we don't complete the training within the time limit, then we can only be eliminated." After hearing Dalian's words, Xian finally reacted. He nodded slightly, but didn't know what to say. However, at this time, the system notification sounded. Ding! System notification: host has discovered the ultimate mission of the celestial realm, seal the ruler. Mission requirements: host must become a true guardian within 1,000 years, then seal the divine ruler. If the mission fails, host will be obliterated. The sudden notification caused Xian to be shocked once again. An obliteration level mission. This was an obliterated mission. Obliterating people was a mission that Xian had to do his best to complete, because a mission of this level wouldn't give Xian any choice. If he failed, there was only one path, and that was death, indifferent. What shocked Xian the most wasn't the obliterated mission, it was the ultimate mission. Why was this mission called the ultimate mission of the celestial realm? Could it be that the divine ruler was the strongest person in the entire celestial realm? All of this had happened too suddenly. It was so sudden that Xian couldn't react. In the past, no matter what kind of mission it was, Xian would at least be prepared. But this time, Xian wasn't prepared at all. The mission this time had come too suddenly and was too shocking. Xian frowned, but he was already in a daze. Was it because Xian's strength had increased too quickly that he had triggered this ultimate mission, or was it because Xian accidentally entered the origin mystic realm that triggered this ultimate mission? Xian had no choice but to think. This was because Xian had two identities when he entered the origin mystic realm. The first was the half-baked guardian trial challenger title obtained from the God Emperor's inheritance. The other was the 10,000-year trial qualification that he had obtained from the Shrine of Life and the Darkness Shrine. It was obvious that although these were two trials, the difference in level was like heaven and earth turning on its head. If Xian hadn't triggered the Guardian Trial Challenger title and hadn't initiated the Origin Mystic Realm trial, perhaps Xian could have gone through thousands of years of trial in that subrealm and broken through the 999 levels of the Origin Mystic Realm, thus triggering this ultimate mission. However, perhaps because Xian had contacted the Guardians in advance, or because Dai Lian had found Xian. Therefore, she had skipped the subrealm trial that the Shrine of Life and the Darkness Shrine had given to Xian and entered the terrifying Origin Mystic Realm trial. Given Xian's current strength, entering the Origin Mystic Realm trial and entering the Guardian Trial Challenger was a blessing or a curse for Xian. Not to mention anything else, just this Dai Lian in front of Xian was unimaginably strong. Xian couldn't see clearly what kind of strength this Dai Lian possessed, so he couldn't tell. Because even if Xian used the system to detect it, it would only get a result. The target's realm was too high to detect, the meaning was obvious. Dai Lian's realm far surpassed Xian's, so much so that Xian couldn't detect it. Although Xian didn't know why Dai Lian called him senior brother, there were too many things that he couldn't explain, so this one didn't make much of a difference. Xian plopped down on the stone bench, but his mind was constantly thinking. There were too many unknowns that Xian had to find the answers to. Dai Lian didn't seem to see Xian's confusion at all. It turned out that Dai Lian was indeed a Guardian Trial Challenger. However, he hadn't been a Guardian Trial Challenger for long, so he hadn't been in the Origin Mystic Realm for long. And when Xian saw the Guardian, he was confused. The Guardian was also confused about Xian's identity. From Xian's body, the Guardian could feel the aura of a challenger from a long time ago. That aura allowed the Guardian to confirm that Xian was a Guardian Trial Challenger. However, he was a lost disciple. Due to the uniqueness of the Guardians, they didn't have many disciples, and every one of them was a precious talent. Therefore, the Guardians would always take care of their disciples. But even so, lost disciples would occasionally appear. The so-called lost disciples didn't know what their mission was, and didn't know how noble their identity was. The Guardians faced the Sovereign of Consciousness, that terrifying and powerful existence, the highest existence in the entire God realm. At the same time, the Guardians had to face the Guardians of Order, as well as others like the Alliance, especially the Guardians of Order. It could be said that the Guardians of Order were constantly searching for the Guardians' disciples. The Guardians of Order weren't as strong as the Guardians, so they would do everything in their power to kill every Guardian Trial Challenger. Even if they couldn't kill them, they would cause them to deviate from their original path. Add to that the Sovereign of God's secret manipulations, and every now and then, a Guardian Trial Challenger would fall midway, or lose their way. Xian's situation just so happened to fit the criteria for a lost disciple. Xian had the ancient aura of a Trial Challenger, but the aura of a Guardian Trial Challenger wasn't something an ordinary person could possess. No matter how strong you were, even if you were the Sovereign of God, you might be able to kill a Guardian Trial Challenger, but you wouldn't be able to replicate this unique aura. This was a special existence created by the Guardians using a secret technique, and it wasn't something that others could imagine. After confirming Xian's ancient Guardian aura, the Guardian found Dai Lian. What happened next was only natural. The root of everything was that Xian had gone to meet the Guardian. Or rather, the root of everything was the Azure Dragon Gang's enmity towards Xian. Terrifying conjecture. Xian pondered these questions in his heart, but there was only one conclusion. Since he had already triggered the ultimate mission, he could only do his best to complete it. After all, this was an obliterating mission. Junior sister, may I ask, what exactly do we have to do to pass the trial? Xian lifted his head and asked Dalian directly. Only Dalian could answer his questions now. Senior brother, you don't even know this? Alright, then junior sister, please tell senior brother about our trial. Dalian looked at Xian, smiled, and began her explanation. As Dalian explained, Xian finally understood what the Guardian trial was all about. The Guardian trial could be said to be relatively simple, but it was by no means simple. The Guardian trial was a process of repair against time. Every 100 years, every trial taker would face a random tribulation. This tribulation was directly released by the Source Secret Realm, and could not be controlled by any power. The tribulation would naturally be adjusted according to the target's cultivation level. No one knew what the tribulation was like. Only those who experienced it would know. The Origin Source Secret Realm was originally provided for these trial takers. It could be said that this tribulation was the same. If they encountered the most direct tribulation of divine lightning and wildfire, they would be the luckiest. For the divine lightning and wildfire tribulation, they only needed to use their cultivation level to withstand the baptism of the divine lightning and wildfire tribulation to succeed. But other than the divine lightning and wildfire tribulation, there were other trial takers, such as exploration of unknown lands, subworld trials, border missions, and so on. These trial takers were all automatically created by the Source Secret Realm, and there was no way to control them. For example, exploration of unknown lands. The name sounded ordinary, but in reality, it was a mysterious space created by the Source Secret Realm. Everything inside was randomly generated by the Source Secret Realm. Originally, such a place was completely sealed off, and there was no way to interact with the outside world. But trial takers were different. The Source Secret Realm would send these mysterious spaces to the trial takers through a mysterious force of law. Once they entered, the trial would begin. If they couldn't fight their way out, only death awaited them. There was also the subworld experience, which could be said to be an extremely dangerous mission. The title of Guardian Trial Taker was usually high and mighty. It could be said that no one dared to provoke them. Everyone in the secondary realm could only worship them. However, if a trial taker entered the secondary world to train, they would become the target of everyone in the secondary world. The Origin Secret Realm existed for the sole purpose of training. Everyone in the subrealms was only there to serve as a foil. Thus, once a secondary realm's power was activated, not only would a portion of that disciple's cultivation be sealed, but they would also be challenged repeatedly by the Source Realm. The Origin Source Mystic Realm seemed to have its own thoughts. It was clearly a mystic realm, a huge place, but it could always derive a series of changes according to the needs. There were so many of these changes that it could be said that if a cultivator triggered one, what awaited them was a chain reaction. Xian silently listened to all of this, but he couldn't help but have a thought in his mind. Could it be that everything he had experienced was actually a result of the Origin Source Mystic Realm? Perhaps the moment Xian entered the Origin Source Mystic Realm, the faint trial taker aura on him had been captured by the Origin Source Mystic Realm. Then, according to Xian's actual situation, the Origin Source Mystic Realm had evolved. Was that why Xian had come to the Butterfly Love Pavilion at this moment and learned so much? Xian didn't know if his guess was correct. After all, Xian didn't even know what was so special about the Origin Source Mystic Realm. A mystic realm that had the ability to evolve its own tests seemed so inconceivable no matter how he looked at it. Suddenly, Xian thought of a possibility. It was something he didn't dare to think about, but it was extremely possible. Could the Origin Source Mystic Realm be like Xian's Devour space? Could it be the mental space of a super powerhouse? Why was there a difference between a secondary realm and a primary realm? Didn't Xian's Devourer space also have a distinction between an ordinary space and an ancient zither space? Why would the Origin Source Mystic Realm make changes according to the trial taker's needs? While Xian was in the Devouring space, he could control everything according to his will. Wouldn't it be easy for him to train a person in the Devouring space? Was that really the case? Xian didn't know, but he knew that this wasn't impossible. Xian had the Devour space, and there were countless living beings in the Devour space. Therefore, Yixian knew that his guess wasn't completely impossible. At this moment, Yixian actually felt his hair stand on end. If that was really the case, then how strong was that person? Furthermore, Yixian felt like he was constantly being watched by a pair of eyes. Everything he did, and even everything he was about to face, seemed to be a script written by the owner of those eyes. As for Yixian, regardless of whether he was willing or not, he could only follow this script. Perhaps the only thing he could do was win against this script. Of course, this was only Yixian's own guess. After all, Yixian didn't know what was going on. Even though Yixian knew his identity, he still refused Dailian's invitation and didn't stay in Dailian's pavilion. Instead, he returned to the secondary realm. As far as Yixian was concerned, he hoped that everything would have a beginning and an end. In the secondary realm, Yixian still had some matters to settle, so he had to return. No matter if it was the people who tried to assassinate him or the city lord, Yixian still needed to deal with them. Of course, the most important thing was that Luo Luo and the other two girls were in the secondary realm. Even if Yixian wanted to go to the primary realm, he would at least bring the three girls along. However, Yixian's greatest gain from this meeting with Dailian was that he didn't know the difference between the primary realm and the secondary realm. He also didn't know that he was a trial taker. Most importantly, Yixian knew the difference in strength between the primary realm and the secondary realm. In the primary realm, there were also the Supreme Celestial Lord, Supreme Celestial King, Supreme Celestial Emperor, and Supreme Celestial Emperor. However, the difference between the primary realm and the secondary realm was that the primary realm didn't have grades. In other words, for example, the Supreme Celestial Lord was only divided into 3 grades. In other words, the power of the primary realm was absolute suppression. Even a difference of 1 grade was an insurmountable gap. The primary realm's suppression was much more direct than the secondary realm's. An unimaginable opportunity. The first test of a trial challenger was about mastering source strength. Only by successfully mastering at least one source strength of law could one be called a true trial challenger. From then on, the journey of the trial could be considered to have begun. Yixian had the status of a trial taker, but he didn't have the strength to back it up. There was only one realm above the paramount divine emperor, and it was also the only one that existed. That was the God Ruler. The God Ruler should have been a realm, but it had long since become synonymous with a person. When the God Ruler was mentioned, people only thought of the God Ruler himself, not the other realms. Among the inexplicable laws, there was a rule that stated that there could only ever be one God Ruler in each realm. The God Ruler controlled everything in his realm. If he wanted to, he could destroy the realm at any time. No one knew just how powerful the ruler was. Were there really only 12 protectors? Why were there so many keepers of order, but only 12 guardians? The fundamental reason was because of their battles with the God Ruler. Yixian had heard many rumors about the God Ruler from Dailian. Of course, he couldn't be 100% sure, but Yixian felt that it was very likely. It was said that the Guardians had been an incomparably powerful force, but because they'd fought the God Ruler time and time again, they'd fallen to their current state. The core of the Guardians' philosophy was to protect the God Realm. They couldn't allow the God Ruler to succeed in his plan to destroy the God Realm. After returning from Dailian Xian, Yixian looked at the 999 levels of the Origin Secret Realm. He didn't seem to feel the slightest fear no matter how he looked at it. This was just a trial ground for the Guardians, a place for trial takers like him to train. Who cared if he was the city lord? He was nothing more than a foil. In that case, why should he be so restrained? Why should he think twice before doing anything? Staying in the Yi Manor was also to prove his talent and gain the city lord's approval. Yixian was Yixian. What did he need to prove to anyone? This time, Yixian did not return to the Yi residence. Instead, he walked out. Sure enough, as soon as Yixian walked out of the city, he immediately felt a few gazes on him. It seemed that these people who were monitoring Yixian were becoming bolder and bolder. They actually dared to monitor him at such a close distance? Was it really impossible for him to find out? Or did he really think that he was that easy to bully? Yixian smirked. Didn't you want to spy on me? Then, I'll let you have a taste of my power. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light entered the ground beneath Yixian's feet. In an instant, a strange force spread out with Yixian as the center. Didn't you want to spy on me? In that case, I'll let you suffer a little first. Yixian thought in his heart. At the same time, his figure moved and he immediately charged forward. Sure enough, when they saw Yixian suddenly accelerate, the people who were tailing Yixian also sped up and chased after him. However, when they arrived at that area, the ground suddenly exploded as if it was boiling. The energy that Yixian had just injected was not a restriction or an array. It was just a few talismans. The function of the talismans was to explode. When these people entered the area, Yixian did not hesitate to detonate the talismans. Perhaps it was true that detonating the talismans now would not have much of an effect. After all, the power of the talismans alone would not be able to do anything to these people. However, Yixian did not intend to kill them. The power of the talisman's explosion was just to buy some time for Yixian. The sudden attack naturally caused these people to be slightly stunned. It was inevitable that they would be delayed for a while. However, this small amount of time was enough for Yixian to shake off their pursuit. Originally, Yixian had wanted to search for Luoluo and the others. However, when he arrived at their residence, he did not find them. Helpless, Yixian could only use a secret voice transmission technique to ask. However, he learned that Luoluo and the other two women had discovered a mysterious place and were preparing to enter to explore it. Yixian's heart suddenly tightened. He immediately stopped the three women and rushed over. Yixian had already suspected that there was a power writing his script. His every action in the origin mystic realm was being watched by a pair of eyes. However, Yixian seemed to be even more certain of this feeling now. The three women did not go out often. Even if they did, they would not wander too far away. There were basically no origin beasts in this area. Therefore, the sudden appearance of this mysterious place was suspicious. Yixian didn't dare to stop in the slightest as he quickly converged with the three girls. After all, Yixian didn't know what that pair of eyes wanted him to do or what it wanted to do to the people around him. In just a moment, Yixian had already arrived at the three women's location. However, Yixian would never have imagined that the three women had indeed not left. However, they had already discovered the secret of that mysterious place. Treasure chests, rows and rows of treasure chests. There were probably more than 10,000 of them. There were so many boxes. Who put them here? Why had no one discovered them after so long? Master, a few days ago, we coincidentally sensed a mysterious aura emanating from underground, so we've been paying attention to this place. A few days later, a rumbling sound came from here, and when we arrived here, this place was constantly emitting brilliant lights. That's right, young master. We followed your instructions and did not move recklessly. However, as the lights dissipated, these chests appeared. We do not know what these chests are or what they are used for. Luoluo and Fian spoke first. Yixian nodded. However, his gaze was fixed on the chests. System, detect these chests. I want to see what is inside. Following Yixian's command, the system's notification sounded. One had to know that during the system's weakened period, detection would consume a lot of energy. However, Yixian had no choice but to play it safe. Ding. System notification, the target is made of special materials. You cannot see through the items inside. Cannot see through them? Yixian frowned slightly. Then, with a wave of his hand, the divine wood swordsman appeared. Go and see what is inside. The Godslayer was already suspended in midair. Yixian was also holding the heavenly bow in his hand. If there was something bad in those chests, Yixian would have no choice but to destroy them. The divine wood swordsman quickly arrived beside those chests. Then, they directly opened one of the chests. Rays of light were emitted in an instant. However, Luoluo exclaimed, it's actually an origin stone. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios system recovery also rewards source stones? What were those? Luoluo, do you know about these things? Yixian couldn't help but ask. Yes, young master. Although these source stones don't have the same effects as origin divine crystals, they are still many times better than spirit stones. When I was controlled by the Order Enforcers, they provided me with these source stones continuously. That's how I was able to increase my cultivation base so quickly. Was this a gift from the heavens? Yixian frowned. No matter how he looked at it, this situation was very strange. Divine Wood Sword servants, open a few more boxes to take a look. Yi Xian continued to give orders. Upon receiving Yi Xian's order, the Divine Wood Sword servants opened 6 boxes in succession. All of them were filled to the brim with source stones. However, just as the Divine Wood Sword servants were about to open the 7th box, a voice suddenly rang out. Don't look at them. These are all source stones and some other cultivation resources. Since you are a trial disciple of my protector and have not received any resources for such a long time, then these resources will be your compensation. Remember, the trial has already begun. Quickly increase your cultivation base. Once you reach the Supreme Divine Lord grade, you will leave the secondary realm. This voice seemed to come from all directions, yet it also seemed to only appear in Yi Xian's ears. In an instant, Yi Xian actually felt his hair stand on end. What kind of cultivation base did the person who spoke have? It was just a sentence, yet it was able to make Yi Xian feel such immense pressure. This voice appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly, as if it had never appeared. However, at least Yi Xian now knew why these things had appeared here. They were actually for him. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He never would have thought that so many origin stones would cause him to be on tenterhooks, but they were all things that were given to him. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. With a wave of his hand, he collected half of the boxes. As for the remaining half, they were naturally left for Luo Luo and the others. Since these things are all for me, then there's no need for us to be polite. Each of you can take some as cultivation resources and strive to break through to the highest Divine Lord realm as soon as possible. The 3 women nodded. Although Luo Luo was already a Supreme Divine Lord, this was still a gift from Yi Xian, so he would naturally accept it. System, can these resources help you recover? Ding. System notification, you only need 1/3 of it to recover. Alright, since that's the case, you should absorb the energy and recover quickly. Yi Xian told the system. These source stones were indeed hard to come by. However, to Yi Xian, their biggest use was to make it easier for him to repair the system. After all, a large part of Yi Xian's power came from the system. If the system could not be restored, then Yi Xian would not be able to unleash his full power. At this moment, Yi Xian would naturally let the system absorb the energy from these source stones so that it could quickly recover. Following Yi Xian's command, the source stones turned into energy and were absorbed by the system. However, this process was only known to Yi Xian. Others would not be able to see the changes in Yi Xian's universe ring. Although there weren't as many guardians as there were order enforcers, there were still benefits to having fewer people. For example, the origin stones that Yi Xian had received were probably enough for over 100 order enforcers or even more to use. As Yi Xian walked back, he waited for the system notification. Only when the system was fully restored would Yi Xian's power be able to increase for a long time. Finally, the system notification came. This time, it brought Yi Xian a pleasant surprise. Ding. System notification, system energy is sufficient. Repair complete. Ding. System notification, system energy is sufficient. Upgrade conditions met. System upgrade automatically activated. Ding. System upgrade in progress, this was a blessing in disguise. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He had never expected that the system would not only be restored but also upgraded. The benefits of the system upgrade went without saying. Yi Xian was filled with anticipation. He didn't know what kind of unexpected benefits the system upgrade would bring him this time, therefore, Yi Xian didn't even devour the source stones. This was because Yi Xian wanted to wait until the system upgrade was complete before he could see how to use the source stones. Just as Yi Xian was filled with anticipation, the system notification finally sounded. Ding. System notification, system upgrade complete. Ding. System notification, congratulations to the host for completing the unique hidden mission. The system is broken and rebuilt. You have obtained the unique gift pack. Ding. System notification, system upgrade complete. System store updated. System mission rewards more detailed. System database updated. A series of notifications rang out continuously. It was the long-awaited system notification. During this period of time when the system was weak, only Yi Xian himself knew how difficult it was to endure. Fortunately, the system had finally recovered. That meant that Yixian could once again activate the Berserk mode to increase his strength. The system notifications continued for a long time, but they were mostly about the details of the upgrade. As for the reward, there was only one, and that was the unique hidden mission, Broken and Rebuilt, the unique super reward, the unique gift pack. Just by hearing this name, Yixian knew that he would definitely receive a generous reward this time. System, open the unique gift pack. Ding. System notification, the host has successfully opened the unique gift pack. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 limitless flip gift packs. 1 Realm Upgrade Lucky Draw, 1 Limitless Equipment Level Lucky Draw, 1 Sword Attendant Gift Pack. Limitless Flip Gift Pack. Yixian was slightly stunned. What kind of gift pack was this? Even if Yixian hadn't received other gift packs before, at least he knew what they were used for based on their names. However, this Limitless Flip Gift Pack was something that Yixian couldn't understand. System, what is the use of this Limitless Flip Gift Pack? How do I use it? Ding. System notification, unlimited gift packs. Every time the host opens one, as long as the host receives a reward, the host can continue to open them until there is no more gift left. Please note that the number of gift packs can be expanded without limit. However, the more the host receives, the lower the chance of winning. Yixian was slightly taken aback. He still didn't quite understand, but since there were 3 limitless flip gift packs, he might as well open one and take a look. System, open an infinite reversal gift pack first. As Yixian's name was mentioned, an exquisite gift bag appeared in front of Yixian. Yixian casually tapped the gift bag and it immediately opened. Time of drawing the reverse scale armor was an armor forged from the reverse scales of a divine dragon. Its defensive power was incomparably strong. It did not seem to be of much use. Although it was made from the mystical dragon's reverse scale, it only had defensive capabilities. It was completely useless to Yixian. Yixian casually tossed it into his Qian Kuan ring and looked at the other 2 twice-flipped gift bags. Ding. Host, please make your choice. This time, you can only choose one out of the 2 packages. Out of the 2 packages, only one has a reward. Yixian nodded his head, then casually opened another gift bag. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 1 Divine Pill of Origin and 3 second flip gift packs. The Divine Origin Pill could help the host comprehend the origin energy faster. This thing was not bad. After all, Yixian really needed to understand the power of the origin. Although most people only started to comprehend the power of the origin of laws after they became Supreme Sir Gods, it was also because of this that if Yixian had comprehended the power of the origin of laws at the Godly Emperor realm, the effect would definitely be much better. Moreover, the last time he comprehended the Primal Chaos Seal, Yixian was only a step away from grasping the origin of laws. With this Divine Origin Pill, it would naturally be very useful. So this time, it was a choice of one of the 3. Sure enough, just as Yixian was thinking about this, the system notification sounded. Ding. Host, please make your choice. This time, you have to choose one out of 3. Out of the 3 packages, only 1 package has a reward. 1 out of 3? 1/3 chance? However, the probability was still very high. Yixian looked at them for a long time, but the 3 gift bags were exactly the same. There was no difference at all. As such, Yixian could only choose based on luck. System, I choose the middle one. Ding. System notification, the host has chosen the correct gift package. The lucky draw is over. Not selected, Yixian was slightly taken aback. System, give me another gift pack. It could be said that flipping the gift pack was quite interesting. Of course, other than the fact that it was interesting, the most important thing was that the things he could open were really unknown. Compared to the other gift packs, which could only be used once, the flip gift pack could be used multiple times as long as one was lucky. After all, theoretically speaking, the flip gift pack could be used indefinitely. After all, he would definitely have a gift bag with a reward every time. As long as he could obtain the reward, he could continue to receive gift bags. Therefore, in theory, the flip gift pack could be obtained without limit. Moreover, from the looks of the rewards, it seemed that the rewards in the flip gift pack would not be small. Ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining Hailstone Divine Needle. Congratulations to host for obtaining 2 flip gift packs. Very quickly, the 3 gift bags were opened by Yixian. However, although the rewards were not bad, there was nothing suitable for Yixian. It wasn't that the flip gift pack was bad, but Yixian's luck wasn't that good this time. This was because Yixian didn't choose the last 2 gift bags on his second try, therefore, he could only blame his bad luck. However, Yixian wasn't depressed. After all, the Real highlight was just beginning. The flip gift pack was just an appetizer. Realm. A magic treasure with no upper limit. A random sword servant, these were the 3 items that Yixian valued the most. System, open the realm gift pack. This was a good item that could directly increase Yixian's realm. How could Yixian not be excited? Ding. System notification. Rewards are being drawn. Congratulations to host for obtaining 3 special level up elixirs. Ding. System notification. The level up elixir can directly increase the host's realm by 1. It can be used under any circumstances. Ding. System notification. The level up elixir can only increase the host's realm to the highest level, the God Emperor realm. Yixian was slightly taken aback, but he quickly understood the benefits of the elixir. It was specially used for breaking through realms. In order to level up from the God Emperor realm to the Supreme God realm, one needed to have a preliminary understanding of an origin source law. However, if Yixian didn't have a preliminary understanding of an origin source law, then the level up elixir could forcibly increase Yixian's realm and allow him to gain a random comprehension of an origin source law. By the same logic, when a Supreme God Emperor realm broke through to the Supreme God King realm, Yixian could also use the level up elixir to break through the barrier. It could be said that these 3 level up elixirs were more useful than directly increasing Yixian's realm by 3 levels. Yixian carefully put the 3 elixirs into his Qianquan ring. Now wasn't the time to use them. Useful things should be saved for when they were needed. System, open the random sword servant gift bag. It was indeed time for Yixian's sword servant to change. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to host for obtaining the Chaos Sword Servant. The Chaos Sword Servant was a special sword servant formed by the Chaos Law. This sword servant was immune to all law power attacks. At the same time, it had extremely strong physical attacks, immune to all law powers, that was right. The Chaos Law itself was used to repair the chaotic laws. It was normal for this sword servant formed by the Chaos Law to be immune to all law power attacks. However, Yixian was stunned. This was because he couldn't see the Chaos Sword Servant at all. Even when he used his divine consciousness to sense it, he couldn't sense where the Chaos Sword Servant was. This Chaos Sword Servant had the unique talent of absolute concealment. In other words, it was almost impossible for him to be discovered. It was needless to say that such a sword servant would be very useful. There was still one last gift pack, and that was the Limitless Equipment gift pack. The unlimited equipment bag meant that there was no limit to the quality of the items. Even if Yixian got an ultimate divine weapon, it wasn't impossible. However, at this moment, Yixian was a little hesitant. After all, there was only one chance. It would be a lie to say that Yixian wasn't nervous. Yixian calmed himself down and looked at the bag in front of him. In the end, he chose to open it. System, open the unlimited equipment bag. Yixian silently waited for the result. It could be said that at this moment, Yixian was extremely excited and nervous. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to host for obtaining the Boundless. What was that? Yixian was stunned. What was the Boundless? This was a magic weapon. When Yixian held the Boundless in his hand, he realized that it was just a ball of light. Yixian admitted that this light was very mysterious. However, what was the use of this light? System, quick, explain to me what the use of this Boundless is. Ding. System notification. The Boundless is a singularity. With the Boundless, there are infinite possibilities. The host can integrate the Boundless into the Devouring space. This way, the Devouring space can truly become a complete world, no different from the outside world. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios blocking the way was courting death. Legend had it that when the world was first born, it was just a small singularity. As the singularity expanded, the chaotic laws inside gave birth to the four ultimate divine artifacts. The four ultimate divine artifacts continued to perfect the chaos and expand. Thus, the first god ruler was born. The first god ruler was extremely powerful and created countless strong people. These strong people worked hard and finally created the god realm and countless secret realms today. Could it be that Xian was holding such an existence in his hands now? Xian was holding a world in his hands now. Xian was extremely shocked, but he also knew that although this thing sounded very powerful, it was not very useful to him. After all, it would take hundreds of millions of years for the realmless to grow. Fortunately, at least the realmless could be used to perfect the devouring space. The devouring space had always been incomplete, especially the power of the laws, which was even more lacking. Now that the realmless had appeared, it could grow into a complete world. Xian waved his hand, and the realmless entered the devouring space. And this time, the lucky draw finally came to an end. Xian did not delay and walked towards the first level of the city. This time, he wanted to completely resolve all the grievances in the first level. It was time for the Azure Dragon Gang to disappear. Since they dared to assassinate Xian several times, then Xian could also destroy them. Because the next time he left, Xian would go to the main realm and begin his true trial as a guardian. However, before Xian returned to the city, he first met the Azure Dragon Gang. It turned out that the Azure Dragon Gang leader had been very uneasy when he heard that Xian was going to die. Xianxia was a taboo existence. He was worried that Xian would know the people there. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was impossible. Xian was only a celestial arch after all. How could he know the people of Xianxia? However, the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang was still afraid. If Xian really knew someone from Disc Love Pavilion, then he would be the one to die. Therefore, the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang brought his men to look for Xian, hoping to kill him in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, Xian was extremely fast. How could he possibly find him? Unable to find him, the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang had no choice but to leave behind enough men. At the same time, he issued a kill order to Xian. As long as Xian was found, he would be killed without question. Therefore, when Xian had just reached the edge of the city, he was already blocked by people. Yes, this is that Xian? There shouldn't be any mistake. Both the appearance and the realm match. Then what are we waiting for? Send out the signal and gather everyone to kill him. The gang leader has already given the order that we'd rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let Xian go. Alright, let's do it. As soon as the order was given, the few members of the Azure Dragon Gang who were originally wandering around attacked Xian without distinguishing between right and wrong. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host is under attack. Boom! With a loud bang, the defenseless Xian was directly sent flying. Because this attack did not threaten Xian's life, the system did not activate its automatic defense. As for Xian himself, he had never thought that he would be ambushed here, so naturally, he was not prepared in the slightest. That was why these people's sneak attack had succeeded. With a loud bang, Xian directly crashed into a large mountain. It could be said that this attack had left Xian a little dazed. Damn it, who dares to sneak an attack on me? Do you have a death wish? Xian was furious. If it were anyone else, they would be furious if they were attacked for no reason. Unfortunately, these people from the Azure Dragon Gang did not take Xian seriously at all. Even when they heard Xian's words, they ignored Xian and launched a new round of attacks. More than a dozen members of the Azure Dragon Gang rushed towards Xian from all directions. Damn it, since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Xian also lost his temper. He had been walking his own path, but these people just had to sneak an attack on him. They did not even say a word. Did they really think that Xian was a pushover? Wei Zhentian, kill them for me. At Xian's command, the Godslayer immediately flew out. The two Godslayer swords arrived in front of those people in an instant. Pfft! A sword pierced through the heart. Before one of the Azure Dragon Gang members could understand what had happened, he was shocked to find that his divine spark had been shattered. These were just ordinary members of the Azure Dragon Gang, so they were not very strong. Most of them were only inferior celestial emperors. If Xian wanted to kill them, it would be a piece of cake. The Godslayer continued to move. Everywhere it went, it left a trail of blood. In the blink of an eye, all the members of the Azure Dragon Gang were killed. However, this was only the beginning of their deaths. Just as Xian finished off these people, more people gathered in the distance. Among these people, there were members of the Azure Dragon Gang, as well as affiliated forces of the Azure Dragon Gang. Of course, there were also people who rushed over for the high reward of killing Xian. In an instant, thousands of people appeared in the sky and on the ground. Haha, it really is Xian. As long as we kill him, the Azure Dragon Gang will reward us handsomely. Don't fight with me. This Xian, I want to kill him with my own hands. Charge. Kill Xian and earn the reward money. The first to rush over were not the members of the Azure Dragon Gang, but these people who had gone crazy for the Origin Divine Crystal. Hundreds of people didn't care about so much as they charged towards Xian. Xian frowned. Hearing these people's roars, Xian knew where they came from. Since you want to die, fine. I'll fulfill your wish. Suddenly, Xian roared. The Godslayer immediately burst into a ball of light. In an instant, it divided into thousands of swords and fell down like raindrops. Boom. 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 Pft. 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 Blood splattered everywhere, and broken limbs were everywhere. One move, just one move, and Xian killed hundreds of people. Although these hundreds of people were not very strong, they were still hundreds of fresh lives. In an instant, there was no sound from the Azure Dragon Gang's camp. Everyone looked at the corpses, which were still bleeding, in shock. They felt their scalps go numb. Kill. Damn it, kill that guy. Suddenly, someone shouted. Immediately, more people rushed toward Xian. Xian looked at those people silently and raised his hand indifferently. I'm not a murderous person, but since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The terrifying mantra of the 6 paths. Following Xian's words, many of the people who had been charging at Xian suddenly fell to the ground. When the people next to him checked, they realized that his divine spark had already shattered. Die. 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 Every time Xian pointed in a direction, a large number of people would die. Most importantly, no one knew what kind of attack had caused these people to fall. The people who had been charging forward excitedly a moment ago all stopped in their tracks. They were scared from the bottom of their hearts. They didn't know what had happened. Xian hadn't done anything. All he had done was raise his hand, and so many people had died. A sense of panic and helplessness spread in the hearts of the people. What kind of existence were they facing? Why? Why didn't he need to do anything? He only needed to point his finger, and the people there would die. Retreat. When the first person retreated, even more people retreated in panic. This time, hundreds of people had charged forward, but more than half of them had remained in the path of the charge. Most importantly, no one knew how they had died. Apart from the fact that their divine spark had shattered, no one could see anything strange. What kind of power could be so terrifying? What kind of mystique could be so strange? Xian stopped what he was doing. Using the mantra of the 6 paths so many times had taken a toll on Xian. However, Xian felt that it was worth it. These people had obviously been bewitched by the Azure Dragon Gang. Xian really didn't want to kill them, but if he didn't make them feel fear, they wouldn't know what fear was. Only by making them feel fear would they stop. Even if he had to kill, Xian hoped that the people he killed were all from the Azure Dragon Gang. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the host. You have completed the mantra of the 6 paths. Ding. System notification. The mantra of the 6 paths has been successfully upgraded. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6 paths of truth. The 6 paths of truth contain the death character formula, injury character formula, extermination character formula, Tao character formula, destruction character formula, and seal character formula. The 3 words death, injury, and destroy had the same effect as before. The only thing that had changed was the 3 words destroy and seal. but at this moment, Yixian couldn't be bothered to check the effects of these 3 words because Yixian wanted to prove it with actual combat. At this moment, seeing that these wandering people had been defeated by Yixian twice, the Azure Dragon Gang finally made their move. At this moment, one of the Azure Dragon Gang's elders was leading over 100 Azure Dragon Gang members to attack Yixian. Saber light and sword shadows filled the air. In an instant, the sky was filled with countless attacks. These attacks were incomparably fast. At the same time, they were also extremely ferocious. It was as if he wanted to completely suppress Yixian in one move. Yixian looked up at the countless attacks in front of him and said indifferently, "Mantra of the 6 paths, destroy." Pfft. When he said this, Yixian actually spat out a mouthful of blood. It turned out that the pressure of using the 6 paths of truth was too great. Even if Yixian could use it, he would have to pay a huge price. At this moment, this mouthful of blood was the best proof. However, how powerful was the destruction character formula? Following Yixian's voice, the mysterious power had already been activated. At the beginning, it seemed like nothing had happened. The attacks continued to rush towards Yixian, and the Azure Dragon Gang members didn't seem to be affected in the slightest. But in the blink of an eye, everything changed. Disappeared, everything had disappeared, it was silent, as if this was how it was supposed to be. The countless attacks all disappeared. As for the people from the Azure Dragon Gang, they also disappeared. However, there were some attentive people who discovered that the color of that area had changed. It was a faint red. Blood red. That area had been completely destroyed by Yixian's words. Everything had been decomposed into its most primitive state. Boom! Suddenly, an incomparably loud explosion rang out. Along with this loud sound, a wave of air suddenly exploded. It turned out that it wasn't that there was no sound, but that the attack had been too powerful. Therefore, the sound of the attack had been suppressed and had only burst out at this moment. The powerful wave of air made many people feel as if they couldn't stand properly. However, the most important thing was the smell of blood in the air. There were hundreds of people. Those hundreds of Azure Dragon Gang members had all been turned into a bloody mist. What kind of power was this? Why was it so strange and powerful? Some of the more timid people were so frightened that they fell to the ground, their faces extremely pale. At this moment, even Yixian was rather shocked. He hadn't expected that the upgraded mantra of the 6 paths would be so powerful. It had only been a word, but it had actually cleared out all the enemies within a certain range. If there was anyone who could survive this attack, then it could only be that elder. However, at this moment, the elder of the Azure Dragon Gang was also extremely frightened. Just now, he had instinctively sensed that there was an extremely terrifying and dangerous aura ahead, so he had stopped moving forward. However, he now realized that his stop had actually saved his life. Furthermore, even though he hadn't been at the core of the attack, he was still in an extremely miserable state. At this moment, blood was continuously flowing out of the elder's body. Just now, an extremely terrifying attractive force had suddenly appeared. Even though he had been extremely careful, he still hadn't been able to avoid the aftershock of the attack. That attractive force had seemed as if it was going to suck him into an unknown abyss. If not for the fact that this elder was at the very least a lower Supreme Divine Lord Realm cultivation base, he would likely have long fallen by now. At this moment, the elder stood silently in his original spot. Only after coming into such close contact with death would one know how much one feared death. Yixian looked indifferently at the people in front of him. He was waiting for the arrival of the Azure Dragon Gang leader. This was because Yixian believed that since the Azure Dragon Gang leader was determined to kill him, he would definitely not send these small fries to their deaths. Although Yixian hadn't broken through to the Supreme Divine Lord level yet, he was no longer a mere godly venerate like when he had first entered the Origin Source secret realm. Yixian was waiting for the main character to appear. Of course, if these people didn't know what was good for them, Yixian wouldn't mind killing them. There was no sound. Only a gentle breeze could be heard. Chapter 2585 Chapter 2585 The Chaos Sword unleashed its power. Some people still wanted to charge at Yixian, but Yixian merely glanced in that direction and they broke out in cold sweat. Up until now, Yixian had not made a move at all. He had only waved his hand and hundreds of people had fallen. Who would dare to provoke such a powerful force? Yixian was waiting, silently waiting. As for those thousands of people, they only dared to wait with Yixian. Finally, the people Yixian was waiting for arrived. However, what made Yixian frown was that this time, it was not just the Azure Dragon Gang leader who had come, but the city lord as well. It seemed that all the powerful fighters on the first level had gathered here. Yixian frowned. If he really faced so many powerful fighters, Yixian had no chance of winning. However, Yixian could not retreat now. He wanted to see what these people were up to. At this moment, the Azure Dragon Gang leader was the first to step forward. He frowned as he looked at the severed limbs all over the ground. Did you kill them? The Azure Dragon Gang leader raised his head and looked at Yixian. His voice was filled with anger. However, anyone could see that his anger was just an act. All of this had been arranged by him. Moreover, the people who had died were just ordinary gang members. The Azure Dragon Gang leader had no reason to be so angry. Unless, of course, his anger was to find an excuse for himself. In fact, the Azure Dragon Gang's leader, the city lord, and the others had a gathering when Yixian went to play with the Butterfly Love Pavilion. At that gathering, there was only one topic to discuss, and that was Yixian. According to their thinking, if Yixian was really related to the Butterfly Love Pavilion, then this matter would be a little tricky. Therefore, it was not only the Azure Dragon Gang leader who wanted to kill Yixian, but also the city lord. The Butterfly Love Pavilion was a place that they did not dare to provoke. However, at the same time, the Butterfly Love Pavilion had never interfered with their affairs. Therefore, it was like a tacit agreement. There was almost no interaction between the two parties. At this moment, they speculated that Yixian's appearance was because Yixian wanted to use the Butterfly Love Pavilion's influence to harm the first level, snatching their benefits. Therefore, when the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang proposed to kill Yixian, all of them immediately agreed. Even those who did not agree chose to acquiesce. Because in their hearts, as long as Yixian did not die, he would definitely become a great disaster. At this moment, the leader of the Emptiness Gang took the initiative to speak. Naturally, the others did not speak up. Yixian looked at the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang and said indifferently, "So what? Didn't you want my life? I'm right here. Just come and get it." The leader of the Azure Dragon Gang frowned. He couldn't figure out what exactly Yixian wanted to do. After all, Yixian's current behavior was indeed a little strange. "Brat, do you want to die? Alright, I'll fulfill your wish. What are you all standing around for? Charge together and kill him." The leader of the Azure Dragon Gang roared. He did not make a move himself, but he ordered the ordinary gang members around him to do so. This was because the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang was worried that Yixian might have made some preparations. In his opinion, even though Yixian was already a superior celestial emperor, he still did not have the qualifications to challenge him. Therefore, he naturally felt that Yixian might have some kind of helper. At this moment, he ordered the ordinary gang members to all charge together. His goal was to investigate Yixian's background and find out whether Yixian really had any kind of backup. However, what surprised the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang was that no one carried out his orders. In the past, these gang members would immediately move when they heard his orders. However, today, not a single one of them moved. The leader of the Azure Dragon Gang was very surprised. One had to know that the Azure Dragon Gang had always been a tyrant. They had never seen anyone afraid of trouble. Perhaps this Yixian was indeed a little strange, but he should not have made his people fear him. Therefore, the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang narrowed his eyes at his subordinates and said angrily, "Didn't you hear what I said?" Many of the Azure Dragon Gang members' legs were trembling. Of course, they knew their leader's methods. If they disobeyed his orders, they would end up in a terrible state. However, after witnessing Yixian's strangeness with their own eyes, how could they dare to act rashly? At this moment, these gang members were caught in a dilemma. On one hand, there was the incomparably strange Yixian, and on the other hand, there was their leader. It was indeed difficult for them to choose. "Do you want to die?" The leader of the Azure Dragon Gang roared suddenly. This was the first time someone had disobeyed his orders. Moreover, it was not just one or two people, but almost everyone present, hearing the leader's anger, an elder standing behind the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang immediately shouted, "Follow me and kill. Kill Xian. The leader will reward you handsomely." In groups of 2s and 3s, there were indeed a few gang members who followed him. Although they were very full, they still followed him. However, there were more people who did not move at all. The leader of the Azure Dragon Gang furrowed his brows. He did not know why his gang members dared to disobey his orders. However, he soon understood. Xian's current target was the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang, the city lord, and the others. Why would Xian care about these gang members? With a wave of his hand, the Chaos Swordsman had already rushed out. The Chaos Swordsman had the ability to be absolutely invisible. It was not something that the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang and the others could see through. Therefore, at this moment, what they saw was an extremely strange scene. They saw that the heads of those who rushed toward Xian were all chopped off. Most importantly, the protective divine light on their bodies did not ripple at all. In front of them were all kinds of offensive divine powers. However, it was this incomparably strange scene that caused everyone's heads to disappear without a trace. No one knew what had happened, but once again, the gang leaders felt what it meant to be afraid. At this moment, a gang member cautiously walked up to the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang and softly told him what had happened to them. This time, the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang was not only frowning, but his face was full of dark clouds. Could it be that the Love Butterfly Pavilion had already made a move to help the gang leader? The leader of the Azure Dragon Gang was not the only one who thought so. Everyone was thinking so. After all, this was too strange. As long as someone rushed toward Xian, they would either die immediately or turn into a bloody mist. This time, even their heads disappeared without a trace. This made it difficult for them to understand what had happened. For a moment, none of the powerhouses, including the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang, dared to make a move because they were also afraid. The Love Butterfly Pavilion gave them too much pressure. So much so that they did not dare to act rashly. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation and Absolute Victory. The mayor, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. His words were acknowledged by the crowd. Indeed, if he was really from the Butterfly Love Pavilion, he would not have hidden himself like this. Let me go and meet this kid. I want to see what he has up his sleeve. Suddenly, an old man stepped out from behind the mayor. He was an elite of the lower supreme divine state. It could be said that he had the power to kill Xian. As he spoke, he charged towards Xian. However, Xian did not move at all. He just watched quietly. This was because Xian knew that as long as the Chaos Swordsman was not exposed, none of them would be a match for the Chaos Swordsman. The Chaos Swordsman's ability to hide and its special ability to be immune to all laws gave it an unimaginable strength. Unless one could detect it and put up a defense, no one would be able to survive the sneak attack of the Chaos Swordsman. After all, most people relied on the protection of the laws. However, the Chaos Swordsman was immune to all laws. Wouldn't that mean that these people were defenseless against the Chaos Swordsman, trying to defend against the Chaos Swordsman's attack with just their physical body? It was almost impossible because the Chaos Swordsman had another special characteristic, which was its powerful physical attack. The terrifying Chaos Swordsman could be said to be invincible as long as he was not detected. Such a powerful existence could only be created by the system. After all, everyone cultivated the power of the laws. How could anyone be immune to the power of the laws? Purely cultivating the power of physical attacks, the old man charged towards Xian. Unfortunately, he didn't take more than a few steps before collapsing. This time, he was so close that his blood almost splattered on the Green Dragon Gang leader and the others. The strange aura had also spread to these elites. At this moment, these elites finally understood why the Green Dragon Gang members did not dare to step forward. It was too scary, too strange. Perhaps death was not too likely. At the very least, there were many people here who were not afraid of death. However, the key was that they did not even know how they died, and they were already dead. This was somewhat terrifying. At that moment, weren't those people exactly like that? Even when they died, they didn't understand why they died. As for those who were still alive, how could they not be afraid? Damn it! Who are you? Come out! The city lord let out a furious roar as an incomparably powerful force immediately erupted from his body. this power turned into a ray of light and quickly spread out in all directions. This light was a divine ability that the city lord was quite proud of. This was because not only did the light possess powerful offensive capabilities, but it could also be combined with divine sense. Wherever the light passed, no life aura could escape the city lord's senses. However, this time around, the city lord had failed. It was not that the light did not cover the Chaos Swordsmen. It was because the Chaos Swordsmen were not affected by the light at all. When the light swept across the Chaos Swordsmen, the mayor could only feel that it was as lifeless as a piece of rock. Pissed. Beside the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang, an elder who was standing side by side with him suddenly had his head chopped off and sent flying. One had to know that the elder was still watching Xianxia a moment ago and was completely unprepared. Who would have thought that in the next moment, he would be killed? This time, the Azure Dragon Gang leader was scared out of his wits. After all, at such a close distance, one of his elders died just like that. However, he did not notice it at all. It was impossible to say that he was not afraid. Suddenly, Xianxia, who had not moved at all until now, moved. Step by step, he walked towards the Azure Dragon Gang leader and the others. Xianxia knew that if he went over now, no one would dare to do anything to him. Of course, if there was anyone, the Chaos Swordsmen would immediately kill them. It could be said that as long as the Chaos Swordsmen were not discovered, the lives of these people were all in the hands of Xianxia. As long as Xianxia willed it, no matter if it was the Azure Dragon Gang leader or the city lord, they would all die without a doubt. Xianxia walked forward step by step, but it was as if he was stepping on the hearts of these people. It could be said that these people were extremely nervous. This was because Xianxia's methods were too strange. This was because Xianxia's strength was unquestionable. No one dared to use their cultivation realm to measure Xianxia's strength. This was because Xianxia's strength could not be measured by cultivation realm. One had to know that they did not even see Xianxia make a move, but so many people had already died. Among them, there was no lack of powerful elders. Therefore, everyone knew that Xianxia had a mysterious power protecting him. In other words, Xianxia had a mysterious method that could kill any one of them. What do you want? The Azure Dragon Gang leader was extremely nervous. His whole body was shining with all kinds of defensive lights, but he did not know that the Chaos Swordsmen were right beside him, even within his defensive lights. Killing him was just a thought from Xianxia. You tell me, what do I want? Xianxia looked at the Azure Dragon Gang leader and asked calmly. This is not the first time you have attacked me, right? Back then, you were the one who sent Elder Jean to assassinate me, right? And today, you have gathered so many experts and your subordinates. If you are not here to kill me, are you here to welcome me? Xianxia looked at the Azure Dragon Gang leader indifferently. Today, this guy must die. Kid, I admit that your methods are impressive, but don't forget that we have so many experts here. Do you want to fight against so many of us by yourself? The Azure Dragon Gang leader mustered up his courage and said to Xianxia. However, Xianxia smiled and said, Experts? Why don't I see any experts? Following Xianxia's words, the Azure Dragon Gang leader felt as if a gust of wind blew past him. However, after a while, there was a burst of sound beside him. When he turned around to look, he discovered that all the elders belonging to the Azure Dragon Gang had actually died at this moment. Xianxia waved his hand and the countless interspatial rings flew towards him. After a while, Xianxia took them. When he did all this, Xianxia was so casual. He did not even have the slightest precaution. The experts you are talking about, are you referring to those corpses? After taking the interspatial rings, Xianxia turned around and said to the Azure Dragon Gang leader. The Azure Dragon Gang leader felt as if his whole body was cold. It was because he was frightened by Xianxia. Because at this moment, the Azure Dragon Gang leader realized that it would be easy for Xianxia to kill him. Beheading and subduing the Azure Dragon Gang's gang leader wanted to beg for mercy. However, he had been a gang leader for a long time. He couldn't open his mouth to beg for mercy. Therefore, he only asked, What exactly do you want to do? Xianxia looked at the Azure Dragon Gang's gang leader and laughed loudly. What do I want to do? I should be the one asking you that. Or rather, whatever you want to do to me, I'll do the same to you. I have never wanted to do anything to you. The Azure Dragon Gang's gang leader was afraid. The words that came out of his mouth were clearly lacking in confidence. As for the city lord and the others, they were also incomparably afraid. It was too terrifying. It was difficult for them not to be afraid of that scene. More than a dozen supreme divine lords had their heads cut off by a mysterious power at the same time. How could they not be afraid of such a scene? In fact, at their level, even if their heads were chopped off, even if their bodies were crushed into powder, as long as their divine souls were still there, as long as their divine cores were not crushed, there was a way to resurrect them. However, this mysterious power had actually destroyed their divine souls and crushed their divine cores at the same time as it chopped off their divine cores. How could they not be afraid of such a terrifying and strange power? Suddenly, one of the experts turned around and tried to escape. Unfortunately, as soon as he moved, his head actually fell from his body. Only the headless corpse continued to move forward a bit. "Did I say you could leave?" Xian raised his head and looked at the people in the city lord's direction. His tone was filled with inviolable dominance. No one answered because no one dared to speak. However, Xian only glanced at them once more before continuing to look at the Azure Dragon Gang's gang leader. "I'll give you two choices. Shatter your own divine core. That way, you can avoid some pain. Otherwise, I'll do it myself," Xian said indifferently. However, his words were so cruel. Shatter his own divine core, who would be able to bear to do that? "Xian, don't go too far. Although I admit that your methods are impressive, if I, Poochie." Blood splattered everywhere. It was the arm of the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang, who was protected by layers of divine light, directly separated from his body. "If you what? Go on, it's fine. I have a lot of time." Xian looked at the Azure Dragon Gang leader mockingly. It seemed like this guy didn't understand the situation. Even at a time like this, he still wanted to threaten Xian. The leader of the Azure Dragon Gang endured the pain of losing his arm, but he didn't dare to say another word. Unfortunately, regardless of whether he spoke or not, Xian was determined not to let him off the hook today. "It seems that you want me to make a move. Well then, enjoy your journey of death." Following Xian's words, the other arm of the Azure Dragon Gang leader was separated from his body. What followed was countless attacks. None of these attacks were fatal. They merely left a wound on the Azure Dragon Gang's leader's body. However, it was precisely because of this that the physical pain, as well as the panic in his mind, became even more terrifying. At this moment, the Azure Dragon Gang leader's face was incomparably distorted. It wasn't that he didn't want to attack Xian. In fact, when he had lost his first arm, he had already launched several attacks at Xian. However, the strange thing was that his attacks seemed to be blocked by an invisible force. They simply couldn't reach Xian's side. Suddenly, Xian raised his hand. What was he trying to do? Many people were thinking this in their hearts. The Azure Dragon Gang leader was even more alarmed. This was because he knew that if Xian was going to make a move, it would definitely be directed at him. Sure enough, Xian's target was the Azure Dragon Gang leader. At this moment, the gang leader of the Azure Dragon Gang sensed a mysterious power that was constantly trying to extract his godhead. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. It was as if a hand was trying to pull his heart out while he was still alive. However, this force was targeting the divine spark of the Azure Dragon Gang leader. Divine spark stripping. This was the divine spark stripping technique that Xian possessed. However, Xian had never used it before. Today, Xian was going to strip the divine spark of the Azure Dragon Gang leader. The Azure Dragon Gang leader was terrified, but he was powerless. Although the divine spark was his, how could he control it? However, no one knew. It was as if the divine spark was a part of his body, but that was all there was to it. This divine spark couldn't be said to be under the control of its master. Amidst the Azure Dragon Gang leader's panic, his divine spark was actually being extracted by Xian while he was still alive. Only the Azure Dragon Gang leader himself knew how it felt to see his own divine spark being stripped away with his own eyes. As the divine spark was stripped away, the various forces that had been circling the Azure Dragon Gang leader gradually disappeared. A moment later, he fell toward the ground. Of course, the moment he came into contact with the ground, he would die. No, no. No. Xian, you will die a horrible death. you will die a horrible death. The Azure Dragon Gang leader cursed loudly. Unfortunately, this was all he could do. After all, whether Yi Xian would die a horrible death was still unknown, but he definitely wouldn't die a horrible death. Then, it's your turn now. City Lord, you've been sending people to monitor me. What do you want from me? Yi Xian didn't feel as much enmity towards the City Lord as he did towards the Azure Dragon Gang leader. After all, the City Lord hadn't done anything excessive to Yi Xian. In fact, he had even helped Yi Xian in the past. However, Yi Xian still had to subdue the City Lord. If Yi Xian left the secondary realm and went to the primary realm, then Yi Xian would be most worried about the safety of Luoluo and the others. Yi Xian, I admit that I've treated you well. Don't tell me that you want to kill me as well today? The City Lord looked at Yi Xian. Although the City Lord had seen Yi Xian's strength with his own eyes, he wasn't as impulsive and brainless as the Azure Dragon Gang leader. Moreover, the City Lord didn't think that he had done anything to harm Yi Xian. Of course, today was an exception. In fact, when he came here today, he already wanted to kill Yi Xian. No, the City Lord has misunderstood. Of course, I won't kill you. Hand over your quintessence fragment. I may need to leave for a while, so I need you to protect a few people for me. When I return, I will naturally return your quintessence fragment to you. Yi Xian said indifferently. This was Yi Xian's objective. Indeed, the City Lord hadn't done anything to harm Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had to temporarily obtain the City Lord's quintessence fragment for the sake of Luoluo and the others. The City Lord frowned. However, did he have a choice? In the City Lord's mind, if Yi Xian could easily strip the Azure Dragon Gang leader of his quintessence fragment, then it wasn't impossible for him to strip the City Lord of his quintessence fragment. Alright, I agree. The ruler awakens. The City Lord handed over his quintessence shard without any hesitation. Yi Xian casually waved his hand and collected the quintessence shard. He then said, at this point, I don't want to hide anything anymore. I won't be staying in this lower realm for long. If it wasn't for the fact that I still have friends here, perhaps I would have left long ago. I've tolerated your little tricks from before. However, I didn't expect the Azure Dragon Gang to mobilize people to attack me this time. Therefore, I can't tolerate it anymore. From today onwards, I think it's time for the City Lord of the first layer to change. Since you know about the Butterfly Love Pavilion, you should also know that the primary realm isn't a place you can provoke. Behave yourselves. Otherwise, I don't mind killing all of you. Yi Xian's tone was extremely calm, but in the ears of those experts, it was like muffled thunder. At their level, they naturally knew what Yi Xian was talking about when he said the main realm and the secondary realm. They also understood that the primary realm was an existence they couldn't reach. It could be said that no matter how high their cultivation was, to the people of the primary realm, they were nothing more than existences that could be obliterated at will. At this moment, they finally understood why Yi Xian could kill them so easily even though his cultivation was so much lower than theirs. They regretted provoking Yi Xian. One had to know that if they could establish a relationship with the people of the primary realm, the benefits they could obtain would be unimaginable. They didn't expect that they wouldn't cherish the opportunity that was placed in front of them. It could be said that there was no need to say anything more about what happened next. After settling Luoluo, Meili, and Fian down, Yi Xian headed straight for the primary realm. This was because Yi Xian knew very well that the City Lord and the others couldn't do anything to Luoluo, Meili, and Meili. In addition, the three of them had a large amount of Origin Divine Crystals in their hands. Therefore, their strength naturally increased very quickly. It wouldn't be long before they could rapidly increase their cultivation, so naturally, they had nothing to fear. However, when Yi Xian arrived at the primary realm, he was shocked to find that there was no battle at all. The so-called trial was actually supported by countless resources. All they had to do was complete their cultivation within a set time limit. It could be said that to Yi Xian, this wasn't the slightest bit of pressure. The Guardians were different from the Order Enforcers. The number of Guardians was small, but they possessed a lot of resources. Thus, when Yi Xian arrived at the main realm, however, he was surprised to find that there was not much to do at all. The resources were almost limitless. Of course. For Yi Xian. After all, he had relied on Devouring to increase his cultivation. After all, he devour was of. Only after arriving at the main realm did Xian find out that there weren't many protectors. Including him, there were only a total of 100 people. Compared was. Of these 100 people, only 12 would be chosen to become protectors. The others would become the followers of these protectors. 12 out of 100 people was a very low probability, but compared to the other forces, this probability was very high. Most importantly, the guardians were focused on nurturing them. Even if they didn't pass the selection, they would still be very powerful. 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. Xian had been thinking of ways to obtain resources. Whether it was to train or to exchange for origin divine crystals from others, his goal was to obtain origin divine crystals as quickly as possible. Xian hadn't stepped out of the primary realm in 500 years. Of course, he had also obtained a lot of rewards. My lord, this is your quota for this month. Please accept it. A puppet came to Xian's cave abode. Unlike the others, Xian chose a cave and opened up his cave abode. Puppets were very popular in the primary realm. After all, the primary realm only had those 100 guardians, 12 guardians, and less than 1,000 servants. Therefore, most of the time, the puppets were the ones doing the work. Xian had also made some puppets to serve him. This puppet was one of them. Xian nodded. With a wave of his hand, the 10,000 origin divine crystals were all devoured by him. He had waited for a month for this opportunity to devour. Of course, he had obtained a lot of benefits. Ding. System notification, host has broken through. Current cultivation level, low-level Supreme God. Did he break through to the low-level Supreme God? Xian's lips curled up slightly. That was because the low-level Supreme God represented the completion of the trial. There was no such thing as grades in the primary realm. Every realm was only divided into 3 grades. As for the inferior Supreme God Emperor, that was the minimum requirement to pass the trial. 500 years of seclusion was finally over. It was dry and boring. However, the rewards were bountiful. Xian walked outside. This time, he was going to the Peak of Glory. The Peak of Glory was the name of a large hall. That was the headquarters of the Guardians. In fact, 100 years ago, the Peak of Glory had issued a full mobilization order. The Divine Ruler had awakened, however, for an existence of the Divine Ruler's level, awakening was a long process. The Guardians had always been monitoring the Divine Ruler. However, that was all they could do. Before the Divine Ruler fully awoke, there was an absolute defense around him. No power could break through it. Unless they could gather all 4 ultimate divine artifacts. Unfortunately, how could it be so easy to gather all 4 ultimate divine artifacts? Perhaps only Xian had a chance now. As Xian's strength increased, he discovered that there was a mysterious power in his body. This power was left behind by the primal chaos seal. Through this mysterious power, Xian could form an inexplicable connection with the primal chaos seal. Moreover, as Xian's strength increased, this connection became more and more obvious. Although Xian didn't know why this was happening, or how it was useful to him, Xian couldn't do anything about it. The power left behind by the primal chaos seal wasn't something Xian could control. Xian quickly arrived at the Peak of Glory. However, he discovered that there was something different about the place today. In the past, the 12 protectors were usually stationed in different areas, and it was very difficult for them to gather together. However, today, not only were the 12 protectors gathered, but even the best of the challengers were gathered here. Clearly, something was going to happen this time. As expected, as soon as Xian walked in, he heard the sounds of conversation coming from inside. The Divine Ruler has awakened. Can I just sit here and wait for death? No. The Divine Ruler has the power to destroy the heavens and earth. We're no match for him at all. Besides, the Keepers of Order have already submitted to him. If we attack, we'll only be killed. The Creator Sovereign Xian listened in from the outside, only to discover that the 12 protectors were divided. Some felt that they should fight to the death with the Sovereign. Others felt that they were no match for the Sovereign. Xian silently listened. In any case, he already knew the habits of these guardians. These guardians would always argue before they decided on anything. Once one side received enough support, then all of them would unconditionally obey the unified order. As expected, 3 days later, the side that decided to go to war won. Those who had opposed immediately began to plan how and where to fight. Although Yi Xian had already become a protector, he wasn't an official protector. After all, there were only 12 protectors. As for the others, they could only be considered backups. The protectors were extremely efficient. When they decided to fight, they would fight. Once they reached a consensus, they would attack without hesitation. Everyone, including Yi Xian, received the order to go to war at the same time. When Yi Xian saw the sovereign for the first time, he finally understood how terrifying he was. Ignoring everything else, just the sheer size of the sovereign was enough to make countless people tremble in fear. Yi Xian and the others were currently traversing the void. Beneath their feet was the vast God realm. Not far from them were the source secret realms. In fact, Yi Xian could even see specks of secret realms. As it turned out, those originally mysterious and unfathomable secret realms that couldn't be located at all, once one's strength reached the level of Supreme God Emperor and truly grasped the power of laws, one would discover that they were actually fixed when looking at them from the void. It was only because of the power of laws that one couldn't find their location, without grasping the power of laws, it was very difficult to see all of this. Yi Xian had already grasped the power of laws. He didn't borrow them, but directly controlled them. Generally speaking, only one law controller could exist at a time for each law controller. That was why there were so few paramount god emperors. Becoming a sovereign meant gaining the approval of all the laws. At the same time, one could use all of the laws. In fact, one could even strip a law controller of their status. The sovereign of God was invincible. This was practically everyone's consensus before this because they were the rulers of this world. However, when the sovereign of God wanted to destroy the world, then even if they couldn't, they had to. At this moment, there were over 10,000 people floating around the God sovereign. They were the keepers of order. As for the guardians, there were only a few dozen of them. The disparity in strength was so great that even Yi Xian did not know how this battle would end. However, everyone knew that this was the final battle. If they lost, then everything would be destroyed. Even if it was Yi Xian, it was bound to be a calamity. No one said anything because there was no need to. Suddenly, the 12 guardians summoned their own Dharma treasures. However, to Yi Xian's surprise, 3 of them summoned Primal Chaos Seal. Not much, this was just an imitation, not the real Primal Chaos Seal. All of a sudden, Yi Xian seemed to understand something. The reason why there were only 12 guardians, and why there would only be 12 forever, was probably because of these 12 treasures. These treasures should all be imitations of the 4 ultimate divine artifacts. Because they were not the real ultimate divine artifacts, they had only prepared 3 sets. However, even if they were imitations of the ultimate divine artifacts, they were definitely refined from the essence of heaven and earth. Having 3 sets was already the limit. Attack! Suddenly, a voice rang out. All of a sudden, over 1,000 keepers of order rushed toward Yi Xian and the others. Each of these keepers of order had incomparably powerful strength. Even the weakest one had the cultivation of a supreme divine emperor. With such terrifying strength, it could be said that without the might of Dharma treasures, the mere 12 guardians would not be a match for them at all. However, at this moment, the Dharma treasures in the guardians' hands erupted with a bright light. This light was extremely bright and quickly condensed into a light screen that rushed toward the keepers of order. Without a sound, the keepers of order had already disappeared into nothingness. This terrifying power was simply unimaginable. Die! Suddenly, a powerhouse among the keepers of order attacked. He suddenly waved his hand, and a corner of a world smashed toward the guardians. A world. Yi Xian could even clearly see the panic and helplessness of the people in that world. However, this world did indeed have a complete structure of laws. In other words, this attack was actually a complete set of laws attack. Unfortunately, even so, it was completely useless. Because the 12 Dharma treasures borrowed the power of the 4 ultimate divine artifacts. Back down. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the unseen world. This voice instantly transmitted through the 9 heavens. Even the people in the secret realms looked up in surprise and doubtfully checked the source of the voice. In front of Yi Xian's eyes, a strange change was occurring. From the void, from the countless secret realms, and from the divine realm, streaks of starlight were being drawn out and rapidly condensed. The ruler of God, the ruler's avatar, the ruler of God did not have a physical body. He only had a core of light like a fog. However, he could transform into any form and freely travel through any world. At this moment, he was summoning all the clones he had left behind in the world. These clones were left behind when he traveled the world. At the same time, they were also his scattered power. Xian looked on in shock. It could be said that the ruler of God's power shocked him to the core. Suddenly, the mysterious power in Xian's body began to stir, as if it wanted to break free of Xian's body. What was going on? Xian knew this mysterious power was left behind by the seal of chaos, but why was it acting so strangely? Ding. Warning! Warning! The host's body is being modified by an unknown power. Ding. Warning. Warning. The system has lost control of the host's body. Ding. Warning. Warning. The host has been determined to be dead. Executing the ultimate destruction plan. Ding. Plan cancelled. The host's body has been detected. What was going on? Xian listened to the system's notifications in a daze. Just now, Xian hadn't done anything. In fact, it could even be said that he hadn't felt anything. Yet the system was giving him a bunch of baffling notifications. What was going on? Suddenly, the ruler of God's voice rang out beside him. You are a creator. What was going on? Xian was dumbfounded. He didn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, Xian felt a string of unfamiliar memories appear in his mind. It was a person, a giant, and at the same time, a woman. She had roamed the world, carefully taking care of everything. He had modified all life, bestowing them with spirituality, those pairs of scarlet eyes, those people, beasts, and creatures that had only known how to kill by instinct, finally gained consciousness and began to cultivate. The final chapter of the God world. This battle had lasted for 300 million years. Everything in the world had been destroyed, and only the sovereign and this woman remained. The sovereign of God was on his last breath, as if he might die at any moment. Suddenly, the woman looked back at the world she'd destroyed. She turned to look at the sovereign of God, stopped all battle, and sighed helplessly. She'd stripped the sovereign of God of half of his power and rebuilt the world. As for herself, she'd transformed into one of the 4 ultimate divine artifacts. These memories fused into Xian's body. Xian was astonished, alarmed, helpless, and terrified. Xian was puzzled, confused, innocent, and resolute. It turned out that the origin of the world hid such a secret. No wonder the sovereign of God had fallen despite being the sovereign of God. This was because the sovereign of God had lost half of his power. Only when that power returned to the sovereign of God could he be considered a true sovereign. No wonder the sovereign of God wanted to destroy everything. He wanted to take back what belonged to him. Unfortunately, he'd been so anxious that he'd forgotten the existence of the sovereign of creation. Although the sovereign of creation had lost most of her power, she still had the 4 ultimate divine artifacts. Was this how it all started? Xian helplessly shook his head. Only now did he truly understand the origin of this world. You actually obtained the sovereign's power? I'm going to kill you. Boom! Suddenly, a new world formed around Xian. This wasn't an illusion, but a real world. At the same time, countless people charged at Xian. There were probably hundreds of millions of them, but at the same time, Xian sensed that he'd lost all of his power. This was the sovereign of God's power. But at this moment, Xian sensed a new power rapidly emerging from his body. It was the power of creation. This was the unique power of creation formed by the fusion of the 4 ultimate divine artifacts. This power required the support of anything in order to give birth to everything. Crumble. The world crumbled, and everything vanished. Around Xian, the 4 ultimate divine artifacts were rapidly coalescing. No. Impossible. The sovereign of creation disappeared long ago. Why did you appear? The 4 ultimate divine weapons quickly condensed, and a moment later, they condensed into an extremely beautiful woman. It could be said that any creature who saw him would find it hard to extricate themselves. However, the woman smiled as she looked at Xian, then charged towards the god ruler. light suddenly burst out. However, when the light disappeared, so did the God Sovereign and the Creator Sovereign. That's it. Xian had never imagined that the battle he had prepared for would end in such an inexplicable manner. Could it be that the Sovereign Lord of the Gods had been destroyed? Everyone was stunned. No one could react. The current situation was too strange. Look, someone shouted in surprise, because they had discovered that streaks of light were continuously rushing towards Xian from beside Xian. It was the power of laws, the power of countless laws. The law was recognizing Xian. No, it was more accurate to say that the Creator and the power of law were acknowledging the Creator. This was because Xian's body still contained remnants of the Sovereign's power. Disappeared, everything was about to disappear. It was as if Xian's body had disappeared along with it. All Xian possessed was his will, the will to control everything. No, suddenly, Xian realized that the laws in his body weren't complete. They seemed to be missing quite a bit. Suddenly, Xian raised his head and looked into the air. As expected, the godly sovereign hadn't disappeared. Light gathered once more, and the godly sovereign reappeared. Damn it! That wretched Creator Sovereign, how dare he deprive me of my power? Deprive him of his power? Xian suddenly realized that his power had come from the godly sovereign. No wonder his power wasn't complete, because a portion of it was still in the godly sovereign's body. Looking at the 4 ultimate divine weapons around him, Xian felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart. This was because this Creator Sovereign, whom he'd only met once, had given him such a great opportunity, only to immediately disappear. In fact, perhaps the Creator Sovereign had already planned to do this from the moment he'd discovered Xian. After all, Xian had a complete constitution of laws. Such a physique was not something that everyone possessed. Perhaps, from the first time he'd encountered Xian in the Forbidden Land of Chaos, he'd already planned everything. Damn it, you deserve to die. Be destroyed. Suddenly, the godly sovereign roared at Xian. At the same time, everything around Xian began to rapidly disintegrate. Even the quasi-guardian next to him transformed into specks of light and vanished. What terrifying power! Xian was shocked to discover that everything around him was rapidly disintegrating. Space was shattering, time was shattering, everything was rapidly disintegrating. Suddenly, Xian raised his hand, everything around him was restored in an instant. Destruction and restoration. Xian and the godly sovereign each wielded 2 extremes of power. In other words, while the godly sovereign could destroy everything, Xian could restore everything. However, there seemed to be no limit to this kind of battle. In truth, if this battle continued, there would be no outcome. Xian's mind raced. Seal, how exactly could he seal the sky? Suddenly, Xian glanced at the 4 ultimate divine weapons. Since the Creator Sovereign had left them behind, they should have their uses. Xian searched through his memories. Finally, he found a vague memory in the depths of his mind. This memory didn't belong to Xian, but it clearly contained the ultimate secret of the 6-syllable mantra and the 4 ultimate divine weapons. The Seal of Eternity. Xian looked up at the godly sovereign, thinking of the hegemon of eternity. Could it be that the hegemon of eternity knew everything about him and had even led him here? Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? A physique of laws and the 6-syllable mantra. It seemed that all of this was tailor-made for Xian to use the Seal of Eternity. Xian turned to look at someone in the distance. It was an old man, the one who'd brought Xian to the Kunlun divine realm. He was Mimu's master. However, Xian wasn't looking at him because of the man, but because of his bloodline. Boiling sacrifice, this guy had a special bloodline, but in Xian's eyes, he was only useful as a sacrifice. It was as if half of everything had already been arranged. Yes, it was destiny. Destiny wasn't a power of law. Like luck, it was ephemeral and unpredictable, but it seemed to exist. At this moment, Xian's heart was strangely calm. He seemed to sense a special realm, a realm of transcendence. With a wave of his hand, Xian extracted the old man's blood. The blood quickly coalesced into rays of light in the air. These rays of light converged into a formation, and Xian continued to channel power into it. It was only a moment, but it also seemed like an eternity. All of a sudden, the formation disappeared. However, the divine ruler was shocked to discover that all of his power had been sealed away. The Seal of Eternity, the Seal of Eternity. This was the essence of the seal of eternity. Xian walked forward step by step. Everyone quickly distanced themselves from him. The strength that Xian had displayed was too terrifying. What are you trying to do? The divine ruler was stunned. He was an eternal ruler, but today he'd fallen into a forbidden zone where death was certain. He hated the creator of the universe. Unfortunately, no matter how much he hated the creator, there was nothing he could do. You can go to hell now. Xian raised his hand and brought the Godslayer down. Boom! Countless profound energies surged toward Xian. Everyone, no matter where they were, felt an inexplicable pressure weighing down on them. In the divine realm, countless mystic realms and creatures of the void prostrated themselves on the ground. It was because they had a new master. This new master was Xian. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Starry Sky Devouring System. Ding. The host has killed the ruler of the heavenly realm. The devouring key is rewarded. The system can be upgraded. Xian raised an eyebrow. The ruler of the heavenly realm was dead. He had inherited the power of the ruler of the heavenly realm, so he was the new ruler of the heavenly realm. Between heaven and earth, he was the ruler. No one could compete with him, so he did not have to worry about anything. He could directly upgrade the system. Ding. The system is upgrading. The current progress is 1%. Xian checked the progress and found that the upgrade was estimated to take 1 day. This was like a snap of the fingers for him. Ding. The system is upgrading. The current progress is 100%. The system upgrade is complete. The host has obtained the Starry Sky Devouring System. The Starry Sky Devouring System. Xian's eyes lit up. It turned out that the heavenly realm was not the end. Just as he thought, he would go to outer space, which was the heavenly realm beyond. At the same time, he also knew why the system had malfunctioned when he ascended to the heavenly realm from the immortal realm. There was a reason. The devouring system is a product of the third race in the universe, the human race. It is used to select human talents and distribute them throughout the universe. They did this because there is a great crisis in the universe. The first race in the universe, the Tianji clan, was created for the human race. Later, they gained intelligence and betrayed the human race. They called themselves the Tianji clan and opposed the human race. They were determined to destroy the human race and unify the universe. Left with no choice, the human race and the other races in the universe established the Wanluo Federation to fight against the Tianji clan. After finding out about this, Xian felt a headache coming on. It turned out that he had obtained the devouring system for a reason. He was chosen by the human race in the universe. To be precise, he was chosen by a member of the Tianji clan called Di-Er. Di-Er was a robot invented by the first person of the human race, Xingbo. At the same time, Di-Er had a robot brother called Di. It was Di-Er who used the intelligence of the robot race to invent the devouring system. He distributed it throughout the universe to select human talents with potential. Di, on the other hand, killed his own creator, Xingbo, betrayed the human race, and established the Tianji clan. And declared that he would destroy the human race and unify the universe. To put it simply, the mechanical race of the Myriad Luo Federation and the number 1 race of the universe, the Heaven's Legacy race, were of the same origin. After understanding all this, Xian felt that the God realm was too insignificant, like a drop of water in the vast ocean. Then, he continued to learn about the history of the universe. In the universe, the smallest unit was a planet, followed by a galaxy, star field, astral boundary, universe, and so on. The continent Xian was standing on was a planet. It was divided into 9 levels of heaven, and the God realm was on the 9th level. Further up was the heavens beyond heaven, which was the universe. When he had ascended to the God realm from the immortal realm, the reason why the devouring system had suddenly malfunctioned and entered a semi-shielded state was because the 9th heaven of the God realm was very close to the outland. If he did not enter a semi-shielded state, he might be detected by the Heaven's Legacy race and be obliterated along with the planet. Ding. The realm has been updated. Host, please take a look. At this moment, the system prompted again. Realm update. Xian hurriedly checked. He had inherited the ruler of gods and was now a ruler of gods. But now, the system showed that he was only a first-order planetary core. Above the planetary core were meteors, satellites, planets, stars, and so on. Yixian had some understanding of this. He had transmigrated, so he was familiar with it. The Earth was a planet, the Moon was a satellite orbiting the Earth, and the Sun was a star. Who would have thought that the realms of the universe were divided in this way, but that was not important. What Yixian cared about was the Myriad Luo Federation. The human race of the universe had established the Myriad Luo Federation with the other races of the universe to fight against the first race of the universe, the Heaven's Legacy race. The Myriad Luo Federation was divided into two camps. One was technology, and the other was cultivation. The technology camp was led by the Everlasting Dynasty. They mainly used technology to build a country. They used mechas and warships to engage in interstellar battles. They also used gene cultivation fluids to improve the human body. That was why they called themselves New Humans. For example, Yixian was now called the ruler of gods, but that was just a name for a realm. Gods were actually just humans who had reached a certain level of strength. As for the cultivation camp, it was led by the Tenju celestial palaces. That was to say, they were like Yixian's current cultivation method. However, they were no longer cultivating reality. Instead, they were cultivating a higher level of stars. That was why they could also be called cultivators. It was just that they had not forgotten their roots, so they called themselves cultivators. Those powerful cultivators could even dismantle warships with their bare hands and split planets with their swords. However, at that moment, the system gave him another notification. Ding! The host's planet has not been verified by the Federation. The system rewards the host with the title of Interstellar Traveler. Please head to the nearest planet, Skyriver Star, for verification. Otherwise, this ownerless planet may be discovered by other interstellar travelers. Ding! The system has automatically created a Federation identity card for the host. Ding! The system recommends that the host become an interstellar mercenary. Hearing this, Yixian checked and found that his current identity was that of a native of Heavenly River Planet. As long as he went to Heavenly River Planet to conduct a planet survey and certification, this planet would be under his name. As long as he applied for closed management, foreign interstellar travelers would not be able to enter. If others were to verify first, this planet would no longer belong to him. At that time, those interstellar travelers could do whatever they wanted here. This was Yixian's home. He would not allow such a thing to happen. At that moment, he flew all the way up. Not long after, he broke through the planet's protective layer. At that moment, Yixian was deep in outer space, which was also known as Sky Beyond Heaven. The Interstellar Traveler title could reduce the probability of encountering a cosmic space rift. Otherwise, with his strength, he would be sucked into a cosmic space rift and then crushed. Outer space was extremely unstable. There were a large number of cosmic space rifts. The Interstellar Traveler title reduced the probability of Yixian encountering a cosmic space rift. It was said that those powerful cultivators could also use magic treasures and the like to carry out interstellar travel. Some people could even carry a cosmic space rift with their bodies. At that moment, Yixian looked at the planet below him. Thousands of thoughts ran through his mind. He checked the system and found that the system recommended him to arrive at Skyriver Star within a year for verification. A year was nothing to him now. However, he also found a system notification saying that if he wanted to carry out interstellar travel, he had to empty the Devour space. Otherwise, the Devour space might collapse. In other words, those people in the Devour space had to be released. Not a single thing could be left behind. At the same time, those cultivation techniques, magic treasures, bloodlines, and so on would be emptied. Even the flow of the Devour space would be the same as the universe. Although he was now in Sky Beyond Heaven, he was still within the range of this planet. Therefore, it was not considered interstellar travel. This planet is divided into 9 heavens. Let's call it 9 Heavens Star. As for interstellar travel, let's wait for a while. Yixian thought to himself. Then, he told his family and friends the good news. Then, he released everyone in the Devour space to the heavenly realm. While he was at it, he married Meili and Fian. Of course, he did not forget Luo Luo, Luoluo had followed him from the first heaven. She had been with him for countless years. Naturally, he would not forget her. Now, Yixian had a total of 5 wives. They were Song Suijing, Guan Yulan, Luoluo, Mili, and Fian. It was a pity that his devourer space could not take anyone or anything with him. 1 month later. It's time to leave and carry out the planetary survey certification. I have to do it as soon as possible. It would be troublesome if someone discovered me first. Yixian thought to himself. He said goodbye to everyone and returned to sky beyond heaven. Last time, he did not leave the 9 heavens star. Therefore, it did not count as interstellar travel. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Burial Star Field Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. As Yixian left the 9 heavens star for interstellar travel, the starry sky devouring system in his body was reset once again. After the reset, the system's ultimate mission was triggered: destroy the number 1 race in the universe, the Tianji race. Yixian now had some understanding of the Tianji race. In the entire galaxy, the Tianji race occupied a vast area in the first universe and was currently the number 1 overlord in the galaxy. As for the human race, due to their large population, they now occupied the 3rd universe. In the 3rd and 2nd universes, as well as the other small universes, there were many other races in the universe. The 9 heavens star technique, which was currently at the lowest level, was only one of the most common cultivation techniques in the Wanluo Federation, which was jointly established by the human race in the 3rd universe and the other races in the other universes. Moreover, in the gift bag he received from the reset of the starry sky devouring system, there were only 3 ordinary treasures: the streamer star armor, the heavenly star sword, and the flying star shuttle. Other than that, there was only one that had become the system's currency, the source of devouring. Although Yixian still had the system's hand of devouring and the forced devouring skill, in his current situation, he could not rely on these 2 skills. At this moment, Yixian was sitting in the small battleship, the Flying Star Shuttle. He had set the self-propelling mode so that the Flying Star Shuttle would take him to the Skyriver star in this star field. Yixian had already sunk into deep thought. He was thinking about how to use the resources he had at hand to open up the situation as soon as possible. First of all, he had to verify the ownership of the 9 heavens star. This was the most important thing for Yixian to do now that he was on his way to the Skyriver star. As for what to do after that, the system suggested that Yixian register as an interstellar mercenary while he was on his way to the Skyriver star. He had the title of Interstellar Traveler, which was unique to the system and also an advantage for Yixian. In the boundless galaxy, there were all sorts of resources and opportunities. However, during interstellar travel, the chances of encountering spatial rifts were also very high. Compared to other interstellar mercenaries, Yixian's title as an interstellar traveler reduced his risk in this aspect to the minimum. However, what truly prompted Yixian to accept the system's suggestion and decide to register as an official interstellar mercenary after going to Heavenly River Planet was another matter. That was the acquisition of the interstellar bloodline. There were many kinds of starry sky bloodlines in the devouring system exchange shop, but he only had one, the source of devouring, which was a currency in the system. He couldn't exchange anything good with it. With the starry sky bloodline, one's strength would increase even faster. Therefore, Yixian was determined to win. In addition to exchanging from the system, he had another way, which was to obtain the inheritance from some of the ferocious beasts in the starry sky outside the system. This kind of starry sky bloodline obtained from the outside world would also be recognized by the system. After successfully obtaining the inheritance, this bloodline inheritance would also be accepted by the system, and there would be a possibility of growth and advancement in the future. After becoming an interstellar mercenary, Yixian would have to enter the vast starry sky to hunt for all kinds of ferocious beast materials or find some minerals. These things could be used to exchange for the source of devouring with the system. In addition to exchanging with the starry sky devouring system in his body, he could also exchange for other items with the organizations on some of the base planets of the Wanluo Federation. For example, there was a special organization in the Alliance's office hall on the Sky River planet that dealt with all these. In addition, in the vast starry sky, in addition to the Alliance's thousands of races, there were many more wild ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts were the source of the starry sky bloodline. Of course, there were different types of ferocious beasts, and there were good and bad bloodlines. Generally speaking, even the average ferocious beast's bloodline couldn't be exchanged with just a little source of devouring from the system or the Wanluo Federation. If Yixian was rich, it wouldn't matter, but now that he was short of money, the best way for him to obtain the bloodline of the Starry Sky bloodline was to go to the Starry Sky and find the ferocious beasts himself. This was very difficult, and the success rate was even lower. However, Yixian had overcome many obstacles along the way, so this was not a problem for him. After making up his mind, Yixian took advantage of the fact that he hadn't reached the Sky River planet and began to look at the universe star map in the Flying Star Shuttle. After he registered as an interstellar mercenary, he would go to the star region, first of all, the location of the Sky River planet in the vast starry sky. The Sky River planet was located in the third universe, which was occupied by the human race. The human race in the third universe had established the Wanluo Federation with the other races in the universe to fight against the first race in the universe, the Tianji race. There were two camps in the Wanluo Federation. One was technology, and the other was cultivation. The technology camp was led by the Immortal Dynasty, and the cultivation camp was led by the Tenju Heavenly Palace. The Immortal Dynasty and the Tenju Heavenly Palace were two major forces, but each occupied half of the starry sky in the third universe. The Sky River planet was located in the middle of these two forces. In this central mezzanine zone, there was a dark void of the universe. This void was called the domain of the buried meteorites. It was said that the wormholes that led to the first universe and other universes, such as the second, were all in the depths of the domain of the buried meteorites. It was safe to say that once a full-scale war broke out between the first universe and the third universe, the domain of the buried meteorites, where the wormholes were located, would become the front line of the war. A large number of experts from the second universe and other universes, who had formed the Wanluo Federation with the human race, would arrive at the domain of the buried meteorites through wormholes first. Of course, there were no large-scale wars between the races in the various universes at the moment, so the domain of the buried meteorites was still peaceful. However, since the wormholes that connected the several universes were located in the depths of the domain of the buried meteorites, even in peaceful times, this domain of the buried meteorites was the most complicated place. Almost all the experts of the various races in the universe would enter this domain of the buried meteorites. Occasionally, one could even see some Heavenly Legacy race members secretly sneaking in. The reason for this was that the domain of the buried meteorites was actually a graveyard of stars, where countless stars had perished. The domain of the buried meteorites wasn't a black hole, but it was between the normal void and a black hole. It was a kind of gray domain of the universe. Almost all the stars that had entered the period of death had been drawn into this domain of the buried meteorites, just like how a black hole would absorb and devour everything. In fact, this gray domain of the buried meteorites was a black hole that was slowly forming. Since it hadn't formed yet, both the experts of the various races in the universe and the various fierce beasts in the universe could enter it to hunt for the abundant resources inside, as well as the star core origins of those dead stars. Yixian was currently at the first grade of the star core realm, which was the lowest level of the starry sky grade. These star core origins would be very useful for his cultivation. While he was deducing, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! We have arrived at the Sky River planet. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The owner of the Nine Heavens Starin edition, the Sky River star was not only huge, but it also gave Yixian a dreamy feeling. The gigantic celestial body also had an atmosphere that enveloped the celestial body. However, on this atmosphere, one could vaguely see a large number of nodes flashing with light. Clearly, this was both an atmosphere and an array formation. When needed, it had defensive capabilities. This was within the scope of the cultivation civilization. But in fact, the Sky River star was not just a planet where the cultivation civilization flourished, because Yixian saw several huge star docks outside the atmosphere. They were similar to the docks and ports in the ocean, but they were docked by interstellar battleships. Of course, the interstellar battleships in sight were not small battleships like the Flying Star Shuttle owned by Yixian. They were all supergiants. Right now, these giant interstellar battleships were docked at the star docks opened up in the atmosphere of the Nine Heavens star array, waiting to enter the inner part of the star. Obviously, no one could enter the other areas of the array formation's atmosphere. If they entered by mistake, they might trigger a reaction from the array formation, which would lead to the arrival of patrolling soldiers. Xian put away the flying star shuttle immediately. The system automatically helped him to create a citizen of the Wanluo Federation. In fact, there was no such thing as an identity token. Instead, he just needed to use an iris scan to verify his identity. Xian landed on one of the star docks. The star docks were very large. A huge platform had been built in the void outside the atmosphere, which was divided into two sides. One side was the dock area. Those large battleships could not enter the Sky River Star, so they could dock at the star docks outside. They had to pay rent. This showed the advantages of using small battleships. They were similar to magic treasures that could be stored inside one's body, and they could save on docking fees. Of course, large battleships could also be stored inside one's body, but that was not something an ordinary starry sky cultivator could do. After Xian landed on the platform, he walked straight to the personnel passage on the other side. There were many people queuing up. In addition to ordinary people, there were all kinds of strange life forms. Xian even observed one of them secretly for a long time, but he could not find which part of the head was and which part of the butt was. However, the aura emanating from his body was very strong, so he did not dare to examine him too closely for fear of causing unnecessary trouble. The Myriad Luo Federation was obviously very powerful. Whether it was the cultivation civilization or the technological civilization, they had all developed to an extremely high level. They even had the ability to combine the two. After lining up behind Xian, a certain instrument in front of him only flashed with a light. It scanned his eyes and then let him go. After entering the atmosphere, what appeared before them was an even more dreamy world. Since they had already entered the starry era, it was obvious that the buildings on Heavenly River Planet weren't limited to just land. Xian saw that there were also tunnels that led to the bottom of the sea in the vast ocean. At the same time, other than the land, there were also some large cities in the sky that were similar to the city in the sky. In the atmosphere of Heavenly River Planet, there were a large number of small shuttles operating. It was a dazzling sight. Although he was very curious and interested, Xian did not intend to explore this interstellar city that he had seen for the first time since entering the starry sky. This was because he was now a pauper. He only had a little bit of devouring source, which was used as the currency of the starry sky devouring system. The currency of the Myriad Luo Federation was the star coin, and he did not have a single one. The star coin was actually a kind of crystal. It was the crystal left after the energy of the star core was drained. Although the energy of the star core in these crystals had been depleted, they were still from the core of the star and could slowly absorb the free energy of the universe and store it inside. It could be said that they still had a certain value. Therefore, the residue of the star core was collected by the Myriad Luo Federation and polished into the standard size of a pigeon egg to be used as currency. Of course, the star core was also divided into different grades. After the energy was depleted, the remaining crystals would be of different colors. The darker the color, the faster the speed at which the free energy of the universe was extracted and stored. Therefore, even if they were polished into the same standard shape, their value would be different. They were divided into 7 types: white, orange, cyan, green, red, blue, and purple. 10 white coins were equal to 1 orange coin, 10 orange coins were equal to 1 cyan coin, and so on. In the end, 1 purple coin was equal to 1 million white coins. It was said that there were 2 types of star coins above the purple coin. One was black, and the other was 9-colored. 1 black coin was equal to 10 purple coins, which was 10 million white coins. 1 9-colored coin was equal to 100 purple coins, which was 100 million white coins. Xian had decided to enter the graveyard star field as a star mark mercenary. In addition to obtaining the bloodline of the star beasts and hunting materials, his other purpose was to find the star core in the core of the dead star and devour its energy to improve his cultivation. After that, he could recycle the remaining crystals to the Myriad Luo Federation and exchange them for star coins. These star coins would be the universal currency of any planet in the Myriad Luo Federation in the future. They were indispensable, and the more the better. After entering the atmosphere of the Sky River Star, the starlight level devouring system in his body had automatically connected with the internal network of the planet. This connection was silent and would not be discovered by the core of the planet. This was another advantage that Xian had over the other interstellar masters. Almost as soon as he set foot on the planet, he could use the devouring system in his body to search for information about the services on the planet. Soon, he found the location of the Sky River Federation office. It was a huge building suspended in the air above the vast sea of the Sky River star. Whether it was registering for the star exploration rights, registering as an interstellar mercenary of the Myriad Luo Federation, or many other things, everything was done on this platform. There were many figures shuttling back and forth on the platform. Since the Sky River star was located at the periphery of the graveyard star field, the Myriad Luo Federation masters, except for the human race, could be seen everywhere. Fortunately, registering as an interstellar mercenary and owning the star exploration rights did not require any star coins. Otherwise, given Xian's current situation of being penniless, he would not have been able to complete either of these two tasks. After a while, Xian lined up in front of two huge windows and completed both of these tasks. As expected of the Star Age, the number of people working at the windows was extraordinary. More than 90% of the staff at the windows were advanced humanoid robots. When Xian exited from the second window, the devouring system in his body beeped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming the owner of the 9 heavenly stars. Hint: as the host's abilities improve, there will be a chance to absorb the 9 heavenly stars into the devouring system in the future. Federation rankings. Hearing the notification from the devouring system, Xian finally realized that the so-called interstellar mercenary status was actually tied to his Federation status. There was no physical token, which made things much more convenient. As for the points function of the virtual soldier ownership token, he hadn't paid much attention to it before. Now that he heard about it, his interest was piqued and he quickly checked the system in his body. The so-called Federation points referred to the contribution points made by the citizens of the Wan Luo Federation to the Federation. It existed for life and could be accumulated. Currently, Xian's Federation points were 0, 0, these were two numbers. The 0 in front was the official point value. It would continue to accumulate and wouldn't clear out. The 0 in the brackets was the value that had already been exchanged. It would accumulate as the points were used. For example, if the value was 1,200, then it meant that you had contributed a total of 1,000 contribution points to the Myriad Luo Federation. However, of these 1,000 contribution points, 200 points had already been used up by you. That's right, these contribution points could be used to exchange for items in all the Federation's planets and cities. Every planet's Federation Affairs office had a special department. It was said that even some heaven-defying materials, treasures, techniques, bloodlines, and the like could be exchanged. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had enough Federation points. This Federation point system wasn't unique to the human race's interstellar mercenaries. Instead, all citizens of the Wan Luo Federation could go to a special window to activate this Federation contribution point system. In addition to the human race, the Wan Luo Federation also had a large number of other races in the universe. This Federation contribution point system was universal. In other words, as long as you had enough points, you could use it whether you were in the human race's territory or the territory of other races in the universe. As long as the other party belonged to the Wan Luo Federation, of course, in order to activate this Federation contribution point system, you first had to have enough strength. First Order Star Core was the minimum requirement. Whether it was the human race or the other races in the universe, many citizens didn't have this strength and didn't qualify. That was because the source of this point system was limited to the enemies of the Myriad Luo Federation, in other words, the first Cosmos Heavenly Legacy race. Only when you exterminated a member of the Heaven's Legacy race or their subordinate race, or when you obtained special materials or minerals that were extremely important to the battle between the Federation and the Heaven's Legacy race would the system automatically give you points. Of course, each method had a different standard of scoring. If you killed an official member of the Heaven's Legacy race, you might get 100 federal contribution points, but if you killed an existence of a slave race that was a vassal of the Heaven's Legacy race, you might only get 10 or 1 points. Similarly, if you only obtained a piece of special ore and handed it over to the Federation Affairs Office, the contribution points awarded could be as high as 1,000, or even 10,000 points. Since there was a Federation contribution point system, there would naturally be a contribution point ranking. This virtual Federation contribution point ranking could be found on any terminal of the myriad Luo Federation's member races. Xian checked it out and was immediately shocked. This Federation contribution point ranking was divided into 3 categories: the Sky ranking, the Earth ranking, and the Human ranking. The Sky ranking was based on the 1st to 100th place with the highest contribution points. The Earth ranking was based on the 101st to the 1000th place. The Human ranking was based on the 101st to the 1000th place. It was needless to say how many people there were in the second cosmos, but there were also other races in the other cosmos. This base number was simply unbelievable. However, the Sky, Earth, and Human rankings only had a total of 10,000 people. These 10,000 people had not changed much in the past several hundred years. Those who could make it to the Sky ranking were the most elite members of the Federation. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be for the latecomers to replace them. Xian looked at the last few people on the Human ranking. All of them had more than 100,000 contribution points, and their cultivation levels were all above the black hole realm. As for the 900 people on the Earth ranking, their cultivation levels were all question marks. As for the 100 people on the Sky ranking, their cultivation levels were also all question marks. This was obviously a deliberate cover-up. In the starry sky environment, the cultivation levels were very different. Many people could not see through all the cultivation levels. However, Xian, thanks to the devouring system in his body, was able to see through all this even though he was the weakest core realm. However, even if it was the devouring system, in terms of starry sky level cultivation, Xian was still the first few that had been unsealed. They were core realm, meteor, satellite, planet, star, nebula, galaxy, and black hole. It was said that these were only the top 8 out of the 15 normal starry sky realms. After the 15 normal starry sky realms, it was said that there were some advanced starry sky realms who could really be considered strong in the starry sky. However, Xian knew nothing about this at the moment. At this moment, he was the weakest first-order core star state expert among the 8 known star state experts. The weakest star state experts on the ranking list of young masters were all in the black hole state. It was safe to say that he was still a long way away from reaching the ranking list. Of course, the criteria for getting on the Federation contribution list was only based on the number of contribution points the Federation had. It had nothing to do with one's strength. However, if one wanted to obtain a large number of contribution points, would it be possible without a corresponding strength? Even Xian had not thought about this. Neither had the AI robot who registered him as an interstellar mercenary. She definitely did not realize that not long after, the first Federation powerhouse to get on the Human ranking list with a cultivation level below the black hole realm had already been born in her hands. This interstellar mercenary's serial number was easy to remember, the 131488080. After taking care of the 2 urgent matters at hand, Xian did not stay on the Skyriver planet any longer. He immediately returned to the vast void outside the Skyriver planet's atmosphere through the Star Docks portal. The devouring system in his body had automatically downloaded a star map of the graveyard star field. Although the Skyriver planet was located in the graveyard star field, it was at the outermost edge. If he wanted to explore this star field and obtain materials from the dire beasts and various useful minerals, he would have to go deeper. Xian took out the flying star shuttle and immediately rushed into the boundless gray void in front of him. A whole month passed by quickly. At first, the flying star shuttle could occasionally see a few battleships passing by in the void. However, in the past 10 days or so, he had not seen any life forms. Not to mention battleships, he had not even seen a single dire beast, which was said to be the most common in this vast and boundless graveyard star field. Just as Xian was speechless, the system's notification finally sounded again. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What a double loss, bloodline, elementary, value, rare. Xian's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He was overjoyed. The elementary bloodline meant that this ferocious beast was most likely still in its infancy. If Xian could capture it and use the devouring system to devour it, the bloodline he would obtain would be extremely complete. Value, rare meant that this ferocious beast's bloodline was the type that could continue to grow. The 2 words rare were enough to show how rare this ferocious beast was. Of course, what surprised Xian even more was that this ferocious beast was actually the Star Devourer. or star beast for short, in the vast universe, there were thousands of races. Many of them weren't even fleshly lifeforms. For example, Xian had learned from the Devouring system that there was a mineral lifeform whose true form was actually a mysterious crystal. However, even this fleshly crystal lifeform was actually a member of the Myriad Federation. On the contrary, many of the ferocious beasts in the universe with flesh and blood were excluded from the Federation. No matter how strong they were just prey. The most fundamental reason for this was intelligence. The only standard to distinguish and measure the ferocious beasts in the universe was intelligence. Even a crystal life form could be considered a higher life form as long as its intelligence was developed to a certain standard. However, the ferocious beasts, no matter how strong they were, had limited intelligence and could only be hunted down by higher life forms. In the vast universe, there were countless types of ferocious beasts with incomplete intelligence. The Star Devourer was one of the more precious ferocious beasts, especially in the domain of the buried meteorites. To put it bluntly, the domain of the buried meteorites was a huge black hole that was forming in the universe. A large number of stars were being pulled into this special star field that was heading toward destruction. Furthermore, even a star that was emitting light and heat would be affected by the general trend of this vast star field after it was pulled into the domain of the buried meteorites. It would rapidly dim and begin to die. This kind of star wasn't like the stars in the outer space. They didn't have the terrifying light and heat that people couldn't get close to. However, they weren't really dead stars. Because they were affected by the general situation of this star area, they dimmed quickly in a short time. Deep inside their cores, there was still a large amount of star core origin. Therefore, it would have great value. Moreover, it would be very convenient and fast to excavate this value. There were many such stars in the domain of the buried domain. That was why this wondrous domain had attracted so many powerful experts from the Federation. Even powerful experts from the Heavenly Fortune race's subordinate races would secretly come to this place, along with powerful experts from the Heavenly Fortune race's subordinate races. However, most of the stars in the domain of the buried falling were dead stars whose cores had already been drained of the origin of star. These dead stars were the same as the other valuable stars. If one didn't go deep into the core of the star, they wouldn't know how much star core essence was left in the star core, or rather, whether it still existed. However, if he were to attempt to enter the depths of the core of every star he encountered, it would be extremely tiring. However, the Star Devourer's bloodlines could solve this problem. The reason why the Space Devourer beasts were called star beasts was because they fed on the star core origin of stars throughout their lives. Every Space Devourer beast had to consume a large amount of star core origin in order to evolve their bloodline and grow their bodies. Therefore, they were very sensitive to the aura of star core essence. Like sharks in the sea, they were especially sensitive to the smell of blood. It was safe to say that if he could raise a star beast or possess a star beast's bloodline, he would have a much easier time searching for the origin of star cores in the domain of the graveyard of the domain of the falling stars. It was definitely more efficient than getting twice the result with half the effort. Star core essence had many uses and was very valuable. For ordinary experts of the Federation, they could either trade it for other items or absorb its energy. Then, they could return the star core essence that had been drained of its energy to the Myriad Federation so that they could polish it into standard forms and use it as the Federation's currency. Xian was currently at the star core state. When he was at the star core state, devouring star core essence was the most helpful for improving his cultivation base. The speed at which he improved his cultivation base was the fastest, much faster than any other kind of energy. In other words, what Xian needed the most right now was star core essence, and this Star Devourer was obviously a large amount of star core essence right in front of him. Star Devourers were very rare to begin with, and a young one was even rarer. This time, Xian couldn't miss it no matter what. Lock on. Hunt immediately. Xian didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately replied. Soon, a red dot appeared on the system's star chart. It wasn't very far from Xian's current position, and the system couldn't detect it even if it was too far away. With a specific direction, Xian immediately activated the flying star shuttle and rushed over as fast as he could. This kind of Star Devourer was something that could only be encountered by chance. It could only be said that he was lucky to have encountered it. Just in case, he had to hunt it as soon as possible. Fortunately, it was only a young beast, so it shouldn't be very strong. Xian used the system's devouring hand, so his chances of successfully hunting it were still very high. If it really didn't work, he still had the devouring hand, but his chances of success were slightly lower. If the devouring hand couldn't capture it, it meant that the beast was obviously very strong. Even if he tried to forcibly devour it, it would be a little difficult. Soon, a green ferocious beast about 10 feet in size appeared in front of him. Its aura was very restrained, and it was floating in the void of the galaxy. In front of it was a small pile of red crystals, star core essence. Seeing this pile of red crystals, Xian's pupils shrank, and his heart trembled. The currency of the Wanluo Federation, star coins, was made from the remaining crystals of star core essence that had been depleted of energy. They were divided into 7 colors: white, orange, cyan, green, red, blue, and purple. The star coins made from red star core essence were also red in color. 1 star core essence was equivalent to 10,000 white coins. The volume of a star coin was only the size of a thumb, but the small pile of red star core essence in front of him, even if the consumption during the polishing process was taken into account, could be made into at least 10,000 red star coins. This was 100 million white coins, the same value as 10 black coins, or 1 9-colored coin, but this was not the most important thing. What was more important was that this pile of red star core essence clearly still contained the energy of the star core essence. Otherwise, this star devourer wouldn't have taken an interest in it and carefully approached it step by step. Bait, this word flashed in Xian's mind, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Who was so generous that they didn't hesitate to use so many red star core essences to lure this star devourer beast? Encountering Xian, this was clearly a situation where they were about to lose the bait after the bait. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Escape, Devouring Hand. Amidst his shock, Xian's heart wildly jumped. However, he didn't hesitate in the slightest as he directly activated the devouring hand and swallowed the starry sky devouring beast and the small pile of red star cores into his body. Then, he turned around and fled without looking back. No matter how far away the astral devouring beast was, its attention would definitely be on him. The moment Xian made his move, the other party would know. He had to escape immediately. What? Someone in the Wanluo Federation dares to steal from me? This is outrageous. Almost at the same time Xian made his move, a young man in a warship exclaimed in disbelief. Then, in the empty void in the distance, a small warship slowly appeared. Although the size of this warship was not large, about the same as Xian's flying star shuttle, its grade was obviously much higher. This could be seen from the fact that the warship's hull had a concealment array. In the Star Age, the technological civilization and the cultivation civilization were neck and neck. Most of the time, there was no distinction between them. Even warships were the same. This kind of top-notch product of the technological civilization had long applied the arrays of the cultivation civilization. The arrays engraved on the inside and outside of the warship were generally used in 3 ways: attack, defense, or speed. Although it wasn't that there weren't any warships that were specially branded with such concealment arrays, they were generally important warships of the Federation. There was only one explanation for a private warship to be branded with such an array: too many star coins. Obviously, the young man who owned this small battleship must have an extraordinary background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said those words earlier, and he wouldn't have casually tossed out a pile of red-grade star core origins to capture a young star devourer. But now, all of this had been taken advantage of by Xian. In fact, before he made his move, Xian had already foreseen the consequences. But even so, even if he had to do it all over again, he would still make the same choice. Cultivation was originally a struggle against the heavens. There weren't many chances for a pie to fall from the sky. If he didn't properly grasp it, even Xian himself would feel that he was a failure. No matter who you are, this young master will definitely pull out your tendons and skin you alive. You won't be able to escape. When he heard the angry roar behind him, Xian subconsciously turned around to take a look. Only then did he discover that in the empty void, a battleship had appeared out of nowhere. The oval-shaped light shield on the surface of the battleship was actually flashing with the light of array patterns. This was clearly a high-grade battleship engraved with array patterns. Even the flying star shuttle that the devouring system gave to Yixian as a gift did not have any runes on it. However, the flying star shuttle's unique feature was its speed. Although it could not be compared with higher-grade warships, there were very few warships of the same grade that could surpass it in terms of speed. After all, he had just entered the starry sky. In order to protect the host, the devouring system would not be stingy with escaping items. Damn it. You can't get away. Seeing that Yixian had summoned the flying star shuttle and dashed into the depths of the graveyard in a streak of brightness, the young man in the small battleship behind him gnashed his teeth in fury. His face twisted hideously. He boosted the battleship with all his strength and chased after him. He had a lot of battleships. He even had the strategic-level giant starships. He also had several battleships of each type that had been engraved with arrays in terms of speed, defense, attack, and so on. As it happened, in order to capture the Space Devourer, the only battleship he had brought with him was the Hidden Dust warship that had been specially enhanced with a top-level concealment array. Even the sensitive senses of the ferocious beasts could not detect the slightest trace of the Hidden Dust warship. The small, inconspicuous battleship of the young man, on the other hand, was as fast as his Hidden Dust warship that had been engraved with arrays despite its old-fashioned appearance. As the two of them were chasing each other, the distance between them could not be shortened at all. The situation infuriated the young man in the Hidden Dust warship. He roared from time to time, and the killing intent in his heart had reached its peak. The two battleships, one in front and one behind, soon rushed into the depths of the graveyard and went deeper and deeper. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The first 2 days were fine. The distance between the two battleships barely changed. But on the third day, Yixian clearly noticed that the battleship behind him was getting closer and closer. The enemy had used some unknown method to significantly increase the speed of his battleship. If this continued, the flying star shuttle would be caught within 3 days at most. Yixian's strength was currently at the first level of the Star Core realm. In the Starry Sky realm, he belonged to the lowest level. He didn't think that the guy chasing after him was the same as him, belonging to the lowest level of cultivation. In other words, once the enemy caught up with him, Yixian would be faced with a real life-or-death crisis. Faster, faster, under the threat of life and death, Yixian could be said to be extremely nervous. He even started to mutter to himself. He was urging the devouring system in his body to hurry up. From the moment the devourer of stars was hunted down, the devouring system in Yixian's body had started to extract and devour the beast's bloodline. This process was obviously very long. 3 days had passed, and it was still not over. This process consumed the system's energy, so Yixian could not spare time to absorb the small pile of red-level core energies. That was why he was so anxious, since it seemed that he could not escape. The most important thing for Yixian now was to improve his strength as much as possible. Even if it was only from the first level to the second level of the Star Core, for him, Yixian's chances of survival would greatly increase in the upcoming battle with the pursuers from the battleship behind him. Just as Yixian was feeling anxious, the devouring system in his body finally completed the purification of the bloodline of the infant devourer of stars. Yixian heard the familiar system prompt in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the precious grade devourer of stars bloodline. Do you wish to absorb it? Without hesitation, Yixian immediately responded, absorb it immediately. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the precious grade devourer of stars bloodline. Grade, primary. This bloodline belongs to the growth-type bloodline. Evolution requirement: devour the bloodline of the same kind of devourer of stars and continuously purify the bloodline to increase its grade. Bloodline specialty: extremely sensitive to the aura of core energies. Within a certain range, it can sense the aura of all core energies. Sensing range increases with the bloodline grade. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have completed the fusion of the precious grade devourer of stars bloodline. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Terrifying Star Beast bloodline. It was obvious that the red star core origin that the system had sensed was actually the small pile of star core origin that Yixian had absorbed when he had absorbed the star devourer star beast. Star core origin was the main source of energy used to increase one's strength after breaking through to the starry sky grade. However, the effect might not be as good later on. If one wanted to advance, they would need better things. However, for Yixian, who was at the lowest level of the star core grade, the effect of the star core origin was definitely the best. If there really was something good, given his current strength, he would definitely be able to devour it because of the devouring system. However, the efficiency of the absorption and utilization would obviously be greatly reduced. This reduction did not refer to the effect, but to the speed at which it would take effect. However, for Yixian, who was currently in danger, advancing immediately was exactly what he needed. The faster the better. The battleship behind them was getting closer and closer, therefore, Yixian did not hesitate at all. He immediately issued an order to the system. Absorb now, full speed. Ding. Red star core origin discovered. Absorbing now. Progress 1. Progress 30, ding. Congratulations to the host. Realm level increased. Current realm, level 2 star core grade. Absorbing red star core origin, progress 50. Progress 70, ding. Congratulations to the host. Realm level increased. Current realm, level 3 star core grade. Ding. Absorption of red star core origin completed. As the notification of the devouring system rang in his mind, Yixian was pleasantly surprised. Although he had been certain that this small pile of red star core origin would be able to successfully advance his realm, even Yixian had not expected that this small pile of red star core origin would contain so much energy that it would allow him to advance his realm level twice in a row. In just a short span of 10 breaths, his cultivation had advanced from level 1 star core grade to level 3 star core grade. Although he'd only just entered the third level of the star core, the incomparably powerful feeling that Yixian had captured from within his body caused him to suddenly feel as if he'd been reborn. It was simply too wonderful. To cultivators, the advancement of their cultivation, even if it was just a small advancement, was like entering a whole new world. Moreover, the refreshing feeling of making successive breakthroughs in a short period of 10 breaths and advancing 2 small levels in one go was something that couldn't be described with words unless one experienced it personally. It could be said that the current Yixian felt like a completely new person. His self-confidence was firmer than ever. However, this was only the beginning. The real surprise was still to come. Just as Yixian was rejoicing over the successive breakthroughs in his cultivation, the notification from the devouring system that had just stopped ringing in his mind suddenly rang out once more. Ding! Space Devouring Beast Bloodline activated. The bloodlines are fusing. Congratulations to the host for perfectly integrating the Starry Sky Devouring Beast bloodline. Ding! Bloodline talent activated. He had caught the aura of the star core origin. Position, front right. Grade, cyan, medium, quantity, Federation's measurement method, 1 square meter. Ding! Captured the aura of the star core origin. Position, straight ahead. Grade, orange, high. Quantity, Federation's measurement method, 5 square meters. Ding! Captured the aura of the star core origin. Position, front left. Grade, green, low. Quantity, Federation's measurement method, 3 square meters. Ding! Captured the aura of the star core origin. After the bloodline of the star devouring beast was extracted by the devouring system and successfully integrated into Yixian's body, the devouring system automatically activated the bloodline talent of the star core origin that Yixian had just fused with. It immediately captured a large amount of aura of the star core origin from the vast expanse of space around them. Following that, the monotonous and mechanical notification continuously rang out in Yixian's mind. All of this happened so suddenly that Yixian was caught off guard. It was as if he had fallen into a dream. As far as the eye could see, he could see a large number of stars through the porthole of the flying star shuttle. These stars were of various sizes, but without exception, they were all dim and lifeless. Even if one used their divine sense to explore and sweep through them, they would not be able to detect any difference between them. It was obvious that some of these stars still had some star core origins in their inner star cores. However, most of the star core origin in the center of these stars had already been depleted. The only way for ordinary cultivators to collect this kind of star core origin was to break through the surface of these stars and go all the way to the center of the star. At that time, they would either obtain some star core origin that still contained energy or a small pile of depleted star core origin that could only be recycled to the Wanluo Federation and turned into raw materials for the Federation's standard star coins. If the star core origin crystals were above the red level, they would still be of some value. However, if the star core origin crystals were below the red level, their value would not be enough to make up for the energy required to go from the surface of the star to the center of the star. It was simply not enough to make ends meet, but now, Xian didn't need to get close to these stars at all. Within a certain range, he only needed to activate the bloodline of the universe devourer that he had just fused with. The effect was as if he had activated an ultimate detection radar that specifically targeted the star core origin. Not only could he instantly determine whether the star core origin still contained energy in the center of a star, but he could also determine the quality and quantity of the star core origin. In this case, Xian could choose to excavate the star core origin based on the data he had obtained. He could give up on the star core origin crystals that were too few in quantity or quality. He would only choose the star cores that were of high quality and abundant. In this sense, the bloodline talent of the universe devourer, which was its sensitive detection ability for the star core origin crystals, was simply terrifying. With this bloodline, Xian could obtain as many star core origins as he wanted. With this bloodline, Xian's cultivation level would undoubtedly soar like a rocket. Of course, all of this was based on the premise that Xian could successfully shake off the tail that had been following him closely for the past 3 days. Or rather, he could directly kill the tail. Otherwise, even if he was pleasantly surprised to find a star with a large amount of purple star core origin crystals, he could only sigh helplessly. He would not be able to obtain the star core origin crystals even if he wanted to. When he realized this, a murderous glint flashed across Xian's eyes. After gritting his teeth, he immediately stopped the flying star shuttle. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Forceful Devour. As the flying star shuttle came to a stop, Xian stepped out of the battleship and put the shuttle away with a wave of his hand. At this moment, he was standing in the void of the Milky Way without any concealment. He was expressionless as he faced the small battleship that was chasing after him at high speed. Seeing that Xian did not intend to run anymore, the small battleship behind him slowed down. Then, with a flash of light, an elegant man in a moon-white robe appeared in the void of the Milky Way. However, in order to prevent any tricks, this person did not put away the small battleship that was enchanted with a concealment formation. This person had a red face and white teeth. His appearance seemed to be quite extraordinary, but the light in his eyes was obviously a little erratic. Coupled with his pale complexion, there was a hint of sickness. With a single glance, it was obvious that his body had been hollowed out by wine and women. Because of this, his cultivation was not very high. He was only at the 4th order core realm, which was the same as Xian, but 1 order higher. Judging from the fact that this person was able to own such a small warship that was engraved with a concealment formation and a small pile of red-level star core origins, this kind of extravagance indicated that his identity and origin were obviously extraordinary. Perhaps it was because of this reason that, with his identity as a young master, he naturally had no interest in cultivation. Being able to reach the 4th order core realm at such a young age was probably due to the accumulation of all kinds of treasures. Although the opponent's cultivation was 1 order higher, Xian secretly sighed in relief after seeing this. It was only 1 order higher. How could a flower in a greenhouse like this fill the gap between him and Xian, an expert who had grown up killing all the way? If the opponent was 1 order higher, Xian would probably turn around and run for his life. However, it was only 1 order higher than him. It was really negligible. Unfortunately, the opponent obviously did not have this kind of awareness. At this moment, after his figure appeared, he briefly checked Xian's cultivation aura. A disdainful sneer appeared on his pale face. No wonder you suddenly stopped without fear. It turns out that you hid your cultivation. Unfortunately, you are only at the 3rd order core realm. You will still die if you encounter this young master. Speaking of this, the white-robed man's face suddenly sank. He scolded sternly, "You are really the first person in the Wanluo Federation who dares to steal from this young master. Seeing that you are courageous in seeking death, hand over the devouring space beast and this young master will give you a complete corpse." In other words, what the opponent was clearly only devouring star was devouring realm core. As for the small pile of red order core origin, he did not even mention it. Was Wei. Obviously, he did not care. Sure enough, he was rich, Yi Xian secretly sighed, then spread out his hands, his face full of helplessness. To be honest, that devouring star has been used up by me. Including that pile of red order core origin. If I want to return it, I will definitely not be able to. What? Used it? You didn't treat it as meat, did you? Damn it. Do you know how precious a young space-devouring beast is? This young master searched half of the Wanluo Federation and only accidentally found one. After following it for 2 whole years, you actually treated it as meat? The white-robed man was furious, his eyes bursting with killing intent. After roaring a few words, he immediately reacted, no. That pile of red order core origin contains a huge amount of energy. Even this young master can't absorb it all in a short period of time. How can you do it in just 3 days? You are lying. It's up to you to believe it or not. Anyway, I really can't return it. Also, I didn't know that they had an owner. At most, I will return it to you in the future. Yi Xian's face once again showed a helpless expression. He frowned slightly, showing a hint of impatience. You dare to trick me? The white-robed man was furious and suddenly roared, you are courting death. Meteor sword, slash. Xiao. A red brilliance flashed. As the white-robed man roared, the red brilliance expanded in the wind, instantly turning into a wide broadsword the size of a door. With a strong pressure, it was as fast as a meteor, slashing toward Yi Xian. The latter's eyelids twitched wildly. This white-robed man's attack was indeed extraordinary. The red broadsword's level was obviously not low. With Yi Xian's current core origin cultivation, there was no way he could defend against it. It was impossible for him to even turn around and escape. No matter how fast he could not be faster than this red broadsword that was not low level. Danger instantly descended. For Yi Xian, the only solution now was Devouring Hand. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian immediately activated the Devouring System's Devouring Hand skill. In an instant, a huge phantom palm appeared and grabbed at the red broadsword that was slashing toward him. Rip! In the next instant, a slight sound like silk being torn was heard. The phantom palm was actually split open by the red broadsword. Its momentum was unstoppable, and it was still whistling toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression froze. As expected, its level was not low. It was beyond the range of the devouring hand. If that was the case, he could only try by force. Gritting his teeth, Yi Xian quickly said in his mind, Devouring System, forcibly collect. Xiao. The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The phantom palm that was split open by the red broadsword spun around. The originally split palm closed as it spun, and it seemed to become more solid. Then, it reached out and grabbed at the red broadsword as if it was taking something out of a bag. It wrapped around the red broadsword and entered Yi Xian's body. After a forceful attempt, Yi Xian finally succeeded. However, the price that Yi Xian paid was not small. He felt that the devouring system in his body was being consumed. What? You actually took this young master's meteor sword? What kind of method is this? The white-robed man was shocked. His eyes were wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. As he spoke, he suddenly gritted his teeth and raised his hand again. You took this young master's magic weapon, so this young master will take you. Demon refining pot, take. Rumble, the sound of rolling thunder suddenly erupted without any warning. With a wave of the white-robed man's hand, a green light shot out from his palm and turned into a simple and unadorned long-mouthed flat pot. It seemed to be filled with endless thunder. The rumbling sound came from this long-mouthed flat pot. A heart-palpitating pressure spread out, instantly enveloping a large area of the Star River void. The level of this magic weapon was actually higher than the red broadsword from before. As soon as it appeared, it gave him a feeling of fear and trepidation. It was also at this time that the white-robed man's sneer came again. This pot is called demon refining. It can absorb all things in the world. Even if one's cultivation is high enough, it can also absorb stars. Although this young master has not refined it yet, it is easy for this young master to take a little ant like you. Not refined yet? Translator, trans and editor, trans and a huge gain. since it had not been refined, it was equivalent to an item without an owner. No matter how high the grade of the devil refining pot was, it would be easier for the devouring hand to collect it than the red broadsword. As this thought flashed through his mind, Xian no longer hesitated. He raised his hand and roared, "Devouring hand! Heavenly Star Sword!" Slash! The huge illusory palm shadow appeared again. This time, Xian did not activate the forcible collection ability, but he still easily collected the devil refining pot. The powerful pressure in the galaxy was instantly gone, and even the rumbling of thunder completely disappeared. In addition, the huge illusory palm shadow, under the control of Xian, took the opportunity to grab the small warship that had not been collected by the white-robed man. When it was successfully collected, the heavenly star sword that was shot out turned into a ray of light. After circling one round, it suddenly slashed at the back of the white-robed man's neck. What? This is impossible. The white-robed man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His face was full of shock. In the end, he stomped his feet and roared in the air, "You are definitely not a third-order planetary core warrior. Damn it, you actually concealed your cultivation. Liar. Bandit. Give me back my devouring beast, give me back my meteor sword, give me back my devil refining pot. Heavens, and this young master's dust concealment warship, you damn bandit." He did not know, but after calculating, the white-robed man realized that he had unknowingly been robbed of many good things by the other party. With his status in the Wanluo Federation, especially in the human race, he had always been the one who took a fancy to other people's things. Then, he would either forcibly take them or scheme to extort them. When had he ever been robbed like this? Monstrous anger surged in his heart. At this moment, the white-robed man went berserk. He completely ignored the heavenly star sword that was slashing at his neck. It was as if he did not feel it at all. It was naturally impossible that he did not feel it. The reason why he did not pay attention to it was because his entire mind was shrouded by a monstrous anger. He did not have time to care about anything else. On the other hand, it was because the aura and power of the heavenly star sword that he felt could not shake him at all. There was no need to pay attention to it at all. With his status, he naturally had no lack of powerful defensive treasures. The white-robed man wasn't alone in his search for the Star Devourer in the domain of the buried meteorite. He had even brought a huge fleet of guards with him. However, he had left the fleet by himself a few months ago. While searching for the Star Devourer, he had accidentally discovered the Star Devourer that he had been tracking for 2 years. Fearing that the Star Devourer would escape, he decided to track it down alone. However, even though he came in a hurry and did not bring many treasures with him, there were a few defensive treasures that he never left his body. As the heavenly star sword slashed down, one of the defensive treasures in the white-robed man's body was automatically activated, releasing a layer of glazed light that completely covered his body. Ding! The heavenly star sword made a crisp sound when it hit the glazed light shield. Not only did it not shake it at all, but the colorful light of the glazed light shield didn't even ripple. Xian's expression instantly darkened. With the other party's previous actions, he probably had quite a few defensive treasures on him as well. Now that he had casually activated one of them, he was already at a loss for what to do. From the looks of it, it was impossible to kill this person today, since there was no hope to kill him and he had gained a lot of benefits. It was time to escape. This man's small battleship had been taken away by Xian with the Devourer's hand. He should not be able to catch up with him. Xian glanced at his opponent coldly and put away the heavenly star sword. Without saying anything, he activated the flying star shuttle and turned around to leave. Liar! Robber! This young master will not let you go. Behind him, the white-robed man's roar of grief and indignation could be faintly heard. However, he didn't take out another battleship to chase after Xian. Obviously, this man didn't have any other small battleships. Facing Xian, who had activated the flying star shuttle and left, he could only sigh. With a flash of light, the flying star shuttle cut through the void and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. This young master will remember your face. I will not let you go. In the Wanluo Federation, especially in the human race, no one has ever dared to treat me like this. With a touch of madness and coldness in his eyes, the white-robed man turned around and dashed in a certain direction. His guard fleet was not far ahead. Even if he traveled through the void with his physical body, it would take him at most 2 or 3 months to meet up with them. At that time, he would use the power of the entire fleet to search for that robber. Even if he had to turn the entire graveyard domain upside down, he would find that damn robber. One day later, in the depths of the graveyard domain, Xian controlled the flying star shuttle to land on an enormous planet in front of him. He decided to stay here for a while. On the one hand, he wanted to clean up his harvest. On the other hand, when he was approaching this enormous planet, the bloodline talent of the Star Devourer beast had given him a hint that there was not only a considerable amount of red-grade star core origin in the core of this planet. There was even a small amount of blue-grade star core origin that was half a foot long. Putting aside the black and 9-colored star core origin, among the 7 types of star core origin, white, orange, green, red, blue, and violet, the red-grade star core origin was already of the highest quality, and the blue-grade star core origin was only below the violet grade. Even if it was only a small amount of star core origin, Xian wouldn't miss it easily. Not to mention that there was also a large amount of red-grade star core origin that was half a foot long mixed with a small amount of blue-grade star core origin. Anyone would be tempted by such a fortune. After putting away the flying star shuttle, Xian found a large valley on the backside of this enormous planet. After setting up a restrictive formation, he started to clean up his harvest. In addition to the starry sky devourer and a small pile of red-level planetary core origins, he also obtained a small battleship named Hidden Dust, an offensive magic weapon, the red broadsword, and the Lianyao flask that could make thunder roar. The pot was named Demon Purification Pot. According to the words of the white-robed man, it must be a space-type magical treasure that contained a certain amount of space. Not only could it be used to store things, but it could also take living things into it and refine them. As for the thunderous noises it made when it was activated, it meant that in addition to the above-mentioned auxiliary functions, it was also a multifunctional magical treasure that could be used to attack. It was really a rare treasure. Right now, Xian's cultivation was limited. If he wanted to survive in this strange domain of the fallen stars, he would have to rely on magical treasures and other external forces. Therefore, he decided to refine all of the treasures he had obtained and turn them into a part of his overall battle prowess as soon as possible. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin activating the fusion system ding. Congratulations to host. Discovered star core source. Do you wish to collect it? Ding. Congratulations to host. Discovered 9 heaven star essence. Do you wish to activate the fusion system? The star core source was not surprising. That white-robed man could casually throw out a small pile of red-grade star core source to lure the devourer of stars. It would be strange if he did not have other star core source in stock in his concealment warship. But what was this 9 heaven star essence? Could it be that it was also found in the concealment warship? This was not surprising. With the other party's wealth, his status was obviously not ordinary. He was most likely a descendant of one of the core leaders of the human race in the Wanluo Federation. Since that was the case, it was natural for him to have something as good as the 9 heavens star essence that even Xian had never heard of. But this item could actually activate the fusion system of the Devourer system. This was definitely a good item. Although the fusion system had not been activated yet and the system was waiting for Xian's reply, he was not very clear about the specific functions of the system. But just the word fusion was enough to make one's imagination run wild. Xian did not hesitate and immediately ordered the Devourer system to devour the 9 heavens star essence. At the same time, he immediately ordered the fusion system to be activated. As for the star core source that the system had given in the concealment warship, Xian checked it and found that there were not many of them. Moreover, they were all green and green grade 3 or 4 star core source. They were much worse than the grade 5 red grade star core source. It seemed that even the white-robed man did not have many level 5 red planetary core origins, or rather, he did not have many with him. Previously, in order to trap the starry sky devourer, he had taken out all the level 5 red planetary core origins he had. Of course, in the end, it was still Xian who benefited. Ding. Congratulations to host. The fusion system has been activated. Ding. Discovered treasures that can be fused. Flying Star Shuttle and Concealment Warship, Star Sword and Meteor Sword. Do you wish to fuse them? As the Devourer system's prompt sounded in his mind, Yixian was completely stunned. Then, a huge sense of surprise quietly rose in his heart. Treasures of the same type could fuse with each other, there was no doubt about it. After all, the system had already given him a specific notification. He now had a total of 4 items that he could fuse with. In other words, these 4 treasures could be fused into 2 items. They were the Flying Star Shuttle, the Concealment Ship, the Heavenly Star Sword, and the Meteor Sword, which was the Red Broadsword. The former belonged to the category of small warships, while the latter belonged to the category of sword-type magical equipment. Previously, Yixian had been worried that the white-robed man would not have a chance to use this rare warship that was engraved with a concealment array, given his status and position in the myriad Luo Federation, especially among the human race. This was because once he took it out, his identity would definitely be exposed. Now that he had the fusion system, this problem was obviously solved. Regardless of whether it was the Flying Star Shuttle and the Concealment Ship, or the Heavenly Star Sword and the Meteor Sword, after the fusion, they would not be the same as before. In this way, even if Yixian took them out and used them at will, he would not be afraid of being recognized immediately. After some consideration, Yixian immediately issued the command to confirm the fusion to the system. He originally thought that after he confirmed the fusion, the Devourer system would quickly and successfully fuse the 2 warships and the 2 sword-type attack magical equipment. Who would have thought that the result would disappoint Yixian? Ding. Fusion confirmed. Ding. Discovered green level 3 star core origin, absorbing. Ding. Discovered green level 4 star core origin, absorbing. Ding. Warning. Insufficient fusion energy, please provide more. Yixian was suddenly stunned. Then, he checked the 2 small piles of green and green star core origin in the concealment ship. As expected, he found that the energy inside had disappeared. It was obvious that the Devourer system had automatically absorbed it. Now, they were only 2 small piles of green and green star core crystals respectively. At most, they would be recycled to the Hall of Affairs of the Wan Luo Federation in exchange for some standard star coins. In other words, this newly activated fusion system required energy for every fusion. This energy could be from other resources, but the star core origin was also a type that could be used. However, only a small pile of level 3 green and level 4 green star core origin was obviously not enough to support 2 fusions. More energy was needed. Yixian immediately thought of the treasure in the depths of the huge planet under his feet. A small pile of level 6 blue star core origin that was half a foot in size, a small pile of level 5 red star core origin that was 1 foot in size. These were level 5 and level 6 high-grade goods. It should be enough, right? If that was not enough, then this newly activated fusion system would be too disappointing. Just fusing the Flying Star Shuttle and the Concealment Ship required such a huge amount of fusion energy. What about in the future, when Yixian grew up and needed to fuse higher-grade treasures, wouldn't he be at a loss? No matter what, he would first obtain the level 5 and level 6 high-grade star core origin and hand it over to the system to try it out. This planet was huge. From the surface all the way to the core of the planet, one would need to break through all the obstacles along the way. In fact, it was not an easy task. However, Yixian clearly knew that there was indeed a star core origin in the planet's core. Furthermore, it was a high-quality level 5 red and level 6 blue star core origin. No matter how difficult the excavation process was, he would definitely not be lacking in motivation. Immediately, he leaped into the deepest part of the abyss and took out the Heavenly Star Sword. He spun it in front of him at an extremely fast speed, turning it into a sharp object like a drill bit, and pushed it all the way down. At the same time, on the other side of this huge black planet, a huge warship had just decelerated and was slowly descending toward the planet's surface. The appearance of this warship was a little special. It did not look like a battleship, but more like a large engineering ship. Of course, this kind of engineering ship was referring to the exploration and excavation of planets. In this graveyard space zone, there were indeed such exploration and excavation ships. Their goal was to search for the star core origin in the cores of planets. Compared to Yixian's actions of activating his magic treasure by himself and exhausting his Xianxia to dig down, not only were they more professional, they were also a group of explorers. Even their excavation speed was completely incomparable to that of Yixian's. After all, even a specialized exploration and excavation ship had been sent here, and a large one at that. At this moment, in the main control room of the exploration and excavation ship, more than 10 figures were standing in front of a big screen. There were both men and women among them, and their cultivation was different. All of them were in the 9th level of the core state. Skyriver Planet's bounty. After the decision was made, the exploration and excavation work quickly began. This enormous excavation ship looked huge, but in fact, the ship only carried the 13 people in the main control room. An engineering ship like this was basically automated. Even if there were some maintenance work that required manpower, it was usually done by the ship's robots. Since the myriad Luo Federation's science and technology faction could keep pace with the powerful Cultivation faction, it was obvious how advanced the Federation's science and technology was. The excavation site chosen by the excavation spaceship was also a deep and wide canyon. After the spaceship slowly landed, 4 huge mechanical arms extended from the bottom of the spaceship and firmly gripped the bed to stabilize the spaceship after the excavation began. Soon, a retractable door opened in the center of the lower part of the ship, and a huge special alloy drill bit stretched out. After it touched the ground of the canyon, it quickly began to rotate at high speed. For a moment, sand and stone flew everywhere, and a huge roar sounded. Even in the main control room of the ship, which had excellent sound insulation, the noise could be heard clearly. This roar lasted for about a day. Because the planet being excavated below was relatively large, even with the speed of this large professional excavation ship, it was impossible for the drill bit to reach the central planet's core in a short time. Damn it, it's this annoying noise again. I've been having a migraine lately. Among the 13 figures in the main control room, a young human woman with an extremely hot figure and an enchanting face raised her hand and rubbed her temples. Then, she lazily sat down on the sofa next to her, but her eyes swept over to the bald, middle-aged man who was standing in front of the big screen and staring intently at the drill bit that had already drilled into the ground. Then, she said, "Boss, if we really have a good harvest today, shouldn't we return to the ship?" After 7 days of listening to the drill bit noise, Lilith really couldn't stand it anymore. "I really miss the dreamy resort at the bottom of the Skyriver planet." Seeing that the bald man didn't respond, Lilith curled her lips. She raised her right hand and pressed a few buttons on a metal bracelet on her left wrist. Buzz. A faint sound came out, and in front of her, a virtual 5-dimensional 3-dimensional screen appeared in an instant. The metal bracelet on her left hand was actually a personal computer. Through the star sector level network system of this large excavation ship, she could connect to the public network of Skyriver Star. Of course, you have to have the authority to enter the gateway. And this authority was the official citizenship of the Wan Luo Federation. Lilith obviously missed the dreamy scenery of the holiday area at the bottom of the Skyriver planet. At this time, the scene displayed on the 5-dimensional virtual screen in front of her was the scene of the holiday area at the bottom of the sea. The colorful glow of fireflies enveloped Lilith, turning the area around her into a 5-dimensional virtual world. She felt like she was wandering in an undersea resort. Although there was no real sensation, the visual enjoyment was not bad at all. In the boring life of exploration work, this was indeed the best way to relax and release stress. Everyone was obviously used to it. None of the other 12 people in the main control room had the intention of turning their heads to look at them. Heavens, a reward of 10 billion star coins? Where the hell did this guy come from? Isn't this too extravagant? Suddenly, Lilith's exclamation rang out. This time, it finally attracted the attention of the other 12 people in the main control room. Even the bald, middle-aged man who had been standing in front of the big screen and watching the drill down turned his head to look in shock. 10 billion star coins was not a small amount. Although the excavation starship was large in size, it would take at least half a year for it to earn 10 billion star coins. After deducting the cost of wear and tear and maintenance, there would only be a few 100 million star coins left after the dividends were distributed to everyone. Of course, the 10 billion star coins here referred to white coins. At this time, Lilith had already exited the virtual scenery of Skyriver Star's undersea resort. A wanted poster with pictures and text appeared on the personal terminal in front of her. It was actually issued by the ruling authorities of Skyriver Star. 10 billion star coins was just the amount of the reward. As for the reason, it was because of the space pirates. There was a simple portrait on the bounty warrant. It was 60% similar to Yixian, but it didn't have a name or any specific identity information. On the other hand, the crime was extremely detailed. Below the words on the bounty warrant, there were even two pictures. They were the dust concealment ship and the meteor sword. As for the pot-shaped magical equipment named Demon Purge, it was not listed. Obviously, its level was not low. It was not appropriate for it to appear on the wanted poster, in case someone coveted it. Robbers in the Graveyard Star Zone are not people you and I can afford to offend. Even if we do earn 10 billion star coins, we won't be alive to spend them. Just go to sleep. The bald, middle-aged man glanced at the wanted poster and turned to look at the big screen again. The others were stunned. A touch of disappointment appeared on their faces, but no one said anything. As mentioned before, although the Graveyard Star Zone was in the third universe, which was controlled by the human race, it was in a gray area between the technology camp and the cultivation camp. There were two sides to this vast star zone. One was the Sky River Star, which belonged to the technology camp, and the other was the Purple Heaven Star, which belonged to the 10 Ultimates Heavenly Palace, which belonged to the cultivation camp. Bai Xian was the white-robed man, whose full name was Bai Shirley. On this side of the Graveyard Star Zone, he was absolutely a person who could do whatever he wanted, because his grandfather, Bai Jingjun, was the leader of the Sky River Star. In the technology camp of the Myriad Luo Federation, there were 3 empires and hundreds of small countries. The Sky River Star was one of them. Bai Jingjun had 1 star, so he could be considered an existence similar to that of a feudal official. Moreover, he had always been very protective of his people. How could someone who dared to rob his grandson on this side of the Graveyard Star Zone be an ordinary person? A day passed in the blink of an eye. The huge drill had already drilled through the passage to the core of the star under their feet. There were only a few hundred meters left. This section had to be accurately drilled through manually, otherwise the core would be damaged. Now that the drill was retracting, the 13 people in the main control room were all excited. Although there were still a few hundred meters to go, they were able to probe the situation in the center of the planet. They found a 1-foot square level 5 red planet core and a half-foot square level 6 blue planet core. These were all high-grade goods that could be worth a lot of money. As usual, Lilith, Ho San, and Hong Wu, the 3 of you come with me. The rest of you stay here. After that, the bald middle-aged man turned around and left the main control room. Behind him, the other 3 people immediately followed. Their mission was to wait for the drill to exit, then follow the tunnel to the core of the stellar core and retrieve the stellar core's origin that had been detected. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. He slipped away on his own. Yixian finally heard the system beep in his head after an entire day's worth of sleepless nights. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have discovered the star core origin. Do you wish to collect it? This meant that he was now very close to the center of the massive star core. He was so close that the devouring system in his body could directly collect the star core origin. Yixian immediately gave the order to collect the star core origin. Then, the system beep sounded in his head again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a high-grade star core origin. The level 5 red star core origin is 1 foot square. The level 6 blue star core origin is half a foot square. Ding! System beep. Do you wish to absorb the star core origin and continue the fusion? Absorb. Continue the fusion. Without the slightest hesitation, Yixian immediately gave the order. Although he was originally determined to obtain the star core origin within this star, before this, Yixian was still fusing with the 4 treasures. It was only because of the lack of fusion energy that he stopped. Now that he had obtained the energy, he naturally had to continue. Ding! Beginning to absorb the star core origin. Absorption complete. Ding! System beep. Beginning the fusion. Progress 1. Progress 2. As the system beep sounded in his head again, Yixian's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled back down. Then, he subconsciously checked the remaining star core origin. He was pleasantly surprised. It seemed that although the 4 treasures were fusing at the same time, which was equivalent to 2 separate fusions, the fusion energy consumption was not very high. Apart from the ones that had been absorbed by the system previously, the 2 high-grade star core origins that he had just obtained were only half of the level 5 red star core origin, which was half a foot square. As for the level 6 blue star core origin, which was half a foot square, it had not been touched at all. Xian was completely able to accept this level of energy consumption. However, of course, this was only the first time these 4 treasures had been fused. If he were to fuse other treasures into them in the future, it would be equivalent to a second fusion. Those who had played online games knew that the more equipment was fused, the greater the success rate and consumables would be. It was unknown whether the same situation would happen to the fusion system that had just been activated by the devouring system. Xian decided that he would try it as soon as he obtained a suitable treasure in the future. Now that the fusion of the 4 star core origin translation, Xian translation, there was no reason for him to stay. Anyway, there was still plenty of star core origin. And of the star core origin. Especially the level 6 blue star core origin. The level star core origin. The star origin that blue star origin. The star origin, blue star to star translation origin star translation origin translation. Of Yi translation. To Yi level to translation to level. The Yi star was. If it was the same level 5 red star core origin, this half a foot square might not be enough for him to advance from level 3 to level 4 star core origin. However, it was hard to say what would happen to the level 6 blue star core origin. After all, its quality was 1 level higher. Xian leaped up and quickly flew to the planet's surface. He decided to find a secluded place on this planet for seclusion and absorb all the star core origins in his possession. He would try his best to increase his strength before searching for new star core origins. At the same time, just 100 meters away from where Xian had just stood, the 4 powerhouses from the large engineering ship were all dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, they had clearly seen the 2 small piles of star core origins. But just as they were about to collect them, they mysteriously disappeared. To be more precise, they turned into a ray of light and drilled into the rock formation on the opposite side. Bandits. They are definitely bandits. How could the star core origins grow legs and run away on their own? After being stunned for a few seconds, the bald man jumped up and roared. At the same time, he raised his hand and waved it. A sword-shaped magic weapon emitting a green glow flew out of his hand and touched the rock formation as if it was cutting tofu. It quickly pushed forward. The distance of 100 meters was crossed in the blink of an eye. A straight tunnel appeared in front of the 4 powerhouses, making them gasp. What the bald man said just now was just a guess, but now, everything was confirmed. The star core origin that had been reflected in his eyes just now had indeed been forcibly snatched by someone from 100 meters away from the rock formation. This method was simply unbelievable. Could it be the guy who stole by Shirley's star core origin? Lilith's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately said, according to the arrest warrant, this guy also stole one of White Scoundrel's astral devourers. This kind of astral beast always feeds on astral core sources. Maybe it has some kind of talent that allows it to directly devour astral core sources from 100 meters away. Otherwise, wouldn't it collapse a planet every time it eats? That's right. This kind of unbridled method is very similar. Damn it, he actually dared to steal from me, Baldy Sue. Brilliance flashed in the bald man's eyes. He immediately turned on the communication system and gave an order to the people who were guarding the large engineering ship on the surface of the planet. Contact the Heavenly River planet immediately. Tell them that we have found the wretched space pirate who just stole a bunch of our star core origins. Send the coordinates to them directly and ask for the Federation's backup. After that, the bald man's body shook, and he ascended along the tunnel in front of him. Let's go after him. In the boundless sea of stars, not far away from the enormous planet where the large excavation starship was located, an enormous fleet was sailing. The fleet had 10 warships in total, all of which were large planetary warships. Also, the emblem of the Thousand Luo Federation was painted on the hull of the warships, indicating that they were all official warships. Inside the control room of the flagship at the center of the fleet, Bai Shirley, the white-robed man, was staring at the big screen in front of him gloomily. After Xian escaped that day, He had crossed the void with his physical body and met up with the fleet of the Federation that was sent by the Changbai army on the Heavenly River planet to protect him. Then, he contacted the Heavenly River planet and issued the wanted poster. In the meantime, he had chased after Xian all the way. It was a pity that he hadn't received any feedback until now. The graveyard space zone was simply too large. Even though too many experts of the Federation had entered it, it was still like looking for a needle in a haystack to find the bold space pirate in such a short time. At this moment, Bai surely couldn't have been more frustrated. He had always been on a rampage in the Heavenly River planet, and he had never suffered such a loss before. He couldn't have felt more frustrated. Right then, a major of the fleet next to him shouted in surprise, "Master Bai, we have news. The guy is on a dead planet not far away. He has just stolen a batch of star core origins from an exploration team. Damn it, he's really got guts. How dare he steal from us?" Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Star Cannons bombardment planet-level warships were the entry-level warships of the Immortal Dynasty military of the Myriad Luo Federation Science and Technology faction. Each of them was 1,000 meters long and was equipped with star cannons. At this moment, 10 planet-level Federation warships surrounded a huge black planet. Not even a fly could escape. On the surface of the planet, Baldy Su, Lilith, and the other two had returned to the large warship. They had chased after Yi Xian along the tunnel on the opposite side, but they did not find him until they reached the surface of the planet. In the end, they had no choice but to return. Of course, there was another reason for this. Baldy Su was worried that the other party's cultivation was too high. After all, that was the person who dared to attack Bai Ruffian in this star field. Since they had already reported to Skyriver Planet, there was no need to fight to the death with the other party. The Federation fleet of Skyriver Planet would arrive soon. When that time came, as long as they caught that space pirate, not only would they recover the stolen planet core origin, but they would also be rewarded with 10 billion star coins. Boss, the Federation's fleet of the Skyriver Planet has arrived. They have surrounded the entire planet. There are a total of 10 planetary military warships. Judging from the speed of their arrival, the one in charge of this fleet is probably White Scoundrel. He has been searching this star field all along. Retracting his gaze from the big screen, a member who stayed behind turned to look at Baldy Su and reported the news of the arrival of the 10 planet-level warships. This time, that kid won't be able to escape. 10 planet-level military warships equipped with star cannons. A ferocious smile appeared on Baldy Su's face. He waved his hand and said, "Let's not stay here any longer. Take off immediately and meet up with the fleet above. The rest is up to them. We just have to wait for the reward." At the same time, in the vast space above the planet. As soon as the 10 warships surrounded the black planet, Bai Shirley, who was in the flagship's central control room, immediately gave the order to attack. "Everyone, fire the star cannons and force that kid out." But, a major standing next to him hesitated for a moment before reminding him, "Young Master Bai, that large engineering ship is still inside. It seems to be taking off. It should be coming to join us." They were the ones who reported that kid's whereabouts. In other words, it was fine for them to open fire, but they had to wait for the engineering ship to come up first. They had also contributed. "Bastard, it's just a crappy engineering ship. So what if you blow it up? Is it more important than my face? Is it more important than Xing Chang's face?" Bai Shirley immediately roared, "Since they are all meritorious subjects, then let's see this through to the end. Can't they sacrifice their lives for the Federation? What if that brat is hiding in the engineering ship and waiting for the ship to come up? If he suddenly rushes out, we won't even be able to catch up." That made sense. All the officers in the central control room were speechless. The order to fire was immediately given. The full name of the star cannon was the Star Destroyer Cannon. It was said to be able to shatter a planet. Of course, the star cannons on the entry-level planetary-level Federation military warships could only shatter a group of relatively large meteors that they encountered during interstellar travel. For such a huge planet below, it was absolutely impossible to shatter it with star cannons. However, if 10 star cannons were to fire at the same time, it was possible to blow the entire planet up. A deafening roar rang out. and the 10 warships that surrounded the Black Star each fired a 10-meter-thick energy beam at the same time, blasting the Black Star below at the same time. At present, the massive engineering ship had just left the surface. The 13 people in the ship's central control room were all aghast at the sudden sight. Then, as Baldy Sue's cursing bellowed, the few people controlling the engineering ship finally came to their senses and hurriedly changed the command, landing the engineering ship on the planet's surface once more. Although staying here like this was still an abyss of suffering, at least it was better than flying up and being blown to pieces by the enemy's star cannons, right? This kind of engineering ship could not be equipped with an energy shield. They did not have the financial resources to do so. Abandoned ship. Abandoned ship. That bastard by Shirley is really a hooligan. He's really a jerk. After the engineering ship landed again, Baldy Sue, as the captain, immediately gave the order to abandon the ship. Staying on the ship would make them live targets. Since By Shirley had already fired the cannons, there was obviously no way he would let them leave. This was to silence them. Instead of staying on the ship, it was better to find a place to hide on this planet. Perhaps they would still have a chance of survival. The group of 13 people packed up their important belongings and then hurriedly left the engineering ship, disappearing into the depths of a large canyon on the planet's surface. At this moment, Xian was in seclusion in a cave on the other side of the planet. The bloodline of the astral devourer was indeed not simple. Coupled with the ability of the devouring system, the speed at which he absorbed the astral core origins was simply astonishing. In such a short time, in less than half a day, the remaining 2 small piles of level 5 red astral core origins and level 6 blue astral core origins had all been completely absorbed by Xian. Just as he ended his seclusion and opened his eyes, the system notification finally sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have leveled up. Current level, level 4 astral core state. Sure enough, even with the same amount of level 5 red astral core origins and a small pile of level 6 blue astral core origins, Xian had only leveled up by a small amount this time. It would only get more and more difficult in the future. He was a little depressed at the thought of this. Fortunately, he now had the bloodline talent of the astral devourer, so he did not have to worry too much about the source of the astral core origins. Rumble. Boom, the entire planet suddenly shook violently, and at the same time, there was a large number of loud rumbles, which made Xian, who had just gotten up and was about to leave, tremble. An extremely bad feeling welled up in his heart. Extending his consciousness, he quickly discovered the 10 Federation warships that surrounded the planet. Without any hesitation, Xian immediately came to a realization. Without a doubt, the white-robed man had caught up, and this time, he had brought an entire fleet with him. For some reason, he was certain that he was on this planet, and the cannons on the ship were firing at the same time. This was the rhythm of forcing him out. What went wrong? Could it be that there was a tracking imprint in the treasures that were previously collected? Frowning, Xian began to think, but he quickly dismissed this possibility. All the treasures were collected through the devouring system. If there really was such a tracking imprint, it was impossible for the system not to detect it. Whatever, the enemy's warship cannons are firing non-stop. If I don't rush out, I'll die in the end. Opportunity for the second fusion. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful fusion. You have obtained the hidden star shuttle. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful fusion. You have obtained the Tianyun sword. As Xian took the initiative to check on the integration of the system, the notification of the devouring system rang in his mind. Without a doubt, both fusions were successful. His flying star shuttle had merged with the concealment ship to form a new concealment star shuttle. Since it was still a shuttle, it meant that the speed of the previous flying star shuttle had been inherited. At the same time, the word concealment in the name of this new warship meant that the perfect concealment formation on the white-robed man's concealment ship had also been transplanted. These were the advantages and specialties of the 2 warships in the first place. Since it was a fusion, it was naturally a combination of the strong and the strong. It was impossible to keep something that was of little value. Similarly, Xian's heavenly star sword and the door-like red broadsword, the heavenly meteor sword, had also merged into the current heavenly meteor sword. However, Xian was not in a hurry to check this sword. His attention was immediately attracted by the newly merged hidden starship. The concealment starship was still a small battleship. It basically retained the streamlined shape of the previous flying star shuttle, but its surface was slightly modified and became more complex. Of course, the concealment array was also engraved on it. However, this kind of engraving array would only appear when it was activated and deactivated. Under normal circumstances, it would not be visible. The biggest difference was the internal structure and decoration. The previous flying star shuttles were mainly practical, but the concealment starship was a luxury item. Now, all the luxurious decorations were inherited from the concealment starship. However, this was not what Xian cared about. What he cared about the most was the speed of this concealed star shuttle. Right now, the entire Black Star was surrounded by 10 planet-level battleships. If he wanted to escape, it was possible for him to rely on the perfect concealment formation of the star concealment shuttle. However, Xian didn't dare to take the risk. If he was discovered, he could only escape. In that case, the speed of the star concealment shuttle was very important. In fact, speed alone wasn't enough, because no matter how fast you were, you wouldn't be able to outrun the star cannon beam of the Planetary State Federation's battleship. It would be great if there was a higher-level energy shield system, but that was just wishful thinking. Neither Xian's flying star shuttle nor the white-robed man's concealment warship had such an energy shield. No matter how powerful the fusion system was, it was impossible for it to appear out of thin air. The Planetary-class Federation battleships were the entry-level standard battleships used by the 3 large empires and hundreds of small countries under the Immortal Dynasty. Information about their performance and firepower could be found on the official website of the Federation military, so it was not a secret. Therefore, Xian quickly found out the speed of their interstellar travel through the Devouring system. Comparing it with the hidden starship that had just been successfully integrated, he suddenly felt depressed. Although the difference in speed was not that great, it was still a difference. Since that was the case, once the concealment array was useless, then Xian would undoubtedly be in great danger. Without an energy shield and unable to match the speed of his opponent, there was no way he could survive. At this moment, Xian's extended divine sense unexpectedly captured a small battleship. It was actually the kind of advanced battleship that had an energy shield. Moreover, this small advanced battleship was not high up in the sky, but on the surface of this black planet, not too far away from Xian's hiding place. It seemed to be in a hurry and in a sorry state as it steered towards a dry trench. A second fusion? Xian's eyes lit up immediately. This battleship was obviously faster than the flying star shuttle. This was normal. After all, it was an advanced battleship with an energy shield, so its speed was naturally not much slower. If he could snatch this battleship, if he carried out another fusion, then the current hidden starship would be upgraded for the second time. Not only would it have an energy shield, but its speed would also be greatly increased. The flying star shuttle was just a simple battleship that was equivalent to a means of transportation. The only thing it pursued was speed. Even the white-robed man's hidden starship did not have an attack system. Since this advanced battleship even had an energy shield, it most likely did not lack an attack system. If it did, it would undoubtedly be a pleasant surprise for Xian. Soon, even the abandoned large excavation ship on the other side of the planet fell into the detection of Xian's divine sense. His face immediately darkened. Obviously, it was the people on this large excavation ship that exposed his whereabouts. The small advanced battleship just now had flown in the direction of the large excavation ship, so it was most likely them. In fact, this was indeed the case. This small advanced battleship belonged to Baldy Su. As a veteran and professional treasure hunter, Baldy Su had wandered the graveyard domain for many years. The star coins he had accumulated were enough for him to buy a small advanced battleship with an attack system and an energy shield. At present, the 13 crew members, including Lilith, were all on his god of fortune. Since this battleship had an energy shield, their chances of survival were very high. However, no one knew when the 10 Federation battleships would leave. In order to save energy on the energy shield, they had to find a safe place to hide first. Xian immediately activated the hidden starship and concealed all of its presence. As if it was invisible, it quickly chased after the battleship. The battleship was not very fast, so the hidden starship caught up with it without much effort. Then, it followed behind from a distance. The devouring hand could forcibly seize this battleship, but it would have to wait until everyone in the battleship came out. Otherwise, the success rate of the capture would be too low. It could be said that it was close to none. It was obviously impossible for the other party to hide in the battleship all the time. That would consume too much energy. At this time, the most important thing was to conserve energy. No one knew if they would have to fight a protracted battle on this planet. The white-robed man would never give up so easily. Since the other party could leak his whereabouts, they must know about the grudge between him and the white-robed man. Therefore, they should know more about this than Xian. What Xian needed to do was to immediately take action and forcibly seize the battleship when the other party found a suitable hiding place and all of them came out of the battleship. This opportunity came quickly. The battleship in front of him stopped at the deepest part of the dry trench. Then, Xian saw figures coming out of the battleship one after another. The last to come out was a bald, brawny man. After him, no one else came out. Xian's heart skipped a beat and he immediately activated the devouring hand's capture skill. In the next moment, just as the bald man raised his hand and was about to put away the battleship suddenly disappeared. Xian did not show up at all, and the hidden starship was not exposed either. After the battleship was in his hands, he quickly fled. My God of Fortune? Why did it suddenly disappear? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations hidden God all-round battleship. Without waiting for him to return to his previous closed-door cultivation location, Xian immediately checked the God of Fortune that he'd just snatched. The surprise came so quickly that Xian's blood was boiling. Although the name of this battleship was very old-fashioned, its level was definitely not for show. It had both attack and defense. Not only did it have an energy shield, it even had an attack system. There was a star cannon at the front and back of the battleship, which was the standard battleship cannon equipped on the Federation's planet-level battleships. It could directly destroy a small meteor. It seemed that the bald man had spent a lot of star coins to build this small advanced battleship. Miners were indeed rich people. This could be seen from the large pile of star core sources in one of the cabins of the God of Fortune. The only pity was that these star core sources were all level 1 white or level 2 orange, with only a small amount of level 4 green and level 5 red. As for level 6 blue, there was not a single piece. However, the advantage was that there was a large amount. According to Xian's estimation, it should be enough to fuse this battleship with his hidden star ship a second time. Right now, his hidden star ship was already very good in terms of sailing speed, and it also had a rare concealment array. If it could successfully fuse with the God of Fortune a second time, then the new battleship would not only be able to hide, but its speed would also be higher. What was even rarer was that it also had high-quality attack systems such as an energy shield and star cannon. This was simply a perfect all-round battleship. Just thinking about it made Xian impatient. Very quickly, Xian returned to his previous closed-door cultivation location, while the star cannons of the 10 battleships outside continued to rumble and explode. Fortunately, this black star was too large, so it wouldn't be completely shattered in a short period of time. However, Xian did not have much time. He had to complete the second fusion as soon as possible. Ding! Discovered hidden star ship. Discovered God of Fortune. Do you want to fuse? Ding! Discovered star core sources. Do you want to absorb energy? Following the notification from the devouring system, Xian did not hesitate and immediately chose to fuse with it. The system did not continue to ask for instructions on how to absorb the energy from the fusion and directly took it from the God of Fortune's cabin. Although the grade of this pile of star core sources was not high, there was a lot of them. According to Xian's estimation, if he collected all of them, he would most likely be able to advance from his current 4th grade star core level to 5th grade star core level. But that was useless. It couldn't solve the crisis in front of him. Ding! Fusion energy absorption complete. Beginning fusion. Progress 1. Progress 2. As the system beeped again, Xian checked the star core origin that had been thrown out of the God of Fortune's cabin by the fusion system. The result made him smile bitterly. Although the small mountain of star core origin had not been completely used up, more than 90% of it had been used up. The star core origin that had been absorbed had been reduced to pure star core crystals. Apart from recycling them to the Federation's Affairs Department in exchange for star coins, there was basically no other use for them. The fusion progress was very slow. Xian had nothing to do, so he also absorbed the remaining star core origin. Unfortunately, the result was not suspenseful at all. He was still a 4th grade star core level. The further he advanced, the more star core origin energy he would need to advance by a small level. Time passed slowly. The 10 large planetary-grade battleships in the sky had been pouring down their cannons. The entire huge black planet was shrouded in the noisy smoke and dust. One volley of cannons was enough to crush 10 star core origin energy beams. What about hundreds of volleys of cannons? The surface of the entire planet had become full of craters. This kind of continuous powerful bombardment caused the entire planet to constantly quake. Under the violent shaking, some abysses and trenches collapsed one after another. Even some huge mountains collapsed. Xian's hiding place was deep within the planet, close to the core region. Now, it was affected quite a bit. This made him very worried. This huge black planet would not be able to hold on for much longer. After a full 4 hours, the fusion was finally over. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Fusion successful. You have obtained the all-round advanced grade battleship Soul Concealment Shuttle. At this moment, when the system beeped again, Xian felt his whole body relax. It was as if he had heard the sound of nature. His 108,000 pores were blowing out cold air, and he felt like he was floating. All round. And it was an advanced grade battleship. Even the name of the Soul Concealment Shuttle was very pleasing to the ear. All of this could be said to be perfect. Of course, the Soul Concealment Shuttle was still a small battleship. Its exterior still retained the streamlined shape of the Flying Star grade battleship, but the surface of the ship had some additional equipment. These were probably accessories for the star cannons and energy shield system. As for the interior, there were some changes compared to before. There was more space. Now, even if 20 people entered the inner cabin at the same time, it could still fit inside. Xian immediately checked the various attributes of the Soul Concealment Shuttle. In terms of speed, it had indeed increased by a large margin. Compared to the standard planetary-grade battleships of the Federation military, it was already slightly faster. All of this made Xian very satisfied. The only thing that made him a little dumbfounded was the 2 star cannons and the energy shield system on the ship. If they needed to be activated, they would need energy, and this energy was also from the star core origin. At this point, Xian finally understood why the bald man had piled so much low-grade star core origin in the God of Fortune cabin. After all this time, it was not even a safe. The star core origin was provided for the God of Fortune to activate the energy shield and to fire the star cannons, but now, the last bit of star core origin had been used up by Xian out of boredom while waiting for the results of the fusion. And this huge black star had just been excavated. No matter what, there could not be any star core origin left in the center of the star core. Xian was dumbfounded. It was fine that the star cannons could not be used, but the energy shield was a life-saving thing. It had to be prepared with energy that could be activated temporarily. After all, although the Soul Concealment Shuttle was slightly faster than the 10 planetary-grade Federation battleships, how could it be faster than the energy beam of the star cannons? If the enemy fired a shot, without the energy shield, it would definitely be over. In his depression, Xian suddenly thought of the bald man he had stolen from the God of Fortune. As a professional miner, and the low-grade star core origin that was thrown into the God of Fortune as a reserve energy source can be piled up into a small mountain. Then, how could he not have a level 5 red star core origin or higher? Xian muttered to himself. His eyes immediately lit up. Although he also felt that it was a little too much to always rob the same person who asked this guy to leak his whereabouts, the trouble in front of him was all caused by him. It seemed that for the sake of the God of Fortune and the high-quality star core origin that was about to be obtained, he could just not be calculative and let him live. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. If you want to live, you have to pay. High up in the sky, in the central control room of the 10 Planetary Federation military battleships. The white-robed man, by Shirley, was staring at the big screen in front of him with a gloomy expression. What was displayed on the screen was the situation of the black star below. The surface of the entire star was now covered in dust, but the star cannons of the 10 battleships were still firing at the same time. It was estimated that the ground below had been completely plowed, but the distance from completely blasting the entire star into cosmic dust was still far away. More importantly, even if they could do that, the energy consumption of the 10 battleships would not be able to keep up. The energy beams of the star cannons did not shoot out of thin air. Every shot represented a large amount of the planet's core source energy. Although Bai Shirley's grandfather, Bai Xingjun, was the governor of the Heavenly River Star, there was another big shot on the Heavenly River Star. That was the commander-in-chief of the Tianjin Empire's military stationed there, a major general named Zhao Long. The Wanluo Federation was huge. The Immortal Dynasty of the Science and Technology faction and the Tenju Celestial Palace of the Cultivation faction each occupied half of the territory of Universe 3. There were 3 large empires and hundreds of small countries under the Immortal Dynasty. Tianjin Nation was a small country under one of the empires. The Heavenly River Star, on the other hand, was just an administrative planet in the star field controlled by the Heavenly Dust Nation. The reason why Bai Xingjun could become the leader of a planet on planet Tianhe was because he had a good son, Bai Shirley's father. This person held a position on the capital planet of Tianjin Nation. Even so, Bai Xingjun was not the only one who had the final say on planet Tianhe. The Federation system had always been separated between the military and government. Bai Xingjun was the administrative leader, while Zhao Long was the military's leader on planet Tianhe. Zhao Long's family was also on the capital planet of Tianjin Nation. He had a strong background and did not seem to get along with Bai Shirley's father. Hence, Bai Xingjun and Zhao Long only seemed to be harmonious on the surface. However, although the military power was in Zhao Long's hands, as the leader of a planet, Bai Xingjun had the right to deploy some battleships as guards. The total amount of battleships he could deploy was 50 planetary states and 3 star states. The 10 ships that Bai Shirley brought out were part of the 50 planetary ships allocated to Bai Xingjun by the Sky River planet's military. Even though these warships were for Bai Xingjun to use, they were still part of the military. If they used up too much energy, even Bai Xingjun would not be able to explain himself, let alone Bai Shirley. Zhao Long would most likely take the opportunity to make things difficult for him. Therefore, even if these 10 battleships had the ability to completely destroy the enormous planet below, Bai Shirley did not dare to expend so much energy. Furthermore, it was very difficult to do so with 10 star cannons firing at the same time. That brat definitely won't dare to show his face. He should be hiding in the depths of the planet. Maybe he has already been crushed into meat paste by the collapsed rocks. Gritting his teeth, Bai Shirley continued in a deep voice, "Give the order. Once the star cannons are done firing, dispatch 10 small landing ships. This young master will personally go down and find that brat's body. I hope that the starry sky devouring beast is fine." The row of officers standing behind had been anxious for a long time. When they heard that they no longer needed to expend energy, they looked at each other and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although they felt that it was a little too risky to let Bai Shirley personally go down to search, in order to prevent this guy from staying in the central control room, if the order was given again, they would not be able to explain themselves when they returned. As such, they hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. 10 small landing ships quickly flew out from the central flagship's rear cabin and headed towards the planet below. Bai Shirley was in the cabin of one of the spaceships. These small landing ships were about the same size as Xianxia's Spirit Concealment Shuttle. They were both a dozen meters wide and a few dozen meters long. However, although they had attack systems, they did not have energy shields. As for the concealment array engraved on the ship's body, that was even more out of the question. Moreover, their attack systems were not very powerful. At least, they did not have the 2 star cannons installed on the Spirit Concealment Shuttle. Therefore, no matter how one compared them, these 10 small landing ships were far inferior to Yixian's Spirit Concealment Shuttle. If Bai Shirley had known that Yixian actually had such a perfect all-around warship, he definitely would not have dared to leave the central flagship so easily. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. This also meant that Bai Shirley was destined to never return from this trip, on the planet's surface, in the deepest part of the thick and dry trench. Baldy Su, Lilith, Hong Wu, And the rest of the 13 were currently holed up in a natural rock cave deep in the trench with bitter expressions. The inexplicable disappearance of the god of fortune cast the entire team into a dark cloud. Although the other 12 people, such as Lilith and Hong Wu, each had a small warship, they were far inferior to Baldy Su's god of fortune. Not to mention the weapon systems, their private warships did not even have energy shields. In the face of this kind of bombardment from the star cannons, they would die if they ventured out. At this moment, as the bombardment of the star cannons stopped, the entire enormous planet became quiet. Lilith raised her head and glanced in the direction of the entrance of the cave. She said suspiciously, "The commotion outside seems to have stopped. Did that white scoundrel leave? That's impossible. It's not like you don't know how precious the universe devourer is. Not to mention the matter of face, white scoundrel would never give up so easily just to take back this beast." The bald man shook his head slowly, with bad luck all over his face. "If my guess is correct, they must have sent a small landing ship to search for him. After such a long bombardment, the surface of the entire planet must have been plowed. Nobody can guarantee that the wretched space pirate is not dead yet." "I don't think so. Boss, the strange disappearance of your god of fortune is most likely the work of that space pirate. That guy is too evil." On the side, Hongwu took over the conversation. At the same time, a perplexed look appeared on his face. "However, it's one thing to lose the star core origins, but now even the god of fortune has mysteriously disappeared. Could that universe devourer be able to directly devour a warship? I've never heard of it. Now is not the time to think about these things." Baldy Su waved his hand and sighed again. "The landing ship sent by White Scoundrel will find us very soon. By then, he will most likely kill us. Therefore, even if this cave does not collapse, we can't stay any longer. Now that the bombardment has temporarily stopped, it should have been the best opportunity to escape, but the god of fortune has been lost. Not to mention the energy shield, none of your private warships are fast enough to catch my eyes. There is no way you can escape the pursuit of the 10 planetary warships. It seems that we are really doomed this time. In fact, you do have one last chance. Ancient Cultivator's Cave, who is it? Who's there? Get out here." As Yi Xian's voice abruptly rang out, the 13 people in the cave immediately became alert. At the same time as they shouted, their divine senses immediately swept out. A few of them even directly activated their artifacts, ready to attack. Unfortunately, under the sweep of their divine senses, there was nothing at the entrance and outside of the cave. There was not even a trace of abnormal spatial fluctuations, causing the people in the cave to suspect that they had just been hallucinating. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's voice rang out again. "If you dawdle any longer, I'm going to leave. However, that Bai Pai Bai you mentioned seems to be coming this way. Since he's a hoodlum, even if you inform him, the possibility of him silencing you is still very high." "It's you? You're that space pirate?" Baldy Su finally reacted, and his expression became extremely ugly. "Hand over my god of fortune. It's fine that you stole our planet core source, but you must return the god of fortune. Otherwise, this matter will not be over." "What is the god of fortune? A warship? Do you think that I would need your god of fortune when I have a warship that even has a concealment array engraved on it?" Yi Xian's cold laughter rang out. "As for the planet core source, I was indeed the one who took it. However, it was originally an object without an owner. You can explore and excavate it, so why can't I? In the end, it fell into my hands, which only shows that your skills are inferior and you were slower than me. Is there a problem with that?" His words rendered the 13 people in the cave speechless. Yi Xian's words were indeed reasonable regarding the matter of the planet core source. They had no words to refute him. As for the god of fortune, this warship even had such a perfect concealment array engraved on it, so its level was obvious. Was there a need to be greedy for the god of fortune? It should be known that although the human race in the myriad Luo Federation was divided into the cultivation camp and the technological camp, and the two camps cooperated very closely with each other, even in the cultivation camp, this kind of array master was in existence with a transcendent status. It was definitely expensive to ask them to engrave an array on a warship. Even if you had money, you wouldn't be able to hire anyone. Under such circumstances, when there was an opportunity, most people would engrave speed or attack-type formations. Even if it was a defensive formation, it was still better than a concealment formation. The other party's warship even had a concealment array, so how could the rest be lacking? Besides, since he had admitted to the Star Core origin, there was no reason not to admit to the God of Fortune. Thinking like this, even Baldy Sue didn't dare to be sure. After all, his God of Fortune had disappeared in a very strange manner. There was no trace of it at all. Originally, I saw Bairua coming down to search for me, so I took the opportunity to leave. I passed by and overheard your conversation, so I wanted to do a small business deal. Just as Baldy Sue and the others were hesitating, Xianxia's voice sounded again. This time, it sounded like he was really going to leave. But it seems like you guys aren't interested. Fine, I'll take my leave first. I don't want to waste too much time. If I get caught by that white scoundrel, I'll be in trouble. Step on it. Baldy Sue was really anxious this time. He gritted his teeth and steeled his heart. Okay, it's a deal. We'll pay a little. When you're outside the encirclement, deliberately reveal yourself and help us lure the white scoundrel away from the warship outside. With the level of your warship, I'm sure its speed won't be slow. Doing this won't put you in any danger. We'll go all out and gamble on your character. That's right. Actually, I'm a businessman. Otherwise, I wouldn't be thinking about doing a small business deal at a time like this. Businessmen value their promises. This is credibility. Don't worry, I won't cheat you. Hearing this, the 13 people in the cave almost simultaneously twitched their mouths. They had only heard of businessmen valuing profits. What the hell was a businessman valuing promises, credibility? Right now, they didn't even know who you were or what you looked like. What did that have to do with credibility? Even so, they had no choice but to take a gamble. Of course, the most important thing was that Baldy Sue believed in the power of Xianxia's warship. Since he wouldn't be in any danger, he would lend a hand. As long as his character wasn't too bad, he would still do it. At that moment, the other 12 people, including Baldy Sue, each took out a small pile of Star Core origins, and none of them were low-level goods. A small portion of them were level 5 red, while the majority were level 4 green. Only Lilith, who was at the side, frowned and did not move. Are you guys trying to dismiss a beggar? Could it be that my life is only worth this much? At least 10 times. Also, there seems to be someone who hasn't paid, right? That's making things difficult for me. 10 times? You might as well rob. No, he's robbing from the start. This is clearly a blatant robbery. He's a space pirate to begin with, okay? It'd be strange if he didn't rob. Everyone, just admit it. Our lives are more important. These guys had followed Baldy Sue in the mining of star cores for many years. In fact, every one of them was quite wealthy. The situation was urgent at the moment, and they could tell from the probing just now that Xian wasn't that easy to deal with. Therefore, after complaining for a while, they still took out some Star Core origins one after another. Although the quantity was about the same as before, the quality was one level higher. Most of them were level 5 red, and there was even a small portion of them that were level 6 blue. Including the Star Core origins that they had taken out earlier, the total amount had already exceeded what Xian had obtained from the center of this black planet. It was quite a haul. However, this time, the ones who took out the Star Core origins were still the 12 people, including Baldy Sue. Only Lilith still didn't move. Even if we're going to the undersea dreamy resort on the Sky River planet, 2 adult tickets are enough to bring a child along for free. We've already bought 12 tickets. Handsome, why don't you just waive my ticket? A pleading expression appeared on Lilith's face. I've lost everything I've gained this time. I can't even take out a single Star Core origin. If you really want it, then you have to take me with you. I know of an ancient cultivator's immortals cave on a certain planet. I found it when I explored it last time, but I didn't tell anyone. How about we split the loot in half? That's the cave abode of a cultivator from the cultivation camp. The treasures inside are definitely enough to buy my life. In fact, the last part of her speech was the most important part. Baldy Sue and the others' eyelids twitched when they heard this, fearing that Xian would refuse on the spot. However, after Lilith finished speaking, the outside of the cave fell silent. After a while, Xian's voice sounded again. The cave abode of a powerhouse from the cultivation camp? This is quite a good fortune, but you better not lie to me. Otherwise, I promise you'll regret it. No way, no way. Translator, Transin editor, Transcendant insult my intelligence. Ding. Discovered Starcore source. Do you wish to collect it? Collect it immediately. Following Xian's response, the Devouring system was immediately activated. The 12 small piles of Starcore source in the cave immediately turned into 12 faint rays of light and shot out of the cave, disappearing in the blink of an eye. During this process, a few of the 13 people in the cave almost couldn't hold themselves back from directly attacking. After all, he had already taken out his own magic treasures. With just a thought, he would be able to chase after the faint light formed from the 12 piles of star cores and find Xian's location. But it was useless. The other party's warship was so high-end that they couldn't blast open the energy shield with their magical weapons. In the end, they would even offend the other party and lose their chance to live. Therefore, in the end, several people, including Baldy Sue, gritted their teeth and endured it. You can come over now, but only you. After collecting the Starcore source, Xian was completely relieved, but he didn't leave. Instead, he spoke again. Obviously, he was talking about Lilith. The latter exchanged a look with Baldy Sue and nodded imperceptibly. She thought that everything was done flawlessly, but she didn't know that Xian had seen everything clearly in the soul concealment shuttle. Therefore, the sneer on his face grew thicker. Originally, Xian really planned to show his face in the distant starry sky after breaking out of the encirclement of the 10 planetary-level warships. It could also be considered as saving the lives of these guys. After all, with the current speed of the soul concealment shuttle, the 10 planetary-level warships couldn't catch up at all. Even if they fired star cannons, the star core source that the soul concealment shuttle had just obtained was enough to support its energy shield for a long time. There was nothing to be afraid of. Unfortunately, these guys were courting death, so they couldn't blame him for it, although Lilith was a delicate beauty. In fact, her cultivation strength was second only to Baldy Sue among the 13 people. She had already reached the 6th order star core. This could be seen from the fact that Baldy Sue brought 3 people away from the warship, one of which was her. As for the latter, he was at the 7th order. It was true that she did not have a single star core origin on her, but if Xian did not relent, she could have borrowed it from someone else, but she did not. Instead, he had found an excuse to sneak into Xian's spirit concealment shuttle. This was a clear indication of his intentions. The girl was a complete cultivation maniac. Every time she came out for a mining operation, she would basically trade all the planetary core essences she obtained with other people for high-quality planetary core essences. Then, when a large mining ship was searching for the next target planet, she would collect them all. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't be able to absorb star sources at such a speed. Otherwise, as long as they had enough star core sources, wouldn't their cultivation soar like a rocket? The reason why Lilith could absorb the star core origin so quickly was because she had saved up a lot of star coins and exchanged them for a bloodline at the Heavenly River Star Federation's Hall of Affairs. Of course, that bloodline was very rare and could not be exchanged for with star coins. At that time, she had also picked up a good bargain. Lilith and Baldy Sue were now gambling. They were gambling that Xian's cultivation was not as strong as Lilith's. If that was the case, as long as Lilith entered the other party's warship, they would have a chance to kill the other party and seize the warship. Rather than betting their lives on the other party's character, they were more inclined to bet on their own luck. The reason why they chose Lilith over the stronger Baldy Sue was obviously because she was a woman, and she was young and beautiful, which could make the other party lower their guard as much as possible. At this moment, as Lilith walked toward the entrance of the cave, the spirit concealment shuttle, which had been operating the concealment array, finally revealed its appearance after. A hazy halo dispersed. The 12 people in the cave immediately gasped, and a greedy light shot out from their eyes. From the smooth lines, one could tell at a glance that the speed was incredibly fast. There were also the star cannons and energy shields on the exterior of the warship, which silently told of its powerful defense and attack power. More importantly, the concealment array engraved on the body of the spirit concealment shuttle would appear in a short period of time every time it was activated and deactivated. This was the case right now. The large number of obscure and mysterious runes that covered the entire exterior of the warship almost dazzled the eyes of the people in the cave. After all, it was a warship that had gone through 2 fusions. Whether it was its appearance or its true strength, it was absolutely first class. Even Baldy Su sighed in his heart. Now, he really believed that his god of fortune was not taken by the other party. If the other party had such a top-grade warship, why would they care about his god of fortune, which was at most an advanced light warship? In fact, Lilith, who was walking step by step toward the spirit concealment shuttle, was the most shocked at this moment. The warship in front of her was simply a fantasy, and she dreamed of having it. If not for the fact that she had not seen the owner of the warship and could not determine the other party's cultivation and strength, she would have wanted to make a move now. Soon, a door-like passage appeared on the body of the spirit concealment shuttle, but no one appeared. Lilith did not hesitate in the slightest and rushed in. There was a slight sound of the concealment array being activated. A halo flashed, and the streamlined body of the warship disappeared again. Even when using the divine perception to sweep back and forth, there was no trace of any aura. Even when it started the thrusters and flew away quickly, there was not the slightest trace of sound leaked out. All of it was absorbed by the concealment array. After a full 3 minutes, Baldy Su walked to the entrance of the cave with a suspicious look on his face. He looked left and right and muttered to himself, "Already, gone? F***CK. There is no movement at all. This top-grade warship, I must get my hands on it." At the same time, in an area more than 100 miles away from this cave in the depths of the trench, the spirit concealment shuttle was silently but extremely quickly sailing. There were many cabins in the warship. Xian was in the main control room, and Lilith was imprisoned in a cabin at the stern of the warship at this moment. As the owner of the spirit concealment shuttle, Xian could control any part of the entire warship at will. Right now, Lilith was imprisoned by him. Xian could not let her see his appearance. From the moment he learned the true identity of the white-robed man, even by Shirley had been set as a must-kill target by him. The other party had not returned to the Sky River Star, so he could only draw a rough picture of Xian's appearance from his memory. But once he returned to the Sky River Star, he would definitely be able to find Xian through certain channels from the Federation's citizen identity database of the Sky River Star. Therefore, Bai Shirley must die, and Lilith would not have a chance to see Xian's true appearance. Suppressing her anger, Lilith tried her best to make her tone sound as delicate as possible. "Handsome, aren't you being too careful? It is very rude to treat a beauty with such an attitude." Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Killing the white scoundrel. Lilith's expression immediately changed. She suddenly had a very bad feeling, as if she'd boarded a pirate ship. "What do you mean?" "Literally." Xian's voice was still transmitted through the cabin's sound transmission system. "Also, I can tell you the truth. My cultivation realm is indeed lower than yours. I'm only at Star Core realm level 4. Unfortunately, you won't have a chance in this warship because I won't meet you at all. Handsome, I admit that I did have the intention to steal this warship from the start, but that was all because Baldy Su forced me to do it." This time, Lilith was completely flustered. The other party had made it clear that there was no room for negotiation. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if the other party still wanted to meet her. However, he'd clearly seen through her and Baldy Su's plan, so why had he still pushed the boat along with the current and let her onto the warship? Could it be? Lilith seemed to see hope again at this thought. Her tone became gentle again. "Handsome, you're not thinking of locking me up here as a sex slave, are you? I admit that I was wrong before, but I won't do such a thing. Alright, I promise you that I'll take you to that ancient cultivator's abode. After that, we'll go our separate ways and we won't owe each other anything. What do you think?" This was clearly a retreat in order to advance. Xian was so angry that he laughed. "Ha ha ha, this time, please don't insult your own intelligence, okay?" Lilith, 10 Federation military landing ships were cruising around the planet at low altitudes. Because there was still a thick layer of dust floating on the planet's surface due to the previous carpet bombing, the 10 landing ships all turned on their shipboard searchlights, one at the bow and one at the bottom of the hull. These searchlights had a strong penetrating power. Even in the thick dust environment, they could still illuminate everything on the planet's surface. But at the same time, because of these searchlights, the positions of the 10 landing ships were like fireflies in the night sky. They were incomparably clear even from a distance. Right now, the Deity Concealment Shuttle was silently approaching the location of these 10 landing ships. Lilith saw everything clearly through the porthole of the warship that was also deployed with arrays. An ominous premonition floated in her heart. Lilith's voice even trembled a little. "Handsome, you. Did you get the wrong direction? We should fly upwards and rush out of the blockade of those 10 planetary-level battleships, then run far away before showing our faces or something." "You're going the wrong way." "That's right, I'll send you off first, and then I'll leave. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. If I say I'll lure these guys away, then I'll definitely do it." Xianxia's words revealed a trace of strangeness. "However, since you guys added some ingredients for me on the surface, then under the premise of luring these guys away, I naturally have to return the favor." "Oh right, do you have a personal warship?" Yes. "What's wrong?" "What? Handsome, can we not play anymore?" "Why are you not playing anymore? Didn't you want to play?" "I also think it's quite fun. This is just the beginning. Don't worry, let's play slowly." "Oh right, get your personal warship ready. It'll come in handy when we run for our lives later." Wah, Lilith was so scared that her face turned pale. A sobbing sound came from the microphone. It was unknown whether it was real or not, but Xian ignored it and turned off the microphone. He had indeed decided to throw Lilith out, but not because of the anger in his heart, but because he wanted to kill Bai Shirley. Originally, if Lilith and Baldy Su did not have any devious thoughts, Xian would have helped them lure the enemy away before looking for an opportunity to make his move. After all, his Deity Concealment Shuttle was now faster than the 10 planetary-level battleships, and it had energy shields and star cannons. More importantly, it could hide perfectly. Hanging behind the enemy's fleet, as long as Bai Shirley walked out of the warship, he would definitely have a chance to kill him. But now, since Lilith and Baldy Su were courting death, it was obviously easier for Xian to kill Bai Shirley. Soon, the Deity Concealment Shuttle quietly arrived at the area where the 10 landing ships were. Then, with a thought from Xian, the hatch opened automatically. A gentle force pushed Lilith, who was still pleading, out. Throughout the entire process, the concealment array of the Deity Concealment Shuttle did not change at all. There was no trace of it at all. It was as if Lilith had directly teleported there. After doing all this, Xian urged the Deity Concealment Shuttle to retreat to a distance and began to order the star cannons on the ship to start charging. Of course, the energy shield system also began to charge. Xian did not keep a single piece of the pile of star core origins that he had just snatched. They were all piled up in the energy room of the Deity Concealment Shuttle. As for the resources needed to increase his level of cultivation, after he finished dealing with Bai Shirley and left this planet, it was really not difficult for him to obtain a large amount of star core origins with the innate ability of the Star Devourer in his body. Lilith was a living person, so she was quickly discovered. She had just taken out her private warship, but before she could jump in, the 10 landing ships surrounded her from all directions. 10 scorching light beams converged and shone on Lilith. She immediately closed her eyes and could not open them at all. She was so scared that she almost peed in her pants. She was really afraid that the other party would not say anything and directly launch such a cannon. But obviously, Bai Shirley would not do that. Seeing a living person all of a sudden, although it was very likely that he was just a miner on the large engineering starship, they were the ones who discovered the wretched space pirate first after all. Chances were that they had some clues that were related to him. Therefore, Bai Shirley immediately gave the order to keep her alive. Moreover, he directly walked out of a landing ship. His figure slowly descended and approached Lilith. Behind him were 2 Federation major officers with a planetary core rank 7. The reason why he was so careless was that no matter whether it was the space pirate's warship or the concealment shuttle that he had stolen, there was no weapon system on it. No matter how powerful that space pirate was, even if he had concealed his cultivation at that time, he was at most core level 5 or 6. He was followed by 2 core level 7 cultivators, so nothing would happen to him. This was the opportunity that Yixian had been waiting for. He had predicted that Bai Shirley would appear and ask Lilith as soon as he saw her. Of course, Yixian would not give Lilith a chance to speak. However, Lilith suddenly realized this at this moment. Her face instantly turned pale as she screamed hoarsely, "Don't come over, don't come over, I don't want to die, right now." In her eyes, Bai Shirley was the god of pestilence who was about to take her life. The latter's face immediately darkened. He obviously did not realize that something was wrong and thought that Lilith was afraid that he would kill her. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Space Oscillator Boom. Boom, a 10-meter thick pillar of scorching white energy suddenly appeared in the void without warning. Along the way, it reduced all the dust floating in the air to nothingness and arrived in front of them almost instantly, enveloping Bai Shirley, Lilith, and the 2 Federation majors behind the former. In an instant, the 4 of them were reduced to ashes. However, the God Concealment Shuttle's star cannon energy beam was not over yet and continued to blast forward. Under the impact, the landing ship that Bai Shirley had just stepped out of was instantly pierced through, producing a huge explosion. In an instant, flames soared into the sky as the landing ship turned into a huge fireball and crashed to the ground. Just a single shot had destroyed a landing ship. At the same time, there were 4 powerhouses, including Bai Shirley. Among the latter, there were even 2 level 7 Star Core Realm powerhouses. However, under the attack of the star cannon energy beam, they were still reduced to ashes, not leaving behind a single hair. In the distance, Yixian's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled down completely. Now that even Bai Shirley was dead, there was no one who had seen his true appearance. Even if he returned to Sky River Planet, Yixian did not have to worry at all. Although Bai Shirley had left behind a portrait that was 60 to 70% similar to his original appearance, there were so many Federation citizens on Sky River Planet that there were many who looked alike. Yixian only needed to disguise himself a little and it would be foolproof. However, although his worries had been resolved, the trouble in front of him was clearly not over yet. Almost at the same instant that the God Concealment Shuttle star cannon energy beam blasted out, the other 9 landing ships in the surroundings had also blasted out smaller energy beams one after another, sweeping toward Yixian. They intertwined in the air, forming a bright net of light beams, which was quite a sight to behold. However, Yixian immediately urged the God Concealment Shuttle to change its position. At this moment, he was no longer within the range of the intertwining energy beams. It was only now that he realized how advanced the concealment array that Bai Shirley had engraved on the God Concealment Shuttle's hull was. Before the shot was fired, Yixian was still worried that the launch of the star cannon would affect the concealment array of the God Concealment Shuttle, causing its hull to be revealed. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. From this alone, one could see how advanced the concealment array was. The remaining 9 landing ships were not equipped with star cannons. They were not at all. The energy beams fired from star cannon had a diameter of 10 meters, but the diameters of these small energy cannons were only about half a meter or so. Star cannons were only about half a meter. Were. Even if the stars even if the God Concealment Shuttle, translation, the God Concealment Shuttle. On the other hand, the 10 planetary-class Federation battleships in the sky were also equipped with star cannons. The energy beams fired from them were also 10 meters in diameter. Even if the energy shield of the God Concealment Shuttle could withstand 1 or 2 of the attacks, the amount of star core energy consumed to defend against such attacks was obviously very frightening. Yixian did not have a lot of star core energy to replenish the energy shield of the God Concealment Shuttle. He was not sure if it would be enough for the energy shield to withstand a few shots. Therefore, to him, the most important thing right now was to escape. Bai Shirley was already dead. He was not in the mood to be entangled with the 9 landing ships. Following Yixian's thought, the God Concealment Shuttle turned around. After circling a little, it quickly shot into the sky. The direction it was facing was the gap between the flagship of the 10 planetary-class Federation battleships in the sky and another battleship. The planet below was so huge that even if the 10 battleships could surround it, the gap between the 2 battleships was obviously very wide. Under the circumstances where the God concealment shuttle was not exposed, it was entirely possible for it to rush out directly. Like a fish that had broken through a net, as long as this layer of defense was broken through, there would be a wide open sky. At the same time, in the central flagship of the 10 battleships in the sky, a major with a pale face roared like thunder. Everyone in the flagship's central control room saw the scene that happened on the surface of the planet clearly through the big screen. The destruction of a landing ship and the death of 2 low-level Federation officers was already enough for them to drink a pot of wine when they returned. Now, even Bai Shirley had been blasted into smithereens. This matter was simply too shocking. It was obvious that they had to bear the anger of both Bai Xingjun and Heavenly River Planet's military commander, Zhao Long, at the same time. Whether or not they could survive was another matter altogether. At this moment, the crisis of life and death had already caused the face of the major to turn ferocious. He stomped his feet and cursed while issuing orders. "Kill him. You must kill him. Otherwise, we'll definitely die. Damn it, even Bai Shirley is dead. It's over this time. Activate the space oscillator, no matter the energy consumption, activate all 10 battleships, form a space oscillation net, and force that guy's hidden battleship out. Damn it, who the hell is this guy? I didn't expect that there would be a second person here besides Bai Shirley who engraved a concealment array on a private small battleship. If not, how could we be so careless? Damn it, this is too extravagant. Isn't it just a private small battleship? In addition to the engraving of a concealment array, there are actually star cannons? This is simply asking for our lives. Wang. Wang, as the major complained with despair and exasperation, the flagship under his feet suddenly shook slightly, and a low buzzing sound that was low but at a very fast frequency was heard. In fact, the 9 battleships in the other directions also did the same. This was the sign that the space oscillator had been activated and began to work. This kind of device can't be equipped on small and medium-sized battleships because it consumes too much energy, and because it produces a vibration effect against space, it also has a certain impact on the hull itself. Only strong large battleships can be equipped with it. At this time, the 10 entry-level large battleships activated the space oscillator at the same time regardless of the energy consumption. In an instant, an invisible net was constructed above this huge black planet. This net covered the entire space above the planet, causing it to tremble violently. Although the body of the Hidden God shuttle was engraved with a concealment array, it had a special effect against this kind of space oscillation. In the next moment, the Hidden God shuttle, which had just rushed to the gap between the 2 battleships at an extremely fast speed, revealed the shape of the battleship without any suspense. It was captured by the 10 planet-level battleships and was immediately locked on. Fire! 10 battleships, fire the star cannons. Turn him into ashes. Roar, with a crazy and ruthless light in his eyes, the major in the flagship's control room stared closely at the Hidden God shuttle that appeared on the big screen in front of him. He gritted his teeth and issued the order to attack. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of crisis suddenly hit Yi Xian's heart, causing his expression to change drastically. He suddenly roared, "Turn off the energy shield, ignore the defense, break through at full speed." Chapter 2611 Chapter 2611 Tianna Star Turbulence Wang. At this moment, Yi Xian's ears were filled with this kind of high-frequency low buzzing sound. The entire God concealment shuttle seemed to be placed on a platform that was vibrating at high speed. The hull of the shuttle continued to vibrate, which was caused by the strange power of the space oscillator. It directly affected the speed of the God concealment shuttle, allowing the star cannons of the 10 planetary-level warships to have the possibility of locking onto the shuttle. And at this time, Yi Xian's order was to turn off the energy shield, disregard the defense, and break out at full speed. This was a gamble with his life on the line. Even if the energy shield was not turned off, it could not withstand the bombardment of the 10 star cannons' energy beams at the same time. It would eventually be destroyed. And turning on the energy shield would consume a part of the energy, which would more or less affect the speed of the God concealment shuttle. After weighing the 2 options, Yi Xian made a choice at the risk of his life: either throw everything aside and break out with speed, or if he could not break out of the space oscillation area, the final result would be the destruction of the shuttle and the death of the passengers. Xiao! 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 It was as if the sound of the scorching white energy beams could be heard as the 10-star cannon's energy beams converged at the same time. At the same time, the energy shield that enveloped the God Concealment Shuttle disappeared in an instant. What accompanied it was that the shuttle, which seemed to have fallen into a swamp, suddenly rushed upwards. This was a sign of the instantaneous increase in speed. It was this sudden rush that allowed the God Concealment Shuttle, which was trapped in this high-frequency space oscillation area, to break free with a whoosh. It rushed out of the large oscillation net and entered the normal universe void outside the net. It was also at this time that the 10 terrifying star cannon's energy beams came rumbling, all landing on the position where the God Concealment Shuttle was at half an instant ago. The terrifying energy exploded, actually tearing apart that small area of space that was vibrating at high frequency, forming a void black hole with a radius of a few miles. The endless suction force of the black hole came, and a large amount of floating dust was drawn in. It was directly swallowed. At this time, the God Concealment Shuttle that had rushed out of the encirclement had activated its energy shield again under the command of Xianxia. Then, with a speed that surpassed that of the 10 planetary-level warships, it instantly rushed into the void of the galaxy in the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ran away? It actually ran away? We are finished, quick. Hurry and evacuate, the space collapsed, this black hole will gradually expand and eventually swallow everything. Immediately report to the Xianxia star, we are in big trouble. In the flagship's main command, the star-level warship. After he gritted his teeth and cursed, he immediately put this matter to the back of his mind for the time being. Because of this, what he had to face is. In fact, there was no need for him to give the order at all. In the next second after the formation of this miniature void black hole, the other planetary-level warships in the surroundings had already activated their maximum speed and retreated into the distance at the same time, as if they were avoiding ghosts and gods. A black hole would swallow everything, and once a black hole was formed, it was very difficult to repair it. Of course, a single beam of energy from a star cannon couldn't break open the void of the galaxy. In fact, the probability of 10 or even 100 beams of energy from a star cannon working together was very small. However, it just so happened that the only point of convergence of these 10 star cannons was under the influence of the space oscillator. As such, the probability of this happening was greatly increased. It could only be said that these guys were unlucky. Even if the probability of a black hole was increased, it might not necessarily appear. However, this time, they had hit the jackpot. This black hole had clearly appeared. The entire vast and boundless domain of the graveyard had originally been a huge black hole that was slowly forming. Now, a real black hole had suddenly appeared in this unformed black hole. Although it was very small, its current area was almost like a sesame seed in the ocean compared to the entire domain of the graveyard of stars. However, it had appeared after all. As time passed, the entire domain of the graveyard of stars would be affected. It was just that no one could say for sure what kind of effect it would have. Even Xianxia, who had already escaped, had never expected that his forced escape would leave behind such a huge hidden danger, which would affect the entire domain of the graveyard of stars at some point in the future, and even Universe 3, where the Myriad Luo Federation was located. The 10 starships soon left, but this enormous black star didn't calm down. Instead, the storm raged even more fiercely. A powerful suction force was constantly emitting from the miniature black hole, which was about a mile in diameter. It slowly sucked in the surrounding void and the floating dust on the surface of the planet below, and then devoured it. The sky above the black star had already turned into a land of death. When this scene was witnessed by Baldy Sue and the others, who had just walked out of the cave in the depths of the dry trench, they opened their mouths wide and fell into a daze at the same time, as if they had made an agreement. They didn't know about the deaths of Lilith and By Shirley, nor did they know that the 10 starships had fired at the same time. Therefore, they couldn't understand how this miniature black hole had appeared in the sky. However, there was one thing they all understood, which was that something big was going to happen on the Heavenly River planet this time. This was a black hole. A real black hole had appeared in the domain of the graveyard of stars. In fact, before the 10 starships of the Federation returned, the entire Heavenly River planet was in an uproar while they were still on their way back. The death of By Shirley wasn't a big deal, but the miniature black hole was a matter of great importance. The major on the flagship didn't dare to hide it, so he contacted the Heavenly River planet and reported it as it was. The officials of the Heavenly River planet didn't dare to hide it, either. They published it on the internal Skynet of the Heavenly River planet as soon as possible, and reported it to Bai Xingjun and Zhao Long, the commander of the garrison on the Heavenly River planet. At this moment, in the official residence of the Heavenly River planet's Heavenly River City in the northern region of the Heavenly River planet, Bai Xingjun's thunderous roars were echoing incessantly. Good-for-nothings. Trash. A bunch of bastards. My good grandson is gone, just like that? Goddamn space pirates, Bai Xingjun, will never let this go. I will skin you alive and grind your bones to dust. Contact the capital of the Heavenly Dust Empire immediately. I want to talk to Jia Heng. His son is gone. At the same time, in a huge starry city above the vast ocean in the eastern region of the Heavenly River planet, Zhao Long, the commander of the Heavenly River Planet Federation's army, was in the same state as Bai Xingjun. At this moment, he was so angry that he was laughing. A black hole? A black hole? Ha ha ha. This is too big. Who would have thought that a real black hole would appear in the domain of the graveyard of stars? Contact the capital of the Heavenly Dust Empire immediately and report it to the military headquarters. Tell them that I'm here to kill those good-for-nothings with my own hands. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Star Corps Level 5 in the Federation's military, a 1,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship was only an entry-level battleship. A 3,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship was considered the main battleship of a small country. The Skyriver Star Federation's military was also equipped with a Stellar-class battleship. One of them was allocated to Bai Xingjun to act as his bodyguard. As for the other 99 Stellar-class battleships, the Major General of the Skyriver Star Federation's military was in the hands of Zhao Long. Of course, in the Skyriver Star Federation's military, the 3,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship was not the most advanced. There was also a 5,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship. It was no longer in the shape of a traditional battleship. Instead, it was shaped like a beehive. This kind of 5,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship was considered a small one. In the capital, Tianqian Star, there was an even larger one. However, in the Skyriver Star, other than the 99 3,000-meter-long planetary-class battleships, there were only 2 of them. Usually, they would not be deployed because the energy consumption was too terrifying. The Skyriver Star Federation's military did not have such a 10,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship. Following Zhao Long's orders, 20 Stellar-class Federation battleships flew out of the Skyriver Star and quickly rushed to the area where the incident occurred. This powerful fleet would immediately seal off the area where the miniature black hole appeared to prevent the situation from deteriorating further. At the same time, they would wait for the experts from Tianqian Star to resolve this matter. At the same time, the Skyriver Star's planetary-class battleship, Bai Xingjun, also spread the news of Yixian's arrest through various channels. This time, it was no longer an official arrest warrant. After all, even Bai Xingjun had to keep a low profile after causing such a big trouble. However, this time, the bounty on the wanted poster issued by the black market had increased tenfold from the previous 10 billion star coins to a terrifying 100 billion star coins. As the news spread, a large number of interstellar mercenaries and Federation powerhouses swarmed out of the Skyriver Star and rushed to the depths of the Graveyard Star region. Yixian was completely unaware of all this. Yixian didn't stop for even a second after that enormous black star had escaped. He drove the God-concealing shuttle at full speed, traveling day and night through the vast void of the domain of the buried meteorite for 5 days straight. Only when he felt that he was far enough away from that non-stellar region did Yixian stop. Although he didn't know about the miniature black hole, just the death of Bai Shirley was enough for Heavenly River Star to not let this matter rest. As a result, when Yixian, who was fleeing all the way, found some planets that were worth excavating along the way, he clenched his teeth and forcefully endured it, directly ignoring it. However, now that he was in a safe zone, exploring the stars and excavating the star core origin immediately became his top priority. Not only did the Spirit Concealment Shuttle's energy module need it, but he also needed it urgently for himself. There was a limit to the speed at which an ordinary powerhouse could absorb the star core origin, but Yi Xian had the Astral Devourer and the Devouring system, so this limit was basically reduced to the extreme. As long as he had enough star core sources, his strength would be able to continuously rise. Bai Shirley's death caused the sense of danger in Yi Xian's heart to grow even stronger. He had to grow up as soon as possible. After all, there was no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. Yi Xian believed that one day, the truth of Bai Shirley's death would be uncovered. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered Star Core Origin, Level 4 Green, 1 foot square. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered Star Core Origin, Level 3 Green, half a foot square. The stellar region in front of him was quite barren. Yi Xian had only encountered a small private warship on his way here, and after arriving here, there was nothing in the vast void except for a large number of stars of varying sizes and cosmic dust. However, although it was barren, the stars in this stellar region did not disappoint Yi Xian. He had simply controlled the soul concealment shuttle to wander around casually when the notifications of the devouring system continuously rang out in his mind. It was the system that had captured the aura of the star core origin within these stars through the innate ability of the star-devouring beast that he had already fused with. Although most of the notifications did not attract Yi Xian's attention, because the star core origin in the center of the stars was too little, or the level was too low, so he did not care. However, there were some stars that had a considerable amount of star core origin. For example, there was a star that was so small that it was almost like a meteor. The core of the star core contained a level 6 blue star core that was a foot long. To the current Yi Xian, this was simply a pleasant surprise. In the following time, Yi Xian went all out and excavated the stellar region for 3 whole days. The amount of star core origin he had collected was enough to fill up a cabin in the Hidden Soul shuttle, and all of them were level 3 green star core origin and above. Among them, the best quality was even level 7 purple star core origin. However, there was not much of this level 7 purple star core origin, only about a quarter of a foot square, which made Yi Xian feel quite regretful. After 3 days, Ling Yi decided to stop the excavation. For safety reasons, he decided to absorb this pile of star core origin first and improve his cultivation strength before doing anything else. As there were many stars in this stellar region that had been excavated by him, it was no longer safe. Therefore, Ling Yi drove the Hidden Soul shuttle and left this stellar region. He found a secluded and inconspicuous star in another stellar region that was 1 day's journey away and landed there. After choosing a place to cultivate in seclusion, Ling Yi restrained his aura and ordered the system to absorb the star core origin in the cabin. Of course, before the order was issued, Yi Xian had already sorted out the star core origin that almost filled the entire cabin. The level 7 purple star core origin that was about a quarter of a foot square and the level 6 blue star core origin that was about a foot square were stored in another cabin. He planned to use such high-quality goods when he reached the level 6 star core realm so that he could use them more efficiently. The rest of the star core origin was level 5 red star core origin and below, which was suitable for Yi Xian at the moment. However, he did not absorb all of them. He stuffed about a third of them into the energy cabin of the Hidden Soul shuttle. The star core origin in the energy cabin was not to be absorbed immediately. The energy of the star core origin that was thrown in would be absorbed when it was idle and then stored in the energy core of the Hidden Soul shuttle. Therefore, there was no need to be afraid of too much. As for the empty star core crystals that had been absorbed, they would automatically be moved out of a small cabin on the side. This time, the seclusion lasted for 2 whole days. When there was only about 2 feet square of level 3 blue star core origin left in the cabin that was used to absorb the star core origin, the long-awaited system notification finally sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. I am rich. Yi Xian opened his eyes when he heard the notification from the devouring system, ending his seclusion. He first sensed the power of the 5th order core stage and was delighted to find that it was indeed much stronger. However, when he scanned the cabin of the soul concealment shuttle with his consciousness, he realized that the small mountain of star core origins had been reduced to a small pile of level 3 cyan star core origins. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He was only at the 5th order core stage, yet he needed such a large amount of star core origins to break through. What about the 6th order, 7th order, 8th order, and 9th order? As for the meteor stage after the core stage, there was no need to even mention it. It seemed that he would have to spend most of his energy on mining star core origins in the future. When he realized this, Xian realized how lucky he was to have encountered a young star devourer as soon as he entered the astral world. He knew that the star devourer was very precious, otherwise, the devouring system would not have evaluated its bloodline as rare grade. However, Xian had not realized the importance of star core origins and how difficult it was to extract them, so he did not have a strong feeling about it. It was only now that he finally understood. Although there were many star beasts in the vast universe, there were not many whose bloodlines could be extracted. Among them, the star devourer was definitely ranked at the top. The star devourer was even rarer. Even if one encountered one, if it was already an adult, its bloodline could not be extracted, so it was useless. This was also the reason why an existence like Bai Shirley would be so crazy after encountering a young space devourer. He did not hesitate to leave the guard fleet alone and pay a huge price to capture it. If Xian had not obtained the star devourer, his cultivation level would still be stagnant at the first order core stage. Even the soul concealment shuttle would not be a dream. However, even if he had the star devourer's bloodline, Xian was still under a lot of pressure. First of all, the various auxiliary systems of the devouring system needed to be activated. Some special treasures and resources must be obtained, such as the activation of the devouring system. In addition, even if it was an activated devouring system, the amount of fusion energy required to fuse with a treasure was already quite a large expenditure. It wasn't even lower than the amount of fusion energy required to increase Xian's own strength. His spirit concealment shuttle had already appeared on the surveillance screens of the 10 planetary level warships. As long as it appeared in front of others, his identity would be immediately exposed. Therefore, for Xian, the next thing he had to do was to find a suitable small warship and fuse it 3 more times to change the external characteristics of the spirit concealment shuttle. Not to mention a suitable small warship, just the amount of star core origin required for 3 fusions was bound to be substantial. In other words, Xian needed a large amount of planetary core origin for his own cultivation. On the other hand, the newly activated fusion system also needed a large amount of planetary core origin. Under such circumstances, even though he had the star devourer's bloodline, which was extremely sensitive to planetary core origin and could easily detect its aura, Xian still felt the pressure on his shoulders very heavy. In such a short period of time, I have already broken through from level 1 to level 5. It is really inconvenient for me to continue breaking through crazily. It takes time to stabilize my cultivation. Otherwise, if my foundation is not stable, it will affect my future achievements. Clenching his fists, Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light. Then, I'll use the next period of time to excavate the source of the star core. For the 3rd fusion of the God Concealment Shuttle, as well as the next breakthrough in cultivation, mining. Crazily mining. With this thought in mind, Xian jumped into the Spirit Concealment Shuttle. With a thought, he flew up from the planet where he had been in seclusion and once again rushed toward the depths of the graveyard star zone. Along the way, the devouring system's notification rang in his mind from time to time, but Xian ignored it. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered planetary core origin, level 3 cyan, half a foot square. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered planetary core origin, level 2 orange, half a foot square. These were all low-level goods below level 4, which could no longer satisfy Xian's needs, let alone arouse his interest. In Xian's opinion, all of this was natural. However, if this matter were to spread to the ears of the other interstellar mercenaries or cultivators of the Heavenly River Star, they would probably instantly overturn a large amount of vinegar jars. For them, a level 2 orange planetary core origin that was half a foot square was definitely a big gain, but Xian didn't care about it at all. In fact, the more important reason was that the system's notification sounds were very scattered in his mind. Often, they would only ring again when he was far away in the void. With the experience of mining planetary core origin in the void before, Xian had already discovered that areas with a large amount of planetary core origin, or high-level planetary core origin, usually had a very high proportion of planetary core origin in the central core of all the stars in the star zone. If one looked at a large number of stars and only sensed a few of them contained planetary core origin, then this star zone would basically not have much to gain, so it was not worth staying in. 7 days passed in a flash. During these 7 days, Xian had not stopped because he had not found an area with a relatively high density of stars containing planetary core origin that could be mined. When even he was getting a little impatient, a pleasant surprise finally came. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered planetary core origin, level 6 blue, half a foot square. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered planetary core origin, level 7 purple, half a foot square. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered planetary core origin, level 9, 9 colored, weak reserve. As the system's notifications rang in his mind, Xian was completely stunned. He even forgot to stop controlling the Hidden Soul shuttle immediately. It was only when the system's notifications in his mind gradually faded away and he was far away from the star zone that he reacted with a jolt and hurriedly turned around. Forget about the level 4 green origin, even the level 6 blue origin was 2 feet square. Xian had never seen such a large level 6 blue planetary core origin before. This color, the level 7 purple origin, was half a foot square, and there was even the legendary level 9 9 colored. Although the reserve was weak, this was a 9 colored planetary core origin. The fact that there was a level 9 9 colored planetary core origin in this place was already a problem. More importantly, when Xian passed by this star zone, the system's notifications rang in his mind one after another almost without pause. There was a limit to how far the astral devourer could sense the aura of planetary core origin. The continuous notifications could only mean that in this star zone, the proportion of stars with planetary core origin in the center of the star zone was extremely high. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A great harvest. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered star core origin. Level 9, 9 colors. Low reserve. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered star core origin. Level 8, black color. Low reserve. As Xian controlled the God Concealment Shuttle to return and circled around the star field, the system prompt in his mind once again sounded out like a tide. However, Xian didn't immediately start digging. He planned to roughly explore this area with an astonishing amount of star core origin energy, determine the best center point of the reserves, and then delineate the area. Then, from the center point, he would continuously excavate outwards. After half a day, the work was finally completed. Xian was so excited that his face was flushed red, as if he was drunk. This was because the area with the densest amount of star core origin wasn't small at all. Even with his full speed, it would take Xian several hours to cover the distance from the central point to the edges. He was now a level 5 star core realm warrior. It was easy to imagine the distance he would leave behind after flying at full speed for several hours. Furthermore, this was only the radius of the densest amount of star core origin. In short, this time, he had to be rich even if he didn't want to. It was definitely going to be a great harvest. For the next half a month, Xian stayed in this area. Although he had the bloodline ability of the Star Devourer beast, which allowed him to keenly sense if there was any star core origin at the center of the star field within a certain distance, he still didn't have enough star core origin. However, after confirming the amount of star core origin, Xian still had to manually excavate the star core origin one by one until he reached a certain distance. Only then could he use the Devourer system's devouring hand to grab the star core origin. Therefore, the excavation progress wasn't very fast. However, Xian had the heavenly meteorite sword that had been fused once, so the excavation speed wasn't slow at all. After half a month, he had excavated a total of more than 8,000 stars in this star field. The amount of star core origin he obtained was simply vast. After half a month of continuous excavation, the star core origin in this star field had basically been excavated by him. Although there were still some stars at the edges, because they weren't of the highest quality and were more scattered, to the current Xian had completely lost the motivation to excavate them. This time's crazy star core origin. Translation Origin Xian immediately activated the God Concealment Shuttle and quickly left the star field. After all, in such a small star field, so many stars had been excavated at a high density. Regardless of whether there were any gains, or how much they had, this kind of action was worthy of suspicion. Once other experts passed by and discovered the situation, there would definitely be trouble. It wasn't that Xian was afraid of trouble. The problem was that he was anxious to take stock of his gains. His heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat, itching unbearably. The Soul Concealment Shuttle traveled at full speed for 4 full days before finally stopping at a rather remote star field. Xian's figure landed on an extremely barren black star. He hid underground and began to take inventory. At this moment, almost all the cabins of the Soul Concealment Shuttle were filled with star core sources of different colors and levels. Of course, every time Xian harvested something, he would collect the star core origins and store them in the Spirit Concealment Shuttle's cabin. He would classify them according to their color and grade, so it was very convenient to count them now. In addition to the main control room, the Soul Concealment Shuttle had 12 cabins, 8 of which were empty. Right now, all 8 cabins were filled with star core origins. The colors and grades of these star core origins ranged from level 4 green to level 5 red, level 6 blue, level 7 purple, including the legendary level 8 black and level 9 colored. Xian didn't specially mind the star core origins of level 3 blue and below. However, there were other high-grade star core origins beside them. Xian collected all of these star core origins, but he didn't pile them up. Instead, he threw them all into the energy cabin of the Soul Concealment Shuttle. After the energy contained in them was quickly absorbed, they turned into piles of blank star core crystals and piled up into a small mountain at the bottom of the cabin. Among the 8 cabins, level 4 green star core origins were piled up in 5 cabins. The total amount reached hundreds of cubic meters. It wasn't a cubic meter, it was a cubic meter. In the other 3 cabins, level 5 red star core origins were piled up in an entire cabin, nearly 100 cubic meters. Of the other 2 cabins, one was full, while the other still had a lot of space. The full one was piled up with level 6 blue and level 7 purple. The former was more than 70 cubic meters, while the latter was more than 20 cubic meters. The last cabin that wasn't full was filled with level 8 black and level 9 colored legendary star core origins. Of these 2 legendary star core origins, Xian had mined a total of 2 cubic meters of the level 8 black origin, while the top-notch level 9 colored origin was in fist-sized pieces. There were a total of 108 pieces, which didn't even add up to half a cubic meter. However, Xian had stored them in the most secretive part of the cabin. He had even added layers of protective formations to conceal the dazzling 9-colored radiance of his eyes. Xian didn't plan to use the level 7 purple, level 8 black, and level 9 colored origin for now. It would be too wasteful. He planned to use them when he broke through to the level 9 star core realm. Currently, his cultivation was at the level 5 star core realm, which was 4 small stages away from the level 9 star core realm. The remaining level 6 blue, level 5 red, and level 4 green star core origins were simply too vast. In Xian's opinion, it should be enough for him to fill these 4 small stages of the star core realm. No matter what, I have to fill up the energy reserve of the Soul Concealment Shuttle first. I'll have to use it in the future. After checking, Xian made a decision. With a thought, the entire level 4 green star core origins in the cabin started to flow into the energy cabin. After the energy was quickly absorbed, they turned into empty green star core crystals and appeared in the largest cabin of the Soul Concealment Shuttle. This process continued for almost a day. After consuming half a cabin's level 4 green star core origins, the Soul Concealment Shuttle's energy reserve was finally full. There was no way to extract more. Xian piled the empty energy cabin into half of the level 4 green star core origins before stopping. At this point, apart from the level 7 purple star core origins and above, Xian still had 300 cubic meters of level 4 green star core origins, nearly 100 cubic meters of level 5 red star core origins, and more than 70 cubic meters of level 6 blue star core origins. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Immortal Rank Fragment for Xian. He definitely did not lack star core sources for the time being, but in the face of the mountain-like pile of star core sources in the Spirit Concealment Shuttle, he suddenly felt at a loss for what to do. He did not know what to do next. In terms of cultivation, he had made several breakthroughs in a short period of time. Currently, he was already at level 5 star core realm. It was not good for him to continue to make rapid progress in the near future. Otherwise, his foundation would not be stable, and it would affect him greatly in the future. Of course, there were many other things he could do besides cultivating, such as fusing treasures and so on. But now, he had a huge amount of star core sources, but he did not have any treasures to fuse them with. After some hesitation, Xian gritted his teeth and decided to return to Sky River Planet first. Before the Spirit Concealment Shuttle completed its third fusion, it could not be shown to the public. This was a very serious restriction that had to be solved as soon as possible. In addition, the empty star core crystals in the bottom compartment were almost full. These were all star coins. He could not just throw them away like trash, right? Only when he returned to Sky River Planet could he exchange them for star coins at the Federation Hall. Of course, it could be polished physical objects, or virtual star coins tied to his identity as a citizen of the Federation. Xian obviously preferred the latter. With the star coins, one could exchange them for all kinds of treasures, cultivation techniques, special materials, and other cultivation resources in the Federal Affairs Hall. Of course, the star core sources that had not been absorbed were more valuable and could be exchanged for more things. Xian had roughly glanced at many items before. Many of the items were specifically marked that they could only be exchanged with star core sources or other treasures. Star coins were not accepted. This was not a problem for Xian. As long as there was something he really needed, be it star coins or star core sources, he could take them all out, and in large quantities. The only pity was that star coins and star core sources could only be exchanged for items in the Myriad Federation Hall. They could not be exchanged for items in the Devour exchange shop. In order to exchange for items, techniques, bloodlines, and abilities from the system, one needed Devour sources. Xian only had one Devour source at the moment, and it was a bonus when the system was upgraded to the star level. Everything that could be exchanged for was of little value. Myriad Federation is so big. Devour sources news Xian translation news. Star coins and star core sources. Thinking of this, Xian couldn't help but be moved. His desire to return to Heavenly River Star instantly soared, so he didn't hesitate any longer. After activating the concealment formation of the God Concealment Shuttle, the battleship instantly turned into a ray of light and shot into the vast void. On the way back, the number of Federation experts they encountered was clearly much greater than when they first arrived. Although Xian was well aware of this, he wasn't afraid. In fact, he could have connected to the Heavenly River Planet's federal network through the Soul Concealment Shuttle's onboard system. He could have used that to investigate the situation and news on Heavenly River Planet. However, after thinking about it over and over again, Xian gave up in the end. The Heavenly River Star's starry sky network was obviously very powerful. If he left behind something like a back door or a wooden horse in the God Concealment Shuttle system, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? Because of this, Xian thought of another problem, which was his information channel in the future. The Devour sources he needed were not ordinary items. It was hard to say whether the small Sky River Star had any. But there was a huge Xianxia country on Sky River Star. Above Xianxia country, there were 3 big empires, and above those 3 empires, there was the whole Immortal Dynasty. It was certain that the Devour sources existed in the entire Immortal Dynasty, but Xian had no way of obtaining this information because he had no access to the star network. In the scientific and technological base of the human world of the Myriad Luo Federation, there was a superbrain in almost every administrative planet. It was the central data processing center of the administrative planet, and it was also the network hub that connected the neighboring administrative planets. Battleships that roamed the void of the galaxy could also connect to it through the equipment on the battleships. The maximum distance was determined by the level of the battleship. The larger the battleship, the greater the distance it could maintain a network connection with the superbrain of the administrative planet. Of course, this kind of network was only the internal network of a single administrative planet. The star network of the technological faction of the Immortal Dynasty had 4 levels. In the Immortal Star where the Imperial capital was located, there was an Immortal Superbrain. Half of the endless territory of the Imperial capital was covered by the network of this Immortal Superbrain. This was the Level 1 network. The 3 big empires under the Imperial capital were the Level 2 network. The Level 3 network was for the hundreds of small countries under the 3 big empires. Below the small countries was the Level 4 network, which was the internal network of each planet's administrative planet. The star superbrain in the Sky River planet was one of the many Level 4 networks in the Xianxia nation star sector. In the Sky River planet and its surrounding star sectors, anyone who wanted to access the Level 3 network of the Xianxia nation had to go through it. Unfortunately, not everyone had the authority to access a Level 3 superbrain through the Level 4 superbrain. This was because the star superbrain of an administrative planet required a terrifying amount of energy to access the higher level network. Without sufficient authority, the star superbrain could not provide any service. Although the devouring system was powerful, it could not forcibly suppress the star superbrain of an administrative planet and make it work for Yixian. As if it had sensed Yixian's distress, the devouring system's notification suddenly rang. Ding! System notification. To activate the Universal Independent Communication System, an immortal-level star superbrain is required. Pfft! The first half of the notification made Yixian inexplicably happy, but after hearing the second half, he was so angry that he almost spat out blood. An immortal-level star superbrain, that was the first-level network core of the undying star of the royal capital. If they could get their hands on something like that, would Yixian have to worry about not being able to devour the origin? Ding! System notification, searching for items in the Sky River Star Federation Exchange Hall. Ding! Discovered required item, Withered Superbrain X1. Rank, Immortal status, Deep slumber after atrophy. Form, Horn fragment. Value, Treasure grade. Yixian was petrified. It was an immortal rank superbrain. How did he find it so easily? Why did it feel like a dream, even though it was only a fragment of a fragment that had fallen off from a shriveled superbrain? The words immortal were more than enough to crush everything. Moreover, even the devouring system's appraisal value was precious grade. Just a fragment of a piece could be appraised as precious grade by the system. Just this point alone explained a lot of things. Ding! Item appraisal complete. Enter Sky River Star? Only when the system notification rang in his mind again did Yixian recover from his great surprise. Only then did he realize that he had unknowingly arrived at Sky River Star. It was right in front of him. No wonder the devouring system could check the information of the items in the Federation Exchange Hall. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A mountain of stellar core crystals. Considering that the divine concealment shuttle could not be exposed, Yixian stopped in a void far away from the heavenly river planet. He spread out his divine sense, and after confirming that there was nothing suspicious in the vast starry sky around him, he stepped out of the divine concealment shuttle and put it into his body with a wave of his hand. After the time it took to eat a meal, Yixian once again arrived at the entrance to the heavenly river planet's protective barrier that he had passed through before. He blended in with the many powerhouses of the Federation and quickly entered the interior of the planet. With ease and familiarity, Yixian went straight to the floating platform where the Heavenly River Planet Federation's Hall of Affairs was located. He walked toward the window that specialized in purchasing blank stellar core crystals. The civil servants of the Federation in the window were all intelligent robots. Of course, as a service organization, these intelligent robots' appearances were still very pleasing to the eye. They were all beautiful women. The technology of the human race in the Myriad Federation was quite advanced in terms of the appearance and construction of artificial robots, so much so that they could pass for real. The platform of the Heavenly River Planet Federation's Hall of Affairs was extremely vast, spanning dozens of square kilometers. Different buildings handled different affairs, so there was a lot of traffic. There was a long queue at almost every window or reception area. However, this window for purchasing blank stellar core crystals was the only one that was completely empty. Before Yixian arrived, this place was like a government office without a single person. Although it was a little strange, it was not difficult to understand. Although almost everyone in the vast federation had something like stellar core crystals, after all, it was the most common and most important resource needed for cultivation. However, unless one had a special bloodline like Lilith's, or had a devouring system like Yixian's, the progress of ordinary cultivators in absorbing the energy contained in stellar core crystals was actually extremely slow. This situation directly led to the fact that even if cultivators could continuously obtain stellar core crystals that had been drained of their energy, they would only exchange them for star coins after accumulating a certain amount. This was the fundamental reason why the stellar core crystal exchange window was so empty. When Yixian approached the window, the beautiful robot inside immediately turned to look at him. Before she could ask, Yixian spoke first. "Hello, I would like to exchange for some stellar core crystals." "Yes, star coins, virtual ones, not physical ones." Perhaps it was because this window was too cold and cheerless, but Yixian standing here by himself was extremely eye-catching. As a result, some of the Federation experts who were queuing up at the other windows subconsciously turned their heads to look over. Yes, the beautiful robot voice came from the voice. The system, voice translation from translation. The system voice translation is translation. Voice from translation voice translation from within the window, the voice of the robot beauty sounded out. It was extremely pleasant to hear, and the smile on her face was also very amiable. It caused the remaining trace of nervousness in Yixian to disappear. However, looking at the window in front of him, which was only half a meter in size, he was a little stunned. After a moment, he grinned awkwardly. Is this the window? Isn't it a little too small? Don't you have a stellar core pouch? I suggest you exchange for one. The Federation Exchange Hall is on the east side. The beautiful robot's smile was still the same as before. She raised her hand and pointed to the east side of the window. A stellar core pouch with a capacity of 1 cubic meter only costs 10,000 star coins. Even a top-grade stellar core pouch with a capacity of 10 cubic meters only costs 1 million star coins. Of course, it's not usually used. Yixian knew about the stellar core pouch she was talking about. This time, he did plan to exchange for a few to prevent the God Concealment Shuttle's bottom compartment from being full again. The stellar core pouch was jointly created by the top space technology experts of the Federation's Science and Technology faction and refiners of the Cultivation faction. Of course, it was not done by hand, but by an assembly line. Otherwise, there would be no way to open up the supply and promote the exchange on such a large scale. The reason for this type of stellar core pouch was that after the energy contained in the stellar core pouch was drained and turned into a blank stellar core crystal, it would continue to slowly absorb energy from the outside and store it inside. Because of this characteristic, ordinary space magical equipment was not suitable for storing stellar core crystals. Otherwise, in the long run, the magical equipment's quality and level would be affected. This type of stellar core pouch was made with special craftsmanship and special materials. In addition, it was mass-produced on a large scale. Its value was not high, so there was no such hidden danger. However, not to mention that Yixian did not have a stellar core pouch now. Even if he had one, it would not be able to store the stellar core crystals that he had transferred from the bottom compartment of the God Concealment Shuttle and stored in his body. The top-grade stellar core pouch only had a capacity of 10 cubic meters. He had hundreds of cubic meters of stellar core crystals. How was he going to store them? He could not just reach out and hand him a bunch of pouches, could he? Caught off guard, Yixian felt extremely embarrassed. I don't have a stellar core pouch for the time being. Also, the space in the stellar core pouch is not enough. Because my stellar core crystals are, more than enough. So, can you make a warehouse or something for me to store them in? The beautiful robot at the window was stunned. Warehouse? He was just retrieving a bit of stellar core pouch, and he was asking for a warehouse. She had never encountered such a situation before. At the other windows on the left and right sides, some snickers could be heard at this time, revealing a sense of mockery and ridicule. Sorry, this is the reception window, not a warehouse. If you really have a lot of stellar core crystals and cannot pass them in through the window, I suggest that you take them out directly and put them on the counter. I will help you count them. The beautiful robot's voice was still pleasant, but the smile on her face was gone. With the technology of the Eternal Dynasty, it was already possible for these intelligent robots to have some simple emotional transformations. After all, the Tianji race had already developed self-awareness and finally rebelled against the human race. In comparison, this kind of simple emotional transformations was really nothing. Counter? Yixian glanced at the long and narrow platform outside the window in front of him and pouted. I don't think I can put them all in here. How about I pile them on the ground? There's no one here anyway. But you just said that you would be the one to count them. Actually, I'm more inclined to put them in the room. Why don't you open the door? The beautiful robot's expression became more and more unpleasant, and even her tone was cold. Please abide by the rules of the reception hall. During working hours, no windows or doors are allowed to be opened casually. Alright, you can take out your stellar core crystals now. If you really have a lot, I can ask for help from the higher-ups. Alright, that's what you said. Anyway, I've already suggested it, so there's nothing you can do if you don't listen. Yixian shrugged, then raised his hand and waved, taking out the large pile of stellar core crystals that he had stored in advance. Walala, a continuous series of strange sounds rang out. In an instant, a small mountain of stellar core crystals of various colors was piled up on the ground behind him. There were at least 200 to 300 cubic meters of them. The purple lightning shuttle engraved with the speed formation hello. Hello? Beauty, can you hear me? Did you run out of battery? After Yixian called out a few times, the robot beauty, whose mouth was agape and eyes glazed over, as if she had run out of battery, finally came back to her senses with a jolt. Immediately, she turned to look at Yixian with a flushed face. I'm sorry, I was rude just now. I've never seen anyone bring so many star core crystals to exchange. The most I've ever brought was not even 1/10 of the amount here. I accidentally picked them up in space. Before this, they had been piled up in a valley behind an abandoned planet. They should have been scattered after a large battleship absorbed energy. Maybe there was a special situation, so it was not convenient to bring them along. Yixian grinned and explained everything in a few words. Although this kind of situation was 1 in a million, it didn't mean that it didn't exist at all. Normally, large battleships would absorb a lot of energy and accumulate a lot of star core crystals. If they were to encounter a sudden situation in space, it wasn't like they couldn't be treated as trash and dumped out. After all, the meaning they represented was only star coins. Although this explanation was bizarre, the Federation cultivators who were watching from the other windows all accepted it. It was like how it was difficult to win the lottery, but there were always such lucky people in the world. In their eyes, Yixian was undoubtedly one of them. Therefore, some sighs of admiration began to faintly ring out, all of them filled with envy. The robot beauty's work efficiency was not bad. In less than 3 minutes, a team of robots rushed over with instruments and star core capsules. They estimated the value of the pile of star core crystals on the spot, and then put them away with a large string of top-grade star core capsules. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a total of 1.68 billion star coins from the Federation. In less than a minute, Yixian heard the notification from the Devouring system again. The huge amount of 1.68 billion startled him. A top-grade star core pouch with a space of 10 cubic meters only cost 1 million star coins. Didn't that mean that he could buy more than 1,000 of them? Yixian was stunned by the sudden wealth. He didn't know how he left the exchange window, but when he came back to his senses, he realized that he was already in the hall of another building on the floating platform. It was the largest Heavenly River Star Federation exchange hall. The hall was filled with people. The 3 walls on the left, right, and front were like LED LCD screens, but they were obviously much more high-end. They were densely packed with the words of the Federation. The 3 walls were divided into several large areas. Each area was further subdivided into many small areas. The items that were available for exchange were displayed in different categories. Anyone, as long as they had divine sense, could choose an item that they were interested in and extend their divine sense. All the items under this category, including their names and details, exchange requirements, prices, and so on, would appear in their mind. It was very convenient. Yixian only scanned through it briefly, and he felt like his eyes were going dizzy. The 3 walls were divided into thousands of small areas, and there were even more than a dozen large areas. It was a dazzling array of items. However, although there were many items available for exchange, it was impossible to successfully exchange for them without a corresponding amount of wealth. Among the dozen large areas, there was even a section that specifically limited the exchange of star core origin or treasures of the same value. It didn't accept star coins. The other large areas were divided into cultivation techniques, artifacts, battleships, special materials, and so on. The fragment of the immortal level superbrain that Xian was determined to get was classified as an unknown substance under the large area of special items. The exchange requirement was 10 million star coins. It was simply a bargain. Suppressing the wild beating of his heart, Xian immediately extended his divine sense and branded it. The system prompt that 1 million star coins had been automatically deducted rang in his mind. This 1 million star coins was the deposit. After the divine sense imprint was branded, the item would no longer appear in that category. The rest of the items could not be found even if one searched for them. All Xian needed to do was to wait in line at the window of another building on the opposite side to pay the balance and receive the exchange item. Of course, if he changed his mind at the last minute, the deducted star coins would not be refunded, although it was only a deposit. As long as there were no accidents, this fragment of the immortal level superbrain basically belonged to Xian. This made his heart, which had been hanging in his throat, completely fall back. Then, he swept his divine sense to the large section of battleships on the opposite wall, where small private battleships were located. As his divine sense touched the words on the wall, a long list of lists instantly appeared in Xian's mind. All of them were small private battleships of various models and features. There were more than 10,000 options. No matter which one he liked, as long as he thought about it, the corresponding performance parameters and features of the battleship, including the exchange requirements and price, would automatically appear. Xian just wanted to casually get a battleship and fuse it 3 times. He only wanted to change the appearance of the Hidden God shuttle, but now that he had a choice, he naturally had to choose carefully. After some consideration, he decided to choose a battleship that had the advantage of speed. He already had the energy shield of the Hidden God shuttle and the star cannon, and these systems could be upgraded with each fusion in the future. It was fine as long as they were enough for now. There was no need to deliberately upgrade these 2 attributes. However, speed was extremely important. After all, the starry sky was vast and boundless. The faster the battleship was, the more time it would save for the cultivators. As for the advantage in escaping, that was even more important. Therefore, the speed of a small private battleship was indeed very important. After confirming, Xian added the option of speed to the list before he thought about it. Soon, the original 10,000 battleships were reduced by 95%. There were only slightly more than 500 battleships left. Xian looked all the way down from the top of the list, but he didn't see any battleships that had the advantage in speed that he wanted. They were basically just slightly faster than ordinary battleships. Just as he was feeling disappointed, a battleship at the bottom of the list attracted Xian's interest. Purple Lightning Shuttle, with a shuttle and electricity, wouldn't it be very fast? With a thought, Xian immediately pulled up the detailed information of this battleship. The first thing he saw was its exchange value. A simple line of words shocked Xian so much that he sucked in a breath of cold air. Exchange requirement: star coins are not accepted, only star core sources are accepted. All are required to be level 6 blue. The amount is 1 cubic meter, level 6 blue, and it was 1 cubic meter. To exaggerate, it was almost enough to buy all the other battleships on the list, nearly 500 of them. If not for Xian's fortuitous encounter in the starry sky that made him a windfall, he probably wouldn't even be able to take out 1 cubic meter of level 6 blue star core sources. This was simply asking for a price without telling the heavens. It was too shameless. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Dongshu Chapter. Although the Cultivation faction and the Technology faction of the human race in the Wanluo Federation were both very powerful, their cultivation methods and living environments were completely different. For example, in the Technology faction, the main cultivation method was actually to use all kinds of gene-strengthening drugs to explore and enhance the potential of the human body. Of course, the Technology faction also had various cultivation methods that belonged to the Cultivation faction, but they were not mainstream. This was not reflected in the Skyriver planet at all. After all, it was in the Graveyard Star region. Countless experts of the Federation came and went, so the mobility was not small. It could be said that after a long period of development, the 2 factions had almost reached the pinnacle of their respective fields. Whether it was the Cultivation civilization or the Technology civilization, it was unlikely that there would be any major breakthroughs and advancements in a short time. It was in this context that some special items that combined the elements of cultivation and technology had appeared. such as battleships that were engraved with some kind of array or magical equipment that had been added with technology. These kinds of items were really in high demand in both factions and were very rare. No administrative planet would casually throw them into the exchange hall of the Federation. In the exchange hall of the Federation of any administrative planet, in addition to the items provided by the government, private individuals could also provide items on commission, but they would charge a commission of 10%. This purple lightning shuttle obviously belonged to this category. Its owner must be in urgent need of a large amount of level 6 blue star core origin. Otherwise, such an excellent item would never be given to someone else. In short, this was a rare opportunity that could only be found by chance. Xian was well aware of this. But at this moment, while examining the performance parameters and various attributes of the purple lightning shuttle, he fell into deep thought and hesitation. An entire cubic meter of level 6 blue star core origin was no joke. The previous batch of star core crystals was already a bit exaggerated. If he took out so many high-quality star core origin, it would be difficult for him not to be targeted, but he was extremely unwilling to give up just like that. After hesitating for a while, Xian gritted his teeth and finally sent out his soul imprint. However, as the star core origin was a physical object, it could not be directly deducted by the exchange hall system. Therefore, the deposit was in the form of 10 million star coins. After the exchange of the star core origin, the system would automatically refund the 10 million star coins. After doing all this, Xian turned around and left. He planned to head to the lobby of the opposite building to complete the transaction and leave Skyriver Star immediately. Now that his wealth had been exposed, it was not wise to stay here any longer. However, at this moment, the notification from the Devouring system sounded again. Ding! Discovered Dongxi Void Fragment. Value, a starry sky treasure, immeasurable. It is strongly recommended that the host participate in the auction. Dongxi Fragment, auction. Xian was shocked and stopped in his tracks. As far as he could remember, this was the first time the Devouring system had added the word intense in front of a suggestion. It had not even appeared when he discovered the fragment of the immortal level superbrain. This was clearly a deliberate reminder and emphasis. This alone was enough to show the value and importance of this Dongxi Void Fragment. Judging from the name, it should be a cultivation method, but it was a fragment. Even so, the system's evaluation of its value was still the highest level, immeasurable. Could it really be a starry sky treasure? Xian's eyes immediately swept to the wall on the right side of the lobby. There was an auction panel there. After searching for a while, he found the Dongxi Void Fragment. However, the information about this item on the panel was extremely simple. It could even be said that there was no information at all. There were only a few words: cultivation method, fragment. In addition, there was only information about the auction of this item. There was no indication of the reserve price, only the time and place of the auction. It was at 8 o'clock tonight at the Skyriver Auction Center. A starry sky treasure, of course, could not be missed. Xian immediately sent out a strand of his soul imprint again and paid a deposit of 10 million star coins. This was also the qualification to enter the Skyriver Auction Center. There were now two choices in front of him. The first was to bid first, come back here after the auction, complete the transaction of the immortal grade starry sky superbrain and the purple lightning shuttle, and then leave quickly. The second was to complete the transaction of the two treasures first, and then immediately hand over the purple lightning shuttle and the hidden soul shuttle to the system for fusion. Calculating the time, the third fusion should be completed before the end of the auction at night. In this way, whether it was because he exposed himself during the transaction of the two treasures and attracted the attention of others, or because of other accidents during the subsequent auction, Xian could immediately take out his battleship and leave quickly after leaving the Skyriver planet and entering the void of the Star River outside. The Purple Lightning Shuttle was a top-grade battleship with a speed formation engraved on it. After the third fusion, the new battleship would definitely be greatly improved in terms of speed. No matter how powerful the masters who targeted him were, Xian would have a certain chance of escaping. After some consideration, Xian turned around and walked toward the exchange and delivery hall. He chose to first fuse his battleship 3 times. Although there was a chance that he would be targeted in advance, the increased speed of his battleship would obviously outweigh the disadvantages. There were also many Federation masters in the exchange and delivery hall. There were definitely more than 100 of them, but even so, there was still a long line in front of each window. Here, any window could complete the final transaction of a reservation and exchange. Yixian found a window with fewer people and waited. After about half an hour, the people in front of him finally completed their transactions, but behind Yixian, there were many new masters in line. At this moment, Yixian did not notice that one of the figures had already appeared not far away when he first took out the star core crystals to exchange for star coins. This person's appearance was not astonishing. He belonged to the type that would be difficult to recognize once he was thrown into the crowd. However, the light in his eyes was rather sharp. From time to time, he would vaguely glance in Yixian's direction. It was obvious that he'd long since had his eyes on him. "May I ask if you have any transactions to complete? If you do, please imprint a strand of your divine sense on this memory terminal crystal. The system will identify it and retrieve the items you have exchanged." The staff at the window was still a beautiful robot. At this moment, as she reminded him, she raised her hand and pointed to the side of the window counter. There was a semi-transparent crystal the size of a fist there, presumably the so-called system memory terminal crystal. Although Yixian found it a little novel, he did not show it on his face. He nodded slightly and sent a strand of his divine sense over. In the window, the beautiful robot's voice quickly sounded again. "You have exchanged 2 treasures. One of them costs 10 million star coins, and you have already paid 1 million in advance. The other item costs 10 million star coins, and you have already paid 1 million in advance. The other item costs 10 million in advance for 1 cubic meter of level 6 blue star core origin." Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhao Long's way of making money. As the beautiful robot's pleasant voice rang out from the window, the people behind Yixian, as well as in front of the windows to his left and right, all exclamations could be heard. "Heavens, this guy is so rich. A single exchange is worth tens of millions of star coins. I haven't earned as much as he did 10 times over the past few years. What's the big deal about star coins? Didn't you hear that the exchange was done in physical form of star core origin? My bro, you're so awesome. Instead of keeping the star core origin for cultivation, you're actually using it for an exchange. How extravagant is that?" You might think it's extravagant, but that might not necessarily be the case. Didn't you hear the exact amount and grade of the star core origin he handed over? Level 6 blue, 1 cubic meter. 1 cubic meter? Heavens, I haven't seen that many blue level 6 star cores in my entire life. He's not deliberately causing trouble, is he? He doesn't look that impressive, and his cultivation realm isn't that high either. He doesn't look like someone who can take out a single cubic meter of blue level 6 star core origin. Following the sound of these discussions, the other windows on both sides immediately turned their attention to them. Gasps could be heard from time to time, and this small area gradually became noisy. Yixian's expression quickly darkened. He had expected to attract attention, but he didn't expect it to be so big. If this continued, the situation would only worsen. This time, he didn't dare to take out the 1 cubic meter of blue level 6 star core origin directly. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a commotion. The effect of a concept in one's mind and seeing the real thing with one's own eyes were completely different. Only now did he realize that he had forgotten to exchange for a few star core pouches. It was obviously not wise to return to the exchange hall now. With a bitter smile, Yixian could only ask the beautiful robot at the window for help. "I'm sorry, I've used up all my star core pouches. Can I borrow one?" Of course, every window has a star core pouch prepared. This is because there are situations like this where the exchange of star core origin happens occasionally. The female robot nodded. She raised her hand and handed a star core pouch out of the window. Yixian thanked him and put away the planetary core pouch. Then, with a thought, he took out a cube of blue level 6 planetary core origin from the hidden god shuttle within his immortal world and transferred it into the planetary core pouch. After that, he took out the pouch again and passed it to the beautiful robot at the window. The quantity is correct. The grade is correct. Congratulations, the transaction is complete. The system has already returned the remaining 1 million star coins. Please check. The female robot checked the amount of star core origin in the star core pouch and quickly confirmed it. As she spoke, her right hand was already pressing a green button on the table in front of her. With a flash of light, a palm-sized spatial box appeared on the right side of the empty table. Inside it should be the 2 treasures that Yixian had exchanged for. They had been teleported here from the warehouse. The value of this spatial box was not high. It was considered a low-grade storage treasure for commoners. The female robot directly handed it out of the window. Clearly, she had no intention of taking it back. It was a free gift for this transaction. Yixian reached out and took it. He did not dare to examine it in front of everyone. He flipped his hand and sent the spatial box into his immortal world. Then, he turned around and left. There were still a few hours before 8 p.m. However, there were too many people in this area. Yixian decided to enter the Heavenly River Auction Center early. After all, it was not a place that anyone could enter. One had to pay at least 10 million star coins to enter. After leaving the huge floating platform where the Federation Exchange Hall was located, Yixian immediately used the Devouring system to check the location of the Heavenly River Auction Center. Then, with a flash of his body, he headed straight for it. At the same time, after Yixian left, the small commotion in the exchange hall quickly returned to order. Only a few voices were still discussing this matter. However, if one were to pay attention, one would notice that right after Yixian left, 4 or 5 people who were originally waiting in line suddenly left and hurriedly walked out of the exchange hall. Among them was the unprepossessing young man who had been waiting behind Yixian. Although this person's appearance was not outstanding, his cultivation was not weak. He was already at level 7 core state, 2 whole levels higher than Yixian. As for his identity, it was no small matter on the Heavenly River planet. It was just that no one knew about it. After leaving the exchange hall, the young man did not immediately leave. Instead, he found a secluded place on the huge floating platform. After seeing that there was no one around, he raised his hand and threw out a few array flags. He set up a simple isolation array that could only hide images and sound in a small area. After doing all this, the young man in the array raised his hand and gently stroked the ring on his left middle finger. This ring was actually his personal internet terminal. In the human race's technological camp, personal internet terminals had long been diversified. It could be a ring, a pen, or even a button or pin that was nailed to clothes. With a flash of light, a 5-dimensional 3-dimensional virtual screen appeared in front of him. The young man casually tapped a few buttons on the screen, searched for some information, and then turned on the communication device. In less than 2 seconds, the virtual screen flashed, and a half-body image appeared. However, only half of the face could be seen. The other party had a square face, middle-aged, and had a very strong aura. He was wearing a Federation military uniform, and his military rank was terrifying. He was actually a Major General. In the Xianxia country, the rank of Major General was sufficient to assume the position of Commanding General of any other administrative planets other than the Xianxia star. The Federation's Commanding General of the Tianhe star, Zhao Long, was a Major General. In fact, the Federation's Major General who appeared in the virtual screen of the young man's personal terminal was Zhao Long. General, we found a big fish today. The young man's face was already full of flattery, and even his waist was slightly bent. There was an uncontrollable excitement in his voice. That kid should be a hothead who just arrived at the Heavenly River planet. First, he threw out a few hundred cubes of stellar core crystals in public and exchanged them for more than 1 billion star coins. Then, he went to the exchange hall and exchanged 2 treasures. One was for 10 million star coins, and the other was for 1 cube of a level 6 blue stellar core origin. I suspect that he still has a lot of stellar core origin on him, and its grade is definitely not low. This kind of fat sheep is hard to come by in 100 years, General. Before the young man could finish, Zhao Long's cold and emotionless voice came from the virtual screen in front of him. Where is he? He should have gone to the Heavenly River Auction Center. I can check with the spies we planted in the exchange hall. He paid a deposit of 10 million star coins. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Third Fusion Activation on the Heavenly River planet. Zhao Long was the only one who could make Bai Xingjun fear him. His authority was monstrous, however, as a Major General of the Federation, he had his own worries. This worry was that although he had a lot of authority, he couldn't turn it into his own power and benefits. The military discipline of the everlasting dynasty was extremely strict. No one dared to do something like embezzlement. Once the higher-ups found out, the consequences were unimaginable. Therefore, even though Zhao Long was already a major general, stationed on an administrative planet, and received an astronomical amount of military funds every year, he didn't dare to act rashly on these funds. In the Heavenly Dust Nation, all the financial officials of the military branches on the administrative planets were independent. They reported directly to the military headquarters on the Heavenly Dust Planet. Therefore, although Zhao Long had military power, he didn't have enough, of course, as a major general was considered a high-ranking official in the Federation. Zhao Long's annual salary was still very generous. It was enough for his cultivation and other expenses. If it was a normal person, it would be enough. However, Zhao Long was different. Not only was his family located on the Heavenly Dust Planet, the capital of the Heavenly Dust Nation, but even on the Heavenly Dust Planet, they were considered a first-class noble family. Such large families usually had a lot of people. In Zhao Long's generation, there were hundreds of direct descendants, and more than half of them were males. To Zhao Long, these cousins were all his future competitors for the position of the head of the Zhao family. With hundreds of males, it was naturally impossible for all of them to be outstanding. If Zhao Long was one of those mediocre people, there would be no need to compete at all because the chances were slim. However, he happened to be one of the top few among the hundreds of males in the Zhao family. Since that was the case, how could he not compete for the position of the head of the family? The human race of the Starry Era had left behind too many profound lessons. Basically, there was no such thing as feudal and pedantic thinking. The larger the family and power, the stricter and harsher the system. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to maintain the power to continue. For a first-rate aristocratic family like the Zhao family, the younger generation had to be independent once they reached adulthood. Of course, they could also choose to enjoy the family's resources for free and live a normal life. No one would stop them. However, if they wanted to fight for hegemony, they had to go out. The family would not provide any resources to support them. If they had the ability, they had to prove themselves. Zhao Long and a dozen other cousins who had the potential to compete for the position of patriarch were all like this. Therefore, even though the Zhao family was powerful and wealthy in the Tianqian kingdom, Zhao Long didn't receive much resources from the family. Everything he needed to fight for the position of patriarch had to be obtained by himself. Of course, Zhao Long had many ways to make money. Although the occasional robbery by turning soldiers into bandits was only one of them, this kind of business without any capital would either not start, or once it started, the profits would be extremely shocking. In the Heavenly River planet, Zhao Long had a large number of trusted subordinates who were like men of sacrifice. They were scattered everywhere as spies to find targets for him. The young man who was in the video call with him was one of them. The area he was in charge of was the floating platform where the exchange hall of the Heavenly River Planet Federation was located. I can give you double the usual authority. You can choose the people you need. There is only one requirement, and that is that this matter must be completed. After a short silence, Zhao Long spoke again in the virtual screen. This time, that idiot from the Bai family has caused a big mess. This is the best time to overthrow him and seize the position of Patriarch of the Heavenly River Planet. However, the Bai family is not without foundation in the Heavenly Dust Planet. Old Man Bai has indeed given birth to a good son who holds an important position in the capital. If we want to use this opportunity to overthrow him, we must put in a lot of effort in the operation. And those old bastards in the capital have always had a big appetite. I'm afraid that ordinary things won't be able to move them. Today, this prey can throw out a pile of level 6 blue star core sources, and it is very likely that there are even higher quality star cores. These things are exactly what I need right now. It is related to the success or failure of the Zhao family's patriarch competition. Do you understand? The young man who called himself Zhou Hong was terrified. He quickly lowered his head and said, "General, rest assured, Zhou Hong understands. I will do my best to complete this task. If there is any mistake, I will bring my head to you." When he raised his head again, Zhao Long's figure on the virtual screen in front of him had disappeared. Zhou Hong let out a light breath and clenched his fists fiercely. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. I thought it was just a slightly fat lamb as usual. I didn't expect this matter to be related to the battle for the position of the patriarch of the general's family. Once the general overthrows Bai Jingjun and replaces him with someone from the Zhao family, not only will he be able to earn a lot of money in the future, he will also have made a great contribution to the Zhao family. The patriarch position will no longer be a problem. When that time comes, I, Zhou Hong, will be the most outstanding person. In the future, there will definitely be a place for me in the upper echelons of the Zhao family. Ding. Discovered Purple Lightning Shuttle, a top-grade formation battleship. Fusion requirements met. Will you fuse it? In his mind, the notification of the Devouring system sounded. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian gave an affirmative reply. Soon, the Soul Concealment Shuttle and Purple Lightning Shuttle in his body disappeared at the same time. A large amount of planetary core origin in the former's cabin was moved out and stored in Yi Xian's undying world. Of course, as the energy required for the Devouring system, Yi Xian deliberately left behind a cubic meter of level 5 red planetary core origin. It should be enough. After a short while, the system notification sounded again. Ding. Fusion energy absorption complete. Third fusion beginning. Progress 1. At this point, Yi Xian finally heaved a sigh of relief. Originally, he wanted to check with the system to see if the Immortal Star Super Brain Fragment could be used immediately and activate the system's star-level communication system. However, at this moment, a vast land appeared in front of him. The auction center of the Heavenly River planet was near the coastal area. He was about to reach it. Therefore, Yi Xian could only put this matter aside for the time being. With a thought, he moved his body and quickly landed in the center of the Heavenly River planet. Compared to the ocean area, the land of the Heavenly River planet was more prosperous and lively. Huge buildings were everywhere. Even the most inconspicuous building had hundreds of floors. A large number of shuttles were intertwined at low altitude. It was like the Milky Way, dazzling the eyes. However, in an area near the coastal area, there was a huge castle-shaped building that seemed a little isolated and out of place. There were few other buildings in the surrounding dozens of miles. Instead, large commercial shuttles were everywhere. At a glance, the whole area was like a special holiday resort. This castle-shaped building was the Heavenly River Auction Center. It was the only official auction organization of the Heavenly River planet. It was a super-large indoor venue with a huge space and a large number of seats. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Cultivation Fluid. The interior of the Tianhe Auction Center was like a huge indoor gymnasium. In the center was an extremely spacious auction platform, surrounded by a ring of stair-like seats. There were many levels to the seats. The lower half was open, while the upper half was private rooms. Of course, even the dozens of open seats below were actually very luxurious. Not only were there comfortable animal skin sofas, but the space between each seat was also very wide. Those who could come to this level of auction were all distinguished guests, and it was impossible to have a scene of a swarm of people sitting together. Bidders who entered the auction center could choose to sit in the lower dozens of open seats or enter the upper private rooms. However, the private rooms were all locked. Before entering, one needed to scan the identity of the bidder. On the one hand, it was to confirm the bidder's identity. On the other hand, it was to charge a fee. No matter how many people entered each private room, it would cost 1 million star coins. It was still early at the moment. There were still 4 hours before the auction began, so the auction center was deserted. There was almost no one in sight. Yi Xian went straight to the upper floor and chose a private room that was closer to the eastern entrance. After handing over his divine sense imprint and paying the huge fee of 1 million star coins, he stepped in. Behind him, the door of the private room closed automatically. Moreover, there was a prompt from the auction center system, indicating that as long as someone had entered, unless the person in the private room handed over his divine sense imprint to open the door, no matter how powerful the person was, they could not force their way in from the outside, unless their cultivation had reached a terrifying level where they could ignore the overall defense array of the auction center. Basically, they had to be at least a legendary existence who was qualified to enter the Federation ranking list. After hearing the prompt, Yi Xian felt relieved. He examined the situation in the private room, then walked to the large animal skin sofa in the middle and sat down cross-legged. The entire private room was more than 100 square meters. Not only was there a comfortable animal skin sofa, there were even drinks, food, spirit fruits, and the like on one side. In front of the sofa was a tea table with buttons, one red and one green. Yixian reached out and pressed a button. The green button did not respond, but when he pressed the red button, a huge 5-dimensional virtual screen immediately appeared in front of the tea table. It was the scene of the central auction area below. After familiarizing himself with the private room, Yixian checked the fusion progress of the system again. He could not help but feel slightly disappointed. An hour had passed, and the third fusion progress was still 1%. It seemed that it would take at least 2 days to complete the fusion. Taking advantage of this free time, Yixian inquired about the situation of the immortal-level superbrain fragment from the Devouring system. The response he received once again disappointed him. According to the reply of the Devouring system, although Yixian only obtained a fragment of a corner, it was still completely possible to activate the system's starry sky-level independent communication. But there were 2 prerequisites. First, the fragment had to be stripped from an immortal star superbrain. Second, the fragment had to still be active. The former was not a problem, but the latter, the fragment in Yixian's hand, clearly did not meet these requirements. Although it was indeed dropped from an immortal star superbrain that had withered and withered, according to the Devouring system's appraisal result, although this superbrain fragment had not completely withered, it was now in a state of deep sleep. It was only a matter of time before it completely withered away. Of course, if there was no way to save it, the Devouring system would not recommend Yixian to exchange for it. What Yixian needed to do now was to find a nourishing liquid that could revive this superbrain fragment. He needed to continuously provide it and soak it in it. After a long time, it could be used after it recovered its activity, although the star superbrain could be used as the data processing center of the star network after some processing, and its effect was excellent. Not only was it stable, but it was also almost indestructible. However, it was not a man-made object created by the human race in the star era. It was actually a strange species that existed between living matter and non-living matter, just like the Taisui fungus on Earth. However, its level was obviously billions of times higher. It was not at the same level at all. In the Immortal Dynasty, the star superbrain of any administrative planet required a large amount of nourishing liquid when it was used. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What I want comes. Yixian pressed the red button on the coffee table in front of him, and the huge 5-dimensional virtual screen immediately appeared. Through the screen, he could see that the auction hall below was already filled with people. At this moment, more than 60% of the seats around the auction platform were occupied. There were at least 10,000 people. Although the situation in the private rooms above could not be seen, it was estimated that there would be a lot of people. An official auction of an administrative planet with a starry sky background, this was indeed extraordinary. Soon, it was 8 o'clock, and the auction officially began. On the originally empty central auction platform below, a teleportation array flashed, and then a few figures appeared, along with a large circular table. Behind the circular table, a huge 5-dimensional virtual screen appeared. It was clearly for the bidders on the dozens of open seats below to see. At the same time, the virtual screen in front of Yixian also changed, splitting into 2. On the left was the image of the auction hall below, and on the right was a list that could be scrolled down. The vertical bar on the right showed a number, 16380. This was obviously the total number of auction items that would appear in this auction, more than 10,000 items. This was actually very normal. Although it would take at least a few days for all 10,000 items to be auctioned off, which of the powerhouses in the starry sky background did not have a long lifespan? A few days was really nothing. Yixian wasn't in a hurry. His personal battleship would need at least 2 days to complete the third fusion. Even if he'd already obtained the incomplete Dongshu chapter, he wouldn't be able to leave right now. Soon, the auction officially began. There were a total of 5 figures on the central auction platform below. Standing in the main seat was an old man with a gentle face. His identity should be the auctioneer, and the 4 behind him were the female robots who acted as his assistants. Welcome to the Heavenly River Auction Center, everyone. I won't waste your time. Now, let's begin the first auction item. Those who are interested can bid, but those who are not are free to look for other items. While speaking, the auctioneer reached out and tapped on the huge screen. The long list originally displayed disappeared, and the first item was enlarged. At the same time, various attributes and auction rules were displayed. This was a bell-shaped artifact with a base price of 50 million star coins, and each increment must not be less than 1 million star coins. Xian was not interested in this auction item, and he also knew that in an auction like this, the real good items were usually at the end. Therefore, he withdrew his gaze, raised his hand, and tapped on the list of items on the right side of the big screen in the room, and slowly scrolled down. Xian's house this time, he came to the Heavenly River Auction Center for the Dongshu fragment, but since he was already here, if he saw any useful treasures, he might as well bid. After all, the Heavenly River star coin C star was star, he might as it, among the more than 10,000 auction items, except for the first item that had entered the official auction. All the other auction items below the list only showed information about their specialties. As for the auction price or whether there were any other special requirements, obviously, they would not be shown at this time. They would have to wait until the auction officially started before they would know. Time passed slowly. Anyway, there were at least a few days, so Xian was not in a hurry. Sometimes, he would pay attention to the items being auctioned. The rest of the time, he would scroll down the list of items on the right side of the screen. Whenever he saw something interesting, he would tap on it and carefully check its attributes. After a few hours, the number of items that had entered the official bidding phase had reached the 367th item. The previous 366 items had all been sold. After all, the items that could enter this level of auction were definitely not ordinary items. There would definitely be people who needed them. Xian had already scrolled down the list of items on the right side of the 5-dimensional virtual screen in the room, and found more than 2,000 items. Among these 2,000 items, there were many good things. There was even a small private battleship that had an advantage in speed. Its attributes were very tempting to Xian. However, because he already had a top-grade purple lightning shuttle and was in the process of fusing with it, the same type of battleship was no longer suitable for Xian. Furthermore, although the speed of these battleships wasn't small, they still couldn't compare to the purple lightning shuttle that had a speed formation engraved on it. Thus, until now, Xian hadn't seen a single treasure that truly moved him and aroused his interest in bidding. As for the Dongshu fragment, he did not see it either. Treasures of that level should be coming later, so Xian was not in a hurry. He slowly browsed through the list. At the same time, while he browsed through the list, Xian began to think about the fourth fusion of the battleship. The private battleship, the Flying Star Shuttle, which was gifted to him by the Devouring system after it was upgraded to the Starry Sky level, was undergoing its third fusion. The first time, he obtained the concealment array from the White Scoundrel's dust concealment warship. The second time, he obtained the energy shield of the defense system and the star cannon of the attack system from the Baldi Su's God of Fortune. And the third time, he was about to obtain the speed array of the purple lightning shuttle. After these three fusions, the originally ordinary Flying Star Shuttle was definitely the best of the best. It was estimated that very few small private battleships could be so perfect. So, what should he choose for the fourth fusion? Xian thought of the teleportation array. Of course, this was also because he had seen the auctioneer and the 4 female robot assistants in the auction hall below using the teleportation array. That was why he had suddenly come up with this idea. Obviously, on the Skyriver planet, this kind of short-distance teleportation array inside the administrative planet had long been used on a large scale. For example, in the exchange hall, including this private room, all the items exchanged or auctioned were transmitted through small directional teleportation arrays. The reason why Xian had tentatively decided to use the teleportation array for the fourth fusion of the battleship was actually to prevent any accidents from happening. Yes, Starry Sky level masters could teleport, but in the vast universe, there were a large number of space cracks, so teleportation was not a very safe thing to do. And inside the administrative planet, because of the suppression of the power of the planet's defense array, the space was condensed, so ordinary masters could not teleport. Therefore, whether it was inside the administrative planet or in the vast universe outside the planet, the only thing that was truly safe was the directional or non-directional teleportation array. If his private battleship could have this kind of teleportation function, in case he encountered a special crisis and could not escape, he could still leave through the teleportation array. He could even take the battleship with him, Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly felt a rush of excitement. However, a battleship branded with a teleportation array was even rarer than one branded with a concealment array. It was probably extremely difficult to find one. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. A lot of lice don't feel itchy. Lot number 3467, name, Shifting Star, type, small private warship, properties, advanced private warship, engraved teleportation formation, note, damaged, bidding base price, every bid, additional requirements. That was all the information displayed on this advanced small private warship called Shifting Star. The bidding base price and the like were all question marks and had not yet been made public. What attracted Yi Xian was the description of its properties. This was actually a private warship engraved with a teleportation formation, which was the best choice for Yi Xian's fourth fusion. The only pity was that the teleportation formation engraved on this shifting star seemed to be damaged. Since it was damaged, it could not be used unless it was repaired. But even so, Yi Xian still decided to buy it. Small private warships engraved with formations were rare to begin with, and those engraved with formations and teleportation formations were even rarer. Even if it was a damaged warship, since he had encountered it, he should buy it. At least there was a chance to repair it. Otherwise, he did not know when he would encounter another warship of the same type again. In this way, there were a total of 2 treasures that he intended to buy this time. One was the Dongshu fragment, and the other was the shifting star. The value of these 2 treasures was estimated to be no small matter. Compared to the purple lightning shuttle, they were definitely not inferior. In this way, as long as Yi Xian made a move, regardless of whether he could buy it in the end, the fact that he had a large amount of star core origin on him would most likely be exposed once or twice again. The probability of being targeted would greatly increase, and the sense of crisis was getting stronger and stronger. But now that things had come to this, he did not care anymore. He was not afraid of being bitten when there were so many lice. Anyway, since he had already taken the lead, he might as well go all out and get as many things as he could. As long as he could escape, he would not be able to come back to Sky River Star in a short time. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and memorized the auction serial number of the moving star. He then began to flip through the auction list again. Half a day later, when the 3000th ranked star shift was about to enter the official auction, Yi Xian finally finished reading the entire auction list. There were more than 10,000 items. As long as he was slightly interested, he would click on them to take a closer look. Now that the auction items had been confirmed, he had already memorized the serial numbers of all of them, a total of 4 pieces, that was to say, in addition to the Dimension Void Fragment and SS Moving Star, he had his eyes on 2 other treasures. Basically, it could be said that the later the auction items were, the higher their value would be. And the item that Yi Xian had his eyes on was after the shifting star, which was numbered more than 3,400. It was enough to show its value. Of course, among all the auction items he had his eyes on, the last one was actually the Dongshu chapter, which was number 10,876. Of course, this did not mean that the items after number 10,876 were necessarily more valuable than the Dongshu chapter. The key was that it was a fragment. In addition, the Devouring system could identify and assess that it was a starry sky-level treasure, but the appraisers of the Tianhe Star Auction Center might not be able to identify it. While he was pondering, the bidding for the 3,467th item finally began. The auctioneer's voice was heard by Yi Xian through the sound transmission system in the box. The 3,467th item is a small private battleship named Moving Star. Its attribute is that of an ordinary high-class private warship, and it is engraved with a teleportation array. However, this teleportation array is damaged and can no longer be used. Otherwise, such a warship would not appear in today's auction, and it would also be listed as a top-grade warship. Although it's a bit of a pity, it's actually not very good as a collector's item. The starting bid is 200 million star coins, and each bid increment must not be less than 5 million. There are no other additional requirements. Interested friends can start bidding now. After the auctioneer finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent. Not only was there no sound of a bid, but there was also no movement on the virtual screen. By the way, the people in the box could directly bid through the sound transmission system or directly transmit their divine sense imprint to the virtual screen to bid. Now that there was no response from the virtual screen, it meant that the bidders in the box were not interested in this item either. This item, which was ranked more than 3,400, was likely to be the first item to go unsold. This was actually very normal. Who could come to this auction venue without a private battleship that they were satisfied with? Although this shifting star was a battleship with a transmission array, the array was already damaged, so what was the use of it? Spending 200 million star coins to buy a battleship only as a collector's item was more or less impossible. Of course, a damaged formation could be repaired, but those who had the ability to do so were all refiners from the cultivation camp. Moreover, they had to be refiners who were proficient in formations. If he could hire such a person, he might as well engrave a formation on his personal battleship instead of repairing it. In short, it was too weak, and the starting bid was too high, so it could not move people at all. 2 minutes passed, and there was still no sound. Xian was still waiting, but he thought that he would miss out if this item really went unsold, so he sent out a divine sense imprint and bid the same starting bid of 200 million star coins. Soon, the huge virtual screen below displayed the information of Xian's bid, which surprised some people. In the dozens of open seats below, many people cast their gazes toward Xian's box, but they did not pay too much attention to it. 200 million star coins was indeed a lot, but it was not too shocking for the experts who could enter this auction venue. The result was no surprise. Xian was the only one who bid. This round of bidding ended quickly, and a system notification sounded in Xian's mind. 200 million star coins had been deducted. The sound transmission system in the box also notified Xian that the transaction had been successful. If he was willing to accept it now, he could press the green button on the coffee table in front of him at any time. When the time came, the battleship would be transported in a space box. Sure enough, it was a teleportation array. Only the Heavenly River Planet's officials had the ability to suppress the planet's defensive array on this planet. Xian sighed in his heart. Xian immediately pressed the green button, and soon, a space box appeared. Xian took it in his hand and scanned it with his divine sense. After confirming that there was indeed a black battleship inside, he was relieved. He did not admire it immediately, and he kept it in his undying world. Following that, Xian asked tentatively, "May I ask if I can take out an item and entrust it to your auction house for auction?" "Of course, I'm referring to this auction. It can be added in halfway or at the end, and not the next auction." Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Uproar. Entrusting an auction is a normal business, but adding a new item to an auction that is already underway is not allowed under normal circumstances. The AI female voice of the auction mainframe rang out from the sound transmission system in the room, replying to Xian's question. "However, if it is a rare treasure, it is not impossible to add it in temporarily, but there is a condition. The original 10% commission has to be doubled, and this commission has to be paid regardless of whether the auction is successful or not." Xian frowned and asked again, "In other words, if I put an item up for auction that is valued at 100 million, then I have to pay 20 million at the start of the auction, and this 20 million, regardless of whether the auction is successful or not, will not be refunded?" "Yes. But the condition is that the item you want to auction is indeed rare. Otherwise, let alone 20%, even if it is doubled, we will not accept it." In other words, the rules could be broken, but if they wanted to break the rules, there had to be enough benefits. If the item was not valuable, how much could the 20% commission be? Xian was well aware of this point. He cursed in his heart, then asked, "One last question, what if the value of the item cannot be estimated, or is inconvenient to estimate?" This problem usually does not exist, but such situations have occurred before. To deal with these situations, we have set a limit. For all the items that cannot be estimated or are inconvenient to be sold, as long as the seller agrees, we will only charge 200 million as commission. 200 million star coins? Just for show, Xian almost vomited blood when he heard this. This was too much. Even so, if he could restore the fragment of the immortal rank superbrain, and activate the star rank independent communication system attached to the devouring system, then he would not need to go through the various superbrains of the superbrain. He would be able to connect to the next level of the star network, or even the higher level of the star network. At that time, the information he would receive would undoubtedly increase exponentially, and he would not have to worry about the possibility of finding the devouring source. Therefore, after complaining for a while, Xian finally took out a level 9-colored star core origin from his undying world and placed it on the coffee table in front of him. Star core origin could be absorbed by the experts of both the cultivation and technology factions to increase their strength, so it was very popular. However, it was usually only level 1 to level 7. In fact, level 7 purple ones were very rare. Level 8, level 9, and level 9-colored ones were considered legends. Although they were not unheard of, they were extremely rare. Besides, the higher the level of the star core origin, the more the star core origin, the lower the star core origin, the effect. For example, Yi's star core origin was at the level. But the effect was, when he absorbed level 1 white star core. However, as one reached higher levels, the effect would become weaker and weaker. When one reached the 8th level of the starry sky realm, which was the black hole realm, even level 3 or level 4 star core origins would be completely useless, let alone level 1 white ones. What they needed was at least level 5 red star core origin. This was why Xian decided to take out a level 9-colored one. His fragment of the immortal rank superbrain required level 8 and above gene cultivation fluid to restore its vitality, and the more he had, the less he had. This was because such things were also consumables. Who knew how long it would take to soak in them? In the Immortal Dynasty, only a dozen or so bottles of level 9 gene cultivation fluid could be produced in a year, and they were only the size of oral fluids. There might be a lot more level 8 gene cultivation fluid, but it was also considered a rare item. If one did not take out something of the same level, it was basically impossible to trade for it. Xian even wondered if anyone on the Sky River planet had level 8 gene cultivation fluid. Of course, the other administrative planets might not have it, but the Heavenly River planet was close to the domain of the buried meteorites. Experts from various races of the Federation had gathered there to obtain the star core origin. The proportion of foreign experts here was quite high. Therefore, it was still possible to obtain level 8 gene cultivation fluids. In order to activate the Starry Sky Independent Communication System of the Devouring System, Xian did not hesitate, even if it was very dangerous. During the last crazy excavation, Xian had excavated 2 cubic meters of level 8 black star core origin. The top-notch level 9-colored star core origin was in pieces the size of a fist. There were 108 pieces in total. He had only taken out one piece, so he did not feel the pinch. At this moment, the AI female voice of the auction center's mainframe gave an estimate. Level 9-colored star core origin? This is indeed a rare legendary item, and its value is immeasurable. Please keep the treasure and state your trade request. If you agree, the system will automatically deduct 200 million from your account. At the same time, you will be notified of the auction immediately. If the bid is successful, please take out the treasure to trade. I agree. Xian nodded and put the star core origin back into his undying world. He continued, I will only trade my 9-colored star core origin for one item, and the quantity has to match its value. If it is too little, I will have to add other treasures. Also, I have the right to choose. This item is a level 8 gene cultivation fluid. On the central auction platform, the next item to be auctioned after the moving star had just been auctioned. The auctioneer was about to announce the next item, but the virtual screen behind him flickered. A beam of light shot out and entered the auctioneer's forehead, causing his expression to change instantly. Sorry for the delay, but there is a last-minute item that has been added to the auction. Due to the special request of the auctioneer, and the fact that this item was not in the previous list of items, we have decided to release the information first so that interested bidders can have sufficient time to prepare. This item will be auctioned last. After taking a deep breath, the auctioneer's expression quickly returned to normal, but there was a faint tremor in his voice. It was obvious that he was greatly shocked. This auction item is a legendary treasure. It's a fist-sized level 9-colored planetary core origin. It's full of energy and is of the highest quality. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, the entire auction hall was in an uproar, and it was completely shaken. What? A level 9-colored star core origin? And it is of the highest quality with full energy? The Sky River star can reproduce such a thing? Have I arrived at the Imperial Capital's immortal star? Even on the immortal star, this item is rare, okay? I don't know who it is, but who would be so generous? Stop nagging, quickly state your bid. This star core origin is mine. If you are not in the black hole realm, don't compete with me. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Starry Sky Meteoric Iron Essence. The auctioneer was not surprised at all by the commotion in the auction house. In fact, it would be strange if there was no commotion when an item of this level appeared. After everyone stopped talking, the auctioneer coughed softly and continued, the item requested by the friend who commissioned this auction is a level 8 genetic cultivation fluid. Of course, the amount must match the value of this star core origin. If the amount is not enough, other treasures can be added as compensation. The client will decide whether to trade or not. This time, when the auctioneer finished speaking, although there was no more commotion in the auction house, there was a wave of gasps. A level 8 genetic cultivation fluid. It was possible to find such a thing on the capital planet, but how could it be found on the administrative planet of a small country like the Heavenly River planet? The energy consumed by the Starry Sky superbrain on the administrative planet was only a level 5 genetic cultivation fluid. Although there might be a level 5 genetic cultivation fluid, it was at most a level 7 genetic cultivation fluid. Then, sighs of disappointment rang out one after another. The Black Hole Realm old man, who claimed to be determined to win, was stunned for a moment. His expression quickly darkened, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes, but he did not say anything else. The atmosphere in the auction house quickly returned to normal, and the auctioneer began the official bidding for the next item. On the surface, it seemed that the commotion caused by the level 99 colored star core origin had passed, but in fact, everyone knew that there was a turbulent current surging in the dark. Even in the open seating area below, many experts lowered their heads and turned on their personal communication terminals. They were either contacting each other to see if they could get their hands on the level 8 genetic cultivation fluid or making other arrangements. As for the private rooms above, needless to say, they were even more excited. In one of the private rooms was Zhou Hong, who had been eyeing Xianxia since the Heavenly River Planet Federation's exchange hall platform. He had also turned on his personal communication terminal and contacted Zhao Long again. What's going on? Did something happen? As soon as Zhao Long's half-body image appeared, he frowned unhappily. Great news, General. A legendary item has appeared in the auction. It's a level 99 colored star core origin the size of a fist, and it's full of energy. I suspect that it was that kid who commissioned the auction. He's not in the public area, and I've checked the client. It was indeed someone in the private room area who commissioned the auction. What? A level 99 colored star core origin? Zhao Long's tone suddenly became urgent. No matter what, you must get it. It doesn't matter if it's that kid or not, he can't escape. He can't escape. Have you made the arrangements to targets? No problem, General. This time, we have arranged double the usual forces outside Skyriver Star. As long as he goes out, he will not be able to escape unless he hides in Skyriver Star forever. Is. Of. He's is. D***. Zhao Long's expression changed, and he immediately cursed. Although I can get the level 8 gene cultivation fluid from the Heavenly Dust Star, if I want to send it over in a short time, I have to use the Heavenly River Planet Star Teleportation Array, which requires the authorization of the Superbrain. Bai Jingjun will not agree. He will most likely use this method to get the level 8 gene cultivation fluid from the Heavenly Dust Star and then exchange it for the level 99 colored star core. Huh? Zhou Hong gasped. If Bai Jingjun gets it, I'm afraid he'll send it to the capital. If that's the case, we won't be able to topple him this time, right? Speaking of this, Zhou Hong's heart turned cold. He felt a great sense of loss, as if he had missed a great opportunity for glory and wealth. If Bai Jingjun gets his hands on the level 8 gene cultivation fluid, we can't do anything to him. With my status, I can't do anything to him on the Heavenly River planet. Zhao Long's tone gradually became gloomy. But it's not completely hopeless. This level 99 colored star core was probably taken out by the kid you're watching. If he can take out one, he must have more on him. As long as we can take him down, What's the point of Bai Xingjun getting a mere level 99 colored star core? Wise. You're wise, General. Zhou Hong saw hope again. He was not in the mood to stay in the auction hall any longer. He immediately said, then there's no time to lose. General, I'll go out and make arrangements now. As long as that kid leaves the Heavenly River planet, we will succeed. At the same time, in Bai Xingjun's luxurious official residence on the Heavenly River planet, Bai Xingjun, who had just received the news, suddenly exclaimed, "What? A level 99 colored star core? And it's full of energy? Ha ha ha. God is helping me. We don't have to worry about this crisis anymore. No matter what Zhao Long does, a level 99 colored star core will be enough to destroy his scheme. Contact the Heavenly Dust planet immediately. Tell my son to get some level 8 gene cultivation fluid no matter what. Also, use the stellar teleportation formation to send it over as soon as possible. In addition, apply to the Heavenly River planet's supercomputer for permission to use the stellar teleportation formation. Of course, only teleporting items, not life forms. It seems that I'll have to use another batch of level 5 gene cultivation fluid. But for that level 99 colored star core, this kind of energy consumption is worth it." The entire Heavenly River star was in turmoil. Even the two leaders in charge of the military and political affairs, Bai Xingjun and Zhao Long, the commander-in-chief of the Heavenly River star, were plotting against each other. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, a day had passed. During this time, Xian spent a total of 600 million star coins and finally succeeded in obtaining the second treasure he had set his sights on. At this point, there were only slightly more than 400 million star coins left of the original one. 4 billion star coins. He was spending money like water. This auction item was not a treasure, but a material. It was a starry sky level meteoric iron essence, which was also a rare grade item. However, because this material was used to fuse offensive magic weapons or defensive armors to enhance their grade, it was generally done by weapon refiners from the cultivation camp. This meteoric iron essence was very difficult to melt. Therefore, there were not many people in the technological camp who were interested in this kind of starry sky level material. Even so, just 4 fist-sized starry sky level meteoric iron essences cost Xian a total of 600 million star coins. Each one was an average of 150 million star coins. Just from this alone, one could see how precious they were. At this point, there were only 2 treasures left that Xian had set his sights on. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The heavenly talent from the imperial capital when Xian's devouring system was upgraded to the starry sky rank, the system reset all his abilities and attributes to 0. Then, he was gifted with starry sky rank treasures, including warships, offensive and defensive armors, and weapons. But now, his warship was about to complete its 3rd fusion, and his Star Destroyer sword had also undergone its 1st fusion. Now that he had obtained the starry sky rank meteoric iron essence, he was about to fuse the Star Destroyer sword for the 2nd time. After all, it was difficult for others to melt the meteoric iron essence, but he handed it directly to the fusion system, so there was no such problem. In this way, among the 3 treasures gifted by the system, only the personal defensive armor, which was the Streamer Star Armor, had not undergone any attribute enhancements. This time, as long as he got his hands on the defensive armor and the starry sky rank meteoric iron essence, Xian's Streamer Star Armor would be able to undergo 2 consecutive fusions, and its attributes would be greatly improved. After another half a day, the defensive armor, which was the 3rd treasure that Xian had his eyes on, finally entered the bidding phase. Lot number 9684 is a defensive armor called the Glazed Jade Phoenix Armor, and it's of the highest grade. The requirement for this auction is that only blue rank 6 and above star core sources will be accepted, and the one with the most will get it. Those who are interested can start bidding now. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent. No one made a bid, and there was no movement on the virtual screen. Everyone had a strange expression on their faces. Although a blue rank 6 star core source was not a legendary item, it was still a cultivation resource, and it was not easy to obtain. This armor was not bad, and the fact that it was evaluated as the highest grade was enough to prove its worth. But if it required a large amount of blue rank 6 star core sources to exchange for it, most experts would not do it. But if it was too little, it was obviously impossible to exchange for it. In short, this was a very confusing matter, which was why the bidders had such strange looks on their faces. At the same time, Xian in the private room had a strange look on his face as well. He suddenly suspected that this glazed jade phoenix armor and the purple lightning shuttle he had obtained before were from the same person. Otherwise, why would they ask for star core sources that were level 6 and above? Of course, the value of the purple lightning shuttle was not as high as the glazed jade phoenix armor. Therefore, he placed it in the exchange hall while the latter was brought to the Milky Way auction center. It seemed that this person was indeed in urgent need of a large amount of blue level 6 and above star core origin. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an ordinary person to take out such a valuable and practical treasure. Sounds of bidding soon appeared. After all, the other party didn't mention how many level 6 blue star core origins he wanted. What if he got a big bargain by using a small amount of this thing? Therefore, the first few bids were all meant to test the waters. 1 square foot. 2 feet. 2 feet and 1 fen. I bid 2. 5 feet and a half. 2 chi 6 fen. After a few probing bids, the rest of the bidders actually started to increase the price bit by bit. 1 fen was 1/10 of 1 square foot. In the private room, Xian was so angry that he was about to laugh. These guys were really shameless. They knew that the other party was in urgent need of blue level 6 and above star core origin, so they actually hit him when he was down. It was understandable that they wanted to get a bargain, but to increase the price bit by bit, it was a little too evil. At the same time, in another private room, an extremely resentful female voice sounded at this moment. Of course, the voice was only in the private room and didn't spread out. "Miss, these guys are really shameless. They are such bullies." There were 2 figures in the room. The one standing next to the sofa was a young girl in a green dress. She was probably a personal maid or something like that. She was the one who was complaining at the moment. The one sitting in the middle of the sofa was also a young woman. She wore a light purple long dress and had a pretty and dignified face. Facing the same thing, she didn't show any resentment on her face. Instead, she revealed an extraordinary bearing that wouldn't be surprised even if she was humiliated. The glazed jade phoenix armor that was being auctioned was hers, and so was the purple lightning shuttle that Xian had obtained previously. "Lulua, the auction is a matter of mutual consent. It's their business how they bid. Why be resentful?" She turned around and glanced at the lady in the green dress who was standing beside the sofa. The beauty in the light purple dress smiled indifferently. "Moreover, if they are willing to offer too little, I won't approve of it and will cancel the auction. Anyway, the purple lightning shuttle has already raised 1 square foot of blue level 6 star core origin from before. Coupled with the level 9 colored star core origin that will be auctioned later, there isn't much left." In other words, it seemed that she had already determined that the level 9 colored legendary star core origin was destined to be hers. What was even stranger was that Lulua wasn't the least bit surprised by these words. Instead, she thought that this was how it should be, and the resentment on her face gradually eased. That's right. If that's really the case, Lulua hopes that this group of people will continue to shamelessly add on. In that case, miss, you won't have to part with your precious glazed jade phoenix armor in the end. Although this armor is something that you used before, it's still a girl's personal armor. If it's auctioned off by a wretched man. Miss, you are the glazed jade phoenix on the human ranking list of the Federation. Even in the entire Myriad Net Federation, you are a peerless genius of the younger generation. How can you allow yourself to be sullied by a poor cultivator from a small corner of the Heavenly River planet? Lulua, you are becoming more and more arrogant. The purple-robed woman frowned, her expression faintly displeased. Yes, we are indeed from the imperial capital, but the starry sky is vast. Where can there be no true powerhouses? Your attitude really disappoints me. It seems that I really shouldn't have brought you out for this clan trial. Miss, Lulua still had a trace of unwillingness on her face, but she hesitated and didn't continue speaking. Let's not talk about other things. Just that level 9 colored star core origin just now is an item that is hard to come by even on the immortal star of the imperial capital. Today, it appeared on the Heavenly River planet, and you still have the nerve to call it a poor corner of the Heavenly River planet? While speaking, the purple-robed woman suddenly turned her head to look at the virtual screen in front of her and chuckled. Look, besides the one who took out the level 9-colored star core origin, isn't there another one? TSK, what a big deal. A level 7 purple cube? This guy's heroism is probably going to make those people who bid just now feel so ashamed that they can't show their faces. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The last auction item, a cubic meter of level 7 purple planetary core origin, was absolutely shocking no matter where it was placed. Although it wasn't the legendary black or 9-colored planetary core origin, it was still the most top-grade planetary core origin. It wasn't hard to see a little of it, but a whole cubic meter of it was hard to imagine. Even Lulua, who had just expressed that she didn't want the glazed jade phoenix armor to be sold so that some stinky man wouldn't tarnish her mistress's image, was now urging him to sell it. This cubic meter of level 7 purple planetary core origin was indeed the price that Xianxia had quoted. During the last crazy excavation, Xianxia had obtained a total of more than 20 cubic meters of level 7 purple planetary core origin. Therefore, he didn't feel the pinch at all when he took out 1 cubic meter of it. Although he felt that this cubic meter of level 7 planetary core origin was slightly more valuable than the glazed jade phoenix armor, it wasn't much. Moreover, the other party was indeed his benefactor, who had allowed him to obtain the purple lightning shuttle and this top-grade armor. Now that the other party was in trouble, Xianxia should do the same, even if it was a good karma. He believed that the other party would understand after seeing the price of a cubic meter of level 7 purple planetary core origin. After all, who would be willing to squander such a precious item? At this moment, Xianxia put the cubic meter of level 7 purple planetary core origin into a planetary core pouch and placed it on the coffee table in front of him. Then, he used a teleportation array to send out a small space box. He scanned the box with his divine sense and saw that there was indeed an extraordinary armor inside that was overflowing with light. However, just as Xianxia's smile was about to form, it immediately froze. This armor was actually for women, and it didn't look like an outer armor, but a personal item worn inside. Boom! Xianxia was immediately dumbfounded by the explosion in his mind. Could it be that the mysterious expert who had reluctantly given up the purple lightning shuttle and the glazed jade phoenix armor was actually a woman? Moreover, looking at the style of this close-fitting armor, this woman's age was clearly not too old. When Xianxia realized that he had actually obtained a woman's personal armor, he immediately felt uneasy and depressed. After a long while, he shook his head and smiled bitterly as he kept the spatial box into the undying world within his body. Although it was a woman's item, and a personal one at that, he wasn't going to equip it directly. He was just fusing with it. Thinking about it this way, it wasn't that unacceptable. However, this matter still made him feel somewhat strange and awkward. Fortunately, no one knew about it. Even the original owner of the glazed treasure armor didn't know that he was the one who had won the bid for it. Otherwise, it would be really awkward. The appearance of this 1 cubic level 7 purple planetary core origin caused an uproar in the auction venue once again, especially those who had only bid for a level 6 blue planetary core origin before this. However, they had actually increased the bid bit by bit. All of them were extremely embarrassed. However, due to the fact that a level 9-colored star core origin had already appeared before, and although a level 7 star core origin was stunning, the bidders present today had already made a mental comparison, so they weren't too surprised. This small disturbance soon passed. After an hour, the final auction item that Xianxia had his eyes on, which was the Dongshu fragment that he had come to the Tianhe auction center for in the first place, finally began to be auctioned. This auction item is a cultivation technique called the Dongshu fragment. However, it's a fragment, so it's called the Dongshu fragment. Although this cultivation technique is a fragment, it is complete for the 7 realms before the black hole realm. It's just missing the cultivation technique for the black hole realm and beyond. Upon hearing this, Xianxia's eyes lit up. It was indeed worthy of being evaluated as a priceless treasure by the Devouring system. Although there were only the first 7 realms, it was more than enough for Xianxia. Although the cultivation camp was on the other side of the 3rd universe, Xianxia was confident that as long as he completed the cultivation of the first 7 realms, he would be able to reach it no matter how long the journey was. When that time came, he might have the opportunity to find the remaining fragment. After all, he was currently only in the first realm, the star core realm. This Dongshu fragment was enough for him to use for a very long time. Since that was the case, he was determined to get this item. He had to win it no matter what. It was also at this moment that the auctioneer below began to introduce the auction requirements for this item. The bidding requirements for this item are also very simple. No star coins are accepted, and no bartering is accepted. The only thing the owner of this item needs is a star core origin, and it must be at least rank 7 purple quality. Wow, the entire auction house was in an uproar again. Another star core origin? What was going on today? Why was this happening again and again? It was worth noting that star core essence was the best cultivation resource. The reason why the entire Myriad Sifting Federation, and even some of the Heavenly Legacy clan servant races, had flocked to the domain of the Falling Domain was to obtain star core essence. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to hand over the star core origin that they had obtained so easily? Although this kind of special bidding requirement was usually heard, it was usually a star core origin that was at least class 5 red in quality, and it was rare for it to appear. However, it had appeared several times today, and it was always a star core origin that was at least class 5 red in quality. The previous requests were fine, but this time it was even more outrageous. The owner wanted class 7 purple in quality, which meant class 8 black in quality and class 9 colored in quality. Although the Dongshu fragment was precious, it was a fragment after all. It was impossible to exchange it for a class 9 colored in quality. In other words, the owner was just hinting that he wanted class 8 black in quality. Given the rarity of class 8 black in quality, a fist-sized star core origin should be enough to exchange for the Dongshu fragment. However, how could an ordinary person have such a thing? Miss, we already have enough high-quality star core origin. In fact, the class 9 colored in quality is enough. Besides, we've already exchanged many class 7 and class 6 star cores with the previous items. Why don't we apply to cancel this auction? In the same private room, Lulua turned to the woman in green and said with a pained expression, "This Dongshu fragment is a starry sky treasure level cultivation method. Although you've already imprinted a copy of it, it's best that it doesn't leak out." No. Chapter 2628, Chapter 268. The hidden purple shuttle. Isn't it just a level 8 black crystal? There will definitely be. Didn't a level 9 colored one appear before? Lulua's mouth twitched. Who knows, that guy who took out a cube of level 7 purple might also have some level 8 black crystals. After all, he has so many level 7 purple crystals. You think they are two people? A playful smile appeared on the purple-dressed girl's face. Her words seemed to be explaining, but also seemed to be muttering to herself, "I suspect that they are the same person, including the guy who bought the purple lightning shuttle in the Heavenly River Star Federation Exchange Hall. It's really strange, although the purple lightning shuttle is branded with a speed formation, it is not excessively precious. To not even let go of the purple lightning shuttle, it means that this person's cultivation should not be very strong. But if that's the case, how did he obtain so many high-quality star core origins? Could it be that he's the same as me, a disciple from one of the 3 great imperial capital's great clans? Even from the imperial capital? Oh my god, miss, look. Level 8 black has really appeared. Right at this moment, Lulua suddenly exclaimed, "Our incomplete chapter of the Dongshu dimension was originally auctioned off. I wonder who took out this class 8 black star core origin. It's actually a top-grade item full of energy." The girl in the green dress smiled faintly, and the playful smile at the corner of her mouth became even more intense. All the bidders at the auction venue were already numb to the appearance of this level 8 black galactic core origin. The auction this time was really too strange. First, there was a level 7 purple core, then there was a level 8 black core that was the size of a fist and was full of energy. Then, there was the level 9 colored core. TSK, TSK, TSK. It gave people the feeling that this kind of top-grade star core origin was already sold everywhere and was worthless. This was obviously impossible. Then, the only explanation was very simple. Whether it was the level 7 purple crystal or the 2 level 8 black and level 9 colored crystals, if there were no accidents, they were all taken out by the same person. This person was either very lucky and had dug out a star that contained a large amount of high-quality star core origin, or he had an extraordinary background and a powerful background. These resources were all obtained from the family behind him. Such beings might be rare in other domains, but they were much more likely to appear in the domain of the falling domain. However, judging from his actions of bidding for the glazed jade phoenix armor, even if this person's identity was really noble, his cultivation was definitely not too high. After all, this glazed jade phoenix armor was actually something that the purple-dressed woman used in the past. Because of this, many people were secretly paying attention to this matter even before the auction was over. However, although these people knew that the person with a large amount of high-quality star core origin was in the box area, they did not know which box he was in. When the people in the box were bidding, the big screen would not show the box's serial number. Only the people in the auction center would know the box's serial number. Therefore, the experts in the auction center who harbored evil intentions were secretly using their connections to get this information. It was foreseeable that although Xian had not been exposed yet, it was only a matter of time before he was exposed. The Tianhe auction center was so big and there were so many staff members that it was impossible for everyone to resist the temptation. It was only a matter of time before he was exposed. Xian was also well aware of this, but he really did not care. This was because when he handed over the level 8 Black Star Core origin in exchange for the incomplete Dongshu scripture and stored it in his undying world, the long-awaited notification of the Devouring system finally rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The third fusion is complete. You have obtained the top-grade warship, the Hidden Purple Shuttle. Xian heaved a sigh of relief. His heart, which had been hanging in his throat, instantly fell by half. With a strong sense of expectation, Xian checked the Hidden Purple Shuttle that had completed the third fusion. Its appearance was indeed different from the previous Hidden God Shuttle. It had become an extremely luxurious purple warship. In terms of attributes, the strength of the energy shield had increased, and so did the star cannon. The concealment array was still there, and the various mysterious runes that covered the entire surface of the warship had changed. The runes of the speed array had been added, making it even more complicated and difficult to understand. The most obvious improvement was the speed. The previous Hidden God Shuttle was already very fast, and even a large planet-grade warship could not catch up with it. Now, its speed had doubled. Xian did not expect such a result and was very surprised. It seems that the quality of the Purple Lightning Shuttle is still above my original expectations. Otherwise, this Hidden Purple Shuttle that has completed the third fusion would not be so fast. Xian nodded his head and muttered to himself. Xian was even more confident in his successful escape after the auction ended, but he could not leave yet, because his level 9-colored Star Core origin would officially enter the auction at the end of the entire auction. He had already paid the commission of 200 million star coins. What's more, the level 8 gene cultivation fluid was so important to him. Xian could not give it up just like that. At present, there were still thousands of items waiting to enter the official auction. Xian calculated the time and estimated that it would take about a day. If he continued to fuse the warship for the fourth time, there would definitely not be enough time. He now had two choices. One was to fuse the meteoric iron essence that he had already fused for the second time. The other was to fuse the starlight armor once. Of course, there were also two choices. One was to fuse with the meteoric iron essence for the first time. The other was to fuse with the glazed jade phoenix armor for the first time. After thinking about it for a while, Xian made his choice. It was a critical moment now. With his cultivation realm, what he needed most at present was obviously his defense. Therefore, Xian decided to fuse the starlight armor with the starlight armor. As for the treasure to be fused for the first time, Xian chose the meteoric iron essence. Although this kind of starlight-level equipment refining treasure was extremely difficult to mount, it was not a problem for the fusion system. Another important feature of the meteoric iron essence was that it was extremely hard. Xian had just bid for 4 pieces. If he added 2 pieces to the starlight armor, its hardness would obviously be greatly improved. In case of an accident, it would also be a layer of defense. After making the decision, he immediately took out the starlight armor and the 2 pieces of starlight-level meteoric iron essence and put them in the small space of the fusion system. Then, the system's prompt sounded immediately. Ding! Fusible treasure found, Starlight armor. Starlight level meteoric iron essence. Do you want to fuse it? Translator, Transin editor, Transin meteorite essence Starlight armor. Nearly a day later, the first fusion of the meteorite armor was finally completed. Xian heard the familiar sound of a system notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Fusion successful. You have obtained the meteorite essence Starlight armor. Xian heaved a sigh of relief and checked the meteorite essence Starlight armor that he had obtained after the first fusion. He found that its defensive capabilities had indeed improved by a large margin, and its outer appearance had also changed. It was completely black and had a bold design. Specks of starlight occasionally bloomed on the surface of the armor, flashed, and then disappeared into the armor again. In short, this was a very practical and eye-catching protective armor. Xian was extremely satisfied. With a thought, he directly equipped it on his body. However, when it wasn't activated, it was hidden within his body. Only when it was in battle would it appear and become an outer defensive armor. At this point, Xian had completed all the preparations for his quick escape after the auction ended. In fact, he did not have much to prepare. After all, his cultivation level was still too low, and there was not much he could do. It was just a suit of armor that had been fused and a small private warship that was terrifyingly fast. Although it was simple, it should be enough if he was caught off guard. At this time, the bidding for the last item of the auction had finally been completed. Next up was Xian's level 9, 9-colored Star Core Origin. When the auctioneer below announced that the Star Core Origin had officially entered the auction segment, all the bidders in the venue immediately became nervous. In fact, even outside the venue, many people were paying attention, including the two big shots of the Sky River planet, Bai Jingjun, and the commander of the Federation military, Zhao Long. Next up is the last item of this auction, which is the level 9, 9-colored Star Core Origin that has been announced before. The seller has requested that the bidders must have a level 8 genetic cultivation fluid or above. Those who meet this condition can start bidding now. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the entire conference room was filled with discussions. However, no one made a bid for it. In the private room where the girl in the purple dress was, the personal maid called Lu Luo seemed to be a little anxious. She urged, "Miss, why aren't you bidding? Genetic cultivation fluid is nothing to us. The Xianyuan family is one of the 3 major genetic families in the empire. We are also one of the families in the entire empire that is able to formulate level 8 genetic cultivation fluid. You have a lot of them, so I'm sure they will be satisfied. In that case, what is there to be anxious about? Let's wait and see, there is no hurry." The girl in the purple dress essence Starlight Jade essence Starlight editor, Transin. She was thinking about something. In the other private room, there were 2 men who had only arrived halfway through the auction. Both of them had the surname Bai. One was Bai Hao, and the other was Bai Hong. They were both Bai Jingjuan's trusted aides. This time, the 2 of them had brought 2 vials of level 8 genetic cultivation fluid that Bai Jingjun had temporarily transferred from the capital, Xianxia Star. Their purpose was to exchange for the level 9, 9-colored Star Core Origin. These 2 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid were only 20 milliliters each, which was about the same amount as a tube of oral fluid. In fact, all gene cultivation fluids were like this, and the amount was also the same. The only difference was the amount of energy contained in the liquid inside the tubes. Even though the amount of these 2 level 8 gene cultivation fluids was so small that it was not eye-catching, its value was very shocking. Although such a thing could be obtained from the Xianxia Star of the Xianxia country, in fact, such a level 8 gene cultivation fluid was impossible for a small country to concoct. Only in the imperial capitals of the 3 great empires under the everlasting dynasty would there be a few clans that possessed this ability. Therefore, the level 8 genetic cultivation fluid in Xianxia Star was actually distributed by the imperial capitals every year. The amount was fixed. Because of this, even though Bai Jingjun had a good son who held an important position in the Xianxia Star, he could only obtain 2 vials of level 8 genetic cultivation fluid in such a short period of time. 2 vials of level 8 genetic cultivation fluid were not enough to exchange for the level 9, 9-colored Star Core Origin. Therefore, under Bai Jingjuan's authorization, Bai Hao and Bai Hong brought many other treasures this time as supplementary items for the owner of the star core origin to choose from. It seems that no one in this group can produce a level 8 genetic cultivation fluid. After waiting for a minute and seeing that no one made a bid, a smug look appeared on Bai Hong's face. Come to think of it, in the entire Tianhe star, only Xing Zhang and Zhao Long have the ability to obtain a level 8 genetic cultivation fluid from the Tianqian star. However, this is an auction. Even if Zhao Long has the ability, he is too far away to deliver it immediately. It seems that this level 9-colored star core origin is destined to be our Xing Zhang's. Ha ha ha. In that case, let's not delay any longer. This time, we have made a great contribution. Let's end this quickly and go back to receive our reward. On the side, Bai Hao raised his head and laughed, then transmitted his voice. In the private room, this guy could have made a bid with a divine sense imprint, but now he deliberately did so, obviously to show off and show off. In addition, he deliberately provoked and demonstrated to Zhao Long since no one is bidding. I, Bai Hao, will not be polite. I offer 2 vials of level 8 genetic cultivation fluid. In addition, there are 10 top-quality warships, armors, magic weapons, and other treasures for you to choose from. Of course, you can only take away 5 of the 10 top-quality items, but in addition, the Bai family of Tianhe Star can also promise a favor. Hearing this, the whole venue suddenly became noisy again. 2 vials of level 8 genetic cultivation fluid were indeed not as good as the level 9-colored star core origin, but with the addition of the 5 top-quality treasures, although it was not enough, it was not far off. In the end, if the Bai family of Tianhe Star promised a favor in public, then this amount was obviously a little bit more than what was needed. The Bai family of Tianhe Star, this was just a vague way of saying it. In fact, it was completely a promise from Tianhe Star, because who dared to call themselves the Bai family here, except for the people sent by Bai Jingjun, the Bai family of Tianhe Star, the significance of the promise of an administrative planet, and the value that it could reflect at certain times, may in fact surpass the level 9-colored star core origin. From the looks of it, Bai Jingxing was determined to obtain the star core's origin core. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. What was the Bai family? The Bai family? Yi Xian frowned immediately. At the same time, he was caught in a dilemma. No one had made a bid for an entire minute. At that time, his heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley. He had thrown away 200 million star coins for nothing, but the key was that he did not get the level 8 gene cultivation fluid he needed. After leaving this time, he had no intention of returning to the Sky River Star in the near future. Since that was the case, it was basically impossible for him to get the level 8 gene cultivation fluid in the near future. The closest administrative planet to the Sky River Star in the Tianqian country was located in the distant void of the galaxy. With the speed of the purple hidden shuttle he had just obtained, he might not be able to reach it even after several years. Therefore, Yi Xian was quite unwilling to accept this. Later, when Bai Hao made a bid, Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised at first. However, when he heard that his surname was Bai, Yi Xian already had a bad premonition in his heart. When he heard the latter part of the bid, his heart completely sank again. Although he needed these 2 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid, if he were to give away the level 9-colored one, the result would be no different from giving away the enemy. No one would be willing to do such a thing. Although these 2 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid were a little lacking, they were the hope of restoring the immortal superbrain fragment in his hand. They were also the hope of Yi Xian obtaining more devouring origins. It was precisely because of this that he was in such a dilemma, should he trade or not. For a moment, Yi Xian was completely unable to make up his mind. Just as he was hesitating, a second voice suddenly rang out like a pleasant surprise. Moreover, it was actually a woman. His voice carried a kind of coldness, a kind of indifference, and even a strong sense of arrogance. I'll offer 6 vials of grade 8 gene cultivation fluid. Wow, the entire auction hall was in an uproar again. Firstly, it was because of this unexpected turn of events. Secondly, it was because the other party had made a bid for 6 tubes. Even on the capital's heavenly dust star, a level 9-colored legendary level star core origin's market price was only comparable to 5 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid. For this woman to have this type of thing in her hands, there was no way she didn't know about this, yet she just had to report an extra tube. On the one hand, this showed that she was determined to get this 9th level 9 colored crystal. On the other hand, it was actually a hint to some people with bad intentions in the venue: my background is not simple, you'd better not make a mistake. In fact, the effects were already showing. The eyes of the black hole stage old man lit up when he heard someone bid again, but when he heard that the price was 6 tubes, he frowned again and fell into deep thought. Apart from that, Xian could also tell that there was a third layer of meaning behind his words. As for the third level, it was specifically targeted at Xian alone. Previously, when Xian had bid for the glazed jade phoenix armor, due to various reasons, he had purposely paid an extra level 7 purple level star core origin. And now, he had encountered the same situation. Unfortunately, the other party was also a woman, which was one of the conditions to be the owner of the glazed jade phoenix armor. Therefore, Xian was extremely suspicious that this woman who had 6 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid was most likely the owner of the glazed jade phoenix armor and the purple lightning shuttle. And the reason why she had taken out 6 tubes, other than to reciprocate Xian's previous actions, was more likely to be a hint: if I can casually take out 6 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid, then why can't I have one of level 8 and above? This was ridiculous. After all, in the entire Everlasting Dynasty, there was only one clan in the Everlasting Star that could concoct level 9 gene cultivation fluid. There were only a dozen tubes in a year, and normally, they wouldn't leak out of the capital. However, it wasn't completely impossible. For example, Xian himself. Who would know that he still had 2 cubes of the 8th level black and a total of 107 cubes of the 9th level 9 colors? Judging others by their own standards, Xian suddenly developed a strong interest in this woman. Just as Xian was pondering this, Bai Hong's voice rang out again. This time, he obviously couldn't continue to bid, because no one on the Sky River Star could take out more than 6 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid. Bai Hong had spoken up because he was angry because he thought that he represented Bai Jingxing, the local tyrant, so he had issued a public warning. Although this was not in accordance with the rules of the Sky River Auction Center and could even damage its reputation, the auction center was originally an official organization. Even if the person in charge was dissatisfied, he wouldn't dare to say anything. Girl, you'd better consider carefully before you make a bid. Don't be fooled by the fact that you've taken out 4 extra vials of level 8 gene cultivation fluid. We also have 10 top-grade treasures and a promise from the Bai family. Especially this promise, its value is immeasurable. It might even be more valuable than your 6 vials of level 8 gene cultivation fluid. Since it's not worth as much as my bid, and you're behind me, aren't you deliberately making trouble? These words were shameless enough. What the other party wanted was a level 8 gene cultivation fluid. Naturally, they would choose a bidder with 6 vials. However, this Bai Hong was pestering them endlessly, insisting on making a fuss about the total value. This was simply a blatant attempt to force a deal. In fact, although these words were directed at the woman who made the next bid, they were also a warning to Xian. The latter obviously understood. A cold smile appeared on his face and he was about to speak up. However, before Xian could open his mouth, the woman's voice was heard again. A favor from the Bai family? What does the Bai family count for? This young lady is from the imperial capital. Do you think this sentence carries enough weight? The imperial capital? A large number of gasps rang out. This time, even the expression of the black hole realm elder changed. The so-called imperial capital was naturally referring to the heavenly underworld star. One of the 3 great empires under the immortal court was the heavenly underworld empire, and its imperial capital was the heavenly underworld star. The heavenly dust country was just a small country under the heavenly underworld empire. Many of the powerhouses present had never even been to the heavenly dust star, so when they heard about the imperial capital, they were scared out of their wits. Bai Hong and Bai Hao were completely speechless. They didn't even dare to say a word. The reason the Bai family was so well regarded on the heavenly river planet was because Bai Jingjun had a good son who held an important position on the heavenly dust star. However, even he couldn't afford to offend a giant from the imperial capital. No one doubted the woman's words, because the level 8 gene cultivation fluid wasn't something a small country like the heavenly dust star could produce. It came from the imperial capital, and a certain amount was distributed every year. This woman casually offered 6 tubes, so if she wasn't from the imperial capital, could she be from the heavenly dust country? If that was the case, to be able to hold 6 tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid meant that she was at least a princess of the heavenly dust country. She couldn't be offended either. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. The only hope before the auctioneer had even announced the results, many people had already started to leave, especially those in the private rooms above. If they left now, it would prove that they had nothing to do with the person who possessed such a large amount of Starcore origins. If they left after the transaction was completed, they would definitely attract some suspicious gazes. That would be unnecessary trouble. Of course, there were still many people who remained in the private rooms. For example, Xian and the girl in the purple dress were definitely still in the private rooms because the two of them were currently in the middle of a transaction. The other party was rather generous. He directly placed the 6 tubes of pale gold level 8 genetic cultivation fluid into a space box and sent it to Xian's private room through the auction center's directional transmission array. After checking and confirming that there were no mistakes, Xian flipped his hand and sent it into the undying world. Then, he took out another space box. Inside it was a level 9 colored Starcore origin. He placed the space box on the coffee table in front of him. Before Xian pressed the green button to send it to the other party, his hand suddenly paused. Then, he said, "Can I request to speak to the other party?" This small request was quickly answered by the Skyriver Auction Center's artificial intelligence. The answer was naturally affirmative. Xian heaved a sigh of relief and pressed the green button. Soon, the small space box disappeared and should be in the other party's hands in the next instant. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, the girl's voice suddenly rang out from the private room's sound transmission system. "Actually, Ziying would like to have a small chat with you. It's mainly to express my gratitude. It's not just the cube of level 7 purple star core origin, but also the cube of level 6 blue star core origin from the purple lightning shuttle. These high-grade star core origins are indeed things that I urgently need. Originally, it would be very difficult to obtain them in such a short time here." The other party's words were meant to test him. On the other hand, there was no doubt that she was implying that if they weren't here, it wouldn't be very difficult for her to obtain these things. This was a type of pinching gesture. It was obvious that he could tell that Xian had a request for her. Xian sighed in his heart at Ziying's shrewdness. Since she was a straightforward person, there was no need for him to hide anything. He smiled faintly and replied, "It's just as I expected. Fellow Daoist Ziying is straightforward. I am Xian, and I would like to thank fellow Daoist for the 6 vials of 8th grade cultivation fluid. These are also things that I urgently need. Did you ask to speak to me just to express your gratitude? First of all, I have enough high-quality Starcore sources. In fact, I don't need that level 9 colored Starcore at all. I plan to keep it for my collection. After all, this kind of thing is rare even in the imperial capital." Ziying's voice came from the sound transmission system again. "Considering that you've helped me a lot this time, if you have any other requests, I can do my best to help you. The Heavenly River planet isn't very peaceful after all." This was a very obvious hint. She was clearly telling Xian that if he didn't have the confidence to escape, she could lend him a helping hand. After all, with her background, no one on the Heavenly River planet would dare to attack her. Of course, this woman's cultivation must be extraordinary. Otherwise, how could she dare to come to the remote graveyard star field alone from the imperial capital? Xian naturally understood the meaning behind her words. However, he didn't intend to accept it. On one hand, Xian didn't have the habit of accepting favors for nothing. On the other hand, he was confident that he could leave safely. Of course, the most important thing was that he didn't want to waste this opportunity and wanted to use it where it was more needed. Even though his attitude wasn't bad right now, it was obvious that he had a high and mighty attitude. If Xian were to accept his protection, then if he were to ask about the level 9 gene cultivation fluid again, he would truly be shameless and have no self-awareness at all. Thinking of all this, Xian immediately thanked him. Then, he changed the topic. "Fellow Daoist Ziying, I do have something to ask you. If you know about it, I hope you can help me. I will be very grateful." As far as I know, there's a level 9 gene cultivation fluid below the level 8 gene cultivation fluid. That's enough. You don't have to ask anymore. Without waiting for Yixian to finish, Ziying decisively interrupted him, I think you're dreaming. There is indeed a level 9 gene cultivation fluid, but only a certain existence on the immortal star of the everlasting dynasty's imperial capital can produce it. There are only a dozen vials a year, and most of them are used up on the immortal star. Each year, the 3 great imperial capitals can only get 1 vial. Do you think I have something like that on me? When she said this, Ziying's tone was clearly different from before. There was a hint of embarrassment and anger in her voice, which puzzled Yixian very much. However, if he knew that Ziying was from the Xianyuan family, one of the 3 families in Tianming Nation's imperial capital, Tianming Planet, who were able to concoct the level 8 gene cultivation fluid, he would be able to understand the situation. This girl was clearly indignant about the existence on the undying planet that could concoct the level 9 gene cultivation fluid, but there was nothing she could do. She couldn't accept it even if she didn't want to. That was why she was so embarrassed and angry when the level 9 item was mentioned. Alright, let's end the conversation here. The level 9 gene cultivation fluid is definitely not something you can dream of, so I advise you to give up on it. Not to mention that it rarely flows out of the immortal star, even if it was right in front of you, you wouldn't be able to exchange for it. Can you take out at least 10 level 9 gene cultivation fluids with 9 colors? Just as Yixian was pondering why the other party was suddenly displeased, the voice of the mysterious woman named Ziying sounded out once again. This time, it was slightly more relaxed. It was obvious that she knew that she had vented her anger on Yixian earlier. Of course, it's not completely impossible. Don't even think about the 3 tubes that the 3 great imperial capitals give you every year. However, the immortal star keeps the other 11 tubes. Every year, 1 tube will be handed over to the Wanluo Federation for experts with large amounts of Federation contribution points to exchange for it. This is the only way to obtain it. However, it's also out of reach for you because if you want to exchange for a tube of level 9 gene cultivation fluid, you need 10 million Federation contribution points. Go to the Heaven, Earth, and Man rankings and you'll know how terrifying 10 million points are. At this point, she suddenly sighed and continued, however, I advise you to think about the current crisis. To be honest, I have a good impression of you, but I have my principles. I gave you a chance just now, but you rejected it. Therefore, this time, I can only wish you a safe journey. I hope that we'll meet again in the future. Take care. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The way to obtain contribution points. Yixian naturally knew about the Federation contribution points. In the myriad Luo Federation, the first thing that came to mind when the Federation contribution points were mentioned was the Federation rankings. The so-called contribution points were actually Federation contribution points. The Federation rankings had a total of 3 rankings, the Sky ranking, the Earth ranking, and the Human ranking. The Sky ranking was based on the 1st to the 100th place with the highest contribution points, the Earth ranking was based on the 101st to the 1000th place, the Human ranking was based on the 1001st to the 1000th place. These 10,000 places had not changed much in the past several hundred years. Those who could make it to the Human ranking were the most elite members of the Federation. The last few people on the Human ranking all had more than 100,000 contribution points and a cultivation base above the black hole realm. As for the 900 people on the Earth ranking, their cultivation bases were all question marks. When Yixian had first arrived on the Sky River planet, he had checked the Sky, Earth, and Human ranking of the Federation. He had sighed inwardly and set this as a goal. He had never expected that the level 9 genetic cultivation fluid he needed the most would be related to the Sky, Earth, and Human ranking. The last few people on the Human ranking list had obtained more than 100,000 contribution points, while the first half of the Human ranking list had more than 10 million contribution points. In the Federation Exchange Hall, exchanging for a tube of level 9 genetic cultivation fluid required 10 million Federation contribution points. This meant that if Yixian wanted to use his Federation contribution points to exchange for a tube of level 9 genetic cultivation fluid at the Federation Exchange Hall on the administrative planet, he would have to make it to the top half of the Human ranking. The Human ranking was from the 1001st to the 1000th place. The top half of the Human ranking, which had 10 million contribution points, referred to the top half of the human ranking. The entire Myriad Luo Federation was huge, so it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to make it to the top 5,000. There were two ways to obtain the Federation contribution points. One was to kill the Myriad Luo Federation's enemy, the Heavenly Fate race, or the experts of some of the Heavenly Fate race's slave races. The second way was to obtain some special items or resources and hand them over to the Myriad Luo Federation. Of course, these items had to be of great help to the Federation in its fight against the Heavenly Fate race and its slave races. The Myriad Luo Federation would appraise these items and give the Federation contribution points. It seems I have to leave the Sky River planet and enter the graveyard domain. Yixian shook his head and sighed. He knew that due to the uniqueness of the Graveyard Star region, not only did it attract the experts of the various races of the Myriad Luo Federation, but even the experts of the Heavenly Fate clan and the many slave races of the Heavenly Fate clan from the first universe had come. There were wormholes in the depths of the domain of the buried falling that connected the three universes. Most of the powerful experts from other universes were active in the depths of the domain of the buried fall, where they would have a chance to run into powerful experts from the Heavenly Legacy race's slave races. And by killing them, one could obtain federal contribution points. Of course, Yixian still had a long way to go. What he needed to do now was to leave the Sky River planet safely. There had to be a trap waiting for him outside. Although his personal battleship had successfully completed its third fusion and was extremely fast, his personal strength could still be improved. The fifth level of the core realm was still in the middle stage. The sixth level of the core realm was also in the middle stage, but it was close to the late stage. In terms of controlling a battleship, it was definitely different from the fifth level. However, if he continued to make breakthroughs, his realm would become unstable. Therefore, Yixian decided to break through to the sixth level of the core realm first before leaving. Although it was only a small increase in rank, his chances of escaping had increased by quite a bit. Although the auction had ended, the experts who had entered the private rooms could still stay in the auction until the next auction started. This was also because of the special nature of the auction. Many experts would be in danger if they left the private rooms after bidding for some extremely sensitive treasures. Therefore, they would need some time to prepare in the private rooms. From this point of view, the Sky River Auction Center was very humane. Yixian immediately put aside his other thoughts and took out a large amount of level 5 red stellar core origin from his undying world. At the same time, he ordered the Devouring system to start absorbing its energy. Time passed slowly. 2 days passed unknowingly. When the system beeped in his mind again, Yixian finally opened his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through. The host is now in the 6th level of the core realm. The 6th level, Yixian was excited. He clenched his fists and felt the surging energy in his body. His confidence instantly increased. Calculating the time, it seemed that the next auction would start the next day. In other words, even if Yixian was unwilling to leave, he couldn't stay here any longer. He immediately got up and raised his hand to form a divine sense imprint. The door to the private room opened and Yixian stepped out. For the past 2 days, the surroundings of the huge castle-like building where the Sky River Auction Center was located were normal. However, under this normal appearance, there was an undercurrent surging. Under some intentional investigations, Yixian's identity had been exposed. Some people even knew his identity as a member of the Federation. After finding out that the person who had a large amount of stellar core origin was actually a citizen of the Federation called Yixian and wasn't strong at all, many people started thinking of robbing him. This included the old man with the Black Hole Realm cultivation base. He had also investigated the identity of the purplish warbler, but he couldn't find anything. However, he was sure that the other party was from the Tianming planet, where the Tianming imperial capital was located. As a result, no one dared to touch the purplish warbler. Those who could come here from the imperial capital were not ordinary people. Even if their cultivation base was not strong, they definitely had a strong background. No one could afford to offend them. Furthermore, the purplish warbler's cultivation base had already reached the Black Hole Realm level 2. She was also an extremely strong existence. It was even more impossible for anyone to have any thoughts about her. In the past 2 days, those who wanted to make a move on Yixian had all stayed around the Sky River Auction Center and closely watched his movements. At this moment, when Yixian walked out of the Sky River Auction Center and appeared in front of everyone, these people were all excited. Some people even had little stars in their eyes. In their opinion, Yixian was a moving treasure trove with a large amount of stellar core origin. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The two black-hearted tycoons. Yixian was not a hothead. In fact, he had experienced more life and death situations than most of the powerhouses in the Wanluo Federation ever since he started out as an ordinary person. As soon as he walked out of the Tianhe Auction Center, he sensed something. It was an unseen feeling, and he knew that he was being watched by many people. These people had concealed their auras and did not even look in Yixian's direction. However, Yixian could sense them, but he did not care. The corners of Yixian's mouth curled into a rather playful smile. He leaped up and rushed toward the sky screen passage he had come from. Not long after he left, many figures chased after him at a leisurely pace from all directions. Yixian did not care about these people at all. He knew that he would not have any interaction with them, so they would not have any chance to do anything to him. Although he did not know about Zhao Long's arrangements, he was certain that Bai Jingxing would not let him go. That level 9-colored star core origin was very useful to Bai Jingxing, but there was nothing he could do about it now that it had fallen into the hands of the girl called Ziying. Since that was the case, he could only look for a breakthrough from Yixian. Of course, even Bai Jingxing would not dare to make a move on Tianhe planet. He was only a planet manager, and he was temporarily in charge of the Tianhe planet spacetime superbrain. It did not belong to him, so the superbrain could refuse certain orders from him. For example, the star defense array of an administrative planet was an independent system. It was also controlled by the spacetime superbrain of the administrative planet. However, even a planet manager would not be able to interfere with this part of the array. This was why Zhao Long's method of making money could only be done on Tianhe planet. He could only wait until he was outside of Tianhe planet before he made his move. It was not just to avoid arousing suspicion. It was really impossible to make a move on Tianhe planet. Of course, this didn't mean that Yixian could always stay in the Heavenly River planet to seek refuge. If he needed resources, he had to leave. Moreover, if he stayed in the administrative planet, as the planet's leader, Bai Jingxing, he would be able to find an opportunity to make a move on him. In fact, even Bai Jingxing had not expected that Yixian would leave so soon. When he received news that Yixian had left the Tianhe Auction Center and rushed to the entrance of the Star Defense Array, he was overjoyed. So he immediately sent a signal to the forces that had been deployed outside of Tianhe planet. Yixian had the planet. A dignified leader of a planet actually plotted against an ordinary federal citizen. One had to admit that Bai Jingxuan's heart was truly black. He had also received the news that Yixian was preparing to leave Tianhe planet. Originally, he had asked Zhou Hong to handle this matter. However, this was a matter of great importance. Yixian might still have a large amount of high-grade star core origin on him. Furthermore, Bai Jingxing might also make a move on him. Zhao Long had no choice but to take action himself just in case. He was a black hole realm powerhouse, but he was only a rank 1 powerhouse. In this regard, even Bai Jingxing was inferior to him. There was only one black hole realm powerhouse on Tianhe planet, Zhao Long. Even the old man who had appeared at the Tianhe Auction Center was an outsider powerhouse. After leaving the entrance of Tianhe planet's star defense array, Yixian did not immediately take out the hidden purple shuttle and flee. He knew that there must be some kind of trap outside. However, he had no idea what it was or where it was. It would not be wise to leave at full speed now. At the very least, he should wait until all the other parties' arrangements were revealed before he made a targeted decision. That way, his chances of escaping would be higher. Therefore, after leaving Tianhe planet, Yixian merely relied on his physical body to travel through the void of the Star River and gradually skimmed off into the distance. If that was the case, then with his cultivation at the 6th level of the Star Core realm, his speed definitely wouldn't be fast. After a full 4 hours, Yixian still hadn't gone far from the Heavenly River planet. As long as he turned around, the enormous Heavenly River planet was still within his field of vision. This situation had long caused the nearly 100 experts behind him to curse in their hearts. This little brat did not know what was good for him. He was clearly a hothead. He was already being watched by hundreds of people, yet he was still traveling through the void unhurriedly with his physical body. Then again, even if he took out his personal battleship, it was obvious that he would not be able to escape. However, traveling at such a leisurely pace was really irresistible. Xian did not pay any attention to the group of people behind him. Another 2 hours passed. Just as Xian was starting to feel a little impatient, 4 battleships finally appeared in the starry sky ahead. These 4 battleships were all planet-grade, but they were not the standard battleships of the Federation military. Furthermore, these 4 battleships were clearly engraved with a concealment array formation. No one had discovered their existence until Xian had swept over them. Perhaps they had been waiting outside Xianxia planet's star defense array from the very beginning. However, they had always maintained a concealed state and quietly followed Xian. They only revealed themselves when they felt that they were far enough away from Xianxia planet. This was the prelude to making a move. Not only did Xian's eyelids twitch with the appearance of the 4 planetary-level concealment battleships, but even the 100 or so experts behind him who had hidden themselves also collectively sucked in a breath of cold air. Most of them did not hesitate at all. They turned around and left, directly giving up. Only the old man with a cultivation of Black Hole Realm Level 2 decided to stay after a short moment of hesitation. Obviously, he was not willing to give up just like that. These 4 battleships were all Bai Jingjuan's private battleships. There had always been a rumor in the Xianxia planet that there were 4 such concealed battleships active in the surrounding areas. It was rumored that they were related to Bai Jingjuan. Therefore, as soon as these 4 battleships appeared, the powerhouses tailing Xian understood that since Bai Jingjuan was taking action, there was basically nothing for them to do. Rather than stay and be silenced, they might as well turn around and go back to sleep. Although they were also planet-grade battleships, the value of these 4 battleships was obviously much higher than the planet-grade battleships of the Federation military. The value of the concealment formation alone made them much more valuable than the standard battleships of the military. Although they were all concealment formations, the effect of the concealment formation engraved on a small private battleship was obviously different from that of a planet-grade battleship. The value of these 4 battleships was astonishing. It must have cost Bai Jingjuan a lot of money to equip them. However, at the same time, with these 4 concealed battleships roaming around Xianxia planet, they had obviously helped Bai Jingjuan reap a lot of wealth. Judging from this point of view, none of the Xianxia planet's planet manager and military commander were good people. All of them were doing this kind of shady business. At this moment, as soon as the 4 battleships appeared, they were already in formation, blocking Xian's path. Behind them, the old man with a cultivation of Black Hole Realm also appeared. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A Loach in the Starry Sky Brat, I advise you to come to me obediently. At least you can still keep your life. After his figure appeared, the black-robed Black Hole Realm old man immediately sneered and sent a sound transmission to Xian. I presume you've also heard of the rumors about Heavenly River Star. Those 4 hidden battleships belong to Bai Jingjuan, and if you fall into their hands, you'll definitely be silenced, but this old man is different. I, He Luoying, am a rogue cultivator, and am alone. Things like reputation don't matter to me. As long as you give me enough benefits, I can spare your life. Almost at the same time, 2 figures appeared on the 4 planetary battleships opposite him. They were Bai Hong and Bai Hong, but their faces were obviously covered. At this moment, Bai Hong, whose voice had changed, raised his head and laughed as soon as he appeared. Xian, you'd better come to us quickly. Do you know who the old man behind us is? The famous space pirate He Luoying. This old man is famous for his ruthlessness. All the experts who fell into his hands were robbed and then silenced. It is for this reason that, although it is rumored that he is a space pirate, no one is alive, so he has been able to get away with it. Even when he came to the Heavenly River planet, the authorities couldn't do anything to him. Although we are also space pirates, at least we have never shown our true faces in front of anyone. So, as long as we can get enough benefits from you, what's the point of letting you go? This won't affect our defense at all. So, the road to survival is here. You'd better not make a mistake. This is about your life. Xian currently knew that there were 8 starry sky realm experts, which were star core, meteor, satellite, planet, star, nebula, galaxy, and black hole. the space pirate He Luoying behind them was a black hole realm powerhouse, but Bai Hong and Bai Hao were only at the planet realm. There was a difference of 4 realms between them, but they were fearless. It was obvious that they were relying on the power of the 4 concealed battleships. Yi Xian was already cursing in his heart. None of these fellows were good people. It was a pity that his current cultivation was too low. He had actually fallen to the point where he was being threatened by these 2 fellows at the same time. A huge sense of anger rose in Yi Xian's chest. After entering the starry sky, this was the first time he was angry at his low cultivation. It was also at this moment that he came to an incredibly clear realization. The world set against the backdrop of the starry sky was no different from what he had experienced before. The Myriad Net Federation might appear to be rather orderly on the surface, as if all the races were tightly knit together to resist the Heaven's Legacy race. But in fact, this was all a facade. The entire starry sky world was not just a battle between the Myriad Net Federation and the Heaven's Legacy race. Even in any small camp, the law of the jungle was the same. At this moment, Yi Xian felt that his state of mind had improved to a certain extent. The endless anger rising in his chest seemed to have turned into a heart full of pride. When it came to fighting for supremacy, when had Yi Xian ever been afraid of anyone? With this thought in mind, Yi Xian was no longer angry. He raised his head and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. A bunch of flies and dogs. Do you think you are qualified to kneel in front of me? After cursing, Yi Xian didn't hesitate in the slightest. Taking advantage of the fact that old monster He Luoying and the experts on the 4 hidden battleships were still in a daze, he directly took out the purple hidden shuttle and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then, he transformed into a purple ray of light that shot towards the void to the right and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Its speed surpassed the standard battleships of the Federation military. All of this happened too quickly, and before anyone could react, the purple light had already disappeared. He Luoying opened his mouth wide. *T. What kind of battleship is that? It's like a loach in space. It's too fast, and it's small. This is definitely a godly item for escaping. On the other side, Bai Hong and Bai Hao's faces were extremely gloomy. Bai Jingjuan's 4 concealed battleships were indeed faster than the standard battleships of the Federation military, but they definitely could not compare to a Star State battleship that was 3,000 meters long. That small battleship that turned into a purple light was faster than an ordinary Star State battleship. How were they going to catch up? I was careless. I'm afraid I won't be able to report back now. Sigh, this kid is too strong. Where did he get such a super extreme small private battleship? Unwilling to give up, the 4 warships under the 2 of them gradually disappeared. Obviously, they were leaving quickly. They couldn't see the light in the first place. Now that they had appeared in this void, they had to leave immediately. As for the space pirate, old monster He Luoying, he unwillingly stared in the direction that Yi Xian left in and coldly snorted. Then, his figure quickly disappeared and he left as well. The void became empty again. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that 2 figures slowly appeared in a corner in the distance. It was Purplish Warbler and her personal maid, Lulua. At this moment, the 2 women had strange expressions on their faces. Their bodies flashed, and they chased after Yi Xian. I didn't expect that we were all wrong. That kid actually has such a stunning small private battleship. Just looking at its speed, it's even faster than your Xianyuan boat. But why do I feel that his battleship is somewhat familiar? And its appearance is so unfamiliar. Could it be that just because of its purple body, it gave me the illusion that I'm looking at the purple lightning shuttle? That doesn't make sense. By the way, miss, where are we going now? Don't tell me we're going to chase that kid? Now that we have the Star Core origin, we should. Shut up. Do you think we're the only ones here? After Purplish Warbler's last words, her maid, Lulua, stopped talking. The 2 figures quickly disappeared into the distance. At this time, Zhao Long's figure appeared in a remote corner in the distance. His eyes were shining brightly as he watched Yi Xian and Purplish Warbler leave. He muttered to himself, what a powerful girl. As expected of a rank 2 black hole realm expert, as expected of the Xianyuan family of the imperial capital, as expected of a genius ranked in the top 5,000 on the Federation's contribution list, and that kid, Although his cultivation level is too low, his temperament is indeed impressive. What's even more rare is his luck. TSK, TSK, TSK. A mere Starcore realm cultivator can sit on such a huge amount of Starcore origin and that super quality battleship. Fortunately, I didn't show up this time. I don't believe that he won't come to Skyriver Planet again in the future. When that time comes, hee. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. That was the Purple Lightning Shuttle. The Xianyuan boat was actually a small private warship, but it was rather special. From the word Xian in front of the name of the warship, it could be deduced that this warship was a unique warship of the Xianyuan family. The Immortal Dynasty was the technological faction of the Third Universe's human race. Although they also had cultivation techniques, in general, they still used gene cultivation fluids to break through realms. The gene cultivation fluid didn't need to be like the energy from a planet's core source. It needed to be continuously absorbed and accumulated. After breaking through, the powerhouses of the technological faction no longer needed the same level of gene cultivation fluid. Of course, the exact amount of gene cultivation fluid required to break through depended on the person's talent. Level 1 gene cultivation fluid corresponded to the first of the 8 realms in Yixian, the core realm. Level 2 corresponded to the meteor, level 3 corresponded to the satellite, level 4 corresponded to the planet, and so on and so forth. Level 8 corresponded to the black hole realm. As for level 9, it corresponded to the stronger realms after the black hole realm. If the citizens of the technological faction wanted to become cultivators, they had to inject the level 1 gene cultivation fluid. If they succeeded, they would reach the level 1 core realm. Of course, if they wanted to succeed, some people could break through with just 1 tube, while others couldn't break through with 10 or 100 tubes of level 1 gene cultivation fluid and become a level 1 core realm powerhouse. After successfully breaking through, they didn't need the level 1 gene cultivation fluid anymore. They could use other methods to increase their realms, such as absorbing the energy from the core source. Only when the level 9 core realm needed to break through to the next major realm, the meteor realm, would they need to use the level 2 gene cultivation fluid again. Then, when they reached the level 9 meteor realm, they would need to use the level 3 gene cultivation fluid again. In other words, in the technological faction, gene cultivation fluid was used to break through the bottleneck of a major realm, just like how it was used to increase one's life level. Small realms within the same major realm didn't need it. Even if they injected it multiple times, it wouldn't have any effect. Because of this, the families that could concoct gene cultivation fluid were the true tycoons of the technological faction. Ordinary level 1 to level 3 gene cultivation fluid could be concocted by some pharmacists, so it wasn't precious. Level 4 and above wasn't something ordinary people could concoct. As for level 8 gene cultivation fluid, in the Sky Underworld Empire, only the 3 major families of the Sky Star could concoct it. The Xianyuan house was one of them. From this, it could be seen how it wasn't difficult for such a huge family to be able to gather some craftsmen from the cultivation faction and warship manufacturing base to create a warship for the younger generations. It wouldn't be difficult for such a big family. Translation. The Xianyuan Zhou represented the Xianyuan family in the imperial capital. This was a form of protection as well. After all, the greater the size of a clan, the more the disciples of the clan would be sent out to gain experience and tempering. When they encountered danger, the formidable Xianyuan boat was not only a method to protect their lives, it was also a form of deterrence and warning to their enemies. At this moment, Xianyuan Ziying and Lu Luo raised the Xianyuan boat that represented the Xianyuan family in the capital and quickly chased after Yixian. However, although the speed of this Xianyuan boat was astonishing and wasn't any weaker than an ordinary 3,000-meter-long stellar-level military warship, it was still a grade lower than Yixian's purple hidden shuttle. Even the purplish warbler, who was from the Xianyuan family and had a black hole realm cultivation base, could only match the speed of a star-level warship. It was obvious how rare Yixian's hidden purple shuttle was. Of course, what was even rarer was the fusion system. Miss, we have already gathered the star core origin that Master Su requested. Aren't you going to look for him to refine the Xianyuan house? He is a famous master refiner in the cultivation camp. It's rare to meet him, and he even agreed to our request. If we don't go now, what if he leaves? Glancing at the purplish warbler, Lulua asked in confusion, "Look at the direction we're heading. We're obviously going to chase after Yixian. That kid has a good warship. Even your ex-Xianyuan house can't compare to it. But, as long as Master Su helps us refine it again and improves its performance, it will definitely be better than his. That's the safest choice. It's better than robbing him or asking for a trade, right? We might not be able to catch up to him. Even if we do, he might not agree to let us have it. So, didn't you say that although his purple warship had a different appearance, it gave you the illusion that you were looking at the purple lightning shuttle?" Before Lulua could finish, the purplish warbler interrupted her. She had grown up with Lulua. Although they were maids, they were actually sisters. Therefore, she was very clear about this girl's personality. If she didn't understand some things clearly, she would probably continue to nag endlessly in the days to come. The purplish warbler had no choice. In order to have some peace and quiet, she could only say, "I can tell you with absolute certainty that that warship is the purple lightning shuttle. To be more precise, the purple lightning shuttle has only fused with that warship." "What? Miss, how is this possible?" Lulua was stunned. She sucked in a breath of cold air and covered her delicate cherry lips with her small hand. "How many years did I use that purple lightning shuttle before I left the imperial capital and received this Xianyuan boat from the patriarch? Only after I obtained the Xianyuan boat did I erase the divine sense imprint I left on it. Tell me, how could I be wrong?" The purplish warbler turned her head and glanced at Lulua. She seemed to have suddenly thought of something and faintly sighed. "This time, I really made a mistake. I didn't expect this person to be an artifact refining Grandmaster who is much more formidable than Grandmaster Su. How long has it been since he obtained the purple lightning shuttle? If I'm not wrong, this person should have successfully refined his original battleship during the few days of the auction. Moreover, during this process, he fused the purple lightning shuttle into it. You should know that the purple lightning shuttle is a top-quality small private warship with a speed formation inscribed on it. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have kept it for so many years. Similarly, it is also because of this that I can explain why the warship he possesses now possesses such terrifying speed. A personal warship used by a Grandmaster weapon refiner would never be ordinary to begin with. Furthermore, he obtained the speed formation of the purple lightning shuttle. This person was able to refine a warship while auctioning items in just a few days. This is simply shocking. Even Grandmaster Su has to go into seclusion to refine weapons. He can't be disturbed by any external force. Under such circumstances, do you think we should look for Master Su or him? Everything starts from scratch. At this moment, Yixian was driving the purple concealed shuttle towards the depths of the domain of the buried fall at full speed. However, he was not in a good mood. He felt like he had fallen into a vicious circle. This time, the purple hidden shuttle that had just completed the third fusion seemed to be exposed again. The shape of the shuttle was seen by many people, but there was no other way. He couldn't activate the concealment array of the purple hidden shuttle before taking it out. He had to enter the battleship before he could do so. In other words, if he wanted to return to the Heavenly River Star, he would either not take out the hidden purple shuttle, or he would have to undergo the fourth fusion. Of course, with the current speed of the hidden purple shuttle, it didn't matter even if they were exposed. Under normal circumstances, as long as they didn't fall into a trap, they could basically escape. But the problem was, if Yixian had concealed his appearance and returned to Skyriver Planet, he must have come back with a purpose. How could he simply escape? Of course, then again, being forced to fuse the battleship again and again was not a bad thing. At least, without this pressure, he probably wouldn't have the purple hidden shuttle now. However, there was still a problem with the fourth fusion. The battleship he chose for the fourth fusion was the moving star that he had obtained from the auction. This battleship was engraved with a teleportation array, but unfortunately, it was damaged. If the array formation had not been damaged, Yixian would have immediately looked for a place to start fusing with it. At that time, his personal battleship would possess a concealment array formation, a speed array formation, and a teleportation array formation at the same time. If he were to fuse two battleships with a defensive array formation and an offensive array formation, TSK, at that time, it would simply be a top-grade battleship amongst the top-grade battleships, and there probably wouldn't be a second one in the entire Heavenly Dust Kingdom, but now was obviously not the time. He had to repair the teleportation array on the moving star first. Besides, the purple invisible shuttle was still in use. Xian was driving it to the depths of the burial grounds, so there was no time to fuse the warship for the fourth time. Since that was the case, he might as well fuse with other treasures. The journey through the starry skies was boring to begin with, as Xian put his meteor sword, the last two pieces of starry sky-grade meteorite iron marrow essence, the meteorite essence starlight armor and the glazed jade phoenix armor into the system. The notification of the devouring system immediately sounded in his mind. Ding! Discovered meteorite sword, starry sky-grade meteorite iron marrow essence. Do you want to fuse? Ding! Discovered fusion treasures fallen essence starlight armor and glazed jade phoenix armor. Do you want to fuse? Xian did not hesitate and immediately gave an affirmative reply. At the same time, he threw out a large amount of star core origin as the energy for the two simultaneous fusions. Soon, the fusion began, and the reading progress was slow. Although these two treasures were only fused for the second time, because they were fused at the same time, their progress was much slower than when they were fusing the battleship for the third time. It would probably take a few days for them to finish. Fortunately, Xian wasn't in a hurry. He didn't have anything else to do right now. He was only rushing to the depths of the graveyard star region. Of course, the burial grounds was vast and boundless. Even with the terrifying speed of the purple invisible shuttle, he would not be able to reach the end in a few years. However, Xian did not have a destination in mind. He just wanted to get as close as possible to the depths of the burial grounds. The closer he got, the higher the chances of encountering the experts of the Heavenly Fate race and the slave races affiliated with them. This time, he came out to earn contribution points from the Alliance. Speaking of contribution points, one had to talk about the fragment of the immortal grade superbrain. This time, Xian had obtained various treasures from the Skyriver star. Currently, there were only 4 that had not been dealt with: the fragment of the superbrain, the level 8 gene cultivation fluid, the moving star, and the fragment of the Dongshu scripture. The others, such as the purple lightning shuttle and the meteoric iron essence, had been used up. There was nothing that could be done about the moving star. He would have to find another opportunity to repair the Dongshu scripture in the future. As for the fragment of the Dongshu scripture, Xian had not had time to study it yet. As for the fragment of the immortal grade superbrain, Xian had already soaked it in the level 8 gene cultivation fluid. He had used all 6 vials at once. This fragment of the immortal grade superbrain was only the size of a ping-pong ball. It was thin and looked like a slice of a walnut. Moreover, it was dried up. Its material was similar to that of a plant. If it was thrown into a plate of dried walnuts, no one would be able to recognize it. Now, it was placed in a sealed container by Xian. The 6 vials of the level 8 gene cultivation fluid were only worth a little more than 100 liters. They were light gold, and the fragment was soaking in them. However, there was no reaction at all. Of course, it was definitely absorbing the energy of the level 8 gene cultivation fluid. However, this process was way too slow. Xian had a feeling that the level 8 gene cultivation fluid might not be enough. After all, the immortal grade superbrain fragment on the immortal grade superbrain on the immortal grade dynasty's immortal planet usually consumed the level 9 gene cultivation fluid. Xian was only doing his best by soaking the fragment in the level 8 gene cultivation fluid. However, he had actually made 2 backup plans. That was to earn a large amount of Federation contribution points. Once he had accumulated 10 million contribution points, he would exchange them for a level 9 gene cultivation fluid. Once level 9 was obtained, this fragment would definitely be able to recover its vitality. At that time, once the independent communication system of the devouring system was activated, even if Xian didn't go through the superbrain on the administrative planets, he would still be able to actively connect to the capital network of the next level, or even the capital's starry sky network, under the prerequisite of paying a certain price. This way, the chances of finding the devouring system's origin would increase exponentially. Right now, his Federation contribution points were still 0. Everything could be said to be starting from scratch. With Xian's current cultivation realm, killing a true member of the Tianji tribe was basically a no-brainer. His target was the powerhouses of the Tianji tribe's slave races. he would start from the weakest to the strongest. While trying to get in touch with these existences that the myriad Luo Federation had designated as enemies, he would grow rapidly. He believed that as time passed and his cultivation realm continued to increase, the day would definitely come when he would possess the ability to kill a true Tianji tribe powerhouse. With such beautiful expectations in mind, Xian composed himself. With a wave of his hand, he took out a large amount of star core origin from his undying world. Right now, he was already at the 6th level of the star core realm, but before he escaped from Heavenly River Planet, Xian had a feeling in his heart. He felt that his heart had made a small breakthrough at that time, so he could continue to increase his strength. In the short term, he didn't have to worry about his realm being unstable. Times have changed. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, 2 months had passed since the purple hidden shuttle had been traveling toward the depths of the graveyard star region at an extremely fast speed. On this day, Xian, who had been cultivating all this time, finally opened his eyes. At the same time, a system notification rang out in his head. Ding! Congratulations, host! Realm upgrade. Current realm, level 7 star core grade. Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the system notification. It hadn't been easy to make a small breakthrough. For every major realm, level 1 to level 3 were the early stages, level 4 to level 6 were the middle stages, and level 7 to level 9 were the late stages. Previously, Xian hadn't even spent 2 months cultivating from the 1st level to the 6th level of the Star Core realm. On one hand, this was because the further one progressed, the more difficult it was to increase one's cultivation level. It required a large amount of Star Core origin energy. On the other hand, level 6 was the middle stage of the Star Core grade, while level 7 was the late stage. Therefore, advancing from level 6 to level 7 was extremely difficult. However, no matter how difficult it was, Xian still managed to cross it in the end. Moreover, it was precisely because of this difficulty that once he crossed it, his personal strength would change so much that it was like a heavenly abyss. After all, the difference between the middle stage and the late stage was that one had almost reached the pinnacle of the major realm and was about to advance to the next major realm. If that was the case, how could one's strength be the same as that of the middle stage? In short, Xian's personal strength was no longer what it used to be after he had advanced to the late stage of the Star Core grade. Ever since he had entered the Starry Sky level, his personal strength had always been his shortcoming. After all, he had only just started. On the other hand, other than his personal strength, he was far ahead of the rest. He had even surpassed many other Starry Sky level powerhouses. This was all thanks to the Devouring system. Of course, this kind of auxiliary power outside of one's cultivation realm was actually also an aspect of one's strength. Taking everything into consideration, Xian wasn't considered too weak now. At the very least, if a black hole realm powerhouse wasn't fully prepared, such as setting up traps or killing formations, they wouldn't be able to hold him back under normal circumstances. For the past 2 months, Xian had been immersed in training, trying to break through the bottleneck between the 6th and 7th Star Core realms. He didn't even have the time to check on the fusion system. According to his calculations, the second fusion of his defensive and offensive treasures should have been completed a long time ago. Now that Xian had finally broken through to the 7th level of the core state, his aura had changed greatly. His state of mind had also completely relaxed. Therefore, the first thing he did was to check on the fusion system's second fusion of the 2 treasures. As soon as his thoughts touched the devouring system in his body, the long-awaited notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful fusion. You have obtained Meteorite Essence Sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful merger. You have obtained Glazed Starlight Armor. After the second successful fusion, his meteorite sword had turned into the current Meteorite Essence Sword. Its exterior was pitch black, but it was clumsy and lacked a sharp edge. It gave off a simple and heavy feeling, which Xian liked very much. As for the original Meteorite Essence Sword Light Armor, it had turned into the current Glazed Starlight Armor. Its previous bold and powerful appearance had become much more graceful, perhaps due to the fusion of the Glazed Phoenix Armor. It no longer had the same bold and powerful aura. Instead, it seemed to have become lighter and more gentle. Furthermore, the tens of thousands of starlights that bloomed and disappeared on the armor had also turned into a beautiful glazed color. At a glance, this armor already had a neutral and soft feel to it. Previously, it was obvious that this was an armor used by a male powerhouse who walked the path of strength. But now, it was more like a woman's heroic outer armor. This caused Xian to not know whether to laugh or cry. However, when he thought about it, this kind of defensive outer armor wasn't always on his body. Normally, it was hidden within his body and would only be activated during battle. Only when it was added to his body did he feel slightly better. However, although its outer appearance was a little feminine, its defensive ability had obviously increased by a large margin. After all, it had fused with a top-grade glazed Jade Phoenix armor, and it had also undergone a second successful fusion by the system. It would be strange if its attributes did not increase. It wasn't just this glazed starlight armor, even Yi Xian's offensive weapon, the current Star Essence sword, was the same. It was even more powerful. With these two treasures, one for offense and one for defense, coupled with Yi Xian's breakthrough in realm strength, and the purple hidden shuttle, which had already completed its third fusion and become a super-grade small-sized private battleship, the current Yi Xian could only be described as a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes, compared to when he had first entered the Tianhe Auction Center. After all, it had been less than 3 months since Yi Xian had entered the Starry Sky world, but his cultivation realm had already entered the 7th stage of the late stage of the first major realm. This speed was absolutely shocking in the human race of the third universe. However, now that he had suddenly entered the late stage of the core state, Yi Xian realized that he could not continue to make breakthroughs. The insights he had gained from his previous state of mind had been mostly filled by this breakthrough in strength. If he continued to make breakthroughs, he would face the awkward problem of his realm being unstable again. When he realized this, Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Could this have something to do with his cultivation technique? With a thought, Yi Xian took out a space box from the undying world in his body. Inside it was the incomplete Dongshu technique that had been appraised by the Devouring system as a Starry Sky grade supreme treasure. This cultivation method came from the third universe's human race's cultivation camp. It was a Starry Sky supreme treasure level cultivation method. Unfortunately, it was incomplete. It only had the cultivation method for the first 8 realms. After reaching the Black Hole realm, there was no more information for the rest. However, for the current Yi Xian, this was more than enough. The 8 major realms would allow him to last for a long time. Previously, Yi Xian's cultivation technique was the 9 Heavens Star technique. Perhaps the name of the technique sounded grand enough, but in reality, this cultivation technique was only the most ordinary, most common, and could be said to be the most popular basic cultivation technique in the human race of the third universe. It could be said that there was nothing outstanding about it. Although Yi Xian's current cultivation speed was quite fast and could even be said to be amazing, this was entirely because he did not lack the core source. At the same time, he had the Devouring system and the Star Devourer Beast bloodline, which allowed him to absorb the core source energy at an extremely fast speed. It had nothing to do with the 9 Heavens astral art at all. Exposing the truth, Yi Xian would be extremely hesitant if his cultivation base was already high enough and he suddenly had to change to a new cultivation method. After all, cultivation base was one's foundation. Dispersing one's cultivation and recultivating often meant that he was putting himself in a dangerous situation. But now that the environment was safe and his cultivation was not high, Yi Xian did not hesitate for too long and made the final decision. The insightful void fragment was not a book, nor was it a sheepskin scroll. Instead, it was a broken tortoiseshell. It looked very simple and there were many scratches on it. It did not look like an object that carried the inheritance of a cultivation method. However, when Yi Xian sent his divine sense into it, he immediately received the inheritance information of this Dongshu cultivation method. First, there was a picture of an ancient giant turtle that was even larger than the stars. It was roaming in the galaxy with its physical body. It raised its head and roared. A black energy rushed out from its mouth, like a small meteor, and rushed into the endless horizon. At first, it was a small star core. Then, it grew into a meteor. Slowly, it grew into a satellite, a planet, and then a star. In the end, it grew into a nebula and a vast galaxy. Then, it suddenly exploded and condensed into a black hole in the vast starry sky, swallowing everything. This whole process was the first 8 realms of the starry sky level cultivation. There was no more after that, because the tortoiseshell was only damaged, the inheritance was broken. By the time Yixian retracted his consciousness, 8 sections of obscure cultivation mantras had appeared in his mind. Among them, the mantra for the first major stage, the star core stage, was particularly clear. He only had to ponder for a moment before he understood it. What shocked him the most was that the cultivation method of the insightful void technique was actually condensed and born from the roar of a huge starry sky giant tortoise. Then, how powerful was that terrifying starry sky giant tortoise? Was this whole emptiness created by it and passed down its legacy? If so, where was that giant tortoise now? Yixian sank into these divergent thoughts for a while. After a long time, he suddenly realized that he seemed to be thinking too much. No matter the origin of that giant tortoise or where it was, it seemed that it had nothing to do with him now. With a bitter smile, Yixian adjusted his state of mind and sank his consciousness into the star core chapter of the insightful void technique. He focused his mind and started cultivating from the first level of the star core stage. At the same time, in the Star Leader by Xingjuan's luxurious star editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Tales by Xian, by Xian, by Xian by. Calm, Patriarch, I feel that this brat looks a little familiar. By. Calm, that's right, I find this suspicious too. On the side, Bai Hong continued, the guy who killed young master Bai stole a young star devourer beast. It is said that this kind of star devourer beast is very sensitive to the aura of a star core origin. They don't even need to dig up a star to be able to smell if there is a star core origin that hasn't been exhausted yet. This guy is only a cosmic core grade cultivator, but he has such a huge amount of cosmic core origin. This doesn't make sense. Therefore, we have very good reason to believe that this Yixian is most likely the culprit behind young Master Bai's death. He obtained the star core origin thanks to that space-devouring beast's latent ability. Planet Manager, we can amend our arrest warrant. Before this, we didn't have any specific information. Now, we can make Yixian's personal information public. This way, he won't be able to enter any of the administrative planets. Once he enters another administrative planet, he will immediately be trapped and killed by the star defense array. What? There's such a thing? Bai Xingjun, who had just calmed down, suddenly became furious again. After thinking about it carefully, there were indeed many suspicious points. If he was not mistaken, this Yixian was really the culprit behind Bai Shirley's death. You damned little bastard. If I, Bai Xingjun, don't skin you alive, then I'm not a man. Bai Xingjun roared through gritted teeth. He calmed down, sat back on the sofa, and fell into deep thought. After a while, he spoke again, 2 things. First, issue an arrest warrant in the name of the Skyriver planet. Make public Yixian's personal information. Do your best to arrest him. Second, the experts sent by the capital to deal with the black hole incident should be arriving soon, right? You go outside and wait. As soon as they arrive, immediately invite them in my name. Say that there is an important situation to report. Humph, this time, the Zhao family will definitely not let go of this opportunity. They want to bring down my Bai family, but the sudden appearance of this guy surnamed Ji has given me a chance to turn defeat into victory. Go do your job. On the side, Bai Hong and Bai Hao looked at each other, feeling a little confused. They quickly retreated, not daring to say anything more. 2 days later, a huge fleet arrived at the Skyriver planet. This fleet came from the capital of the Tianqian Empire, the Tianqian Star. The reason why it took them 2 months to arrive here was that they had made several wormholes along the way. In the star field of every small country in the everlasting empire, some wormholes were built on the basis of various planets. However, these wormholes were usually not opened. Only under certain urgent and special circumstances would the small country's capital give the authority to send out a fleet with wormhole jumping authority. Otherwise, it would take at least a year to reach the Skyriver planet from the capital of the Tianqian Empire. The entire fleet had a cosmic river-level space fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters, 2 cosmic cloud-level space fortresses with a diameter of 5,000 meters, and 100 star-level Federation military standard warships as scouts. This was definitely an extremely powerful fleet. Even in the Federation military branch on the Sky River planet, the power in the hands of Commander Zhao Long could not compare. Not to mention other things, just for space fortresses alone, Zhao Long only had one cosmic cloud-level space fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters. This time, in the fleet sent from the capital of the Xianxia Empire, there were two such fortresses, and they were only used for protection. The flagship of the fleet was the Cosmic River-level space fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. The countless experts on the Heavenly River Star had never seen such an existence before. Therefore, when the entire fleet appeared outside the Heavenly River Star, the entire Heavenly River Star was in an uproar. The Star Commander Bai Jingjun and the military commander Zhao Long personally walked out of the Heavenly River Star and went to the Star Defense Array to welcome them. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Master Su's promise. Oh, Master Su, I didn't expect you to come. Bai Jingjuan's eyes lit up when he saw the black-robed old man. He immediately trotted over to greet him with a warm smile on his face. In fact, Zhao Long, who was standing beside him, was also shocked. He had wanted to greet Master Su as well, but Bai Jingjun had taken the initiative. He immediately looked unhappy, but he quickly concealed it. He also walked over to the other major general of the Tianqian nation. General Li, it's been a few years since we last met. How have you been? After exchanging pleasantries, the host and the guest entered the Tianhe planet. The huge fleet, which had a 10,000-meter-long space fortress, remained outside the Tianhe planet, attracting a large number of experts to watch. The monarch of the Heaven Dust Kingdom had sent this fleet to solve the problem of the black holes in the domain of the buried falling stars. The general named Li was only a guard, while the one who was actually in charge was Master Su. He was not an expert from the everlasting dynasty of the technology faction. Instead, he was from the 10 Ultimates Celestial Palace of the Cultivation faction. He was a top master in array formation and refining. He was the Master Su that the Purplish Warbler had mentioned earlier. Now, even the Purplish Warbler did not know that Master Su had come to the Tianqian planet at the request of the monarch of the Tianqian nation. He wanted to use his array formation skills to temporarily seal the black hole that had suddenly appeared and was slowly expanding in the graveyard domain. He would think of a better way to solve it in the future. Of course, it was impossible to achieve all this by relying on one person's strength alone. Moreover, although Master Su was known to be a master in both refining weapons and formations, his cultivation was not very strong. He was only at the Starry Star realm, which was the fifth major realm in the cultivation world under the starry sky. Even so, Master Su had to be treated with caution in the Tianqian nation, even some black hole realm experts. In the technology faction, it was not easy to find a master who was a master in both refining and array formation skills. Even the monarch of the Tianqian nation had to treat him with respect. This wasn't to say that the cultivation faction was more powerful than the technological faction. Instead, it was because once the technological faction was able to invite such a master to integrate the cultivation faction's array elements into their magic treasures and refine them again, the final result would often be able to break through the limits of the technological faction. This had long become a consensus. Therefore, although Master Su's cultivation was not strong, due to his special identity, his status in the Heavenly Dust Kingdom was still very high. At this moment, Heavenly River Stars, Heavenly River Stars, Heavenly River Stars, Heavenly River Star Bai Jingjun was entertaining Grandmaster Su and General Li at a banquet in the Heavenly River Stars official residence, accompanied by a group of Heavenly River Stars higher-ups, including Zhao Long. Bai Jingjun took advantage of this opportunity to spill the beans about Bai Shirley's death and Yixian under the pretext of describing the formation of the black hole. Zhao Long frowned, but there was nothing he could do. Although he was an expert in the black hole realm, he could not put on airs in front of Master Su. What? How could there be such a murderer? Nephew Bai was tailing a starry sky devourer and found a large amount of star core origins on that black star. However, in the end, this guy called Yixian not only took away all the star core origins, but also planned to capture the starry sky devourer alive. He even plotted against Nephew Bai by bombarding the space with the star cannon, which caused the black hole to appear. After listening to Bai Jingjuan's exaggerated and willful explanation, Master Su flew into a rage. How can such a murderer be allowed to get away with it? Sigh, there's no other way. That kid has a super top-grade battleship, and this time he entered the Heavenly River Star in disguise. He exchanged a large amount of level 7, level 8, and even level 9 star core origins for a large amount of resources from the Heavenly River Star's auction. By the time I realized what was going on and wanted to chase after him, he had already escaped to the outskirts of the Heavenly River Star. Bai Xingjun sighed faintly and continued, Master Su, although my son is innocent in this matter, it was still caused by him. Now, I have issued an arrest warrant, and I believe that this person will be arrested soon. Now, I only hope that Master Su can uphold justice and put in a good word for me in front of the Emperor when you go back. If the Emperor does not listen to other greedy words, I will be very grateful. Of course, this time, in order to deal with this black hole, it has also caused the capital to lose a lot of money and manpower. No matter how you look at it, my Bai family has to bear a part of the responsibility. So, after capturing that guy called Xianxia alive, all of the gains, including a large amount of level 8 and level 9 star cores, will be handed over to Master Su. Master Su will bring them back to the capital, and it can be considered that my Bai family has atoned for my son's mistake. Ha ha ha. Bai Xingzhong, don't worry. Leave this to me. I can still say a few words in front of the Emperor. Master Su was very happy to hear this. Although Bai Xingjuan's words were vague, he knew in his heart that when the time came, at least half of the level 8 and level 9 star core origins would be given to him. At the thought of this, even he could not help but feel a rush of excitement. Even he did not have level 8 or level 9 star core origins. Thinking of this, Master Su exchanged a few pleasantries. Then, he took the opportunity to express his opinion. Bai Xingzhong, the matter of apprehending that murderer Yi Xian should not be delayed. In order to motivate the experts in the Tianhe Star region, I will express my opinion today. Bai Xingzhong, you can spread the news later. As long as you can capture that Yi Xian alive, I, Su, promise to refine it twice, including the teleportation formation. What I am most proficient in is the spatial array Dao. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been invited by the Heavenly Dust Emperor to deal with this black hole incident. With the arrival of Master Su, Bai Xingjun had successfully resolved his crisis. All this made Zhao Long very depressed, but there was nothing he could do. He could only sigh inwardly that the older the ginger, the wiser. He had never thought that Bai Xingjun would be able to seize this opportunity. With Master Su's promise to refine 2-star course for him, the news was widely spread by Bai Xingjun. The entire Tianhe Star and its surrounding star domains were in an uproar in an instant. Previously, whether it was the Bai family in private or the official bounty issued by Bai Xingjun on behalf of the Heavenly River Star, the reward was only star coins, which was not enough to tempt all masters. However, this time an artifact refining and array master had promised to help twice, so almost no one could resist the temptation. Before realizing that Yi Xian was also a weapon forging master and that his ability surpassed Master Su's, even Xian Yuanziying, who came from the heavenly nether imperial capital, had to ask Master Su for help when she stayed in this star field. From this, it could be seen how prestigious and reputable he was. In an instant, a large number of experts poured into the depths of the graveyard star region, forming a large net that enveloped Yi Xian. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Scouts of the Heavenly Legacy Clan. So far, they had discovered 3 universes, the first universe, the second universe, and the third universe. The third universe was occupied by the human race, and the second universe was filled with various races that were also members of the Wan Luo Federation. Only the first universe was occupied by the Heavenly Legacy Clan. The Heavenly Legacy Clan was actually made up of robots. Their leader was DE, but they called themselves the Heavenly Legacy Clan. In addition, there were also such robots in the third universe, but they had nothing to do with the Heavenly Legacy Clan. They were called the Mechanical Clan, and their leader was D-Air, who was the imperial advisor of the Immortal Dynasty. There were 2 natural wormholes in the depths of the domain of the buried falling that connected the first universe and the second universe. From these 2 natural wormholes, there would often be guests from other realms crossing over, including the myriad races that had formed an alliance with the human race to form the Myriad Sift Federation. There were also members of the Tian's Legacy race from the first universe, as well as experts from other slave races affiliated with the Tian's Legacy race. Of course, very few Heavenly Legacy Clan members had come to the domain of the buried falling, But there were quite a few experts of the other slave races that had been affiliated with the Heavenly Legacy clan. After all, even the Heavenly Legacy clan needed star core origins. Experts of the Wan Luo Federation were fighting the Heavenly Legacy clan members from the First Universe or the slave races that had been affiliated with the Heavenly Legacy clan in the depths of the domain of the buried falling at every moment. Once they killed the enemy, they would be rewarded with Federation contribution points. If they could seize some special resources from the enemy, they would also be rewarded with different amounts of Federation contribution points according to their value. Right now, Xianxia, who was close to the edge of the core area of the domain of the buried falling, had encountered such an opportunity. Ding! Demons discovered. Do you want to kill them? Just as Xianxia had finished his cultivation and given up on the 9 heaven stars incantation to cultivate to the 7th level of the star core realm with the insightful void realm and opened his eyes, the notification of the devouring system suddenly rang in his mind. Along the way, the notifications from the devouring system had been ringing from time to time. Most of them were notifications about the discovery of star core origins. However, since they were of average grades and there weren't many of them, Xianxia wasn't even interested in stopping to mind them. This was the first time he had been reminded that he had found prey and asked if he had killed it. As such, Xianxia's curiosity was piqued and he subconsciously made a detailed inquiry. Very quickly, he obtained all sorts of information regarding the demons from the devouring system, demonic tribe, originating from the First Universe. They are a vassal and slave race of the Tianji tribe, the public enemy of the Myriad Luo Federation. They are also known as the Scouts of the Tianji tribe. All members of this race look no different from humans in terms of appearance. The only difference is that they have a demon core in their minds. This demon core was the cultivation source of the demon tribe. All demon tribe members are proficient in illusions and possess powerful psychic power. Therefore, even if an ordinary expert were to scan them with their divine sense, they wouldn't be able to discover their true identity. They would have to use the superbrain of the administrative planet to scan their soul fluctuations in order to successfully identify them. A large number of demon tribe members are active in the depths of the graveyard domain. It is impossible to tell them apart from the humans of the Third Universe. Because of this, they are often sent by the Tianji tribe as scouts to spy on the Myriad Luo Federation in this domain. Killing an ordinary demon tribe member will earn 1,000 Federation contribution points. Small leaders will earn 10,000, big leaders will earn 100,000, and demon tribe commanders will earn 1 million. Note, the demon tribe has 10 major tribes. Each tribe has 1 million members and 1 commander. Above the 10 commanders is the demon tribe emperor. If you can kill him, you will earn 10 million Federation contribution points. Xianxia's breathing immediately quickened. He didn't want to kill the demon tribe commanders and demon tribe emperors, which were worth 1 million and 10 million Federation contribution points. Existences at that level couldn't have come to the graveyard domain from the First Universe. However, killing an ordinary demon tribe member would earn him 1,000 Federation contribution points. This made him very excited. Exchanging a tube of level 9 cultivation fluid from the Myriad Luo Federation required 10 million Federation contribution points. In other words, he only needed to kill 10,000 ordinary demon tribe members. Now that he had encountered the first demon tribe member, would he be far from the 10,000th? This wasn't because Xianxia was overconfident. It was because he had realized his advantage, and that advantage was the devouring system. Xianxia had already realized this advantage when the notification of the devouring system had sounded. The contribution points of the Myriad Luo Federation were not so easy to earn. Killing the experts of the other slave races of the Heaven's Legacy race, and if they were all ordinary clansmen, the highest reward would be 100 contribution points. Some would only be a few points, or even a few dozen points. The reason why killing an ordinary demon tribe member could earn him 1,000 Federation contribution points was because it was very difficult to distinguish between demon tribe members and demon tribe members, unless one used the superbrain of an administrative planet to scan for demon tribe members' soul power fluctuations. Even the Myriad Luo Federation powerhouses wouldn't be able to find any clues with their divine sense. This was understandable. Demon tribe members had demon cores in their heads, so they generally had powerful spiritual power. However, where could one find the superbrain of an administrative planet in the depths of the graveyard domain? This directly led to situations where humans and demon tribe members would often travel in groups in this region. You wouldn't even know that the other party was a demon tribe member, so a lot of information about the Myriad Luo Federation was unknowingly leaked out. There had been several major leaks in history, causing the human race and even the Myriad Luo Federation to suffer heavy losses. However, this problem couldn't be solved. They couldn't order the Federation powerhouses to form groups in the depths of the graveyard domain and force them to fight alone to prevent information from being leaked, could they? If they really did that, it would be too harsh. Besides, it wasn't certain if the intergalactic mercenaries and Federation powerhouses would comply. It was because of this that the Federation contribution points awarded for killing demon tribe members were so terrifyingly high. Even so, very few demon tribe members were successfully killed every year. This was because the only way to determine whether a demon tribe member was a demon tribe member in the depths of the graveyard domain was to kill them and dig out their brains to see if there was a demon core inside. If there was, then contribution points would be awarded. Every Federation powerhouse or intergalactic mercenary had a virtual mercenary card that was tied to their identity, and it had the ability to identify and record the changes in contribution points. For others, it was easy to kill a demon tribe member, but there was no way to determine the demon tribe member's identity. They couldn't just kill a demon tribe member on sight, could they? If that were the case, then the human race would have been in chaos a long time ago. However, Xian was different. He hadn't even seen where the demon tribe member was, but the devouring system had already given him a clear notification. This was practically cheating. If he couldn't successfully accumulate 10 million Federation contribution points in the depths of the graveyard domain, then he would be too weak. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Probe figure appeared in the void of the Milky Way ahead. It was a woman. She looked no different from a human. She even looked sweet and gave people a sense of intimacy. Seeing this, even though Xian had received the exact notification from the devouring system, he was still a little shaken. With a doubtful expression, he checked with the devouring system again. The result was the same. His opponent was indeed a demon, but her cultivation was not very strong. She was only at the 5th rank core realm. However, since he couldn't confirm whether she was a demonkin or a 5th level star core realm cultivator, this woman could basically guarantee his safety in the domain of the buried falling star. Her sweet and friendly appearance was the best protection he could get. For the first time, Xian had a clear understanding of the concept of a demon. At this moment, this demon cultivator woman was excavating the source of the star core on a planet that wasn't very big. Moreover, the location she chose was rather secretive. If it wasn't for the fact that Xian possessed the devouring system and was able to sense it indiscriminately within a certain distance, he probably wouldn't have been able to discover the other party just by flying past. Subconsciously, Xian checked the star that the other party was excavating and discovered that there was no star core source within the star core. Thus, with a thought, he came out of the purple hidden shuttle and put away the battleship. After that, he concealed his cultivation to the level of a star core level 5 and soared towards the star below. There was one thing to be clear here. Normally, unless one's cultivation base was a whole realm higher than the opponent's, it was basically impossible to conceal one's cultivation base perfectly. This was why Zhao Long could see through the purplish warbler's cultivation base at a glance. Although the latter had concealed her cultivation base, they were in the same realm, so they could see through each other's cultivation base at a glance. However, Xian was different. He had just discovered this difference not long ago. Not to mention those in the same realm, even those who were much stronger than him would not be able to see through his concealment of his cultivation base. Everything was because of Dong Su. Even if this secret art only contained fragments of the first 8 realms, the devouring system had already identified it as a starry sky grade supreme treasure. As such, its original grade could only be imagined. Due to the fact that Xian had changed his cultivation to Cosmic Void Realm, he had concealed his actual cultivation base at level 5. Even a Black Hole Realm elite would not be able to see through his disguise. Xian pretended not to notice the other party and also began to excavate the planet. However, the location he chose was not far away, and the commotion he created was large enough to alarm the other party. The reason why Xian did this was to be safe. He wanted to test the other party before making a move. Otherwise, if the other party wasn't a devil cultivator and such a cute and friendly human fellow died in his hands, Xian would feel a bit sad in his heart. He was afraid that it would affect his Dao heart to a certain extent. If the other party still attacked him after the test, then even if she was not a demon, Xian would not have any qualms about killing her. The Dao heart was very important on the path of cultivation. Those who only pursued benefits and had no bottom line in their hearts might improve rapidly, but at the same time, after reaching a certain realm, the chances of encountering inner demons would also increase greatly. Xian had experienced this before, so he always had his own principles. He was not being pretentious, but there really was karma in the unseen world, so he had to pay attention to it. Fellow Daoist, you seem to have crossed the line. I have been excavating for a long time. Don't you think it is a little inappropriate for you to suddenly interfere? Just as Xian was about to activate the sword of meteorite essence to excavate the planet, an obviously displeased voice sounded in the air behind him. He immediately stopped and pretended to look in the direction of the voice. Then, he smiled and said somewhat awkwardly, "So there is already someone excavating this planet. I just didn't notice before. My apologies." However, changing the topic, Xian pointed at the deep tunnel that he had excavated. "However, I obtained a top-grade offensive magical treasure half a year ago. I can excavate faster than you can. Just in case, why don't we work together? When the time comes, we will divide the large amount of star core origin equally. What do you think?" "What do you mean?" The other party's eyebrows twitched, but she forced herself to remain calm. Clearly, she was shocked by Xian's words about the large amount of star core origin. "Alright, then I will be frank. Actually, I have the bloodline of the Star Devourer beast. Back then, I accidentally hunted a young beast, so, at this point, Xian saw the light in the other party's eyes. He knew that she had understood, so he did not continue. Instead, he changed the topic and said, "Under this planet, there are nearly 3 cubic meters of level 7 purple crystals. There are also 3 level 8 black crystals the size of a fist. We will split the level 7 crystals in half, and I will take 2 of the level 8 crystals. What do you think? If we work together, we can get it as soon as possible. This is also the reason why I didn't move just now. Otherwise, once other powerhouses come, with my 5th level Star Core Realm cultivation base, I am afraid. In fact, you are the same. We are almost the same. We don't have to worry about who will take the things after we get it. Instead of attracting other powerhouses, why don't we each take our share and make a fortune silently?" All of this was reasonable. The female demon was obviously tempted. After pondering for a while, she nodded and agreed. "Well, my magical treasure can excavate faster. I will be the main force in the front, and you will be the back. You only need to use your magical treasure to assist. At the same time, keep an eye on the situation outside. If other people pass by, remember to remind me to stop at the first moment. I don't want to attract too much attention." After he finished speaking, Xian swallowed his saliva and revealed an impatient expression. He immediately raised the star essence sword and began to dig with a rumbling sound. As for the devil cultivator woman, she also pretended to activate her magic treasure outside to help, but her eyes flashed with a bright light from time to time. It was obvious that her state of mind was unstable. It was not that she didn't think of capturing Xian alive. This was a living star core origin detector. But considering that the strength of both sides was about the same, and the sword in the opponent's hand was of the highest quality, she obviously didn't have the ability to do so. And it was too late to go back and call for help. The opponent would definitely be suspicious. After thinking about it, she finally decided to kill. No matter what, she had to get the 3 cubic meters of level 7 purple crystals and 3 level 8 black crystals first. With these, it would be a great achievement when she returned. Thinking of this, the female demon took advantage of Xian's inattention. The magical treasure that was originally excavating on the right side of Xian's body suddenly changed direction and directly blasted toward the back of Xian's head. AI, really courting death. Harvest without restraint boom, swish. As Xian completely released his previously concealed cultivation, a majestic pressure instantly enveloped the devil cultivator woman. Before it even reached her body, it had already caused her body to tremble uncontrollably, and her beautiful face turned pale. At the same time, the star essence sword that Xian had been using to rapidly dig in front of him suddenly spun around, and in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the devil cultivator woman. The blade was cold and emitted a bone-piercing chill. The devil cultivator woman sensed the aura of death and screamed in shock. What? Level 7 star core stage? You're a late-stage expert? This is impossible, you found out too late, Xian sneered, and as he chanted, he formed a hand seal, and the star essence sword that was whistling through the air instantly slashed down. Pfft! A soft muffled sound rang out, and the devil dweller woman was beheaded on the spot. Her head flew into the sky, but her beautiful eyes that were filled with shock were still wide open, as if she was endlessly unwilling to accept everything that had happened before her eyes. At the same time, hot blood surged out from the neck of her headless body. Xian frowned, and with a wave of his sleeve, he wrapped her up and brought her to the ground far away from the planet. Then, he walked towards the head of the devil cultivator woman that had rolled to the side. The devil cultivator clan and humans looked exactly the same, the only difference was that the former had a demon core in their heads. This demon core was equivalent to the sea of consciousness of a human expert. Not only was it the foundation of cultivation, it also had a certain effect on the amplitude of mental strength. The devil cultivator rankers had powerful mental strength, and even if human cultivators used their divine sense to scan their bodies, they would not be able to find any abnormalities. It was precisely because the demon core in their minds had vibrated their mental strength that they were able to block the detection and scanning of external divine sense. At this moment, Xian held the star essence sword in his hand, and stood in front of the head of the devil cultivator woman who had died with her eyes wide open. For a moment, he actually felt a trace of hesitation. If this woman did not have the rumored monster core in her head, then this matter would be really awkward. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Xian waved his right hand, and the star essence sword in his hand instantly slashed out a black blade, quietly cutting open the head of the devil cultivator woman. Of course, Xian had considered the possibility of the demon's monster core in this skull, so he had been careful with his actions. He had used a lot of skill, so he didn't split the demon's head and the demon's monster core in one strike. Pooh! With a muffled sound, the female demon's head split into two halves. In the middle of the red and white halves, there was a black prism the size of a peach pit that entered Xian's line of sight. As expected. After secretly heaving a sigh of relief, Xian waved his hand, and an invisible force swept out, wrapping around the black prism crystal in the skull. With a slight shake, the stains and blood were washed away, and when it landed on Xian's palm, it was already incomparably clean. Although this object was only the size of a peach pit, it felt quite heavy in his palm. It could be seen that its density was not low. Xian examined it a few times, but couldn't find any clues, so he subconsciously wrapped it with his divine sense. In the next moment, the devouring system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host, you have obtained 1,000 contribution points from the Myriad Luo Federation. Ding! Congratulations to host, you have obtained the devil cultivator's brain. Do you wish to accept it? The two system prompts that suddenly sounded in his mind caused Xian to be stunned. He was not surprised by the 1,000 contribution points from the Federation, but how could he accept the devil cultivator's brain? With doubts, Xian immediately looked through the detailed introduction of the devil cultivator in the information data of the devouring system, and soon came to a realization: the devil cultivator's brain could indeed be absorbed. But other experts were obviously powerless because this object was the source of the devil cultivator's spiritual force. The devil cultivator did not cultivate his divine sense, but his spiritual force was very strong. From the birth crystal, there was a small crystal in his brain. After that, as the devil cultivator grew step by step, he cultivated his spiritual force and continuously refined the devil core in his brain. When he reached adulthood, this devil core was equivalent to his sea of consciousness, containing incomparably pure spiritual force. However, because its density was too high, and its structure was tight, it had the most complex genetic chain, so it could not be used by others. However, Xian's devouring system could easily decompose this object, and then extract the spiritual force contained in the devil core. After returning it to its source, it could be used to refine one's divine sense and expand one's sea of consciousness. It was the most ideal. After understanding this situation, Xian was immediately overjoyed. Cultivation methods that could refine one's divine sense and expand one's sea of consciousness were extremely rare. Even Xian had only heard of them and had never come into contact with them. If he could obtain a large amount of pure spiritual force through the devil core in the brain of these devil cultivators, he could refine his divine sense and expand his sea of consciousness. This was absolutely tantamount to a good fortune for any cultivator. I didn't expect the devil core in the brain of the devil cultivator to have such a wonderful use. It seems that not only can I obtain a large amount of Federation contribution points by hunting the devil cultivator, but I can also obtain the devil core and give it to the devouring system to extract the spiritual force contained in it. It's killing two birds with one stone. It couldn't be better. Muttering to himself, Xian immediately ordered the devouring system to devour the devil core. Soon, the devil core in his palm suddenly disappeared and was collected by the devouring system. It was just that this object was too dense, and it contained the most complex gene chain of the devil cultivator clan. Even with the terrifying ability of the devouring system, it was not possible to completely extract the spiritual force in it in a short time. However, Xian was not in a hurry. He immediately jumped out of the hole he dug. After reaching the ground, he searched the devil cultivator woman's body. After confirming that there was no other valuable thing, he waved his hand to summon the purple hidden shuttle. His figure had already stepped into the inner cabin of the battleship in a flash, and he soared into the sky. In the following time, Xian almost didn't even have time to cultivate. He almost drove the purple hidden shuttle day and night to wander around the edge of the core area of the graveyard domain, looking for the devil cultivator. Every time the devouring system's prompt sounded in his mind, Xian would follow the system's guidance and quickly approach, waiting for an opportunity to kill. Unknowingly, a full 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. After nearly 100 days and nights, Xian's harvest could be said to be gratifying. The number of devil cultivators that he successfully hunted reached nearly 100 in a short period of time. Almost every day, there was a harvest. In addition to nearly 100 devil cores, Xian also obtained nearly 100,000 Federation contribution points. Although he was still far away from the goal of 10 million points, at least he had taken a solid first step, even for a powerful black hole realm cultivator. This kind of harvest was absolutely unimaginable. They couldn't be sure if their target was a devil cultivator or not. As for Xian, with the help of the devouring system, he could be said to be invincible in hunting the devil cultivator. Casting the net and bait in Naibua Mountain over the past 3 months, Xian had indeed encountered a large number of demonkin. On the surface, they looked no different from humans, but the targets he had chosen were all lone wolves. Sometimes, he would come across groups of demonkin. Out of caution, Xian would not act rashly even if he was tempted. Stability was the most important thing. Making a fortune in silence was the way of the king. Unfortunately, after 3 months of continuous hunting, the demonkin tribes lingering in this star field seemed to have become vigilant. At present, Xian had been roaming the hidden purple shuttle for 4 or 5 days in a row in the star field, but he had not come across a single demonkin. At the very least, they were in groups of 3 or 5. Under such circumstances, with Xian's current cultivation and strength, he could not act at all. Otherwise, his whereabouts would be exposed. Obviously, the disappearance of hundreds of his clansmen had attracted the attention of some demonkin leader or commander in this area. Because of this, Xian's hunting had become stagnant. At the same time, while Xian was gloomily controlling the hidden purple shuttle to wander aimlessly around the periphery of the core of the graveyard star field, somewhere in the depths of this star field, a battle star nearly 10,000 meters in diameter was quietly sailing through the vast star field. The battle star was shaped like a beehive, and its 10,000 meters in diameter made it look like a meteor. Although it was dim and lightless, it imperceptibly exuded an aura of desolation. This was the headquarters of the demonkin race in this star field. The battle star was a weapon of mass destruction that represented the highest level of human technology. In fact, it was not a monopoly of the human race in the third universe. There were also such things in the enemy camp of the human race. After all, the entire Tianji race was originally made up of intelligent robots with self-awareness. To a certain extent, the technological power they controlled was even more advanced than that of the human race. Because of this, warships and battle stars were extremely common in the first universe. As the frontline scouts of the Heaven's Legacy race and the Myriad Net Federation, it was very normal for the demon race to possess something like a space fortress. After all, they would have to enter wormholes to travel from the first universe to the third universe, which was occupied by the humans, other than the lengthy interstellar travel. Without a bastion, there was no way to jump through a wormhole. Of course, since this was the third universe occupied by the human race, the appearance of the bastion that the Tianji race gave to the demon race's scouts must have been specially designed. It was exactly the same as the ordinary bastions that were commonly seen in the human race's technological base. But in reality, this bastion wasn't just a base camp for the demonkin scouts, it was a mobile prison. Within the bastion's interior was a section of catacombs designed to imprison the strongest of the human race, or those from other races of the Federation. Whenever they set their eyes on something valuable in the domain of the graveyard, they would capture it alive and throw it into the 10,000 nets in their bastions. These experts of the human race all had special abilities in a certain field, or were the cream of the crop. The Tianji race's purpose in capturing these elites was the same as the Myriad Net Federation's call for all the experts of the Federation to hunt down their enemies and obtain important resources. A bastion that could rise to a height of 10,000 meters was at the galaxy level. Even the Skyriver star didn't have one. However, in the boundless domain of the graveyard, the demon race had a total of 10 such bastions. Every bastion had 10,000 ordinary demons in it. Of course, there was a difference in strength between them. The one in charge of these 10,000 ordinary devil dwellers was a small leader of the devil dwellers. 10 planetary bastions, 10 squad leaders, and 100,000 demon experts. This was the vanguard of the Tianji race's scouts in the domain of the graveyard. Of course, apart from the small heads, there were also big heads. A big head was in charge of 10 small heads and 100,000 demon experts under their command. As for the commanders, they had 10 squad leaders and 1,000,000 demon experts under their command. They formed a tribe. 10 tribes and 10 commanders made up the entire demon race, which had a population of more than 10 million. However, among all the powerful demon experts who had been stationed in the domain of the buried fall all year round, there was only one who was the most powerful and had the highest status. All of the minor leaders who controlled the 10-star forts were under his command. This squad leader was the highest commander of the Tianji race's scouts in the third universe. His name was Ba Chai, and he was a late black hole realm expert. Among the 10 bastions of the demon race, the one Ba Chai personally commanded was the headquarters of the demon race's scouts. However, that bastion, which was similar to a flagship, had always been hidden in the deepest part of the domain of the graveyard and wouldn't leave easily. As for the space fortress that was slowly approaching from the distance, the leader of the Devil Cultivator was called Mount Naibua. The nearly 100 Devil Cultivator experts that Xian had killed were all his subordinates. The entire bastion had only about 10,000 demon experts, and over 100 had gone missing in such a short time. This ratio had never happened before. If Naibua Shan couldn't find out the truth, he wouldn't be able to answer to Ba Chai and would definitely be punished. Because of this, he had decided to come to this star field in person and do his best to find out the truth. The bastion was like a nest, divided into many levels. The lowest level was the Cataclysm, and the highest level was Mount Naibua's private territory. At this moment, Naibua Shan was sitting gloomily on a luxurious ferocious beast leather sofa in the inner cabin of the bastion's top floor, surrounded by demon guards. Not far away from him, there were a few cautious Devil Cultivator rankers standing respectfully with their hands clasped behind their backs. These guys had just finished reporting the general situation of the missing Devil Cultivator scouts, and their hearts were currently filled with apprehension. Specifically targeting our clansmen who are alone? If that's the case, the guy hiding in the dark shouldn't be too strong. Humph, I'd like to see who dares to treat my demon race as prey. A cold light flashed in Naibua Shan's eyes as he let out a long sigh, as if he wanted to vent all the suffocation and annoyance in his chest. After a long time, he turned his head and glanced at several of his trusted subordinates beside him, and ordered, "Set the bait. All clansmen, those who can be mobilized, take action and set an inescapable net in this star field. No matter what, we must find that demon hunter. Remember, we must catch him alive." Demon dwellers trapped for an entire month, Xian had yet to encounter a single demon dweller. During this period of time, the demon dwellers he had encountered had at least 3 to 5 people. Although ordinary demon dwellers were generally in the star core realm, when there were too many of them, Xian did not dare to rashly make a move in a situation where he could not guarantee that he would be able to kill all of them. He had been waiting for the right time the entire time. The devil cultivator was obviously on guard, but as time passed, their tensed minds would slowly relax. At that time, it would be the time for Xian to attack again and hunt. Unknowingly, another 3 months had passed. For a cultivator, a few months really passed in the blink of an eye. Many times, a single closed-door cultivation session would take several years or even longer. A few months was really nothing. However, in these few months, Xian felt rather tormented. In his boredom, he even urged the purple hidden shuttle to go to a remote part of the star field, mining the star core sources in the center of the stars to pass the time. Until this day, when Xian had basically dug out all the star core sources in a small part of the void, the assassin system's notification finally sounded in his mind. Ding, discovered a demon dweller, location, star field in front left. A demon dweller, Xian's eyes suddenly lit up, his entire person instantly became excited. For an entire half a year, the assassin system's occasional notifications were basically about small demon dweller groups. For a situation like this, where a demon dweller was discovered alone, Xian even felt that it was somewhat distant and unfamiliar. It had only appeared in the first 3 months. For an entire half a year, they had not killed a single demon dweller, presumably their vigilance had gradually relaxed. Otherwise, a situation like this where a demon dweller acted alone would basically not have occurred in the past half a year. Without the slightest hesitation, Xian immediately activated the hidden purple shuttle. He silently but quickly chased after the direction indicated by the assassin system. The figure of a demon dweller appeared in the void of the star field in front of him very quickly. Its body looked extremely sturdy. Although it was only its back view, it was basically possible to determine that the demon dweller was in the prime of his life. Its cultivation was not bad, actually the same as Xian, at the 7th level core realm. Although they were experts of the same level, Xian didn't take them to heart at all. In the first 3 months, among the over 100 devil cultivator experts he'd killed, there were even a few at the 8th level of the star core realm. As for the 7th level core realm, there were more than 10 of them. Ever since Xian stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had grown up killing all the way. Whether it was battle experience or willpower, he was far from an ordinary powerhouse. In addition, with the purple hidden shuttle that could conceal his presence, if he suddenly launched a sneak attack, he was confident that he could kill even a 9th level core realm demon dweller. At this moment, the demon in front of them seemed to have encountered some kind of situation. He had been burying his head in his journey. Under the full power of his late star core realm cultivation base, his body had almost turned into a shooting star arrow, rapidly flying towards the vast star field in front of him. Unfortunately, no matter how fast it was, it could not be compared to the purple hidden shuttle. Xian used less than half a cup of tea's time to get close to the demon dweller. This was the result of him following behind the demon dweller for a long time out of caution. Otherwise, if Xian fully urged the purple hidden shuttle, he could have blocked the demon dweller's path in a few breaths' time. Swish! A sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. After confirming that everything was normal around him, Xian made a prompt decision and attacked at the first possible moment. His figure shot out of the purple hidden shuttle, and the star essence sword turned into a black light. It was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it had already slashed towards the back of the demon cultivator's neck. Wang! It was also at this moment that a buzzing sound suddenly appeared, and the surrounding space of the galaxy suddenly trembled violently. Caught off guard, Xian only felt his divine sense shake, and he instantly felt dizzy. This scene was similar to the feeling he had when he had rushed out of the Black Star after killing by Shirley. The 10 standard warships of the Planetary Federation under the latter's command had activated their space oscillators at the same time, disturbing the space around them. Rumble! Before he could react in time, in the originally empty space in front of him, a thunderous rumble suddenly came from the void of the galaxy. A beehive-shaped battleship as huge as a meteor with a diameter of 10,000 meters suddenly descended. This was clearly a space fortress, and it was even a Star River Level 1. It was more than 5,000 meters in diameter. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically, and his entire heart sank to the bottom. In his line of sight, the demon cultivator in front of him, who was rushing forward, turned into a ray of light the moment the star essence sword was about to cut off his head. He was instantly taken away by a black beam of light from the space fortress that suddenly appeared. Bait, trap, as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart beat wildly. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and waved, wanting to take out the purple hidden shuttle and escape immediately. Since you're here, don't leave. The human race is really full of talents. I didn't expect there to be someone who can accurately distinguish the difference between us demons and humans. I'm really curious how you did it. With a sneer, the figure of Naboshan appeared in the space of the galaxy to his right. He seemed to be calm when he took a step, but in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Yi Xian. His expression was fierce and ferocious. He didn't even bother to take out his magic weapon. He raised his hand and his right palm turned into a giant peak. With a rumbling sound of thunder, it covered Yi Xian's head. Black hole state? Yi Xian exclaimed softly. His eyes were gloomy to the extreme, but the movements of his hands did not stop at all. He had already taken out the purple hidden shuttle. His figure flashed into it, and he turned around to escape with all his strength. Unfortunately, because the Star River-class space fortress in the distance had already activated the space oscillator in advance, a large area around it was shrouded. The concealment array engraved on the purple hidden shuttle was completely ineffective, revealing its trace. Even its speed was greatly affected. At this moment, it was like a small boat in the raging waves. It was bobbing up and down. Before breaking through this turbulent space of the galaxy, it couldn't enter a normal sailing state. The space oscillator was also activated, but the combined effect of the 10 planetary-level battleships was far inferior to this Star River-class space fortress. They were not on the same level at all. A little Star Core state ant, so what if you have a super-quality small battleship? Facing the space-sealing power of the Star River-class space fortress, you can't escape today. That battleship looks familiar, young miss, that purple battleship in front of us looks very familiar. Could that be the guy we're looking for? Inside the Xianyuan Ark, Lulua, who was in charge of operating the ship, suddenly spoke up. Her voice was filled with confusion. Strange, where did this guy come from? Someone actually used a Star River-class bastion to kill him. This isn't just using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken, it's... Before she could finish, the purplish warbler, who had been cultivating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Her gaze swept across the Xianyuan Ark screen and her expression changed drastically. The scene on the big screen was extremely dangerous. The entire galaxy in front of them was showing a very strange high-frequency vibration. Even the starry sky screen of the Xianyuan boat seemed to be shaking, and the picture was very unstable. The other party had obviously activated a large space oscillator, otherwise it wouldn't be able to cover such a vast area of space. Since they were willing to pay such a huge price, the owner of that Star River bastion was determined to get Yi Xian. Realizing this, even the purplish warbler was a little speechless. Her first thought was the same as Lulua's. Who did this guy offend? The purplish warbler was no stranger to space bastions. As a direct descendant of the Xianyuan family, one of the 3 great families of the heavenly underworld empire, the purplish warbler could enter and leave their Star River bastions at will. But it was also because of this that she understood the terror of a Star River-class Star River bastion better than the average powerhouse. Her Xianyuan Ark couldn't withstand a single blast from that Star River bastion's main cannon. A Star River bastion's main cannon was far superior to the star cannons installed on Star River battleships. It was known as the ultimate weapon of destruction. A single blast from it could reduce a small planet to nothing. Young miss, you're not thinking of saving him, are you? Seeing the purplish warbler's uncertain expression, Lulua curled her lips and said, that's a Star River-class Star River bastion we're talking about. Not to mention we don't have the ability, even if we did. I'm afraid it's too late. Boom, a burst of surging chi suddenly exploded in the void in front of them. It was obvious that the sound could not be transmitted from the endless distance, but through the monitoring screen of the Xianyuan boat in front of them, the surging and frenzied scene in their line of sight clearly gave them the illusion that they had heard a monstrous explosion. On the screen, the gray-robed middle-aged man had blocked Yi Xian's path in a flash. With just one blow, the mountainous palm formed by his supernatural power had slapped the purple battleship out of the void like a small boat in a stormy sea. The battleship was completely out of control. It spun around and headed toward the void where the space fortress was located further away. An unparalleled expert in the black hole realm could even destroy a small meteor that was speeding through space with a single punch. Right now, it was only a small private battleship that was sent flying. Naturally, it would not be a problem for them. Swish! A black light beam shot out from below the space fortress and completely enveloped the purple battleship that was spinning toward it. Then, as the black light beam suddenly shrank, the purple battleship disappeared without a trace. It was obvious that the black light beam had absorbed the purple battleship into the space fortress. Seeing this scene, the purplish warbler's heart skipped a beat and her expression changed again. Unfortunately, before she could do anything, the black hole realm expert in the void in front of her had already shot into the space fortress in a flash and entered it. Wang, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded, and the void around the space fortress seemed to become blurry. In less than 3 seconds, the huge space fortress had completely disappeared without a trace. This kind of space jump technology was impossible for ordinary battleships. Only this kind of beehive-type space fortress, due to its extremely stable structure, could barely resist the tearing force of space jump. Once the space fortress disappeared after a space jump, it was basically impossible to find it in a short period of time. The purplish warbler was naturally aware of this. Therefore, when she realized that Xian had been taken away by the other party from the empty monitoring screen of the Xianyuan Ark, a strong sense of loss immediately surged in her heart. She sighed faintly, "What a pity, fellow Yi is also extraordinary, but his luck is really too bad. He actually provoked such an existence." "Sigh, miss, what should we do now? Should we return to the capital of the Tianqian country, the Tianqian Star? Master Su can't stay there for too long, in my opinion." On the side, Lulua took over the conversation and asked, "In my opinion, we should hurry back immediately. Let's go back to the Tianhe Star first and use the small man-made wormhole there to get back as quickly as possible. If Master Su leaves, we'll miss him." Hearing this, the purplish warbler, who was obviously in a bad mood, nodded and decided on this matter. Soon, under the control of Lulua, the Xianyuan Ark turned into a pale golden light and streaked across the void, speeding towards the Tianhe Star at the edge of the graveyard star field. Xian knew that the black hole realm was very powerful, but he never thought that it could be to this extent. This guy, who was suspected to be the leader of the demons, actually slapped his purple hidden shuttle back, causing it to spin uncontrollably and crash into the bastion in the distance. As the purple hidden shuttle went out of control, Xian's figure also staggered in the inner cabin of the battleship. Then, before he could react, a huge black beam of light suddenly shot out from the bottom of the bastion in front of him and directly enveloped the purple hidden shuttle. It was unknown what kind of mystery this black pillar of light had, but it inexplicably emitted an extremely powerful suction force. Xian even had an illusion, as if the hidden purple shuttle was about to be controlled by the suction force and be passively thrown out of the cabin. Instead of this, Xian simply took the initiative to escape from the purple hidden shuttle and at the same time put it into his immortal world. This was the only safe way. After all, this battleship was a treasure that he had painstakingly merged with 3 times. There was a lot of room for growth and he could not afford to lose it. As the purple hidden shuttle was put away, Xian's figure was directly exposed to the power of the enormous black pillar of light. He was unable to resist at all, and like a leaf in a hurricane, he was directly sucked into the bottom of the space fortress by the terrifying suction force from the black pillar of light. He entered an extremely strange space that was filled with a cold and despairing aura. When the black beam of light disappeared and Xian's dizzy consciousness gradually recovered, he looked around and found that he was in a huge cage more than 100 square meters in size. He was the only one in the cage, but looking through the gaps of the cage, Xian was shocked to find that all around him were similar cages, and almost all of them held a figure. Eons of 10,000 nets. Xian didn't know that he was being held captive in the bastion's lowest level, the eons of 10,000 nets. In order to gather information about the human race in the third universe and obtain the most abundant star core origin in the graveyard of meteorite, the Tianji clan had built 10 special Star River-class space fortresses for the demon tribe. The 10 bastions were equipped with cutting-edge technology that surpassed the technology of the human race in the third universe. After all the members of the Heaven's Legacy race had evolved from sentient robots. In terms of technological research and innovation, the robots had an innate advantage over the humans. The black beam of light that had trapped Xian in this bastion was one of the Celestial Legacy clan's most advanced technologies. In addition, the Celestial Legacy clan's geniuses who were proficient in warship construction had even used space-folding technology in these bastions. Although the bastions looked like a giant beehive 10,000 meters in diameter, the space inside was far more than that. Otherwise, there would be no way to accommodate 10,000 Demonkin scouts. In fact, the bastion that used the most space-folding technology was the bastion's lowest level, the Eons of 10,000 nets. As the name implied, the Eons of 10,000 nets were prisons used to imprison the elites of the 10,000 Nets Federation. The bastions the Celestial Legacy clan had bestowed upon the Demonkin scouts each had a Eons of 10,000 nets. Every one of these bastions was a prisoner of the 10,000 Nets Federation they'd captured in the domain of the Fallen. The entire Myriad Heaven prison was vast. There were at least tens of thousands of independent cages like the one that Xian was currently imprisoned in. If it wasn't for the spatial folding technology, then these tens of thousands of cages that were like sealed houses wouldn't be able to fit into the space fortress. The space was far from enough. Each of the 10,000 cages was 100 meters in size. They were scattered throughout the eons of 10,000 nets. Some were close to each other, others were farther apart. They were so densely packed that one couldn't see the end of them. Of course, this was also because the bottom cabin of the Myriad Heaven prison was extremely dark and gloomy. This kind of darkness seemed to be somewhat similar to the aura of the black pillar of light that imprisoned Xian. It emitted a strange feeling. In reality, the entire Myriad Luo Hell was clearly shrouded in a faint black mist. It was this mist that blocked Xian's vision, preventing him from prying too far. Even extending his spiritual sense had become strenuous, as if he had fallen into a swamp. This was clearly caused by the black fog. Its purpose should be to prevent the experts of the Federation who were imprisoned in the Myriad Hell from communicating with each other using their consciousness. After clearing his thoughts, Xian immediately started to spin around the cage. He even tried to study the pillars of the cage, but unfortunately, he couldn't move them at all. Not only were they abnormally hard, they seemed to be one with the entire space fortress, making it difficult to destroy. After trying to no avail, Xian temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. Even if he had a chance to escape, now was not the best time. After sitting down cross-legged, Xian tried to extend his spiritual sense. He found that as soon as he left the cage and encountered the faint black fog floating in the space outside, his extended spiritual sense immediately lost its connection. This strange black fog had the terrifying effect of swallowing a cultivator's spiritual sense. It seemed that even if it didn't have any blocking effect on a cultivator's spiritual sense, the average expert wouldn't dare to act rashly. The loss outweighed the gain, fortunately, although he couldn't extend his spiritual sense and couldn't see too far, Xian could still see the situation within a kilometer radius around him. Although the black fog was strange, it wasn't very dense. Everything within a kilometer radius could still be seen clearly. After counting carefully, Xian found that there were a total of 45 cages distributed around this kilometer radius. In each cage, there was a figure sitting cross-legged on the ground with their eyes closed as if they were meditating. They were completely unmoved by Xian's arrival. There were men and women, old and young. Most of them were humans, but there were also experts of the Federation from other races. Their auras were all restrained, so Xian couldn't see their cultivation. They sat there like dead people. Condensing a monster core. Although Xian had dabbled in the Tao of formations in the past and had gained quite a bit of experience, after entering the starry sky of the universe, the laws of heaven and earth were completely different. The Tao of formations he had grasped before was no longer suitable, so Xian was unable to start with the damaged teleportation formation engraved on the battleship. His only hope was to find a formation master in the future and ask him to repair it for him. Formation masters were not easy to invite. They were all from the Tenju celestial palaces of the Immortal faction. In the everlasting empire of the Science and Technology faction, any formation master was of high status. Xian originally thought that the repair of the star shifting would take a long time. He didn't expect to meet a formation master when he was casually thrown into a cage by the demon kin. From the tone of the green-bearded old man's voice, his knowledge of formations was extraordinary. At the very least, it shouldn't be a problem for him to repair Xianxia's star shifting. Now that he was in a cage, the old man wouldn't lie about such things. There was a 60% chance that he was telling the truth. Thinking of this, Xian couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. There were several types of teleportation arrays. For example, the one engraved on the hull of a battleship could be divided into two types. The first type could be activated to transport both the person and the ship. The other was less satisfactory. Once the teleportation array on the battleship was activated, only the controller of the battleship could be teleported away. As for the battleship itself, it was equivalent to abandoning the battleship. Although Xian didn't know what kind of array was engraved on the hull of the star shifting, he was certain of one thing. That was, as long as he could repair the array engraved on the hull of the star shifting, then he could at least guarantee his escape from this bastion. As important as the hidden purple shuttle was, it couldn't compare to his own safety. Besides, it was entirely up to Xian to decide whether or not to integrate Starshift into the hidden purple shuttle after it was repaired. If the teleportation formation engraved on the ship was the type that could only teleport the ship's controller, then he could directly activate the teleportation formation, abandon SS Shifting Star, and leave on his own. In the future, it was not like he would not have the opportunity to encounter such a small warship with a teleportation array engraved on it. There was still plenty of time, however, even though Xian's plan was good, there was still a crucial prerequisite for him to realize all this. That was, the green-bearded old man in the cage 100 meters away would agree to Xian's request and help him repair the transmission array engraved on the star shift. Apart from this premise, everything was just empty talk. With this in mind, Xian didn't want to casually mention this matter to the other party. Instead, he fell into deep thought. After carefully calculating for a while, he asked tentatively, "Senior, since you're a Formation Dao Grandmaster, I wonder if you can repair the damaged teleportation array? I have a warship with a teleportation formation engraved on it. However, it is damaged. If it can be repaired, it might be able to teleport us away from this place." Ha ha ha. What a joke. The green-bearded old man immediately raised his head and laughed. As a top Formation Dao Grandmaster, how could this old man not have some treasures engraved with teleportation formations? If not, it shouldn't be a problem for me to prepare some formation flags and talismans for emergencies, right? However, if you want to leave this myriad hells in this way, this old man advises you to give up as soon as possible. This black prison should have been set up by a Formation Dao genius of the Tianji clan, using the space folding technique. In this environment, the effect of the teleportation formation is greatly reduced. Even if this old man has a few good items, they can only help me get out of this cage. But what's the point? After leaving the small cage, I'm still in the big cage of this myriad hells. Once I'm discovered by the wardens here, I'm afraid it will lead to more unpredictable dangers. The loss outweighs the gain. What's more, the entire myriad hells outside the cage is filled with this strange black fog. It's impossible to extend one's divine sense, and it's difficult to move even an inch after leaving this place. What's the point? As he spoke, the green-bearded old man shook his head and sighed. He waved his hands repeatedly, his face full of despair. Xian immediately fell into deep thought. The situation was more troublesome than he had expected. If he couldn't leave with the teleportation formation and could only be teleported out of the small cage, he would still be in the myriad hells. This was indeed meaningless. It was no wonder that the nearly 10,000 powerhouses imprisoned in the myriad hells were so depressed and desperate. If they couldn't even count on the teleportation formation, what better way could they find to leave this place alive? A great sense of loss surged in Xian's heart, and his mood gradually fell. It was at this moment that the notification of the Devouring system rang out in his mind again. Ding! All demon cores have been decomposed. You have obtained a large amount of mind power origin. Do you want to start condensing a mind power source core? Mind power source core, condense? Xian was caught off guard and was stunned on the spot. Based on the literal meaning of the Devouring system's notification, it was clear that it wanted him to use the mental energy origin cores extracted from over 100 demonic people's monster cores to condense a mental energy source core in his sea of consciousness. just like the demonic peoples. Wouldn't he be no different from the demon core if he did that? Would he still be considered a pure human? As soon as this thought surfaced in his mind, Yixian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He seemed to be a little too pedantic and rigid on this point. So what if he condensed a mind power source core in his knowledge sea? He was still himself. As long as he guarded his Tao heart, why should he be too conflicted about anything else? The most important thing was that if Yixian was able to condense a spirit core in his sea of consciousness, then Yixian would most likely be able to be like those devil cultivator jailers that could be faintly seen from time to time, no longer being affected by the strange black fog in the myriad heaven prison. In this way, as long as Yixian was able to walk out of the cage, he would definitely have a chance to walk out of the myriad heaven prison. Everything could be said to have taken a turn for the better. The pleasant surprise came so quickly that Yixian didn't waste any more time. He immediately ordered the devouring system to condense a mind power source core. Then, he sat down cross-legged in the cage, looked inside himself, and entered a state of cultivation. Whoosh, a voice that was like a tide sounded out in Yixian's mind. The instant he entered the state, the devouring system released a large amount of mental energy that was extracted from the 100 or so demon cores. It transformed into a torrent that was like a large river that surged and surged within Yixian's sea of consciousness. In an instant, it caused his mind to tremble violently and he almost lost his mind. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Repairing Shifting Star. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, a month had passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, the entire myriad cataclysm was peaceful. Apart from the occasional appearance of the demon prison guards in charge of patrolling, no one else had graced this place with their presence. The leader of the space fortress, Naboshan, seemed to have long forgotten about Yixian. After throwing him into the myriad cataclysm, he didn't intend to pay any attention to him. In fact, this was normal. The entire myriad cataclysm at the bottom of the space fortress imprisoned nearly 10,000 powerhouses from various races of the Federation. All of them had astonishing talents or were unique in a certain field. Yixian was just a small human at the core realm. He was indeed too insignificant to attract the attention of Naboshan. However, it was also because of this that Yixian was able to enter a small closed-door cultivation without any interference. After an entire month, he had finally completely absorbed the large amount of spiritual energy released by the devouring system. At this moment, when Yixian suddenly opened his eyes, there was an extremely bright light flashing in the depths of his eyes. The powerful spiritual energy made him seem like he had been reborn. His temperament and aura were completely different. During this month, Yixian's harvest could be said to be huge. Not only had his consciousness been tempered to become more solid and stable, but even his knowledge sea had expanded a lot. However, this was not the main point. The most important thing was that Yixian had successfully condensed a spiritual source core in his knowledge sea that belonged solely to him. Unlike the demon cores in the brains of other demons, the spiritual source core that Yixian had condensed was smaller. It was only the size of a soybean. Moreover, its color was not dark black. Instead, it was black with hints of purple. It gave off a more compact and complex feeling of mystery. This difference was actually reasonable. After all, the spiritual source core in Yixian's knowledge sea was formed by condensing the brain crystals of more than 100 demon powerhouses. When the quantitative changes accumulated to a certain extent, it would naturally lead to a qualitative change. Stinking brat, you have a big heart. At a time like this, you've just entered a dangerous place, yet you can still immediately calm down and cultivate. This old man was anxious for more than a month before gradually accepting his fate. Before Yixian could speak, the green-bearded old man in the cage nearest to him took the initiative to ridicule him. However, as he spoke, he seemed to recall the situation in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. Ah, it's a pity. How? It's a pity. As of how? Calm, Yixian's eyes flashed. He took advantage of this opportunity to formally propose the matter of repairing the shifting star formation. As he spoke, he secretly activated the purple-black spiritual source core that had just condensed in his knowledge sea. He extended a wisp of spiritual power out of the cage like a divine sense. As long as the teleportation formation can be repaired, we might still have a chance of survival. Before he finished speaking, Yixian's face had already bloomed with a relieved smile. Sure enough, the strange black fog that pervaded the vast space of the myriad hell outside the cage had no effect on the demon's spiritual power at all. In fact, Xian even faintly felt that the wisp of spiritual power that he extended out seemed to be slightly more solid. This gave him an illusion that this strange black fog had some kind of unique nourishing effect on the demon's spiritual power. It was the same principle as human powerhouses absorbing spiritual energy from the outside world through breathing exercises. Brat, stop dreaming. Even if you can walk out of the cage, it's meaningless. Cultivators can't use their divine sense, which is equivalent to ordinary people crippling their limbs. In such a situation, you won't be able to walk out of the myriad hell. The green-bearded old man was extremely disapproving of Xian's words. He unceremoniously poured cold water on him once again. What if I don't fear this strange black fog outside the cage? The corners of Xian's mouth slowly curled into a playful smile. As he spoke, he directly extended his spiritual power and directly entered the cage 100 meters away. It circled around the green-bearded old man's body once before retracting. The entire process was extremely fast, without the slightest delay. Although it was not affected by the strange black fog outside the cage at all, it was as if it was ignored. This? Oh my God, Brat, how did you do it? The green-bearded old man's eyes widened and he gasped. Then, as if he suddenly realized something, his expression suddenly changed. No, the power you extended just now was clearly not the divine sense of a human cultivator, but the spiritual power of a demon powerhouse. Could it be that you, don't tell me you suspect that I'm a demon? Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. I just hunted some demons, collected some of their brain cores, and absorbed their spiritual power for my own use. If not, I wouldn't be locked up here now. You actually have the spiritual power of a demon? Doesn't that mean, as long as you find the opportunity, you can completely disguise yourself as a demon and infiltrate the enemy's camp? The green-bearded old man's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Even his body was slightly trembling with excitement. Then, he changed the topic and actually took the initiative to urge Xian. Then what are you waiting for? Brat, hurry up and use your spiritual power to send that warship over here. This old man will quickly repair the teleportation formation so that you can get out of this cage as soon as possible. Hee, since you are not afraid of the strange black fog outside the cage and can even disguise yourself as a demon and infiltrate the enemy's camp, this is a very good thing. At a time like this, Xian naturally wouldn't be polite. He faintly smiled, and with a flip of his hand, he took out the space box that contained the small battleship from the undying world within his body. He wrapped it with his mental energy and directly sent it out of the cage, handing it over to the green-bearded old man 100 meters away. This old man will definitely return you a warship with a complete formation in 3 days and 10 days if you are slow. Brat, just you wait. Raising his hand to receive the space box, the green-bearded old man's face was flushed with excitement. He confidently patted his chest to prove to Xian, then turned around and returned to the corner of the cage to sit cross-legged. 3 days later, the space box returned to Xian's hands. Before he could check the condition of the warship, the green-bearded old man had already spoken. The teleportation formation engraved on this warship is not bad. The proportion of damaged parts is not very large. Now that it has been repaired, you can use it without worry. However, the green-bearded old man suddenly changed the topic and sighed softly. However, this teleportation formation originally had 2 shortcomings. Although it does not affect the teleportation, it can't teleport your entire warship away at the same time. It will be quite troublesome to use it in the future. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Escape? Insufficient materials? Xian furrowed his eyebrows and glanced meaningfully at the cage 100 meters away, but he did not expose the old man. The green-bearded elder was clearly worried that Xian would abandon him after he escaped, which was why he did this on purpose. It was a little petty, but it was understandable. Xian immediately extended his mental energy once again, wrapping it around the small spatial box that contained the star shift and returning it to his palm. After pondering for a while, he gave up on the idea of handing the star shift to the system and merging it with the purple invisible shuttle. Since the teleportation formation engraved on the warship's body was flawed, it could teleport Xian out, but the warship itself could only be trapped in the cage. In that case, he had to be more careful. After all, Xian could barely accept the loss of the star shift, but if the purple invisible shuttle was lost as well, he would really be depressed. Xian extended his hand and opened the small spatial box. A small silver battleship entered his eyes. Xian sent his divine sense into the small box and directly took out the repaired star shift. However, he immediately put it into his body. The space inside the cage was only about 100 square meters, and while the star shift was only a small warship, it could not fit inside it. What Xian needed to do now was to refine the star shift so that it could be as big or as small as he wanted. The entire process was very fast. In just a few minutes, the star shift was successfully refined by Xian. Then, with a wave of his hand, the starshift battleship appeared on the ground of the cage, and its body shrunk to a length of several tens of meters. Xian didn't delay any longer and directly activated the teleportation formation engraved on the hull of the starshift battleship. Buzz, a faint buzzing sound was heard as the densely packed teleportation formation runes engraved on the starshift's body lit up and emitted a faint white light. It immediately attracted the attention of the prisoners in the nearby cages. There were nearly 10,000 cages in the myriad hells, and more than 80% of them were prisoners. It was impossible that all of them did not have a teleportation formation treasure. Before Xian came here, many people had probably tried to do so, but the final result should be the same as what the green-bearded elder said. While the teleportation formation could allow him to escape the cage, he could not leave the myriad hells. Once he was discovered by the patrolling translation formation devils, he would probably suffer some physical pain. Because of this, almost all of the gazes directed at Xian were full of mockery, and it was obvious that they did not think Xian's chances. Some of them even cackled in schadenfreude. This scene annoyed Xian quite a bit. He glanced at the cages coldly, paying special attention to the cages that were cackling, and secretly memorizing their locations. Didn't the green-bearded elder say that he lacked the materials to completely repair the star shift? Sure, no problem. If you lack the materials, I'll help you gather them. With so many Federation powerhouses imprisoned in the myriad hells, Xian did not believe that they could not even gather the materials to repair the starshift's teleportation formation. If it was before, Xian might have been too embarrassed to make a move, but now. Hee, you asked for it. With this thought in mind, the corners of Xian's mouth immediately curled into a mysterious smile that caused others to ponder. Then, he stepped into the white light that lit up the hull of the star shift. Swish, the light of teleportation flashed, and the cages were instantly restored to their original state. However, Xian was nowhere to be seen. Only the star shift was docked on the ground of the cages. Almost at the same time, in an area several hundred meters away from Xian's cage, the space that was filled with mysterious black fog suddenly rippled like a ripple on the surface of water. Then, Xian stepped out of the ripple, with a hint of excitement on his face. In any case, at least he had walked out of the cages and made a good start. He was not far away from escaping this defense in space. Xian turned his head and looked around. He quickly discovered that the location he'd teleported to wasn't too far away from his cage, and the green-bearded old man's cage was even closer. It was just over 200 meters away. He immediately walked over and stopped in front of the elder's cage. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for repairing the star shift, elder. If this she has a way to get out of this myriad hells, I will definitely not abandon you. It's rare for you to be so considerate. This old man really didn't misjudge you." The green-bearded elder nodded with a smile. He then looked around and said in a serious tone, "But although you don't fear the mysterious black fog outside the cage, the demon wardens patrolling this myriad hells are not simple. Always be cautious. If you don't have absolute confidence, it's best not to make a move. Remember, you only have one chance. Watch carefully before you make a move." Xian nodded and did not say anything else. He turned around and fled to an area where the cages were relatively sparse. He immediately found a corner and hid there. The demon wardens patrolling this myriad hells were actually ordinary demons. Their cultivation was not high. After all the captives were imprisoned in the cages. Even if there were a few who could leave the cages through the teleportation formation, they could not leave this myriad hells. They did not dare to cause trouble. Otherwise, they would only end up dead. Because of this, the entire myriad hells was extremely safe for the demon wardens on patrol. There was no need for them to send experts to guard this place. There were a total of 100 demonkin wardens patrolling the myriad cataclysm. Their cultivation bases were all around the 5th level of the core realm. There was only one warden commander who was a few levels higher, at the 8th level of the core realm. Compared to Yeshuan, he was only a small level stronger. Yixian had always relied on killing to pave the way. Fighting above his level was already a common occurrence for him. As long as he found the opportunity, killing this demon warden commander would be a piece of cake. However, as a commander, it was impossible for him to walk around the myriad hells alone. Even if he occasionally came out to investigate, there would be many wardens following behind him. The only way to kill this person was to first kill one of the demon wardens and disguise himself as the warden. Then, he would wait for an opportunity to provoke and kill the warden. Only in this way would the other devil prison guards not interfere too much when Yixian made his move. After all, in the devil world, it was natural for the strong to prey on the weak. It was not uncommon for subordinates to challenge their superiors. Hundreds respond to a Callan Wanluo prison. The patrol duty of the demon prison guards was very relaxed. They only needed to come out and wander around every day. Even the number of patrol members was not particularly strict. Although a patrol team had 5 people, if anyone wanted to slack off or something like that, they didn't even need to inform them. And now, the patrol team of demon prison guards that was walking towards Yixian's hiding place was even smaller. There were only 3 demon prison guards. With Yixian's 7th level core realm cultivation, he was completely confident that he could kill them all if they were caught off guard. The sound of footsteps gradually became clearer. The 3 demon prison guards were finally approaching. At this moment, they were only 20 meters away from Yixian. Xiao. Along with the faint sound of breaking through the air, when the demon patrol team passed by, a black light suddenly rushed out from the left without any warning. It was extremely fast, and after a quick circle, the heads of the 3 demon prison guards fell to the ground silently. This black waterfall was formed from Yixian's astral essence sword. At this moment, after killing the 3 devil cultivator jailers with a thunderous roar, Yixian immediately raised his hand and withdrew it back into his body. Then, he quickly rushed out and cut open the 3 heads of the demons that had rolled on the ground. He took out the brain cores and took off the black robe of the prison guard that one of them was wearing. He then searched the 3 corpses and made sure that there was no such thing as an identity token. He then raised his hand and shot out a firework. Soon, the corpses on the ground were burned to ashes. After doing all this, Yixian put on the prison guard's robe that he peeled off, lowered his head a few times, and then swaggered to the other areas of Wanluo prison. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Yixian bumped into a patrolling group of devil cultivator jailers. There were only 4 of them, and after a moment of hesitation, he nervously walked up to them and enthusiastically took the initiative to raise his hand and make a sound. Sure enough, when the 4 demon prison guards saw Yixian, they didn't have any abnormal reaction at all. They even grinned and exchanged pleasantries with him. The reason for this strange situation was actually because Yixian had fully activated the spiritual source core in his brain, so his body was constantly emitting the unique spiritual aura of a demon. In fact, from the moment Yixian condensed that small spirit core in his sea of consciousness, his aura was completely different from that of the other devil cultivators. Even a devil cultivator with a high cultivation base would not be able to see anything wrong with it. After a few words, Yixian and the 4 demon prison guards were already extremely familiar with each other, so they decided to join their group. As they chatted, they strolled around the myriad heaven prison. Following Yixian's deliberate persuasion, the 4 demon prison guards immediately had a good impression of him. The 5 of them walked in the 10,000 nets prison, chatting and laughing as if they were best friends who had known each other for many years. During this process, Yixian used indirect methods to get a basic understanding of the situation of the prison guards in Wanluo prison. There was an unwritten rule in the myriad cataclysm: all patrolling wardens, as long as they had the ability to obtain resources from the captives in the cages, would only have to hand over 70% of the items they obtained. The remaining 30% would belong to them. The 4 demon prison guards that Yixian met at this moment had already discussed that they were going to attack one of the prisoners in one of the cages. Yixian happened to be there at the right time. In addition, the 4 prison guards felt that Xian was quite congenial with him, so they warmly invited him to go with them. They even expressed that they would share the final harvest with Xian equally. Everyone would be good brothers in the future. This time, Xian had coincidentally picked up a ready-made bargain, so he treated it as a form of bonding. What made him completely speechless was that the 4 of them were leading him in the direction of the cages where he and the green-bearded old man were imprisoned. Xian was a little nervous. Could it be that the target of these 4 fellows was coincidentally him? A quarter of an hour later, when the 4 prison guards who were leading the way were standing outside the cages where the green-bearded old man was imprisoned, Xian did not know how to describe his current feelings. His face was full of embarrassment. In fact, the green-bearded old man in the cage was even more dumbfounded than Xian. Calculating the time, it had only been 4 to 6 hours since Xian left this place. Who would have thought that when he appeared again, it was to torture him? Brother Yi, this green-bearded old geezer is not simple. Don't be fooled by his pitiful appearance. He has a lot of good things in his hands. This old geezer is the famous array master Lu Wenxuan of the human race. It wasn't easy for us to capture him. Just as Xian and the green-bearded old man in the cage were staring at each other awkwardly, one of the 4 prison guards looked at Xian with a grin. As he spoke, he rubbed his hands non-stop, appearing to be extremely excited. Some fellows have already served this old man before, but in the end they didn't get anything out of him. You're new here, so perhaps you don't know that there is actually a rule in our Marionette's prison. Every prison guard team can only attack once. If they fail, they won't have another chance in the future. So this time, we brothers must use all our skills. This old man is a tough nut to crack. In a moment, the 4 of us will take turns attacking. With our methods, this old man most likely won't be able to withstand. If there are any good treasures, we'll obediently take them out and offer them to him. Of course, if the 4 of us don't succeed, Brother Yi can also give it a try if you're itchy. Just treat it as accumulating experience. In a moment, this old brother will attack first. You can learn from the side. When it comes to torturing prisoners, this old brother's methods are ranked at the forefront in the entire Marionette's prison. After saying that, the tall and thin man turned to look at the green-bearded old man in the cage. His eyes widened as he laughed sinisterly. Old man, I know you're a tough nut to crack, but today is different from the past. This old man is the 3rd-ranked torturer in Marionette's prison. If you don't want to suffer physical pain, you'd better obediently hand over all your treasures. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Pa. After saying that, the tall and thin man waved his right hand. A long red whip that seemed to be refined from the tendons of some kind of star beast suddenly slashed through the void, making a crisp and ear-piercing sound. Xian's face immediately darkened. If he really allowed this tall and thin man to torture old man Lu in front of him, he would either not be able to hold back and directly attack, or he would be too ashamed to face anyone. Neither of these situations was what Xian wanted to see. Why don't you let me try first? I'm good at a kind of mental charm technique that attacks the heart. If I can make this old man surrender without shedding a drop of blood, we can save some energy, right? Chapter 2651, Chapter 2651, Chapter 2651. Hundreds respond to a single call. Are you really confident? The tall and skinny man hesitated for a moment, then sized up Xian a few more times before nodding. Alright, since Brother Yi is interested, we'll let you try first. If it doesn't work, then we'll make a move. As for whether or not he's at the end of his life, you don't have to worry about that. If he dies, then he dies. With that, the tall and skinny man signaled to Xian with his eyes and retreated to the side with the other 3 demon prison guards. This was clearly a signal for Xian to make his move now. Cough, cough, Xian coughed twice and braced himself to glare at old man Lu, who was in the cage. While he pretended to release a burst of mental power that turned into a storm at old man Lu, he slowly said in a strange tone, Old man, I know you're tough, but you're unlucky to have met me today. You better hand over the treasure, or I'll make you cut off your green beard and stick it to your head so that you can crawl on the ground like a turtle. Do you believe me? These words were really too vicious. If that was really the case, wouldn't he become a green-haired turtle? Even the 4 demonkin wardens who had retreated to the side jumped in fright when they thought of that satisfying scene. The way they looked at Xian immediately changed. He could even think of such a sinister and shameless method. This brat was really ruthless. However, in a place like Myriad Cataclysm, ruthlessness and viciousness were required. Unknowingly, the four of them had a whole new level of respect for Xian. To be able to have such a temperament as soon as he arrived, his future was limitless. In fact, apart from the four men, even Old Man Lu in the cage was shocked. His old face turned green in an instant. Although he knew that Xian didn't have the ability to do so, the situation was in front of him now. He could only fold his arms and quit, fall out with Xian on the spot, and go their separate ways. Otherwise, they could only play along with him and allow this brat to quickly gain influence in the circle of demon prison guards. Since that was the case, if he chose the latter, and if he still didn't express his stance, wouldn't he have no choice but to clench his teeth and bend over to learn how to crawl on the ground like a tortoise if this she-brat was really forced into a corner? Thinking of this, Lu Wenchuan's expression instantly changed. Without thinking, he quickly said, "Wait, I won't lower myself to your level. Isn't it just some worldly possessions? I'll give it to you. Hurry up and scram. Don't bother me again." As he spoke, he flipped his hand and took out a small space box. With a cold snort, he directly threw it out of the cage. All of this was within Xian's expectations, but even so, he still put on an act and said a bunch of empty words. In short, he was very proud of himself. On the other hand, the four men who had already retreated to the side were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets when they saw that the matter was so simple. After being stunned for a long time, the four of them trembled and came back to their senses. When they looked at Xian again, there was nothing but admiration in their eyes. The demon wardens of the myriad hell were all brawn and no brains to begin with. In order to reap the benefits from the captives in the cages, they would often do their best every time. Only after a great deal of effort would they be able to reap the rewards. Moreover, not every time could they get what they wanted. More often than not, it was actually a waste of effort. But Xian in front of them only moved his lips a few times, and almost without any effort, he directly took down the old man in the cage who was famous for his stubbornness. If they hadn't seen all this with their own eyes, the four men would have never believed it. This newcomer in front of them seemed to have inadvertently opened a door, allowing them to see a new world. So the so-called interrogation by torture can be played like this: as long as you grasp the opponent's mentality and grasp their weakness, you can achieve your goal by just moving your lips. This so-called psychological attack is actually so magical. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the four men were completely convinced by Xian. Or rather, what they were amazed by was actually Xian's way of handling things. Soon, the treasures and various rare materials in the small space box handed over by Old Man Lu were directly divided among the five of them. After tasting the sweetness, the tall and thin man seemed to be unsatisfied and took the initiative to suggest that they should strike while the iron was hot and try another cage. At the same time, Brother Yi could also familiarize himself with the tactics of psychological attacks on these prisoners. The latter secretly complained in his heart, but he couldn't refuse. In desperation, he could only find a cage nearby and repeat the same trick. Fortunately, the person being held in this cage was clearly an understanding person. He had indeed seen everything that had happened before. Moreover, this person was clearly surprised and shocked that Xian was able to successfully infiltrate the devil cultivator jailer. At the same time, he understood the severity of the matter. Therefore, after Xian secretly used his divine sense to ask the other party to cooperate and promised that if there was a chance to escape, he would find a way to help him escape, this person only hesitated for a moment, and then silently cooperated as if he had accepted his fate. Of course, when dealing with this guy, Xian used a different set of words. Basically, after examining the other party, he directly picked out a ready-made outstanding characteristic. The result was without suspense. After succeeding twice in a row, the tall and thin four people were completely convinced by Xian, and simply regarded him as a celestial being. In the next 10 days or so, Xian gradually found the feeling. Using the same method, he succeeded time and time again. As for the devil cultivator jailers that followed behind him, from the initial 4 thin and tall people, gradually increased to 20 to 30 people. Every time Xian walked out of the edge of the black prison, where the prison guards lived, there would always be a large group of demon cultivator experts behind him. Unknowingly, his reputation had already spread throughout the myriad heaven prison, and for a moment, his reputation was boundless. Even among the entire group of devil prison guards, his words already had a certain level of prestige. Not to mention that 100 people would respond to his call, at least on the surface. When the other prison guards saw Yixian, they would basically greet him with a smile, and flatter him with the intention of flattering him. After all, from the beginning until now, every time he made a move, he would more or less be able to achieve something, and had never failed. The significance of all this, in addition to the specific benefits, was more so that the other devil prison guards unknowingly developed a sense of fear and dread towards Yixian from the bottom of their hearts. However, this kind of recent situation did not make Yixian conceited. In fact, for the past 10 days, he had been secretly paying attention to the movements of the prison guard commander who rarely showed himself. Right now, he could be considered to be quite famous among the entire group of devil prison guards. Under such circumstances, if Yixian made a move against the prison guard commander, he was confident that the other prison guards would not react too violently. Level 8 Star Core Realm. The warden commander of Myriad Luo Prison was called He Ta. As his name suggested, his skin was dark, and he was as tall as a tower. He was a strength-type demon expert, and his cultivation was at the level 8 Star Core Realm. Although the cultivation realms of demon experts were the same as that of the Myriad Luo Federation, their cultivation methods were different. They were not like the human race's technology faction, which used gene cultivation fluids to unlock the potential of the human body and cause mutations in the genes to increase their cultivation. They were also not like the human world's cultivation faction, which had all kinds of cultivation methods that focused on the divine sense and body tempering as support. Demon experts did not have divine sense, but they had powerful mental energy that was similar to divine sense. Their cultivation was mainly focused on condensing mental energy and body tempering as support. Of course, there were many demon experts who focused on body tempering and used condensing mental energy as support. For example, the warden commander of Myriad Luo Prison, He Ta, was one of them. Although He Ta mainly focused on body tempering and looked like a boorish man, his temperament was the exact opposite. Not only did he not belong to the bold and straightforward type, he was incomparably feminine. It had been more than 10 days since Yixian had snuck into the demon prison guards, but he had only seen him 2 or 3 times from afar. Moreover, every time he saw him, it was a hurried glance. Not to mention chatting with each other, he hadn't even come into close contact with him. As the commander, it was naturally impossible for the Black Tower's residents to be together with all the other devil cultivator jailers. It was an independent hut that was quite far away from the area where the jailers lived. The middle was empty, and if Yixian wanted to go over, he would be discovered the first time. At the moment, he could not find a suitable reason to approach He Ta. Helpless, Yixian could only choose to let He Ta come to him. The method was very simple. He just had to take all the spoils of war from the Federation experts. According to the rules of Myriad Luo Prison, 70% of the spoils had to be handed over. He Ta had a trusted aide who would take the initiative to collect the spoils every time a patrol squad of demon experts reaped some spoils. Yixian's plan was to use this guy to force the Black Tower Council to take the initiative to find him. In order to ensure that nothing would go wrong, he decided to raise his cultivation base to the 8th level of the core realm first. In order to succeed, he didn't care if his foundation wasn't stable enough for now. On this day, after returning from his patrol, Yixian greeted the more than 30 demon dwellers and then entered his own hut to begin his closed-door training. This time, in order to save time, he directly threw out a pile of level 7 purple star core origin. Then, with the help of the Devouring system, he quickly began to absorb the star core origin energy in them. After nearly a day and a half, when an entire cube of level 7 purple planetary core had been drained, Yixian finally heard the notification of the Devouring system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, level 8 core state. In just one day, he had directly stepped into the 8th level from the 7th level of the core realm. This speed was something that even the genius disciples of the great clans in the capital planet could only look up to. Feeling the majestic power in his body that had increased by at least several times, Yixian tightly clenched his fists. At this moment, he was very proud of himself. Soon, after concealing his aura once again, Xian stood up and waved his hand to remove the simple isolation formation that he had set up before he started his training. He then stepped out of the hut. When the 30 demon cultivator followers had all arrived, Xian waved his hand and led the group of fellows towards the cage area outside. This time, he purposely picked a few more targets, so the harvest was much better than before. The more than 30 demon dwellers who followed him were all grinning from ear to ear. It was only 30%, and they were already satisfied with it. The key was that such a good thing did not happen every day. Before Xian came, they could only get it once or twice a month. While these people were laughing foolishly and looking at the treasures in their hands, Xian had a thoughtful look on his face as he played with a small space box in his hand. Inside was the 70% of the harvest that had to be handed over to the tower. Brothers, I heard that the tax collected from our myriad prison is only 50%, right? As for the other 30%, it was all taken by the Black Tower? Xian suddenly asked tentatively and turned to look at the more than 30 demon dwellers. These words obviously surprised them, and the smiles on their faces disappeared. They even looked around carefully to make sure that there were no Black Tower subordinates nearby. Then, they lowered their voices and quietly reminded Xian, "Boss, it's fine as long as you keep this in your heart. Don't talk about it." That's right. Not only is the Black Tower's face black, but his heart is even blacker. We can only swallow this matter. Who told him to be the warden commander? The key is that he's also very strong. He's an 8th level core realm cultivator. TSK. Even if we fight side by side, we won't be his match. Hearing these words, Xian knew what was going on. He did not continue to say anything. Nodding, he led these people back to the tower. As soon as he returned to the warden's area, 2 Black Tower subordinates swaggered up to him. They had gotten used to it recently. Every time Xian returned from his patrol, these 2 fellows would be waiting for him for a long time. After all, they could more or less get a share of the 20% tax that the Black Tower deducted. "Give it to me." When they got close, one of them stretched out his hand in front of Xian and said with a slightly arrogant tone, "How's today's harvest?" "I say, kid, don't be lazy. If you have this ability, you have to make good use of it. Who knows, maybe one day Lord Black will promote you to be his confidant and nurture you." In other words, he was clearly saying that he was superior to others. Not to mention Xian and the 30 prison guards behind him, even the other prison guards who were strolling nearby had expressions of displeasure on their faces after hearing this. However, they didn't dare to say anything despite being angry. Xian saw all of this and sneered in his heart. However, his face suddenly darkened. He opened his mouth and scolded, "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me in such a tone? Get out of here as soon as possible. Otherwise, when I change my mind, you won't have the chance to get out of here." The Black Tower subordinate was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Xian, unable to recover his senses for a moment. The other wardens around them all sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at each other in surprise. They were all shocked. As for the 30 wardens who had taken advantage of Xian's benefits, after a moment of hesitation, they gritted their teeth and stepped forward to stand behind Xian. "Superior, good, Yi, your wings have hardened and you want to fly, right?" The 2 Black Tower subordinates gritted their teeth in anger, but in the end they didn't dare to make a move. They turned around and ran towards Black Tower's small house. "Just you wait, Lord Black will definitely skin you alive." As soon as the 2 guys left, the 30 or so prison guards behind Xian all swarmed over with worried expressions. "Boss, are you really planning to go against Black Tower?" "It's not that I'm discouraging, but the chances of success are practically zero." "That's right, it's not that we're afraid of death, but the problem is that we know there's no hope yet we're still blindly trying. I'm really unwilling. If there's a chance, then it's fine, but Black Tower is an 8th stage powerhouse, and we're all 3rd stage and 4th stage powerhouses here. Even if we fight with our lives on the line, we won't have a chance. Just leave Black Tower to me. Don't worry, I basically won't need you guys to make a move." Faced with these tactful words of advice, Xian only smiled mysteriously, then turned to look in the direction of Black Tower's small house. In his line of sight, a muscular black man who was at least 2-3 meters tall was striding over with a ferocious expression on his face. Behind him were the two trusted devil cultivators. At this moment, the two fellows seemed to feel that they had found a backer, and their faces were full of pride. "I heard that you refused to pay the 70% tax." As he walked closer, Black Tower crossed his arms and stood several meters away. Due to him being an entire head taller than Xian, his gaze was completely condescending as he examined Xian from above. His expression was filled with ridicule and ridicule. "It's not that I refuse to pay the tax, but 70% is a bit of a problem. I heard that the higher-ups clearly take 50% from myriad hell." Xian didn't back down, and made Black Tower lose face on the spot. "As the leader of the prison guards, it's fine if you don't seek benefits for your brothers, but you actually secretly take away 20% of the profit. Isn't this too evil? You really live up to your name. You're courting death. Puny third stage ant, what right do you have to question this leader?" The Black Tower was humiliated and immediately flew into a rage. With a roar, it swung its fist towards Xian's chest. As expected of a body-tempering demon cultivator who pursued the pinnacle of strength. This punch appeared to be simple, but it clearly carried with it the rumbling of thunder, and even ripples and waves appeared in the space, as if it was a force that could break through all techniques with one blow. It must be known that the myriad cataclysmic hell had been constructed by the Heaven's Legacy race through the use of spatial folding technology, so the space within was extremely complex and stable. Even the green-bearded old man's treasure with the function of teleportation could not help him break through the binding power of this folded space. Just this alone was enough to show how terrifyingly stable this space was. And now, with just a casual punch from the Black Tower, even such a stable hell prison was faintly shaken. Even Xian was rather surprised by this. However, he was merely a little surprised. It was impossible for him to be intimidated by the might of his opponent's punch. "A third-order ant? I think you're just a blind dog." With a sudden roar, Xian's figure retreated, and at the same time, his concealed cultivation completely erupted. A majestic pressure that was comparable to the Black Tower's instantly spread out from his body, shocking the surrounding demon cultivator prison guards who were watching the battle and causing them to cry out in surprise. Even the expression of the Black Tower on the other side slightly changed under the pressure of the realm that suddenly spread out. After its punch missed, it immediately withdrew its attack and stood several meters away. It sized Xian up from head to toe. "You really did conceal your cultivation? But so what if you're 8th order? Do you know why this commander chose the path of body tempering? Humph. We demons are not only born with powerful mental strength, but more importantly, we have a strong resistance to this kind of power. So, the battle between demons is basically a battle of strength. Although you're also 8th order, you're not a body-tempering cultivator, so you can't shake me with just your mental strength. Die." With the last roar, the expression on the Black Tower's face became malevolent again. His shoulders shook slightly, and another fierce punch came flying towards Xian. "You're simply hopelessly stupid." Hearing that the other party had chosen the path of body tempering because of this, Xian was speechless. He curled his lips and sneered, "Today, I'll let you see how strong the profound changes of mental strength are when it's cultivated to a high level." Boom. Before he finished speaking, a vast and invisible mental strength surged out from Xian's body, turning into a tornado-like mental storm. It also stirred up the sound of thunder, and rumbled towards the Black Tower. Pooh! With the sudden arrival of this mental storm, the Black Tower who was punching out suddenly paused. With a miserable expression, he actually opened his mouth and spat out an arrow of blood. Then, with his eyes wide open, he fell straight on his back. His body smashed onto the ground with a loud bang. After that, there was no more movement. It was as if there was no aura, and he had already fallen. This is the terrifying part of mental strength that has been cultivated to a high level. Even a demon cultivator can't be completely immune. Their entire brain will be destroyed in an instant. It would be strange if they didn't die. Seeing the Black Tower fall, Xian's heart relaxed, but he still covered up some things in his words. The reason why the Black Tower was killed by his one blow was obviously not because Xian's mental strength was so strong, but because he secretly wrapped a strand of a human cultivator's divine sense in this vast mental storm. Although the demon cultivator's mental strength was so strong that it could block the detection of a human powerhouse's divine sense and couldn't enter their brain at all, with the cover of the mental strength wrapped outside, Xian's strand of divine sense easily entered the Black Tower's brain. After running around for a while, it instantly turned the Black Tower's brain into a pile of paste. If he still didn't die like that, it would really be unreasonable. Of course, this method was useless against human cultivators. After all, human powerhouses still had their primordial spirits. If their brain was damaged, they could just leave their primordial spirits and take over another body to cultivate again. After casually covering up a few words, Xian turned his head and looked at the demon cultivator prison guards around him. At this moment, all of them were in a petrified state without exception. They stood there with their mouths wide open, staring straight at the Black Tower lying on the ground. A powerful devil cultivator of the 8th step actually died so easily. Even if they saw all this with their own eyes, they still couldn't accept it in a short time. It was too shocking, and they didn't dare to imagine it. Cough cough. Everyone, don't worry. Now that the Black Tower is dead, although we still have to pay the taxes in the future, it's impossible for us to pay 70%. Settling accounts after autumn. This was a clear indication that Xian was going to take over. Though the hundreds of guards around him were weak, they weren't stupid. One of them raised his arms and shouted, "What else is there to choose from? Brother Yi is the best choice. I'll be the first to beat the shit out of anyone who dares fight." The other guards chimed in, and for a time a wave of cheers erupted in support of Xian. In the end, there was no suspense. Xian had become the commander of all the prison guards in the Myriad Heaven prison. From this moment onwards, he was fully deserving of being in control of the entire Myriad Heaven prison, enough to cover the sky with one hand. However, this power was only effective within the confines of the prison. It was only effective to the prisoners and guards within the confines of the prison. Forget leaving all heaven, there was no way they could go anywhere else. Even the devil cultivator experts that occasionally entered the Myriad Heaven prison from other regions wouldn't be too interested in Xian's so-called status as a prison guard commander when facing him. But none of that mattered to him. For Xian, the only thing left to do was to scavenge for materials for the formation. Then he'd ask Lu Wenxuan to help him repair the portal he'd carved into Starshift's hull. Once that was done, he had to leave all heaven. No matter what, he had to leave this folded space where even the portals couldn't break through. Only then would he have a chance to escape the space fortress. Very quickly, when the news of Xian successfully killing the Black Tower and becoming the controller of the Myriad Heaven prison spread, the entire Myriad Heaven prison was completely shaken. The Federation experts in the nearly 10,000 cages were all extremely excited. The person who controlled the Black Prison had become one of the Federation's own people, and the hope of leaving this place finally saw a glimmer of hope. That afternoon, Xian came alone to Lu Wenxuan's cage. He was clearly excited. "Senior, how was it? I didn't disappoint you, did I? I said I'd take you out, and I'll do it. Where are we now? Don't celebrate too early." Old man Lu was not as happy as Yang Kai expected and instead seemed a little indifferent, his expression indifferent as he continued, "You came here this time to ask this old master about the various materials needed to repair the starship, right? I've already made a list. You've also gathered a lot of good things recently. See if you can get them all." After speaking, Old Man Lu handed out a jade slip used to imprint spiritual energy information. After Xian received it, he immediately released his spiritual energy to examine it. There weren't many things inside, but among all the treasures he and the group of demon prison guards had recently collected, there weren't many kinds of refining materials. He could barely gather about half of what he needed. After returning to the prison guard captain's cabin in the Black Tower, Xian rummaged through it and finally found a few small spatial boxes. Inside were all kinds of treasures and rare materials. It seemed like this guy was really rich, but now, all of it had benefited Xian. All the treasures and materials were stored in the undying world within his body. From the Black Tower's secret stash, Old Man Lu had gathered about half of the list. In the end, there were only 7 or 8 materials left. Helpless, Xian could only gather all the demon prison guards and directly ask them if they had the materials. Needless to say, he was just trying his luck. Who would have thought that Xian would actually be able to obtain 2 of the materials? At this point, there were only 5 materials left on the entire list. The demon prison guards had already cleaned out everything, so there was absolutely no hope. Since that was the case, it seemed like he could only think of a solution from the Federation powerhouses imprisoned in the cages. Xian didn't waste any time and directly left the cabin. He returned to the area where Old Man Lu's cages were and directly walked towards a cage not far to the east. When Xian was preparing to walk out of his cage, there were many people in the surrounding cages who didn't hide their ridicule and mockery. The person in the cage in front of him was one of them. When it came to extortion, one naturally had to pick on those who were not pleasing to the eye. The person in the cage was a middle-aged human male. His strength wasn't bad, as he was actually at the 5th major realm, the 8th order planet realm. At this moment, when he saw Xian directly walking towards him, he immediately stood up and forced a smile. He then cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Daoist, that day, don't mention that day. It's not a good thing to be ridiculed by others. This she has long forgotten." Xian directly interrupted him. Not only was his face expressionless, but his tone was also quite unfriendly. It was obvious that he was being sarcastic. Even a fool could tell. The middle-aged man in the cage immediately felt awkward. He smiled awkwardly but didn't dare to continue explaining. Although Xian's cultivation and strength weren't up to his standards, he was now the actual ruler of the myriad hell after all. Not to mention that if there was any hope of escaping in the future, it would most likely fall on him. Just based on his identity as a prison guard commander, if he really had a grudge against him, he only had to give the order, and those demon prison guards would definitely come to serve him every day. This wasn't a good thing. Because of this, even though he knew that Xian must have come to settle scores with him, the middle-aged man could only pinch his nose and accept it. At this moment, he smiled apologetically and reached out to hand a small space box to Xian. This Su was indeed in the wrong before. "I didn't recognize you. I hope fellow Daoist won't bear a grudge. This is a small token of my appreciation. If fellow Daoist doesn't accept it, then you won't forgive the Su." In other words, if Xian were to accept this small spatial box, then the matter from before would be written off. If he were to make things difficult for him in the future, then it would be a bit too shameless. Xian glanced at the other party with a playful look in his eyes, then quietly received the small spatial box. He immediately sent his divine sense into check, and after seeing that the various treasures and materials inside were indeed not bad, and the amount was also quite shocking, he nodded his head in satisfaction, then turned around and left. For half an afternoon, Xian went around the dozen or so cages where the mocking voice came from. These guys were quite tactful and took out a lot of good things to show their respect to Xian. They only wanted to spend money to avoid disaster and have a few more days of peace. After counting all the treasures in the dozen or so small spatial boxes, the last 5 materials missing from Old Man Lu's list were finally gathered. Xian let out a long breath and placed all the materials into a small spatial box. Then, he returned to Old Man Lu's cage and handed the small spatial box over to him along with the battleship that he had put away earlier. "Fortunately, all the materials have been gathered. Senior, may I ask when you can start repairing it?" When the middle-aged man reached out to take the small space box, Xian politely cupped his hands. "This warship is very important to me. Please take care of it." Xian is very grateful. "Crazy fusion brat, you're not thinking of using it to escape from Myriad Prison, are you?" Old Man Lu stared at Xian strangely before shaking his head and smiling bitterly. "Didn't I tell you before? This black prison uses space folding technology, making it like an independent world. Teleportation arrays are useless, you can only wander around inside, there's no way you can break out. You'd better give up." Regarding this, Xian didn't explain much and just laughed it off. What surprised him was that this time, the repair took a full 3 days. Fortunately, this Old Man Lu really did have some ability. 3 days later, when the small space box containing Shifting Star was returned to Xian, the teleportation array engraved on the battleship's hull was completely completed. Once the teleportation array was activated, the battleship would be teleported away with Xian, unlike before, when he left but the battleship was left behind. After thanking Old Man Lu, Xian immediately returned to his commander's cabin and stored the battleship into his body. Then, he took out the hidden purple shuttle from his undying world and placed them together before issuing the command to the system for the fourth fusion. Ding! Discovered fusion treasures, hidden purple shuttle, shifting star. Ding! Beginning the fourth fusion, progress 1, with the system's prompt in his mind, the fourth fusion of the hidden purple shuttle had finally begun. Xian let out a long sigh of relief and felt much more relaxed, as if a knot in his heart had been removed. After this fusion, not only would the previously exposed hidden purple shuttle's appearance change again, but it would also have a perfect teleportation array in addition to the energy shield and speed array. When the time came, it would be equivalent to having the ability to teleport. Even in the interior of an administrative planet like Skyriver Star, in case of a great crisis, Xian could directly teleport away, which was very significant. Compared to the previous 3 fusions, this fourth fusion obviously took more time. Xian waited anxiously for a full 4 days before the long-awaited prompt of the Devouring system finally sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, Xian, the fourth fusion is a success. Warship obtained, Purple Star Shuttle. Xian instantly became excited. He immediately sent out his divine sense and excitedly examined the Purple Star Shuttle that had changed its name again. Although the new battleship was still light purple in color, its appearance was completely different from the previous purple hidden shuttle. However, the smooth lines from before were still preserved. In addition, the obscure array runes engraved on the hull of the battleship were more detailed and complicated, revealing a simple and heavy mysterious aura. As for the performance index of the battleship, besides the perfect teleportation function, the level of the energy shield had also been slightly improved, and the speed had also been increased. Even the 2-star cannons at the bow and stern of the battleship had been integrated into one. The diameter of the cannon muzzle had been increased by 50%, from 10 m before to 15 m now. With the cannon muzzle wider, the power of the star cannons had obviously increased by a large margin. Even the planetary-grade battleships of the Federation military would not be a match for Xian's Purple Star Shuttle. Although they were both star cannons, one had a diameter of 10 m, while the other had a diameter of 10 m, and the other had a diameter of 15 m. The difference in power was obvious. After putting away the Purple Star Shuttle, Xian quickly took out his weapon and armor, the Meteorite Essence Sword and the Glazed Starlight Armor. The Purple Star Shuttle had now been successfully fused for the 4th time, but Xian's weapon and armor had only been fused twice. Previously, Xian did not have the time to fuse them, and he also lacked suitable treasures to fuse them with. However, things were different now. Recently, Xian had collected a large number of treasures and rare materials from the myriad hells, so he had enough to fuse them a few more times. As for the weapon for the 3rd fusion, Xian chose a red mineral called the Demonic Blood Heavenly Crystal. It was about the size of a fist, sparkling and translucent, and gave off a demonic aura. As for the armor, Xian chose a special metal called the Indestructible Purple Phoenix Gold. It was slightly purple in color, and although it was not very hard, this metal had a miraculous self-healing ability. This was where the name Indestructible came from. If this metal was fused into the armor, once it was damaged in battle, there was no need for Xian to refine it after the battle. The armor would quickly repair itself while the battle was still going on. After choosing these 2 minerals and metals, Xian once again returned his divine sense to the undying world in his body and carefully selected from the pile of treasures. In the end, he took out an offensive artifact and a special armor. He planned to use these 2 treasures for the 4th fusion. The offensive artifact was not a sword, but a small and exquisite green chisel called the Barrier-Breaking Shuttle. It had the miraculous effect of ignoring space, and had an extremely strong penetrative ability towards all kinds of array formations and barriers. If it was fused into the Meteoric Essence Sword, there was a high possibility that it would have the effect of teleportation. This made Xian feel a rush of excitement. As for the armor to be used for the 4th fusion, it was actually a light purple veil called the Misty Jade Smoke Net. This item was originally not part of the category of armor, but was a veil-like defensive artifact. After it was used, it would transform into a light purple veil. Not only did it have the ability to defend, it could also emit a faint purple mist to achieve the effect of concealment. After fusing it into the armor, Xian could summon the purple mist to wrap around his body. It was the most suitable item for concealment in certain special situations, After choosing the 4 treasures and materials to be used for the fusion, Xian immediately began the frenzied fusion. The large sword and the armor were still fused at the same time. The third fusion took a total of 4 days. After it was completed, Xian did not stop and immediately began the 4th fusion. This time, it took a total of 8 days to complete. Following that, the Devouring system's notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the 4th fusion success. Obtained weapon, Demonic Blood Star Essence Sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the 4th fusion success. Obtained armor, Purple Phoenix Glass Armor. Xian's spirits were lifted and he immediately began to check the results of the fusion. The Demonic Blood Star Essence Sword's appearance was roughly the same as the Meteoric Essence Sword from before. It was just that the black sword body was covered with a layer of blood-red vein-like patterns, revealing a strange feeling. Because of the existence of this layer of demonic blood veins, when this sword was used to kill in the future, it could absorb the blood essence of the enemy and slowly increase its quality. It could already be considered a growth-type attack artifact. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin escaping from the Black Mosquito. After spending a period of time, Xian finally completed the 4th fusion of the battleship, weapon, and armor, these 3 extremely important treasures. During the 4 consecutive fusions, not only did the 3 treasures devour or absorb several treasures and rare materials of the same type, but the amount of star core origin consumed during the fusions was already a terrifying number. Normal cultivators couldn't bear such a terrifying consumption. As for people like Zhao Long and Bai Jingying, who had extraordinary status and wealth, they could be considered as starry sky level nouveau riche. Even if they were rich, they did not have such an ability. The ability to fuse treasures that came with the Devour system was something that most of the top refiners in the cultivation camp couldn't do. At the very least, they couldn't do it so casually and easily. It was obvious how precious the treasures in Xian's hands were after 4 fusions. Even the treasures of the same type in the Myriad Luo Federation's contribution point exchange vault couldn't compare to these 3 treasures, not to mention that they had only completed the 4th fusion. If Xian came across suitable treasures and materials in the future, he could fuse them again and again at any time. In fact, even now, among the various treasures in his hands, there were many treasures that could be selected for fusion, but now, these 3 treasures had all completed the 4th fusion and become superb starry sky level treasures. Their value was already different from before. In addition, Xian's standards were also high. Normal treasures of the same type couldn't move him anymore. If he chose some treasures with mediocre attributes and forcibly fused with them for the 5th time, he was afraid that the effect would be the opposite of what he wanted. For now, the attributes of these 3 treasures were enough for him to use for a while. At least, it was enough for him in the core origin stage. Therefore, Xian decided not to fuse with them for the time being. He would consider it again after he reached the core origin stage. He had just made a breakthrough in his cultivation before he killed Black Tower. It wouldn't be good to force another breakthrough in a short period of time. Otherwise, he would leave behind an unstable hidden danger. Since he couldn't fuse with the treasures, his cultivation couldn't continue to break through. For a time, Xian suddenly felt relaxed. It had been more than a month since he was captured in this Myriad Luo hell. To avoid any unexpected changes, Xian decided to try and see if he could find a way to escape. Regarding the internal situation of the space defense fortress, he had already learned about it by beating around the bush while leading the group of demon prison guards to search for treasures. There were a total of 10 space fortresses in the demon cultivator race, and the one Xian was in was called the Black Mosquito. The highest commander was a small leader of the demon cultivator race, called Mount Naibua. He was the one who captured Xian into the Myriad Black Prison. His cultivation was extraordinary, and he was a supreme expert at the Black Hole realm. Black Mosquito ship had 4 areas. The lowest level was the Myriad Luo Hell where Xian was now. The middle part of the space fortress above the Myriad Luo Hell was where the demon scouts lived. The 3rd level from the bottom was where the energy cabin, engine room and so on of the space fortress were located. At the same time, the warehouse for food and the warehouse for all kinds of treasures and rare materials that the demon scouts had collected in the Graveyard Star Field were also located there. This level was a forbidden area. Except for the direct subordinates of Naibua Mountain, other demons were not allowed to set foot in it. As for the top level, it was where the control center of the black-striped ship was located. That level was also the exclusive territory of Naibwa Mountain. Even his direct subordinates couldn't go there at will unless they were summoned. There were about 10,000 demon scouts in the entire black-striped ship under the command of Naibwa Mountain. But in fact, unless they were about to return to the ancestral star field of the demons at the edge of the first universe, there were only about 1,000 or 2,000 demon scouts in the black-striped ship under normal circumstances. After all, they didn't cross the wormhole to the graveyard star field to play. They had a mission, so almost all of them spent most of their time in the graveyard star field around the black-striped ship. They either gathered all kinds of information about the Myriad Luo Federation or excavated the star core origin. Of course, trapping some valuable experts of the Federation was also part of their mission. The nearly 10,000 experts imprisoned in the Myriad Luo Hell were all captured by them one after another. If Xian wanted to leave the Black Mosquito ship, he had to enter the second level where the demon scouts lived. There were only 2 passages in the Myriad Luo Hell. One was at the bottom. When Xian was sucked into the Myriad Luo Hell by the mysterious black beam of light, he had taken the main passage. However, this main passage could only be opened and closed by the control center of the top level where Naibwa Mountain was. Although one could leave the Black Mosquito ship directly through this passage and enter the outer universe, there was basically no hope of success. The second passage was a secondary passage. It didn't lead directly to the outer universe, but it was connected to the second level of the Black Mosquito ship where the demon scouts lived. Therefore, if Xian wanted to leave the Black Mosquito ship, he had to enter the second level first and then leave through the passage on the second level. Among the wardens in the entire Myriad Luo Hell, only the warden commander, Black Tower, had the authority to open this secondary passage. However, Xian threw the demon core in his brain to the devouring system for it to be decomposed and devoured. From it, Xian not only obtained a considerable amount of spirit power origin, but also unexpectedly obtained a rune imprint. This rune imprint was the key to opening the second secondary passage. Therefore, if Xian wanted to, he could open the Myriad Luo Hell at any time and enter the second level where the demon scouts lived. After everything was ready, Xian immediately went to Old Man Lu's cage and told him everything. The latter fell into deep thought after hearing this. After a long time, he sighed faintly and shook his head with a bitter smile. Forget it, this old man won't play with you. If that passage leads directly to the outer universe, it's fine. Since it leads to the base camp of the demon people, although this old man's cultivation isn't weak, the inner space of the Black Mosquito ship is filled with a strange black fog. We human cultivators don't even dare to use our divine sense. If I really go with you and meet other demons on the way, it's a small matter if your identity is exposed, but I'm afraid I'll suffer physical pain and be sent back to the Myriad Luo Hell in the end. Upon hearing this, Xian was stunned. Chapter 2657. Chapter 2657. The wolf enters the sheep's den. We're different from you. If we want to escape, we'll either have to enter space from the main passage of Tartarus, or we'll have to make the strange black fog disappear. Otherwise, we'll die if we try to force our way through the side passage. Old Man Lu had heard from Xian about the internal situation of the Black Mosquito ship, so he was more or less familiar with it. Thus, he quickly analyzed the situation. Unfortunately, you are only the prison guard commander of this Myriad Heaven prison, and you are not the controller of the entire Black Mosquito ship. You are unable to do either of the 2 things I just said. Alright, brat, you can go. This old man will stay. Seeing as you didn't leave on your own, and even have the heart to keep your promise and take this old man with you, I can't be too selfish. I know I don't stand a chance, and yet I'm willing to risk it all by following you. This old man can't do that. As he spoke, Old Man Lu produced a small spatial box with a flip of his hand and handed it to Xian. This contains all the treasures and savings this old man has. Keeping it with me will only benefit the demons in the future. To put it bluntly, it's helping the enemy. So take it with you. Remember, if you have the chance in the future, kill as many demons as you can to avenge me. Think of it as a reward for this old man's gift. Xian felt ill at ease when he heard these words. If Old Man Lu really did as he said, knowing full well that the chances were slim, and that Xian would be dragged into this mess, he would still decide to go with him in the end for the sake of a gamble. Then when they reached the second level of the Black Mosquito ship, Yi Xian would definitely abandon him and leave on his own if they ran into other demons and their whereabouts were exposed. After all, he only promised to take Old Man Lu with him. He never said he could guarantee the old man's safety. Since he'd already fulfilled his promise, what could he do if his luck was bad and he failed? I can't stay and die with you, right? However, Old Man Lu obviously didn't intend to do that. Not only did he speak sincerely and directly point out this point, he even planned to give all his treasures and savings to Yi Xian for free. This kind of magnanimity made Yi Xian feel uneasy. If he really took the small space box and turned to leave, what happened today would affect his Dao heart. In fact, even if he didn't take the other party's things, Yi Xian would still hold a grudge. After all, he did receive Old Man Lu's favor, but the promise he made before was not fulfilled. Even if Old Man Lu took the initiative to give up, the fact that Yi Xian owed him could not be erased. Thinking of this, he immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. You old man have bad intentions. Aren't you trying to make me shake my Dao heart? Forget it, forget it. In order to not be disturbed by the inner demons in the future, I might as well fight to the death today and fight for my life. After saying that, Yi Xian grinned at Old Man Lu with a strange expression, waved his hand, and turned to leave. Damn old man, wait for me. I'll leave Myriad Hell now, but it won't be long before I come back to save you. It's just that I don't know how long it will take. Don't die first, that would really be a trap. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's back had already disappeared into the black fog in the distance. As his figure disappeared into the distance, sighs could be heard from the cages nearby. There was even a hint of disdain mixed in. Obviously, none of the Federation experts imprisoned in these cages believed that Yi Xian would come back. Unless there was something wrong with their heads, they would do such a stupid thing. The green-bearded old man, Lu Wenxuan, was obviously aware of this as well. He also let out a long sigh. Sigh. Stinking brat is so stupid that it makes one's hair stand on end. Bastard who doesn't take advantage of others. For the sake of face, he doesn't even want cultivation resources. This temperament. Sigh, he's still too inexperienced. He needs to be sharpened. Amidst the sigh, the green-bearded old man, Lu Wenxuan, flipped his hand and put the small space box back into his body. He turned around and walked back into the cage and sat down cross-legged. Although his face was rather lonely, there was clearly a faint sense of gratification. He grinned and muttered to himself in a self-deprecating manner, but this is also good. At least this old man has something to comfort himself with. I'll use it to deceive myself. Yi Xian obviously didn't know that the green-bearded old man, Lu Wenxuan, had completely regarded his words as a white lie. At this moment, he had already returned to the demon prison at the edge of Myriad Hell. All of the devil cultivator jailers were summoned. After everyone was gathered, Yi Xian immediately announced something, indicating that he would be leaving for a few days to attend to some important matters on the second floor of the Myriad Heaven prison. He repeatedly warned these fellows not to cause trouble, or else he would be severely punished when he returned. This wasn't the first time this had happened. In fact, the prison guards were rotated out every year or so. As the leader of the prison guards, the Black Pagoda was often away. As such, when Yi Xian finished, the other prison guards immediately responded in unison. None of them felt that there was anything wrong with this arrangement. After giving his instructions, Yi Xian immediately moved. As he thought about it, his figure transformed into a wisp of light as he shot towards the edge of the deepest part of the prison guards area. A few minutes later, Yi Xian's figure abruptly stopped. He raised his head to look at the empty space in front of him that was about 100 meters tall. He stood there alone, and with a cold glance, it was as if he was looking at the location of a memorial arch. This archway, glowing with a metallic luster, was actually a portal. It was the so-called secondary passage that led from Myriad Hell to the second level of the bastion. Xiao. A faint black light flashed and swiftly sank into the pillar of the archway. In the blink of an eye, it was gone. A demon's psychic energy was like the consciousness of a human cultivator. It could be divided into strands of psychic energy, branded with one's own unique aura, and then shot out. However, the strand of mental energy that Yi Xian had just sent out was imprinted with the aura of the rune imprint that he'd obtained from the Black Tower's demon cultivator's brain. It was as if he'd used the mother key to create a one-time use child key. As the child key drilled into the pillar of the portal, the archway, nearly 100 meters tall, suddenly lit up with a dark light. There was even a humming sound. The dark light quickly surged and converged. In the space of 2 or 3 breaths, the arched area under the archway was completely filled. The originally empty arched area seemed to have an additional layer of black light. Behind this layer of light was the exit of the teleportation gate. What a miraculous spatial technique. Little lambs, Grandpa Wolf is coming. Chapter 2658. Chapter 2658. The hunt begins. Xian had indeed changed his mind and decided not to leave for the time being. The reason for this decision was not entirely to take the green-bearded old man Lu Wenxuan with him, but more for himself. But the old man's words did remind Xian, otherwise he may not have made the decision he did now. The old man sighed, saying that Xian was only a warden of the 10,000 nets, not the leader of the entire Black Mosquito Bastion. So whether it was opening the main passage below the 10,000 nets, or clearing out the strange black fog that pervaded the interior of the Black Mosquito Bastion, he couldn't do either. It was these words that made Xian's heart jump. An extremely bold, extremely dangerous plan appeared in his mind, but if it succeeded, the rewards would be unimaginable. Just like how he replaced the warden in the Black Tower, he would find a way to get rid of the captive leader, Naboshan. Then he would replace him and take the entire Black Mosquito Bastion for himself. When this thought popped up in his mind, even Xian himself was shocked. However, after calmly deducing and pondering, Xian finally clenched his teeth and made a decision. In his opinion, although this matter was extremely dangerous, it wasn't completely impossible. He even thought that the chances of success were at least 40 to 50%. So it was worth a try. After all, if he succeeded, the benefits he would reap would be unimaginable. The temptation was too great. As Xian's feet planted firmly on the ground and he stepped out of the black light, a large open square appeared in front of him. The square was a regular square, with sides several kilometers long. This alone was more than the diameter of the Black Mosquito Bastion. This indicated that the second layer of space he was in was also constructed using spacefolding technology. In other words, Xian could not directly teleport away and return to the void outside. He was now standing in the center of the square. When he turned around, 3 enormous portals appeared behind him, each one like a 100-meter-long memorial arch. On the other hand, the one that Xian had just walked out of was at the edge of the spatial door. It was the same as the spatial door on the other side. On the other hand, the spatial door in the middle was clearly different. The Yin runes on the pillars and beams were even more ancient and complicated. After a moment's thought, Xian roughly guessed where the other 2 portals led. Of the 2 on the outside, one led to the lower 10,000 nets, and the other led directly to the void outside of the bastion. In other words, the portal on the other side was the escape route. However, Xian didn't plan on trying it out so easily. On one hand, he'd already decided not to leave for the time being, and on the other hand, it was because he wasn't sure if the rune imprint he obtained from the Black Tower's demon core could also open the spatial door that led to the outside of the fortress. If he couldn't, then it would truly be troublesome if he alarmed some existences that he was unable to deal with right now. Even if he wanted to leave, he had to make some inquiries. He had to figure this out before making any plans. As for the portal in the middle, which was more ancient and complex, according to Xian's estimation, it led to the 3rd layer of the Black Mosquito Bastion above. If that was the case, then Xian could not touch this portal. At least not now. After examining the 3 portals in a row, Xian found the key points to distinguish the other 2 portals. After memorizing them, he chose a direction at random and stepped forward. Apart from the 3 portals, there was nothing else in the large square. It was completely empty. But at the edges of the square, there was a straight and extremely wide passageway, several 100 meters long. None of them had an end in sight. Judging from the width of these 4 passageways, there must be other forked passageways in the middle that extended out one by one. If that was the case, then the second layer of the Black Mosquito Bastion was actually a labyrinth-like area divided by a large number of crisscrossing straight passageways. The center of the entire labyrinth should be the large square where Xian was now. As for the living quarters of those demon scouts, there was no doubt that they should be on the left and right sides of the crisscrossing passageways in the labyrinth. In such a vast and huge labyrinth, there were countless passageways of different sizes. On the left and right sides of each passageway, there could be a secluded cave dwelling. In this way, it was not a problem for the entire second layer of the Black Mosquito Bastion to accommodate more than 10,000 demon scouts. A few minutes later, Xian left the central square where the portals were and entered the main passageway on the right side of the square. After walking for a few miles, another straight passageway appeared on the left and right. These two level 2 passageways were obviously much narrower, but they were still about 200 meters wide. Xian continued to walk forward until the sixth pair of level 2 passageways appeared. He then turned around and walked to the right. It was the same for the level 2 passageways. Every 2 kilometers, there would be 2 level 3 passageways with a width of about 100 meters. In the previous level 1 and level 2 passageways, there were only crossroads. After reaching the level 3 passageway that was 100 meters wide, although there were still 2 narrower level 4 passageways appearing not far away, along the way, there were already no less than the number of secluded cave mansions on both sides of the passageway. None of the cave dwellings had doors. They were just huge arched entrances on the walls of the passageways. The space inside should be very wide and seemed to be divided into small compartments. Xian did not stop there. Instead, he turned around and left at the entrance of a level 4 passageway that was about 50 meters wide. There were clearly more cave dwellings on both sides of the level 4 passageway. The arched entrances were densely packed and would appear every 30 to 40 meters. Xian randomly picked a cave dwelling and walked in with a calm expression. Along the way, Xian would occasionally see a few demon experts when he passed by some cave dwellings. They also saw him, but none of them noticed anything wrong. They all treated Xian as one of their own. Therefore, he did not need to be nervous at all. There were more than 10,000 demon scouts in the entire Black Mosquito ship. They were all in a hurry, so who could recognize each other? The reason why he chose this cave abode was actually very simple. This cave abode had the least number of demons he had encountered in the entire Class 4 passageway. There were only 6 demon experts, and their cultivation was not very high. They were all between the first and second levels of the core realm. Xian was very confident that he could kill them instantly when they reacted. Slave Seal, if it was said that every cave abode in the level 3 passageway was a small room, then the cave abodes in the level 4 passageway could only be considered as a large shop. This was a reflection of one's strength and rank. The demon dweller scouts who lived in the small rooms in the level 3 passageway were clearly of higher status and strength. The 4th level tunnels, on the other hand, could only live in a single room. Naturally, their status was lower and their strength weaker. The cave that Xian entered was about 200 square meters in size. It was empty in the middle, and there was only a huge platform with teleportation runes on it. It should be used to hand in the spoils of war, as well as to receive rewards and daily consumables. Around the walls, there were some metal partitions that extended out from the walls. The space between every 2 partitions was a semi-open, independent small space. In addition to a bed, there was also a small table and a chair. There were a total of 40 or so of these semi-open rooms scattered along the walls of the cave abode, but they were all basically empty. Only the area furthest away from the entrance of the cave abode was occupied by 6 demon scouts. At this time, some of the 6 devil cultivators were lying on the bed, some were sitting cross-legged on the bed with their eyes closed, and some were sitting on a small stool beside the bed, taking inventory of some items. Seeing Xian enter, the 6 demons only raised their eyes to glance at him before ignoring him. They were still doing what they were supposed to do. Xian had long since suppressed his power to 2nd level core, similar to these 6. Otherwise, the sudden appearance of an 8th level demon in the 4th level tunnels would have caused an uproar. It was clear that anyone who wanted to live in these bunks was free to do as they pleased. Most of the demonkin scouts were out on missions or mining, and didn't spend much time on the Black Mosquito Bastion. Who would have the time or energy to remember where their bunks were? Xian didn't bat an eyelid as he walked towards the inner area of the cave where the 6 fellows were. They didn't pay him any attention. After all, this was normal. If there was space inside, who would want to choose a place near the entrance? Although it was half open, as long as it was possible, anyone would subconsciously try to make their personal space as private and quiet as possible. Perhaps these 6 fellows were still dreaming that they would be able to enter the level 3 passageway and live in the level 3 cave abodes with small compartments after their strength increased. Unfortunately, they would never have that chance. A weak buzzing sound rang out. When Yixian was only a dozen meters away from the six, he made his move without warning. As he activated the spirit source core in his head with all his might, a wave of majestic spirit energy suddenly gushed out from his body. It was like a rolling river, covering the sky and covering the earth. In an instant, it completely enveloped the 6 demon dweller scouts. This time, Yixian didn't even bother to include a few strands of the human cultivator's consciousness in his psychic power. They were just 6 weaklings. With his strength as a level 8 core ream, he could easily crush them with just the mental strength of the demon kin. In fact, it was indeed so. In the face of Yixian's psychic storm, the 6 demon scouts, who were only 1st or 2nd level core realm, were instantly obliterated. Blood flowed out of their 7 orifices, and they completely lost all signs of life. Seems like I used too much force. Seeing this scene, Yixian was speechless. He was a little worried that the psychic power would shatter the 6 demon scouts' heads. Fortunately, this worry was completely unnecessary. A minute later, 6 small black prismatic crystals appeared in Yixian's palm. They were taken from the 6 demon scouts' heads. As for the corpses, with his current strength, although he couldn't put a starry sky rank powerhouse into the undying world in his body, he didn't have any restrictions on corpses that had no signs of life. Yixian had already secretly experimented with this after killing the Black Tower Warden. If it wasn't for this, he might not have dared to make such a decision. He actually treated the 2nd floor of the Black Mosquito ship, the Demon Dweller's Cave, as his own hunting paradise. Ding! Discovered a psychic power core. Would you like to decompose it and extract its source? As Yixian put the 6 demon cores into his body, the notification from the Devouring system sounded immediately. After giving a confirmation, Yixian turned and left the cave, beginning to search for the next batch of prey. Time passed slowly. 3 days had passed without him noticing. In these 3 days, Yixian rejoiced countless times that he finally decided to stay on the Black Mosquito ship and enter the 2nd level of the Demonkin's cave to hunt. Compared to the time when he was searching for demon scouts outside, even the most fruitful time he'd ever been, he'd only killed 3 demon powerhouses. For Yixian, these 3 days were like a beggar who'd suddenly fallen into a bountiful gold mine. In these 3 days, the total number of demon cores he'd collected was a terrifying 947, on average, it was more than 300 cores a day. In other words, over 300 demon scouts had disappeared from the cave every day, dying at the hands of Yixian. Their brains were cut open, and Yixian tossed to the devouring system to extract their source of psychic power. As for their corpses, they were all thrown into his undying world, nearly 1,000 demon scouts. This was already a tenth of the total number of demons guarding the Black Mosquito ship. Although there were many demons entering and exiting the 2nd level of the cave every day, no one could find out who had died or left. However, with a tenth of the demon scouts suddenly gone, if one paid attention, one could more or less see that something was amiss. Usually, there were around 2,000 demon dwellers in this area. Sometimes, there would be more, and sometimes less. But now, after Yizhuan's frenzied hunt, there were at most 1,000 demon scouts left here. More than 70% of the level 4 caves were empty, and they couldn't find a single demon after going through several level 4 tunnels. This situation caused even Yixian to faintly feel that something was wrong. If this continued, and some demons sensed that something was wrong, they'd report it to their superiors. When that happened, they'd be in real trouble. With all this in mind, Yixian decided to stop for now and wait a few days to see what would happen. At the very least, he'd have to wait for the demon population in this area to slowly recover a little. It was also at this moment that the notification of the devouring system sounded in his mind. Ding! All demon cores have been decomposed. Spiritual power source has begun to feed back. Progress 1. Progress 10. End of chapter 2659. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.